Chapter 1. The Crystal Falling from the Sky. Reg lay concealed behind the grass, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon a couple embracing on the meadow ahead. With merely 1,000 households on the entire Bali Island, Reg, having lived there for 18 years, was intimately familiar with each and every family. What left Reg astounded was the identity of the man Kalian, a wealthy tycoon of Bali, and the woman, the sole noblewoman of the island, Baroness Dulé. A fierce flame ignited within Reg's heart, yet his body remained as still as a hibernating serpent. Kylene had betrayed Baron Delithus was undoubtedly a secret that could send shockwaves throughout all of Bali. Reg harbored no doubts should he be discovered in this moment. Kylene would unhesitatingly command his loyal guard, Shaylee, to eliminate him without a second thought. Ashali, your beauty grows increasingly enchanting. Truly, I find myself ever more captivated by you, Kylene murmured, caressing the Baroness while emitting a series of appreciative clicks. The Baroness bit her lip, letting out a couple of soft hums, yet remained silent, her starry eyes entranced. Observing her demeanor, Kylene's face brimmed with pride, and his hands became increasingly audacious. Reg recognized that it was time to retreat. Though the live spectacle was thrilling, preserving his life was of paramount importance. Without rising, he exerted force with both hands and feet, gradually inching backward like a retreating crocodile. After moving 5 or 6 meters, Reg released a sigh of relief and was just about to stand up when an ominous sensation surged through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Reg suddenly rolled to the side, and at the very instant he leapt away, a brilliant flash of steel, accompanied by a gust of icy air, struck the ground where he had just stood. The attack had originated from above. Without needing to see his assailant, Reg knew it could only be Shaylee, Kylene's guard. Only he would follow Kylene like a devoted hound, remaining by his side at all times. As soon as Reg landed, he sprang up again like a grasshopper, diving into the underbrush and fleeing swiftly into the distance. Ah! Amidst the Baroness' piercing scream, Kylene's furious voice echoed. Shaylee, what is happening? Master, someone was spying and has escaped. Ah! We must kill him, otherwise we are finished. The Baroness' frantic cries rang out once more, followed by Kylene's roar. Pursue him. No matter who he is, kill him. Reg sprinted desperately, akin to a nimble leopard. Years of hunting in the mountains had endowed him with explosive power. Although he had sprinted nearly 2,000 meters at full speed, his pace showed no signs of diminishing. The serrated grass blades and thorns from the bushes tore at Reg's skin as he rushed forward, yet his focus remained unwavering, not once glancing at his wounds. Without needing to look back, Reg was acutely aware that Shaylee was not far behind, hot on his heels. Shaylee's prowess was not particularly formidable, merely a senior fighter. In the realm of Moyue, he would hardly be considered noteworthy. However, on this remote island, he was nearly invincible in a direct confrontation. No one on Bali stood a chance against him. Kid, you needn't run any longer. Why struggle? On Bali, where can you possibly escape to? Shaylee seemed unconcerned about killing Reg. A relaxed smile adorned his face as he leisurely tailed Reg, maintaining a distance and mocking him, akin to a cat toying with a fleeing mouse. Reg pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute, showing no intention of halting. He veered directly towards the island's edge. On land, he was certainly no match for Shaylee, but perhaps he could escape by plunging into the sea. Shaylee's expression shifted slightly as he observed Reg's escape route, scoffing, "Dream on if you think you can flee to the sea." With a cold chuckle, he leaped into the air, swiftly landing on the beach, effectively blocking Reg's path. Reg's heart sank. He came to a sudden stop, gripping his hunting knife tightly, intently watching Shaylee as he sought a chance to break through. Shaylee, unhurriedly drawing his long knife, gathered his fighting spirit, slowly advancing toward Reg, step by step. Though Shaylee's movements were languid, he effectively sealed off all of Reg's potential escape routes. A chill enveloped Reg's heart. Was he truly unable to escape? Shaylee raised his long knife with a sinister smile, poised to strike, when suddenly, a swift, tearing sound of air pierced the atmosphere, echoing like distant thunder, growing louder as it approached from above. Both Reg and Shaylee instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in shock. A brilliant fireball, akin to a meteor falling from the sky, streaked downwards with a tremendous force. Boom! Flames and sand erupted, showering Reg with debris, leaving him dumbfounded. Shaylee had vanished, and in his place was a colossal crater. After a moment of stunned silence, Reg cautiously approached the edge of the deep pit, eager to discover what had fallen from the heavens, obliterating Shaylee and saving him. At the bottom of the vast pit lay a crimson crystal, approximately 1 meter in diameter, pulsating with a vibrant red glow as if imbued with life. The unfortunate Shaylee had been reduced to an indistinguishable, charred mass beneath the fiery gem. Reg felt a mix of shock and relief. Had he been in Shaylee's position just moments ago, what would have become of him? What could this object possibly be to descend from the sky? Reg cautiously knelt at the edge of the pit, observing the still crystal, its mesmerizing red light shimmering continuously. Was this a magic crystal? But how could one of such magnitude exist, let alone fall from the sky? Ultimately, unable to quell his curiosity, Reg leapt into the pit, carefully crouching before the pulsating, otherworldly object and inspecting it from all angles. Still, it remained utterly motionless. Could it be a mere stone? Reg mused, finally unable to resist the urge. He extended his left hand slowly toward the surface of the celestial object, while gripping his short knife tightly in his right. The instant his fingertips brushed against the crystal, its radiant red glow seemed to pause momentarily before surging forth, a visible mass of red energy swiftly coiling around Reg's left arm. Reg was taken aback. What on earth was this? The crimson substance enveloped his arm, rapidly ascending, causing his clothing to disintegrate into nothingness. The red material completely encased Reg's left arm, spreading upwards at an alarming rate. Reg, horrified, desperately shook his arm. But it was futile. The red, intangible substance clung to him, as if it were part of his very flesh. A wave of panic surged through Reg as he sensed that the entity enveloping his arm appeared to possess a will of its own. The crimson matter had reached his shoulder, curiously avoiding his chest, and instead climbing straight up his neck towards his head. Reg clutched his short knife with his right hand, yet he could not strike, for the red substance had entirely encased his head. All he could see was a sea of blood, red, his entire being felt as though it were submerged in molten lava, inducing an overwhelming sense of terror. What in the world was this? Reg yearned to scream, yet found himself utterly voiceless, his thoughts becoming sluggish as if ensnared in the deepest nightmare, unable to escape. Suddenly, a frigid sensation invaded Reg's mind, akin to a sharp dagger piercing through. Cold and malevolent. Reg's eyes widened in horror. His mind felt as if it were about to split apart, the unseen force threatening to cleave him in two, as if it sought to expel him entirely from his own body. Yes, it aimed to expel him from his body. This red substance was alive. It sought to usurp his form. Reg had not exchanged any words with the crimson entity, yet this realization resonated clearly within the depths of his mind. Fear coursed through Reg, standing his hair on end, as sweat drenched his body. Yet he could not afford to dwell on this, gritting his teeth. He mentally fought against the insidious, icy invader. Forgetting everything around him, he focused entirely on resisting the invisible encroachment within his mind. Reg's left hand and head, enveloped by the red substance, fluctuated wildly in temperature, one moment scorching as coal, the next freezing as ice. An extraordinary, imperceptible transformation was quietly unfolding. Chapter 2. The transformation of the body. Reg felt as if he were alternately engulfed in a volcano and then plunged into a frigid wasteland. The immense contrast nearly shattered his sanity. Yet, instinctively, Reg understood that if he succumbed to unconsciousness, this unknown entity would undoubtedly seize control of his body, leading to his eternal disappearance. No, I refuse to vanish. I refuse to die. A silent roar of defiance echoed within Reg's soul. However, just as this thought surged within him, an incredibly tempting voice resonated in his mind. Have you not always desired strength? Surrender your body to me, and I shall fulfill your wish. I will make you the most powerful being in this world. Reg unleashed an angry shout in his mind. What are you? Get out of my body. If I relinquish my body to you, will I still be myself? You, a being of such lowly existence, would be of no use to me if not for the shattered crystal upon which my survival relies. Your body is worthless to me. Reg had no time to respond to this demon attempting to usurp his body. He felt his head throbbing painfully, as if an invisible, icy force was driving deeper into his mind like a nail. Time passed slowly, and Reg's body became completely numb, yet the battle within his mind raged on. Your mental fortitude cannot withstand my influence. Why endure such agony? Surrender your body. That cold voice echoed once more in Reg's mind, laden with a condescending arrogance. Reg sensed his consciousness gradually fading into obscurity, accompanied by the chilling laughter of that voice. Once I seize your body, those damned Sicarians will no longer be able to kill me. I will have my revenge. With a whoosh, 3 blue crystals appeared in the sky, slicing through the air like comets, landing on the beach and hovering above the ground. These 3 crystals were similar in size to the red crystal that had plummeted into the pit, yet their colors contrasted starkly. The surface of the blue crystal shimmered with a watery azure glow, enveloped in a layer of blue light. The crystal harboring the demon has exhausted its energy and shattered. The demon is enacting a soul invasion. We must not allow him to escape. Let us obliterate humanity along with him. We cannot proceed, thus we must not violate the cosmic treaty by exterminating the inhabitants of a lesser planet. This human possesses remarkable willpower. We shall unleash the karma energy beam to aid him in vanquishing the demon. After a brief exchange, the 3 crystals simultaneously extended blue beams of light that descended upon Reg's head. On the brink of unconsciousness, Reg felt a gentle force surge into his mind, restoring clarity to his thoughts. This gentle power did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it enveloped the insidious thoughts invading his consciousness like a net. Karma energy beam. Damn those Sicarians. The evil thoughts wrapped in the gentle force let out a desperate howl, but its voice quickly faded. As it did, the red substance covering Reg's head and hands suddenly seeped into his body like water. Reg felt the malevolent assault in his mind vanish in an instant. Having gritted his teeth in resilience, he finally relented, succumbing to unconsciousness. The demon has been eliminated. Objective achieved. The human body has undergone partial transformation. The demon's crystal energy has permeated the human system. How shall we proceed? No need for action. This is our oversight, allowing the demon to escape to the surface of this planet with its crystal. Return. The 3 blue crystals shot into the sky, trailing the now transformed white, transparent crystal that had once been the brilliant red one. In no time, the 3 blue crystals vanished from sight, as if they had never existed. On the beach, in the depths of the massive pit, Reg lay in a deep slumber, with faint red luminescence emanating from his left arm and head. When Reg opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the starry night sky. He blinked, and his previously muddled thoughts rapidly sharpened. The red crystal demon. Reg's heart raced, and he sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings with trepidation. Strangely, he found himself alone in the vast sandy pit. The red crystal was nowhere to be found, nor was that icy malevolent sensation present. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Reg shook his head in confusion, but when he noticed the dark mass beneath him, clarity washed over him. He was certainly not dreaming. A red crystal had indeed fallen from the sky, crushing Shaylee, who sought to kill him. Reg examined the red crystal, only to be ensnared by its crimson essence. Then, the evil thoughts had sought to claim his body, as if just when he was about to falter, a gentle force had entered his mind, driving away the insidious invader. After that, Reg could recall nothing. He moved his limbs and shook his head, feeling no discomfort, and finally allowed himself to relax. He had not lost his body, thank goodness for that. But what was that entity? Was it a specter? What was the nature of the red crystal? Although Reg had heard of the existence of spirits, he had never encountered the notion of them residing within crystals. Baffled and unable to comprehend, Reg abandoned his futile musings and glanced at the nomad-like remains of Shaylee. He was unwilling to linger in the pit any longer, so he crawled out, using his hands and feet. To prevent others from discovering Shaylee's corpse, he toppled the nearby sand wall, causing grains to cascade down, ensuring Shaylee's complete disappearance from this world. Leaning against a massive tree that required several people to embrace, Reg settled down, a habit he found comforting while deep in thought. He had overheard the conversation between Shaylee and Kylene as of now. Only Shaylee knew that he had witnessed Kylene and the Baroness in an illicit affair. But now, Shaylee was dead. No one else in the world knew. He was the observer. He was safe. Reg sighed in relief at this realization, but as he recalled Kylene's unhesitating command to kill him, a surge of anger welled up within him. If the crystal had not fallen from the sky, crushing Gali, he would likely now be a cold corpse, tossed into the sea to feed the fish, leaving no trace behind. This grudge cannot go unpunished. With a resounding thud, Reg's left fist slammed against a nearby sandstone boulder. The rock shattered into countless fragments. Reg stared in disbelief at the scattered sandstone pieces on the ground. Though the sandstone was not particularly large or sturdy, Reg had never conceived that he could shatter it with a single punch, yet the clarity of the information in his mind suggested he possessed the power to do so, as if he innately understood the extent of his own strength. This realization was so vivid, as if it had sprung forth directly from the depths of his mind. Reg gazed in astonishment at his unblemished left fist, free of swelling or injury, save for a few grains of sandstone. Had he truly broken the rock with a single punch? After a moment of stunned silence, Reg picked up another sizable piece of sandstone, channeling his strength for a powerful right punch. The sandstone did not break, and Reg cried out in pain, "Ah, my hand!" After shaking his injured hand for a while, Reg examined the abrasions on his right hand, mulling over the peculiar information that had surfaced in his mind, and he began to doubt why he was so certain that his left hand could shatter the sandstone. Skeptical, Reg grabbed another piece of sandstone, placing it on the ground. He gathered his strength in his left hand, but refrained from striking immediately, instead silently attuning to the strange sensation in his mind. A peculiar feeling spread through Reg's consciousness as he gazed at the sandstone before him, and an unbidden thought arose within him. This punch will surely shatter the sandstone. With a decisive strike, the sandstone crumbled as he had envisioned. His hand remained unscathed. Reg was momentarily taken aback. It seemed his left hand was more formidable than his right. Yet he had never felt this way before. Looking at his bare right arm, Reg suddenly recalled a detail. When he was enveloped by the red substance within the crystal, it had specifically covered his left hand. Could it be that this strange red essence had altered his left hand? The more Reg contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to carefully recollect the moment when he had been preoccupied with battling the insidious demon in his mind. Noticing that wherever the red substance had enveloped his left hand, and there had been alternating sensations of heat and cold. Rager rolled up the sleeve of his right arm and, bringing both hands together, scrutinized them carefully under the moonlight for an extended period. Gradually, a look of astonishment crept into his eyes. At first glance, his left hand appeared no different from his right. The skin tone and texture were indistinguishable. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that his skin seemed to possess an exceedingly faint luster, akin to the sheen of jade. This subtle radiance appeared to shift slightly, a phenomenon that was entirely absent in Rager's right hand. He lifted his gaze, exhaled deeply, and a flicker of delight emerged in his expression. If that demon had indeed vanished completely, it seemed that he had turned misfortune into fortune, for his left hand felt remarkably stronger than before. Unbeknownst to Rager were the 3 blue crystals that had once appeared, nor was he aware of the red substance that had momentarily merged with his body. Little did he know that his fate had irrevocably altered due to this unintentional act of voyeurism that had triggered a deadly pursuit. As Rager moved his left arm, he experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt different, almost as if it had gained a semblance of sentience. What could a mere arm possess in terms of sentience? He found his own thoughts amusing and shook his head, turning towards the village. Contemplating the seemingly composed, yet inherently formidable Baroness, an inexplicable fire ignited within him. Sari's mysterious disappearance would likely leave that rotund Kellyan in a state of dread for quite some time. Both Kellyan and the Baroness would undoubtedly pay a price. Under the moonlight, Rager returned to the village without disturbing a soul. As he pushed open the creaking wooden gate to his dilapidated courtyard, he was met by the sight of a gaunt figure sitting quietly, almost like a specter, silently observing him as he entered the house. Yet, Rhaegar's expression revealed no trace of surprise. Instead, he frowned and remarked, "Lomber, why are you sitting out here in the dead of night instead of staying indoors?" The emaciated figure remained motionless, its eyes like cold stars fixed intently upon Rhaegar. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. "I haven't seen you for several days. Where have you been?" Its gaze then shifted to Rhaegar's bare left arm. "Have you been in a fight? Several days?" Rhaegar paused, momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "Lomber, you say I've been missing for several days?" Chapter 3. Two Choices. Langbo was not truly an elder of Reach. He had arrived on this nearly forgotten remote island just a year ago, having been discovered by Reach on the beach. At that time, Langbo was cold to the touch, resembling a block of ancient ice, his breath barely perceptible, tightly clutching a large wooden stick that appeared to be part of a ship's mast. Washed ashore by the waves, Reach built a large fire, poured several bowls of steaming ginger soup down his throat, and tended to him by the fire. After a long while, Langbo finally opened his eyes. Since that day, he had taken up residence in Reach's home, and now a year had swiftly passed. Langbo was taciturn and rarely spoke, only occasionally venturing out and returning with one or two low-level magical beasts, whose hides could be sold for money, their meat could be consumed, and their magic crystals could also fetch a price. Although he lived in Reach's house, he did not do so without contributing in some manner. Despite being under 20 years of age, Reach sensed that this reticent Langbo was likely a fighter of considerable strength. Reach, who had long dreamt of becoming stronger, had contemplated asking Langbo to teach him the ways of combat energy. However, when he broached the subject with Langbo, the latter merely shook his head slowly, saying nothing. With a strong sense of pride, Reach decided to abandon this hope and never mentioned it again. "You have been gone for 2.5 days. Langbo remarked, his gaze fixed on Reach, his tone as cold and indifferent as ever. "Have you been sleeping in the bushes, unaware of the passage of day and night?" Reach gaped in surprise, scratching his head. "I was unconscious for 2.5 days. I can't believe it lasted that long." "Unconscious?" Langbo's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, his gaze sharpening. "What happened?" Reach was equally perplexed as to why he had been in such a deep slumber. He originally thought it was merely for half a day. It was astonishing that he had been unconscious for over 2 days in that secluded sandy pit, surrounded by numerous wild beasts. Yet he had not been devoured. It seemed he had been fortunate that as he recounted the strange events he had encountered, Reach detailed everything he knew to Langbo. "Colleen," a trace of disdain flickered across Langbo's lips. But when he heard about the red crystal falling from the sky and killing Shaylee, a look of astonishment began to take shape in his eyes. When Reach described being enveloped by the red substance and hearing a voice demanding to seize his body, Langbo's expression shifted to one of sheer shock. Evidently, the matter had surpassed his comprehension entirely. "Thus, when I awoke, it was as it is now, and I inadvertently discovered that my left hand seems to have undergone a transformation." "What transformation?" Reach extended his left arm. My left hand has grown significantly stronger. I can actually shatter sandstone with a single punch, while my right hand remains unchanged. Before Reach could finish his sentence, he felt a tightening grip on his left hand. It was Langbo, examining it intently. Langbo grasped Reach's hand, scrutinizing it, feeling his arm, his gaze growing increasingly fascinated, yet simultaneously filled with confusion. Reach was unsure of Langbo's intentions. He even sensed a strange energy flowing from Langbo's hand into his body, swirling within him. After a considerable time, Langbo finally released Reach's hand, fell silent for a moment, and abruptly turned to walk towards the house. "It's late. You should get some rest." Reach watched as Langbo departed without a word, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. However, he had grown accustomed to Langbo's behavior. Scratching his head, he followed him into the house. The next morning, as Reach prepared to gather his things for a hunting expedition, Langbo suddenly called out to him, "Do you not go hunting today?" "I have something to discuss with you." Reach, intrigued, set down the items in his hands and inquired. "What is it, Langbo?" Langbo sat on a wooden chair, his gaze fixed firmly on Reach, his expression serious. "Do you wish to learn combat energy?" Reach was taken aback. It was unusual for Langbo to broach such topics. Nevertheless, he replied eagerly, "Yes, I have always wanted to learn." "For what purpose do you wish to learn combat energy?" Without hesitation, Reach responded, a hint of anticipation and excitement in his voice. "To become stronger." "Stronger?" A trace of mockery crept into Langbo's tone. And what is the purpose of becoming stronger? To acquire more wealth, power, or women? Reach hesitated, then shook his head after a long pause. That I do not know. I just know that I want to be strong. To be the strongest so that I can act according to my own will, unrestrained by anyone, at the very least, like yesterday. In the face of Shaylee, I would not have to flee for my life. Act according to my own will, unrestrained by anyone, Langbo murmured, his eyes flickering as if contemplating something. After a long silence, Langbo finally looked up at Reej and said, I can teach you combat energy. Reej was overjoyed. Really? Langbo, you are truly willing to teach me? Langbo nodded. Although you have not practiced combat energy before, you should know that as a fighter, one can only cultivate one type of combat energy technique throughout one's life. Of course, unless you abandon it midway and start anew, you can practice a different combat energy technique. Now, you have two choices. Reej nodded, understanding this common knowledge, but he felt puzzled by Langbo's final statement. What are the two choices? Langbo's eyes bore into Reej's face, as if he intended to carve two holes into it. The first choice is that I teach you the combat energy technique I practice. With my guidance, your progress will be rapid. However, due to the limitations of this technique, you may reach the highest level of a combat master in your lifetime. The second choice is that I provide you with an alternative combat energy technique. One that is undeniably superior to mine, but requires you to explore it on your own. However, with regards to this technique, its pinnacle remains a mystery. Reej's eyes lit up, as if flames ignited within him, filling his heart with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, I choose the second option. Langbo sneered. Did you not be swayed merely by the thought that it is superior to my technique? The absence of guidance means that your progress will be exceedingly slow. Perhaps you may not even reach the level of a combat master. Moreover, the most crucial point is that in order to cultivate this combat energy technique, you will face numerous challenges, even the specter of death. I'm not attempting to frighten you. This technique is not one I possessed, and I nearly lost my life for it. Perhaps I was simply fortunate to have obtained this technique, that I have remained hidden on this Bali island to avoid being found. Should you choose to cultivate it, you will inevitably attract attention, and what awaits you may very well be death. The strength of your opponents will not be something you can contend with. They may be the renowned strongmen that people speak of, or perhaps hidden clans, or even the mysterious masters from the 8 great sacred places of the world, whose existence remains unknown. The world is vast, teeming with powerful individuals, and you cannot even begin to imagine how many strong fighters exist. Once you choose this combat energy technique, you may have to confront these powerful beings one by one. Or perhaps you may even perish long before that. Now, do you still wish to choose that? Faced with Langbo's piercing gaze, Reej stood tall, resolutely declaring, Yes, I still choose the second option. Langbo smirked. Are you not afraid of death? Reej glanced at Langbo and suddenly erupted into laughter, his smile radiating a captivating brilliance. That I, in my pursuit of strength, I fear not death, that if given the chance to confront these renowned and obscure hidden masters time and again. My goal is to trample them beneath my feet. Langbo regarded Reej, his expression shifting to one of appreciation. Tio possess such spirit and determination. Your future is indeed boundless. Do you know why I've been reluctant to teach you combat energy? Reej shook his head in confusion. This was a question that had long puzzled him. Was it due to his lack of talent, or was Langbo unwilling to pass on his combat techniques? It seemed that Langbo could read Reej's thoughts, for he shook his head and said, It is not because of your lack of talent. On the contrary, your talent is quite remarkable, enough to make me hesitate. If you were to practice the combat energy technique I have mastered, you would undoubtedly attain considerable strength, but it would squander your potential. Conversely, cultivating the technique I possess may very well cost you your life. For the past year, I have been observing you, testing you. Although these have been mere, trivial matters of daily life, it is through such minutiae that one's character is revealed. Your body has undergone a peculiar transformation. This is something I find difficult to comprehend. However, I can say with certainty that your body has improved, making you more suited for the cultivation of combat energy. Thus, I can no longer restrain myself from imparting this knowledge to you. I have presented you with two choices, and truthfully, I hope you choose the second. Although the risks are great, as you rightly said, a fighter must be undaunted by the specter of death on the path to strength. Your choice of the second option brings me great joy. What if I had chosen the first option? Upon hearing this, Leech could not help but retort, to which Langbo revealed a rare smile. Should you choose the first option, I shall indeed teach you, but do you truly believe it worthwhile for me to invest my efforts in a fighter who may never reach greatness? From this day forth, I shall train you rigorously, the intensity of which can only be described as brutal. You must endure and grow stronger. Mere words will not suffice. Leech nodded without hesitation, his eyes ablaze with determination. Yes, Langbo. Chapter 4. The ice-casting fighting Chi. Langbo's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Fighters are classified into 11 stages. The fighter in training, the fighter, the master fighter, the frenzied fighter, the mage fighter, the fighter of respect, the fighter of sect, the king fighter, the emperor fighter, the saint fighter, and the god fighter. Excluding the 9 stages of the fighter in training, all others are further divided into 5 levels that a typical fighter may require 10 years, or even longer to complete the fighter in training stage and become a true fighter. You, however, must advance to the rank of fighter within a year. Throughout your training, I will assign you additional tasks that you must complete. While honing one's strength is crucial, cultivating one's character is even more paramount. Understood. In the forest, Leech wielded a massive sword, sweat pouring down his body. This sword had hung on Langbo's back when he first discovered him, and for the past year, it had remained in the house, covered in dust. Now, it finally saw the light of day. You have hunted since childhood, and your physical prowess far surpasses that of the average individual. Moreover, it seems your body has been enhanced, particularly your left arm, which possesses tremendous strength. Thus, you shall focus on mastering your left hand. Langbo stood sternly beside him, observing the drenched Leech, coldly stating without any intention of granting him respite. Combat is not merely a contest of the density of one's fighting chi. A powerful giant can be defeated by a nimble dwarf. Only through continuous refinement of your combat techniques, combined with your fighting chi, can you unleash your full combat potential. Your weapon must become an extension of your body, as agile as your arm, achieving the unity of mind and blade. Swing the sword with your right hand for 1,000 strikes, with your left for 3,000, followed by an hour of weighted squats. And then, Langbo's training regimen was relentless. Even an Iron Man would likely collapse under its intensity. Each task loomed as a daunting challenge for ordinary practitioners, systematically pushing Leech's physical limits and steadily enhancing his strength. Leech's vision blurred from the sweat cascading down as he repeatedly executed slashes, cuts, thrusts, and stabs with the massive sword. Gradually, he began to feel an odd sensation. The majority of people are right-handed and accustomed to using their right hand, and Leech was no exception. Yet, when he grasped the massive sword with his left hand, he felt no trace of the expected unfamiliarity or discomfort. Instead, it was an overwhelmingly familiar sensation, as if he were born a left-handed swordsman. His left hand seemed more agile than his right, and this dexterity felt innate. Holding the massive sword, Leech sensed that the once inanimate weapon had come alive in his left hand, as if it breathed and pulsed with a heartbeat. He could effortlessly wield the sword, striking the leaves drifting in the wind. It felt as though he was destined to wield a sword, particularly with his left hand. Yet, this sensation was entirely new to him. Now vividly real, akin to the primal feeling he experienced when he shattered sandstone with a single punch, strange yet undeniably authentic. Upon sharing his feelings with Langbo, the latter expressed surprise but nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Even better. Most individuals are accustomed to defending against attacks from the opponent's right hand. Strikes from the left hand catch them off guard, but a thunderous blow could potentially deliver a fatal strike to an opponent far stronger than yourself. Starting tomorrow, in addition to your daily training, you shall begin to practice the ice-casting fighting chi. With a snap, an ancient tome was placed before Leech, yet curiously, the first page was missing, as if it had been forcibly torn away. This fighting chi manual was obtained at great personal cost, even risking my life. From today onward, you shall commence your training according to this text. I will guide you through the initial stages. Intrigued, Leech gazed at the nameless, originless manual and couldn't help but inquire, "What is this fighting chi manual?" Langbo shot a cold glance at Linbua and replied, "I do not know that if you insist on naming it. Let us call it the Ice Casting Manual .as for its origins. It is of no consequence to you. It will only bring you harm to know Ice Casting Manual. Is it because this fighting chi is water attribute?" Langbo nodded. Indeed, the Ice Casting Manual, When practiced to its initial stages, the fighting chi emanates a chilling aura, causing the body to feel cold upon contact. In its later stages, the fighting chi becomes as frigid as ancient ice, capable of encasing an opponent in a thick layer of ice with merely the aura radiating from your body, potentially leading to suffocation or shattering them into fragments. Liege was taken aback, astonished by the formidable nature of the ice-casting manual. Langbo, just as fighters require the ability to sense the elements in the air, do you truly believe I can sense them, particularly the water attribute? Langbo smirked. If I lacked even this ability, how could I have survived until now? Whether aspiring to be a fighter or a mage, one must possess the ability to sense the elements in the air. Only then can one gather these elements to refine their body or cast spells. Fighters gather the elemental forces from the air, integrating them into their bodies, thereby enhancing the potency of their fighting chi. Since elemental forces possess attributes, so too does fighting chi. Though Liege had yet to begin his training with the ice-casting manual, he already grasped its water attributes simply from its name, especially after Langbo's explanation of its chilling effects upon mastery. Capable of freezing opponents solid with just a glance. Wind, fire, water, earth, light, and darkness. These are the 6 elemental categories. Whether mages or fighters, the vast majority of their magical or fighting chi attributes fall within these 6 types. Though some rarer categories exist, such as druidic and necromantic, Liege could not fathom how Langbo assessed his talent or determined his ability to sense the water attribute, yet when he began practicing the ice-casting manual under Langbo's guidance, he truly sensed the water elements in the air within 2 days. Sensing was a peculiar phenomenon, elusive, intangible, yet undeniably present. Once he could sense the water elements, Langbo began teaching Liege how to gather these elements and harness them to fortify his body. Only by accumulating elemental power and forming fighting chi could one truly be deemed a fighter. Liege devoted nearly 18 to 19 hours daily to training, which encompassed fighting chi cultivation, physical conditioning, combat skills practice, and real combat training. These training sessions intermingled, leaving Liege exhausted. Even in sleep, he dreamt of Langbo overseeing his relentless training. Not a moment passed without sweat drenching Liege's body, despite the grueling nature of his training. He harbored no grievances. Rather, he relished the near-torturous regimen that a strict master produces exceptional disciples. Although Liege had not pursued extensive formal education, he understood this principle well in past years. He had yearned for someone like Langbo to instruct and train him. And now that the opportunity had arisen, he would not let it slip away. Living at the lowest rungs of society, he keenly understood that to achieve success and ascend to greatness, one must exert commensurate effort. Langbo observed Liege, drenched in sweat as he swung the massive sword, a look of satisfaction gracing his eyes. Though he had already recognized Liege's potential, witnessing such fervent dedication to training even left him in awe. Having navigated the continent for many years, Langbo, a seasoned veteran, comprehended that diligence often surpasses raw talent. However, should a genius also possess diligence, the resultant effect would be nothing short of extraordinary. Langbo had set a goal for Liege to surpass the fighter in training stage within a year, taking into account his talent and the intensity of his training. Remarkably, as the 6th month drew to a close, Liege had truly cultivated his fighting chi and ascended to the rank of a bona fide fighter. Though he was merely a level 1 fighter, the swiftness of his progress would astonish many across the continent. That Liege's arduous training journey, too, would surely leave others speechless. Not every instructor possesses Langbo's exceptional standards. Nor can every fighter embody Liege's relentless pursuit of strength. Now, gather your fighting chi and unleash a full-force strike against this tree. Lambert addressed Reg with a grave tone. You now possess fighting spirit, which embodies the potential latent within your body. Only through the flawless integration of martial techniques and fighting spirit can one unleash their utmost power. Excitement flickered in Reg's eyes as he turned to face a tree so massive that it could be embraced by more than 10 individuals. His gaze burned fervently, and the faint fighting spirit within him coalesced to its fullest extent, concentrating in his legs, waist, and arms, even extending to the colossal sword in his grasp. Break, Reg shouted decisively, swinging the giant sword with a glimmer of blue light, akin to a windmill, before delivering a powerful strike upon the great tree. With a resounding crack, the trunk splintered, sending countless wood shavings flying. as Reg's sword embedded itself deeply into the tree's core. Given Reg's current strength, he was still unable to sever the tree entirely, yet the profound and vast gash satisfied Lambert, who nodded appreciatively. Turning his gaze back to Reg, Lambert intently stated, "Before I commence your instruction, I mentioned that the training would encompass more than just strength. Now, I shall assign you your first task." "What task, Lambert? Please tell me," Reg replied succinctly, feeling the palpable changes within his body. His respect for Lambert grew with each passing day. Although Lambert had claimed that this fighting spirit technique was not one he practiced, rendering him not truly Reg's teacher, Reg had nonetheless come to regard him as such in his heart. A cold smile crept across Lambert's face. "Previously, you mentioned that you inadvertently stumbled upon Killian and the Baroness in an illicit affair, nearly falling victim to Killian's henchman, Shaley, did you not?" Reg nodded, a sense of foreboding dawning upon him as he sensed the direction of Lambert's intentions. Lambert's gaze pierced through Reg like an arrow. "Do you wish for revenge?" Reg nodded without hesitation. "Of course. I do not initiate conflict, but if one wrongs me, I shall repay it in kind." "Excellent," Lambert replied coldly. "And what of the Baroness? How do you intend to deal with her?" Reg hesitated briefly, but Lambert's chilling voice cut through the air. "What, because she is a woman, do you hesitate to take action?" Reg shook his head, recalling the Baroness's threat on his life during his escape. Anger surged within him as he asserted, "Absolutely not. She too shouted that she would kill me. How could I show mercy?" Lambert smirked at, "If that is the case, why do you still harbor doubts? Just because your opponent is an attractive woman, do you grant her leniency? If she seeks to harm you, she is your enemy, and as such, you must show no mercy." Reg nodded resolutely. "Yes, Lambert." Lambert scrutinized Reg's eyes for a long moment before speaking coldly once more. "Very well. Previously, you lacked the means to exact your revenge, but now you are capable of pursuing your desires. Tomorrow morning, the Baron will depart the island for Thunder City on the east coast, and in the afternoon, Killian and the Baroness will once again meet for their clandestine rendezvous at a small cabin on the island's southern edge." Reg's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, "How do you know this?" Lambert shook his head, his tone icy. "How I know is of no consequence. What matters is what you intend to do." After Shaley's demise, Killian had recruited a new guard, a fire element mage of 5th-tier strength. When Killian and the Baroness engage in their affair, he will undoubtedly be stationed outside, and if you wish for revenge, you must eliminate him. Pausing, Lambert's gaze bore into Reg's. "You are aware of the hierarchy of mages: apprentice, mage, sorcerer, archmage, mage fanatic, mage sovereign, mage sect master, demon king, demon emperor, and divine mage. Shaley was a 4th-tier fighter. This mage is a 5th-tier mage. Slightly more formidable. Are you not afraid?" Reg shook his head, glancing at his left hand with a smile that if he were a fighter, perhaps it would pose some difficulty, but as a mage, especially a fire element one. "I shall return," and scathed that Lambert's gaze fell upon Reg's left hand as he scoffed. "I have provided you with all the intelligence you require. How you seek your revenge is your affair, that I merely demand results." The following morning, Reg departed the cabin, quietly setting his plan into motion. Upon his return, he found himself near the small cabin on the island's southern edge, stealthily concealed behind a large tree as he awaited Killian and the Baroness's arrival. Reg did not wait long. A carriage emerged from the distant woods and approached the cabin. Disembarking were Killian and the Baroness, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a mage's robe, wielding a staff. Once they exited the carriage, it departed silently, leaving only Killian, the Baroness, and the fire element mage, whose chest bore the emblem of flames. That it was evident that the fire element mage was aware of the affair between Killian and the Baroness. Observing them enter the cabin and securely shut the door, he displayed no sign of surprise. Inside, the two were evidently not wasting any time, as low moans soon emanated from within, occasionally punctuated by muffled cries. The middle-aged mage sat cross-legged on the ground, growing increasingly restless as he listened to the sounds of passion from within. That he rose to pace, and Reg could clearly see the movement of his throat as he fixed his gaze intently on the cabin. His eyes ablaze with unrestrained desire. Reg remained quietly concealed within the fork of a tree, shielded by its trunk. Sensing that the moment for his entrance had arrived, he produced a cloth he had prepared earlier, covering his head and face, revealing only his eyes. With Lambert's giant sword strapped to his back, Reg rose from the tree branch and leapt down. Just as Reg descended, the middle-aged mage, who had been seated on the grass, suddenly widened his eyes in shock, rising to his feet as his gaze fell upon Reg. Upon seeing Reg's masked face, the mage silently raised his staff, its crystal tip beginning to glow with a red light, a signal of gathering fire elemental power. Noticing the mage's immediate intent to attack without uttering a word, Reg surged forward, charging at the middle-aged mage with his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword on his back. The mage snorted disdainfully, surprise flickering in his eyes, yet his expression was predominantly one of scorn. Enticed by the high price Killian had offered, the mage had agreed to serve as Killian's guard. Believing that there were no other formidable opponents on the island, that he had not anticipated encountering a masked assailant. Though surprised, the mage felt no panic. He was confident in his ability to subdue Reg. Evident from the latter's leap to the ground, he was certain he could defeat him and subsequently demand a hefty reward from Killian for saving his life. With that thought, the middle-aged mage could hardly contain his excitement. His movements rapid, that a red light flashed from his staff as a massive fireball erupted forth, hurtling toward Reg, an upgraded version of the fireball spell, greatly enhancing its power while maintaining its velocity. The mage began to retreat, chanting a spell, preparing to unleash his mightiest attack, the Fire Dragon Strike, to eliminate the masked figure before him. Reg, however, did not flinch. His grip on the sword remained steady as he charged toward the mage without losing momentum. Seeing Reg hurtling toward the fireball, the middle-aged mage was filled with dread. What on earth is this masked assailant doing? Why is he neither dodging nor drawing his sword? Under the mage's perplexed gaze, Reg suddenly extended his left hand, fingers splayed and slightly curved, reaching directly for the fireball. With a resounding impact, the fireball collided with Reg's palm, at which moment he clenched his fingers tightly, producing a faint, crisp sound in that instant. The massive fireball transformed into countless sparkles, dissipating into the air. The middle-aged mage's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing. This is impossible. While a fireball would indeed be ineffective against someone shielded by powerful fighting spirit, he could discern no visible aura of fighting spirit enveloping Reg's hand. Reg's body did not pause for a moment. He charged forward, swiftly catching up with the panic-stricken middle-aged wizard who was retreating hurriedly. The right hand drew the massive sword, the gleaming blade illuminating the wizard's eyes, which were filled with terror. The hastily raised magic staff was cleaved in two by the great sword, which mercilessly sliced through his body, akin to the Grim Reaper, claiming his life. With a swift return of the blade and a powerful kick, the middle-aged wizard's body soared into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a trail of blood in its wake that as he fell, the flicker of life in his eyes still brimmed with last remnants of confusion. How could a bare hand break through a fireball without any aura? Reg did not cast another glance at the fallen wizard. His expression bore no trace of triumphant ecstasy. With several strides, he arrived at the firmly shut wooden cabin, kicking the door open without hesitation. Inside the cabin lay a modest, yet unremarkable bed, beside which a window revealed the Baroness nestled in the embrace of Killian. The startled couple turned their heads in terror at the sight of Reg, who burst through the door, brandishing a bloodied sword. The Baroness let out a piercing scream, her eyes wide with fear as she recoiled behind Killian, trembling uncontrollably. Killian, though naturally bold, was aware that the Baroness had invited him. Yet few would dare to engage in such a relationship, especially if the Baron were to discover it. The consequences would be dire. "Who are you? What do you want?" Killian gathered his courage and shouted. "Is this how you test me?" Reg halted before Killian, replying coldly, "I am here for revenge." That Killian's complexion shifted dramatically, his voice quivering. "What grievances do we harbor?" Reg let out a few cold chuckles but offered no reply. He swung his sword horizontally, striking Killian upon the head. Instantly, Killian's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground like a sack of potatoes unconscious. Witnessing Killian's sudden fall, the Baroness assumed the worst and cried out in horror. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask as long as you spare my life," Reg scoffed, his gaze shifting to the Baroness, narrowing slightly to as the Baroness felt his eyes upon her. A surge of relief washed over her, and she feigned a sultry tone. "As long as you spare me, you can have whatever you desire." Confident in her charm, she felt a sense of triumph. Believing her allure would dissuade him from harming her, Reg lowered his sword, coldly observing the Baroness, neither affirming nor denying her proposition. With a hint of tension in her eyes, the Baroness approached him, attempting to entwine herself around him. Yet she sensed a lack of affection in his gaze, replaced instead by a peculiar expression that resembled pity. "Please, do not kill me. I can be your woman. I can give you money. So much money. If you wish, I can abandon everything and go with you." Her voice was as beguiling as a cat's purr, as she arched her slender waist, striving to appear more alluring. Initially confident, she now felt uncertain under the cold, resolute gaze of the masked man. Reg suddenly chuckled softly. "Rest assured, Baroness, I have no intention of killing you, nor will I harm that fat pig, Kalian." The Baroness felt a mix of shock and elation. She was relieved that he would not take her life, but was alarmed by his apparent familiarity with her and Kalian. It was clear he knew them well. Yet, who could easily defeat the fire mage that Kalian had hired at a high price? Judging by the blood on his sword, it seemed the fire mage had already perished. Could it be that someone capable of dispatching a fire mage in such a short time had come from the continent of Munyue? Regardless of his origins, it was unlikely he would let her slip away easily. She feared she would be at his mercy henceforth. Reg, noticing the flicker of uncertainty in the Baroness's eyes, casually remarked, "I believe you have been wondering who I am. Allow me to enlighten you. I'm the one who encountered you during your rendezvous, the one being pursued by Shaylee. Unfortunately, I did not perish. But Shaylee did." The Baroness's face turned ashen as realization dawned upon her. She understood the meaning of his quest for vengeance, and secretly hoped that he had been preoccupied with fleeing and had not overheard her words. "Shaylee is Kalian Esgard. He has nothing to do with me." Seeing the Baroness swiftly distancing herself from Kalian, Reg couldn't help but curl his lips slightly beneath his mask. "That's so. I distinctly recall your voice, my lady. However, that is no longer pertinent. I suggest you ponder a suitable explanation for your barren husband." The Baroness's complexion grew increasingly pale, and as she prepared to plead for mercy, Reg swiftly delivered another strike, knocking her unconscious. With haste, he exited the cabin, vanishing into the woods. Soon, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of galloping hooves as the island's sole nobleman, Baron Dur, arrived with a grim expression and several guards in tow. Upon seeing the corpse of the middle-aged wizard, Dur's expression shifted again as he rushed to the cabin, kicking open the ajar door and charging inside to "Oh, damn it," just as Dur's furious shout echoed within the cabin. Reg, hidden in the foliage, removed his mask and turned to leave without looking back. After Reg departed, another shadow emerged from behind a nearby tree, revealing Lumbo, who had claimed he would await the outcome at home. Lumbo's figure soon vanished into the depths of the woods, unnoticed by anyone. As Reg stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Lumbo seated there, as if he had been waiting for him all along. Unbeknownst to Reg, Lumbo had followed him closely, observing everything he had done. "Lumbo, I am back." Lumbo, seated calmly, wore a faint smile. "Excellent. Your act of vengeance has pleased me greatly." Reg paused, then realized, "Lumbo, you have been following me?" Lumbo nodded, stating casually, "Indeed, I merely wish to witness how you would enact your revenge. I now have a question. Why did you not kill Kalian and the Baroness with your own hands, but instead involve Baron Dur?" Reg noted that Lumbo displayed no dissatisfaction, and thus smiled faintly. "If I had slain Kalian and the Baroness, I would undoubtedly face pursuit from Baron Dur or Kalian's family. Inviting trouble upon myself by employing Baron Dur, I exacted my revenge without incurring future repercussions. With me knowing the truth, Baron Dur would be compelled to eliminate both of them, regardless of his reluctance. Though Baron Dur may be aware that someone knows of his wife's affair with Kalian, he would be too occupied to pursue further investigations. He might even feel grateful to me, lest his humiliation linger indefinitely." Lumbo nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. You possess both courage and strategy, not merely a reckless brute. While a fighter must be fearless of death, possessing wit is equally essential. A fool who disregards danger will perish swiftly." After a pause, Lumbo's eyes glinted with mischief. "The Baroness is quite beautiful. Why did you remain unmoved? Did you not feel a spark? You could have enjoyed her before departing." Reg shook his head resolutely. "She sought to kill me, no matter her beauty. She is my enemy. One must employ any means necessary against foes, but if one cannot withstand such a test, How can they hope to ascend to the pinnacle of strength? Excellent, Lumbo applauded, rising from his chair. Reg, your actions today have thoroughly impressed me, that a fighter who is courageous, strategic, and unafraid of death, combined with this ice formula, ensures your future is boundless, that I indeed did not misjudge you. By the way, did you experience any discomfort in your left hand when you intercepted the Mage's fireball? Reed shook his head in astonishment and remarked, there is no discomfort whatsoever. It feels as though my left hand is entirely immune to fire. Had I not previously noticed the anomaly in my left hand, the battle would undoubtedly have been far more troublesome. The reason Reed harbored absolute confidence in vanquishing a magic user 3 levels stronger than himself lay in his left hand's fearless relationship with flames. Or rather, its indifference to high temperatures that on one occasion, while tending to a fire to prepare a meal, a large, burning log fell upon the back of Reed's hand. Although he managed to swat the log away just in time, it still struck his hand, in that fleeting moment when the flames made contact. Rather than fear, a startling thought surged through his mind. My left hand is unafraid of fire. The back of his hand bore no signs of burns. Not even a faint red mark. With his mouth agape in disbelief at the reality unfolding before him, Reed extended his left hand toward the flames, gradually closing the distance that he drew nearer. His eyes widened in astonishment. The glaring flames brushed against his fingertips. Yet he felt no pain, no burning sensation, nor any blisters. Without hesitation, he thrust his entire left hand into the hearth, and the result left him utterly astonished. His left hand was indeed completely immune to fire. The instinctual thought that had emerged in his mind was reminiscent of the first time he shattered sandstone or the moment he grasped a great sword with his left hand. A wave of familiarity washed over him, devoid of any awkwardness, as if he had been born a left-handed individual. Now, upon encountering flames, it felt as though he had always known that his left hand was naturally impervious to fire. Chapter 7. The sea's hardship. Amidst his astonishment, Reed placed his right hand into the fire as well, only to feel an overwhelming heat and pain before he had even approached the flames. Clearly, his right hand did not possess the same extraordinary properties as his left. Driven by curiosity, he picked up a scorching ember and gently traced it along his left-hand skin, extending the path to his shoulder and then to his neck, where he felt no reaction. However, as he moved closer to the right side, intense heat and pain began to manifest. Recalling the moment he had touched the red crystal in the sand pit, where the crimson substance had coiled around his left hand and ultimately enveloped his entire head, Reed became increasingly convinced that this peculiar red material was the catalyst for the changes in his body. Yet, what precisely was this red substance? It appeared almost alive. During the episode when Reed was enveloped by the red material, he had been teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, rendering him unaware of subsequent events. He did not know that 3 additional blue crystals had arrived, their energy beams penetrating his body to assist in vanquishing the demons that sought to invade him. The energy from the demons residing within the crystal had transformed Reed's left arm, shoulder, and head. Similarly, the blue energy beams from the later crystals had an impact on Reed's body while aiding him in defeating the demons, although he remained completely oblivious to it and would never comprehend the extent of the changes his body had undergone. Because the demon had been entwined with Reed's soul at that moment, it had facilitated the transformation of his body. Through the demon's essence, Reed's subconscious had already recognized this alteration. However, such awareness would remain dormant unless triggered by specific experiences. Akin to the amnesiac who retains memories buried deep within until the moment arises to naturally access them, that it was like a person who knows how to swim, despite losing their memory. Upon entering the water, they instinctively swim. Upon witnessing Reed's left hand in the fire, Lambert was equally astonished that his knowledge. Aside from a few rare species, such as dragons, no human possessed such immunity to certain magics. Perhaps if a person were enveloped in an overwhelming aura of fighting spirit, it could be possible. Yet Reed had nonchalantly placed his hand in the flames, without an ounce of fighting spirit, and emerged entirely unscathed. Reed, your body has undergone a remarkable transformation, likely due to the peculiarities you have encountered. However, for now, this is a fortuitous development. Not only is your left arm immensely powerful, but it also shows no fear of fire. While it remains uncertain whether more formidable flames, such as advanced fire magic, could harm your left hand, It is certain that ordinary flames can no longer inflict damage upon it, or even your head. I have a premonition that your extraordinary experiences have led to this unique transformation, and I believe it encompasses more than just enhanced strength and fire immunity. You must continue to explore and uncover the secrets of your body. After expressing his astonishment, Lambert made a deduction that filled Reg with immense joy. Could it be true that surviving great peril brings unforeseen blessings? Did the voice that sought to seize his body ultimately find itself at a disadvantage? You have now become a true fighter. The subsequent training following the ice-cold technique will largely depend on your own comprehension, as the methods vary greatly. And as you progress, you will require rare medicinal aids to assist in your cultivation. Alas, I am quite impoverished, so you must find your own way. Lambert gazed at Reg, who stood tall like a majestic pine, his eyes reflecting pride. However, I can offer you a suggestion. Consider training by the sea. What could provide a more abundant source of water elements than the ocean? With Lambwa's words, a tall figure emerged amidst the waves. Initially, Reg was merely seated cross-legged in the water, practicing the cold ice technique or honing his combat skills. As time passed, Reg took a deep breath and fully submerged himself in the ocean, training amidst the relentless onslaught of the waves. Training in the sea was an entirely different experience compared to training on land. The irregular currents exerted immense resistance and buoyancy, making it difficult for Reg to even stand at first. When a wave surged, he would float along with it, utterly unable to perform any other actions. Under Lambwa's guidance, Reg began to channel his scarce cold ice energy, focusing it into his legs, which he buried deeply in the sand to withstand the force of the waves that as time gradually passed. Reg slowly adapted to the experience of training with his entire body submerged at the ocean's floor. When waves crashed upon him, he would gather his energy, instantly solidifying his form, and with subtle movements of his body, he learned to neutralize the tremendous impact of the waves. All his training on land was now transferred to the sea. With his body submerged beneath the surface, he concentrated on combat techniques such as slashing, sweeping, and thrusting. Movements he had once mastered on land suddenly became challenging again, as the water's resistance distorted the speed of his strikes. Reg, however, was not disheartened. Instead, he became increasingly engrossed in his training, much like a child discovering a fascinating new toy. 2 months passed, and Reg could sit comfortably at the ocean's bottom, quietly practicing the cold ice technique, entirely unaffected by the waves and currents. With keen observation, he noticed that his energy would swiftly adapt in response to the waves' impacts, and his body would move instinctively, resembling a fish living freely beneath the sea. 4 months later, Reg had mastered the ability to wield his sword underwater with the same grace as he did on land. Each strike and movement seemed to carry a unique rhythm, reminiscent of an antelope's leap or a carp's tail, ethereal and elusive. By the 6th month, Reg could hold his breath and stand on the submerged rocks amidst the most tumultuous waves, executing his attacks with remarkable agility. The ocean was the richest source of water elements, and Reg absorbed these elements to refine his body, continuously integrating them into his being and energy. This exceptionally unique training method, coupled with Reg's diligence, led to a rapid increase in his energy levels. By the end of the 6th month, coinciding with his 19th birthday, Lambwa assessed Reg's strength, which had approximately reached the realm of a 3rd-level fighter. Typically, it takes an average person about 10 years to progress from a novice who can sense elements to the first stage of a fighter. After reaching that stage, every subsequent advancement becomes increasingly arduous, relying on persistent training, comprehension, and sometimes even fortunate opportunities. Each step could require 5, 10 years, or even a lifetime of effort. Yet, Reg achieved the leap from a 1st-level fighter to a 3rd-level fighter in merely 6 months. Although Lambwa seldom praised Reg, the fervor in his gaze revealed that even he was astonished by Reg's progress. While Reg's current strength was not extraordinary among his peers, it was noteworthy that he had not practiced energy cultivation during the previous 18 years, missing the prime years for such training. In just 1 year, Reg had reclaimed the time he had lost, standing on equal footing with peers who had practiced energy techniques since childhood and even surpassing them. Since the first time Lambwa urged Reg to seek revenge, he had not required Reg to undertake any further tasks. The only expectation was for Reg to continue his relentless training. Even true geniuses cannot achieve greatness without diligent practice. To grow stronger, One must invest more effort than others. Reg wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, but as he felt the invigorating surge of power within him, Reg's confidence grew with each passing moment. A sensation of strength. Boom, boom. The colossal waves relentlessly crashed against the coastal rocks, sending sprays of white foam into the air. Beneath the surface, Reg wielded his massive sword with the grace of a willow leaf swaying in the wind, slicing through the water with astonishing speed that if anyone were to witness it, they would be awestruck by the sheer velocity at which he could strike underwater. 3,000 sword strikes completed, clad only in shorts. With his torso bare, Reg leaped out of the water, landing on the rocky shore. With unparalleled finesse, he twirled the massive sword in an elegant flourish before reversing it and planting it before him. Seated cross-legged on the cold rocks, Reg calmly circulated his cold ice energy, soothing his heart, which pounded fiercely from the recent vigorous training that in the distance. A two-masted ship slowly sailed by, but Reg paid it no mind. Though Barry Island was remote, it lay adjacent to a vital shipping route, and merchant vessels frequently passed through. Reg had chosen a concealed spot behind a large rock. Even if ships sailed nearby, they would remain oblivious to his presence. He selected this location due to the ferocity of the waves, utilizing the environment to enhance his training. Suddenly, a loud splash reached Reg's ears, prompting him to open his eyes in surprise. Peering around the edge of the rock, he spotted the two-masted ship had come to a halt, with several figures standing on the deck, each brandishing gleaming swords. Quick, the woman jumped overboard. She is fleeing to the island. Catch her before she escapes, or we're all doomed. Hurry, hurry. The urgent shouts from the ship were unmistakable. The vessel turned, heading toward the island, and lowered a small boat, from which 6 or 7 burly men armed with weapons leaped into the water, paddling toward Reg's direction. Chapter 8. Thunderous Hair. A mighty man. Reg shook his head and closed his eyes again, immersing himself in his training. The matters of escape or pursuit were of no concern to him. He preferred to focus on his cultivation. However, ignoring the situation did not mean it would not come to him. The water before Reg suddenly parted with a splash as a young woman with fiery red hair emerged. Her face pale, her panicked gaze darted around before she swiftly ran toward Reg. The red-haired girl appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, remarkably beautiful, yet in a disheveled state. Her clothes were completely soaked, clinging to her body as she gasped for breath. Her vibrant red hair hung damply, droplets cascading down her form, while her fair feet stood on the rocks, as pristine as lotus roots. Reg concluded at first glance that this girl was not a native of Barry Island, for such beauty was not found there. More importantly, despite her disarray, her attire indicated she was no ordinary girl, adorned with a flawless jade pendant around her neck. This girl was not an ordinary person, Reg thought, when he noticed her eyes light up upon seeing the massive sword planted before him, and she hurriedly approached. A third thought flashed through his mind. Trouble was brewing. Without hesitation, Reg sprang to his feet, grasped the giant sword, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and turned to leave. Those burly men were closing in, and while the girl was indeed beautiful, Reg had no intention of courting danger or risking his life for a fleeting sense of justice. The red-haired girl, having jumped from the ship to swim to the island, was already breathless. Upon spotting Reg seated calmly on the rocks, a surge of hope filled her heart, especially upon seeing the massive sword. It was evident that this young man was a fighter, and she rushed toward him, seeking assistance. However, to her dismay, before she could utter a word, he turned to walk away, shattering her hopes in an instant. Biting her lip, the red-haired girl glanced back, seeing the small boat filled with 6 or 7 armed men reaching the shore. They quickly leaped off, scanning the area for her, that a look of desperation crossed her face. If they caught her again, she could only imagine the horrors awaiting her. The distance from the rocks to the trees was considerable, and the terrain was bare, making a stealthy escape impossible as the armed men approached. The red-haired girl grew increasingly frantic. Glancing back at Reg, who had already walked several meters away, she cast aside her shyness, sprinting toward him and blocking his path. "Help! Bad men are chasing me," she pleaded. Reg lifted his massive sword, gazing at the red-haired woman before him, who stood with her arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to block his path. Turning to glance at the increasingly approaching burly men, Reg slowly shook his head, stepping 2 strides to the left, preparing to circumvent the red-haired woman. Seeing Reg's unwillingness to assist her, the woman felt a rush of desperation, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She stepped in front of him again, imploring in a hushed tone, "Please, save me. My grandfather is the leader of the Zeus Sword sect. These ruffians have captured me to threaten him, that if you rescue me, I promise to repay you. I'll give you money, 10,000 gold coins, no, 100,000 gold coins." Zeus Sword sect? 100,000 gold coins? Reg blinked, his expression indifferent, and gently shook his head, "That I will not help you. Quickly, flee to the island and find a hidden place to hide." The red-haired woman, seeing Reg's steadfast refusal to assist, felt panic rise within her. Biting her lip, she exclaimed, "Fine, if you can help me return to the Zeus Sword sect, I will marry you." Reg was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly shook his head again, uttering words that nearly drove the red-haired woman to despair. "I do not want that," from the distance. A voice boomed, "Look, damn it, he dares to run. Let us enjoy ourselves first, brothers. And remember, I want to go first to TOB with the granddaughter of Gren. What an honor that would be." The red-haired woman's complexion turned ghostly pale, terror flashing in her eyes. Without a second thought, she rushed towards Reg, wrapping her arms around his waist, her fingers interlocking tightly, unwilling to let go, as if Reg were the last lifeline she had. Reg frowned. It appeared he could not shake off this trouble. Given how tightly she clutched him, could he really forcefully break her grip and leave her behind? The group of burly men rushed forward, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Reg wielding a giant sword. Clearly not expecting to encounter a fighter here, that Reg's eyes swept over the 7 men. 2 wielded knives for held swords, and 1, astonishingly, brandished a magic staff. Amazed as Reg assessed them, they, too, were scrutinizing him. The leader, a man dressed as a fighter, spoke first. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Reg met his gaze defiantly. "And who might you be?" Before the leader could respond, a bare-chested man beside him swung his sword. "Boss, why waste breath? He has seen that woman. We have to silence him. Otherwise, Gren will hunt us down, and that would be trouble." The leader shot a sharp glare at the bare-chested man, mentally cursing him as a fool. Silencing him was indeed necessary, but the opponent wielding a massive sword was clearly a fighter. He had initially planned to engage in conversation to create an opening for attack. But now that the bare-chested man had exposed their intentions, that plan was no longer viable. Reg's pupils constricted suddenly, his back arching slightly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The cold ice technique surging within him, emanating a chilling aura. "Let go of me, or we can all die together." The red-haired woman, who had been clinging to Reg in despair, suddenly felt an icy chill radiating from him. As if he had transformed into a block of ice, shocked by his low growl, she instinctively released her grip. The leader observed the young man, whose eyes had transformed into those of a beast, and felt a tightening in his chest. He stepped forward cautiously, chuckling softly, "You need not be tense. Just hand over that woman to me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was horrified to see the young man charge forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, or a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Almost instinctively, the leader gathered his fighting energy and raised his sword. But simultaneously, Reg's giant sword came crashing down with a weight of thunder, swift as the wind. Resonating like thunder, with a clear, ringing clash, the leader felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, his sword slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. His expression turned to one of shock. He had initially feared that the young man would abandon the woman and flee, making it difficult for them to pursue, but he never anticipated that, facing 7 of them, the young man would take the initiative to attack. "Retreat! Quick retreat!" The leader's face paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. As he fell back, Reg's sword light moved even faster. The giant sword hung in the air for just a fleeting moment before springing back to life, slicing through the air like a spring swallow or a nimble fish beneath the water, gliding past the retreating man's throat. That in a flash, blood spurted forth. The blow cleanly severed half of the man's neck. Although the leader was still retreating, his eyes bulged in horror as he witnessed the blood gushing from his throat. All faces turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. The remaining 6 men finally realized Reg was upon them. The sound of the clash still echoed in their ears, and in a blink, the leader's neck was gushing blood as he collapsed, desperately clutching his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. The leader had been slain in an instant by this young man. At that moment, Every heart felt as though it had been violently struck. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in shock, staring at the man now lying on the ground, her mouth agape, but unable to utter a sound. The only figure that moved like a wraith was Reg, showing no signs of hesitation. With a single, horizontal slash, he executed a move he had practiced countless times. Though it was merely a fleeting motion, Reg understood that this man had been irrevocably severed from life. Without wasting a moment, he lunged towards the closest bare-chested man. Reg was uncertain of the specific strengths of these men, but he was acutely aware that he would not stand a chance against all 7. If they managed to encircle him, he would undoubtedly perish, so he struck first. Once he attacked, he would show no mercy. The bare-chested man, though initially stunned by Reg's strike, quickly regained his composure, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Reg while shouting, "He killed the leader! Take him down!" Reg did not dodge or evade. Instead, he shifted his body slightly, causing the sword that was meant to pierce his heart to veer off course, resulting in a shallow wound beneath his ribcage. This subtle maneuver stemmed from his training at sea. By utilizing minute body movements, he minimized the impact on himself. Over time, this skill had become second nature, making it easy for him to avoid fatal blows. Reg's heart remained unperturbed, as if he could sense every movement in the vicinity, that he knew precisely how much time he had before the next attack reached him. The giant sword descended without pause, cleaving from the bare-chested man's left shoulder to his right side, bisecting him completely. Life was as fleeting as chaff as the sword fell. The bare-chested man's words were left unfinished. The remaining men quickly closed in, their eyes reddened by the sight of their comrade's blood. Each of them gathered their own fighting energy, varying in intensity and hue. Chapter 9. Fierce and Relentless. Reg had no time to assess the strength of these men. He did not look back, but he knew that one fighter was lunging toward him, sword raised, preparing to strike his back. With the momentum of the strike, Reg swiftly transferred the giant sword from his right hand to his left and pushed off the ground with his right foot. The tremendous force sent Reg hurtling backward, crashing directly into the embrace of another fighter. The left-handed sword became a vibrant, serpentine extension as he swiftly twisted it, driving it back toward the abdomen of the fighter poised to strike him. The fighter, about to bring his weapon down, was taken aback as Reg collided into him. Just as he felt a surge of triumph, a sudden pain shot through his lower abdomen, sapping his strength instantaneously. 3 weapons, imbued with fighting energy, flew past Reg from different angles, striking the ground where he had just stood. One weapon even grazed the top of his head, severing a few strands of hair. Reg drew his sword and leapt aside, executing each move with precision and grace, each strike a surprising and precarious maneuver. In the blink of an eye, Reg had already slain 3 men. The 3 he had dispatched were no weaker than him, especially the leader, who possessed the strength of a first-level fighter. Yet Reg's unexpected assault had felled him in an instant. The remaining 4 were both astonished and furious, unable to fathom how 7 against 1 had turned into such a dire situation. They charged at him, the mage raising his staff, its tip aglow with magical energy. However, before the remaining 4 could launch their attack, Reg had already retreated swiftly, returning to the side of the astonished and terrified red-haired woman. Grasping her hand firmly, he commanded, "Hold your breath." The red-haired woman was oblivious to Reg's intentions. However, she instinctively took a deep breath and held it. Just as she completed this action, Reg had already encircled her waist and hurled her into the adjacent sea with a powerful thrust. Plunging into the water with a splash, Reg wasted no time, leaping into the ocean as the other 4 rushed towards them. Upon entering the sea, Reg swiftly located the red-haired woman, grasping her garment from behind and pulling her to the surface. Although she was capable of swimming, having navigated her way to this deserted island after jumping from a ship, Reg's timely reminder ensured that she did not inhale any water, allowing her to rise quickly with his assistance. Gasping for air, the red-haired woman heard Reg's voice beside her. "Swim along the shoreline, and do not let the waves sweep you away." Without pausing to question his reasoning, she obediently followed his instructions. The sheer force of his previous assault having left her deeply impressed and instinctively inclined to heed his commands. The 4 men on the shore, having lost their target, gazed at Reg and the woman resurfacing in the water. They appeared hesitant to leap in, daunted by the tumultuous waves that could easily engulf them if they were not careful. Reg inhaled deeply, casting a cold glance at the four on the shore before diving once more into the depths. Rapidly vanishing from sight, he had no desire to become a target for the sorcerer. The red-haired woman swam along the coastline, intermittently visible beneath the water's surface, while ahead loomed a steep cliff. If she could navigate around this precipice, she would leave the four men behind. The men exchanged glances, evidently discerning her intentions, and shouted in unison, "Pursue!" Disregarding the three corpses on the ground, they hastened along the rocky shoreline to catch up with the red-haired woman. The vast ocean dissuaded her from swimming further out, leaving her with no choice but to traverse the cliff ahead, while the four men only needed to intercept her before she could escape. Naturally, their speed on land surpassed hers in the water. Despite the uneven terrain of the rocks, they quickly reached the water's edge near the cliff where the red-haired woman was swimming at this moment. She was merely a few meters away from them, in a small cove where the water flowed more gently, devoid of the turbulent waves that plague the open sea. "Scope, you keep watch on the shore. If that brat surfaces, unleash a wind blade upon him. We shall retrieve that woman." The three men, wary of their surroundings, plunged into the sea, heading towards the red-haired woman, entirely unaware that beneath the cerulean waves, Reg was gliding like a great white shark, effortlessly closing in on them. Reg was not a fish, and thus needed a surface for air at intervals. Yet he adeptly utilized the undulating waves to conceal his need for breath, allowing him to quickly replenish his air supply. While he was not aquatic by nature, having grown up on Bali and trained in the ocean, he could hold his breath for longer than most. Thanks to his skill, it seemed as though he had vanished from the sight of the pursuers, as if he had transformed into a stone, sinking into the depths of the sea dead on land. Reg was clearly no match for the remaining four, even two of whom could easily dispatch him. However, in the water, he felt as though he had returned to his element, possessing absolute confidence in dispatching the three hulking men who had plunged in after the red-haired woman. The three men were competent swimmers, proceeding cautiously towards her. The red-haired woman, witnessing their menacing grins, felt a surge of panic, her limbs flailing as she struggled to stay afloat, inadvertently swallowing seawater. The foremost man swam closer, extending his massive hand towards her. Without warning, a flash of blinding steel erupted from the depths, akin to a shark's fin slicing through the surface, radiating a chilling intent to kill. The leading man's outstretched hand was severed silently, and before he could register the pain, the massive sword had plunged from below, piercing his heart with deadly precision. Crimson blood erupted from his severed arm and mouth, but in an instant he sank beneath the waves. The azure water swiftly tainted red. The two men behind him were struck with terror, abandoning their hesitation and plunging their heads underwater, searching for Reg's whereabouts dead on the shore. The wind mage, Scope, gripped his staff, the wind crystal at its tip emitting a hazy glow. Yet he could not locate the target, his gaze filled with dread as he stared at the tumultuous sea. The red-haired woman widened her eyes in astonishment at the unfolding scene, feeling a mix of horror and elation. Elation at her narrow escape thanks to an unexpected ally, and horror at the realization that this seemingly youthful man was a brutal force of nature, instilling fear with every lethal strike. Scope's frantic search of the surface only intensified his trepidation as he realized that his last two companions had been submerged for quite some time without resurfacing. Not even once. Fear gradually consumed him, and when Reg emerged once more, casting a cold glare in his direction before vanishing beneath the surface again, Scope could no longer contain his mounting dread and turned to flee. Without a doubt, he understood the fate that awaited his comrades. He lacked the courage to remain any longer, fully aware that he was the next target. His heart raced with terror, knowing he was no match for Reg's ruthless efficiency. As Reg resurfaced beside the red-haired woman, he grasped her hand and propelled her towards the shore, glancing at the wind mage frantically paddling towards a small boat. Reg turned to inquire, "How many more are aboard? And who are they?" The red-haired woman hesitated for a moment before responding, "There are 12 on the ship, all part of their group. They commandeered the vessel after slaying its original owner." Reg nodded thoughtfully. "What is their strength?" "The strongest is their leader, a first-level combat master, the one you killed first. The others are either fighters or mages, varying in rank, though I cannot provide further details." The awe in the red-haired woman's eyes gradually transformed into profound respect mixed with a hint of fear. Reg's every strike had nearly claimed a life, leaving her utterly astonished, Although casualties were commonplace in battles, she had never witnessed anyone as merciless as Reg glancing at her side, where the seawater had begun to whiten her wound. Reg silently picked up his massive sword and pursued the distant mage. Scope hastily boarded the small boat, frantically rowing towards the larger ship's mooring point. Concurrently, Reg elegantly dove back into the sea. When it came to dealing with enemies, Reg showed no mercy. He would not allow any foe to escape and pose a future threat. Perhaps he could not achieve this on land, but in the water, he possessed undeniable superiority, just as he had when he eliminated the 3 combatants who had entered the sea. Scope caught sight of Reg diving into the ocean, dread flooding his psyche, his only thought being that the harbinger of death was upon him. He was being pursued. The small boat was progressing at a reasonable speed, but as it neared the larger vessel, it suddenly rocked violently to Scope's face drained of color as he realized he could not swim. The 5 individuals remaining on the ship watched in confusion as Scope returned, seemingly fleeing for his life, frantically rowing the boat. Suddenly, they witnessed his small vessel capsize, and he plummeted into the depths. Wide-eyed with terror, the crew members gasped in shock, unsure whether to leap in to rescue him, only to see Scope vanish beneath the waves as if some monstrous creature had dragged him down. The surface of the sea fell eerily silent, save for the gentle rocking of the overturned boat in the waves. The 5 on the ship exchanged glances, fear etched on their faces, although they knew not who or what their adversary was. They understood that Scope was no more. What would come next? Reg effortlessly dragged the wind mage into the depths of the water, swiftly dispatching him with a single stroke, emerging from beneath the ship. He gasped for air before submerging once more. Chapter 10. The purple moonsword sect the wooden vessel's bottom was remarkably sturdy. However, it paled in comparison to the massive trees that Reg routinely practiced his cleaving techniques on, which were thick enough for several men to embrace. After 3 consecutive strikes, a gaping hole appeared in the ship's hull, allowing torrents of seawater to rush into the cabin. Reg changed his position, repeating the same destructive act. The remaining crew members aboard the ship were gripped by terror as they realized the vessel was taking on water rapidly, its hull gradually sinking. Their faces turned ashen. And despite wielding sharp blades, they felt utterly powerless. And on the rocky shore, a red-haired woman observed the vessel slowly descending into the depths, her eyes reflecting profound shock. Hailing from a martial arts faction, she was well-versed in combat and could gauge Reg's strength, concluding that he was at most equal to the weakest among the crew. Yet, it was this very individual who had eliminated them all. Not only was he formidable, but he was also ruthlessly efficient. When Reg broke the surface of the water and reappeared on the shore, the once mighty ship had vanished without a trace, leaving behind no remnants. Not even the small boat, which had also succumbed to the depths of the ocean. It was as if the ship had never graced these waters. Reg sat on the rocky beach, panting heavily. The struggle beneath the waves had proved far more arduous than combat on land. Despite his daily training, the fierce battle on solid ground followed by prolonged skirmishes in the water, coupled with the wounds on his waist that continually oozed blood, left him feeling utterly drained. As Reg rested on the rocks, the red-haired woman approached him, her gaze fixed intently on him as she spoke. "Thank you for saving me." Reg glanced at her briefly and replied coolly, "I did not save you. I merely wished to avoid being killed myself." The woman was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response. At a loss for words, she stood beside him in stunned silence. Reg, indifferent to her presence, continued to recuperate. After a while, feeling a modicum of strength returning, he rose and made his way back to the site of the earlier battle, dragging the bodies of the 3 slain men to the shore and casting them into the sea. After disturbing the sandy ground to cover the bloodstains, Reg hoisted his great sword onto his shoulder and began to walk back. As he passed by the red-haired woman, he paused momentarily and said, "If you head left from this beach, you will find a village where you can seek help." Before she could respond, she noticed Reg continuing forward, heading to the right. After glancing left and then right, the woman clenched her teeth and hurried after him, calling out, "Don't leave me behind." Reg furrowed his brow and turned to look at her. I said, "If you go left from here, you will see a village. But I don't know anyone here. You saved me, so of course, I will follow you to the very least. You won't harm me." Seeing Reg's growing impatience, the woman crossed her arms and implored, "Rest assured, I have no other demands. I merely feel safer with you." I only need to change into dry clothes and eat something, that if you could deliver a message to my father, he would come for me, that I will repay you. As I promised before, that a blush crept across her cheeks as she hesitated, recalling her earlier hasty promises of a substantial reward and even a vow of marriage should he save her. Now, having found herself in safety, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Reg, noting her shivering form, frowned before finally saying, "You need not worry. I have no intention of claiming you as my bride. Just follow me." Her face flushed with color. Yet upon hearing his next words, she felt a surge of joy and obediently trailed behind him. Reg's tall stature, with well-defined muscles and an aura of masculinity, was accentuated by the wound on his waist, which only added to the fierce image he projected. As she followed Reg, the red-haired woman felt an odd sense of security, as if being behind this man rendered her immune to fear. He's just a bit too aloof, she mused to herself, her thoughts a whirlwind. Reg remained oblivious to the red-haired woman behind him, who was now preoccupied with admiring his silhouette and concocting various thoughts in her mind. Upon returning to the humble abode he shared with Lambert, Reg found it empty, likely because Lambert had gone hunting. Since Lambert began teaching Reg the ways of martial arts, hunting duties had fallen solely to him, a task that posed no challenge for Lambert, while Reg devoted himself entirely to training. The red-haired woman regarded the modest dwelling, filled with curiosity about Reg's life in such a meager environment. How could someone seemingly unaffected by wealth, even when faced with a bounty of 100,000 gold coins, remain so unperturbed, having been forced to kill all those men to save herself? How could he act as if nothing had transpired? Reg strode into the house, quickly changing into dry trousers, then emerged with a shirt of his own and tossed it to the woman. Change inside. Though old and patched, the clothing was clean. The woman, disregarding any concerns about whether the clothes belonged to another female, hurried to change, emerging moments later with her wet garments in hand, seeing a bamboo pole outside for drying clothes. She rushed out and hung them up. Reg, bare-chested, sat in the yard and prepared some ointment for his wounds, but the injury on his side made it difficult to apply the salve with his hand twisted awkwardly. Upon returning to the yard, the woman noticed Reg struggling and bit her lip before approaching him, whispering, "Let me help you. I have done this before." Reg eyed her with skepticism, clearly doubting that someone who appeared to be a noble lady had experience in such matters. Nevertheless, he handed her the ointment and cloth. As she took the items, the woman lowered her gaze and explained, "I helped my father when he was injured." Her delicate hands tended to his wound with care. And suddenly she gasped softly, "Oh, your wound seems to have stopped bleeding. It appears to be healing quite well." Reg glanced down in surprise, inspecting the injury closely. Indeed, it had ceased to ooze blood and had significantly shrunk. "What is happening?" Reg pondered, furrowing his brow. "I've been injured before, but never like this. It resembles the effects of a healing spell, albeit at a slower pace." The woman observed the wound thoughtfully for a moment before looking up in mild astonishment. "It seems it won't be long before it heals completely, but you should still apply the ointment." With deft hands, she applied the salve to his injury, wrapping it securely with a wide strip of cloth before tying it off around his shoulder. Satisfied with her work, Reg examined the expertly bandaged wound and nodded appreciatively at her, though he said nothing further. The woman rubbed her hands together, stealing glances at Reg before suddenly smiling and saying, "My name is Luviertis. What is yours?" Reg, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the giant sword before him, took a while to return to the present and softly replied, "Reg F.A." Louvier's eyes sparkled with delight upon finally receiving his name, as if she had achieved a great victory. "Reg, whether by intent or chance, you saved me today." Reg abruptly turned to her, his gaze piercing. "You claim to be the granddaughter of the Purple Moon Sword sect's leader?" Curiously, Louvier regarded the first question he had posed, nodding enthusiastically. "Yes, do you not believe me?" Reg shook his head and inquired further. "Then your grandfather must be a formidable fighter. How powerful is he, and what is the level of skill among those in the Purple Moon Sword sect?" Louvier, taken aback by the intensity of Reg's interest in this topic, replied, "My grandfather is a third-level battle sovereign. As for the disciples of the Purple Moon Sword sect, their skills vary widely. Some are powerful mage warriors, while others are merely novice battle apprentices. In total, the sect comprises around 200 members. Battle sovereign. Reg's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. The titles of duelist, fighter, master fighter, frenzied fighter, Mage Fighter, and Dual Sovereign correspond to the 6th rank in the hierarchy of duelists, denoting a level of extraordinary expertise. Upon seeing Lu Wire before him, Reg was immediately struck by a wave of confusion. If your grandfather is a Dual Sovereign, why do you seem entirely devoid of any fighting spirit? Lu Wire sighed and replied, I was born with a flaw in my meridians, rendering me incapable of cultivating fighting energy, and I am even unable to practice magic. Reg paused, a fleeting look of pity flashing in his eyes. The notion of being born with defective meridians, and thus unable to cultivate fighting energy, may be inconsequential for an ordinary individual, but for one born into a family of duelists, it was akin to a profound blow. Suddenly, Lu Wire broke into a radiant smile, saying, but in a way, it is quite fortunate that I need not toil daily like my siblings in their relentless training. I have ample time to delve into books and pursue the activities I truly enjoy. Reg lifted his gaze, meeting Lu Wire's eyes, and he was taken aback by her open-mindedness. Yet he quickly lowered his eyes to the ground, as if observing two ants engaged in a skirmish. Chapter 11. Journeying with Beauty. Lu Wire seemed quite accustomed to Reg's silence. Her expression bore no trace of displeasure. Instead, she appeared genuinely intrigued by him. Do you seldom speak? Don't you find it dull to remain silent? Dull? Reg raised his head, curious. Why would silence be considered dull? Lu Wire was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to Reg's query. His bright eyes held no hint of mockery, as if he were genuinely curious whether silence equated to dullness. A soft gasp emanated from the doorway, and Reg looked up to see Langbo entering the courtyard. A hint of puzzlement in his gaze. Who is she? After surveying Lu Wire for a moment, Langbo inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment, clearly not expecting to find such a striking red-haired beauty within the house. Reg recounted the circumstances of his encounter with Lu Wire. Upon learning that she was the granddaughter of the leader of the Purple Moon Sword sect, Langbo's eyes brightened. You are the granddaughter of Greer? Lu Wire nodded politely, addressing him. Uncle, it is a pleasure to meet you. You know my grandfather. A rare smile broke upon Langbo's ordinarily stoic face. Who would have thought you were Greer's granddaughter? What a delightful coincidence. Reg, what became of those who abducted Lu Wire? Reg glanced at the massive sword before him. There were 12 of them, and I dispatched them all. Their bodies now rest in the depths of the sea, along with the vessel they used. Langbo regarded Reg with surprise. Were they weak? According to Lu Wire, their leader was a second-level fighter, while the rest were of fighter rank, varying in strength, Reg replied calmly. Langbo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Remarkable. You single-handedly eliminated 12 individuals of comparable strength? I am truly astonished. Pray, tell me how you accomplished such a feat. Reg briefly recounted the events that transpired, to which Langbo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, splendid. Langbo then shifted his focus back to Lu Wire. Lu Wire, what are your plans? Would you like me to have Reg escort you back to the Purple Moon Sword sect? Upon hearing this, Lu Wire's face lit up with joy. Thank you, uncle. If that could be arranged, it would be wonderful. Reg furrowed his brow slightly, about to speak, when Langbo interjected, Reg, Lu Wire's grandfather, Greer of the Purple Moon Sword sect, once aided me. Although he may not recall me, I can never forget his kindness. Today, by chance, you save his granddaughter, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. Please escort Lu Wire back to the Purple Moon Sword sect and inform Greer that I, a slang, have finally returned his favor. Reg's brow unfurled, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, Uncle Langbo. Having traversed many years, Reg was acutely aware of the feeling of receiving assistance. He believed in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. So upon hearing Langbo's reasoning, he readily consented. Although Langbo had stated that he was not Reg's teacher, Reg had always regarded him as such, a figure of wisdom who had aided him greatly. It was only fitting that he repay this debt himself. Seeing Reg agree so readily, Langbo's eyes reflected gratitude. With his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly gazed skyward. Reg, once you have returned Lu Wire to the Purple Moon Sword sect, there will be no need for you to return here, to go out and explore. Reg was taken aback. Looking up, Uncle Langbo? Langbo sighed softly. I have imparted all that I can teach you. The rest depends on your own training and understanding. Remaining on the island serves little purpose now. You must venture forth, experience the world, and encounter greater strength to truly grow. But what about you? Reg asked. Langbo lowered his gaze, a hint of moisture glimmering in his eyes, exuding a paternal warmth that he gently ruffled Reg's hair. Bali Island boasts splendid scenery. I do not intend to leave this place in my lifetime, that I shall remain here to guard your home, haha. I will share a few more matters with you this evening, and you shall depart with Lu Wire at dawn, Reg observed Langbo. A torrent of thoughts surged within him. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath and replied, understood. Where is this place? Seawitch City. Where is Seawitch City? Is it far from Salming Mountain? I'm not certain, but Langbo mentioned it isn't too distant, just a few days' journey. As Reg responded to Lu Wire's inquiries, he surveyed the bustling harbor before them, where vessels of all sizes were docked, some unloading cargo, while others were boarding passengers, creating a lively scene. Reg had visited Seawitch City twice before, and having rarely traveled far, he knew only that it lay at the southernmost point of the Munua continent. Langbo had not provided specific directions to the Purple Moon Sword sect in Salming Mountain, only indicating that it was near Holy Light City. As long as they reached Holy Light City, they could find their way back to Salming Mountain. Regarding the location of Holy Light City, Langbo merely suggested that Reg rent a carriage to travel there. Reg and Lu Wire walked along the road. They garnered quite a bit of attention, for their contrasting appearances were striking. Lu Wire's attire had dried, and she had donned it once more. Her fair skin accentuated the vibrant red of her clothing, rendering her exceedingly lovely. The jade pendant around her neck suggested that she hailed from a family of distinction. In stark contrast stood Reg, clad in a garment fashioned from fabric sold at a street stall for a mere silver coin per 3 yards, already faded from washing, bearing signs of mending, and wearing crude leather boots that could hardly be mistaken for those bought from a shop. If any establishment dared sell such poorly crafted footwear, it would have long since gone out of business. As they strolled, Lu Wire's beauty attracted the gaze of many, some of whom cast inappropriate looks. Fresh from a harrowing ordeal and now under Reg's protection, Lu Wire was in high spirits, her face alight with a joyful smile. Perhaps due to her limited travel experience, she was curious about everything around her, flitting from one sight to another like a butterfly dancing among flowers. In contrast to Lu Wire's vivacity, Reg appeared remarkably composed. Though he did not hinder her explorations, he remained a silent observer, patiently waiting to any onlooker. This unassuming young man seemed merely a guardian accompanying Lu Wire. Reg paid little mind to the fleeting glances of disdain cast upon him. His tranquility far surpassed that of his peers, shaped by his upbringing and solitary training amidst the raging sea, endowing him with an uncommon serenity. He resembled a solitary stone in a secluded valley, devoid of worldly ostentation, yet exuding a distinct tranquility. As he glanced upward, the sun was nearing its zenith, yet Lu Wire remained engrossed in her observations. Reg finally spoke. Lu Wire, let us continue. Noon is nearly upon us. Lu Wire, preoccupied with a star-shaped earring, heard Reg's voice and, with a hint of apology, smiled at the eager shopkeeper before setting the earring down and joining Reg's side. After cautiously assessing Reg's expression, Lu Wire beamed. Reg, thank you for waiting for me. Reg shook his head, took a step forward, yet his gaze was already searching for a place to dine. After a meal, he intended to find a carriage rental, so he could set off for the city of Holy Light. Reg's attire bore no resemblance to that of a warrior. Instead, he appeared as a typical village youth, clad in garments that hinted at poverty. However, those with a discerning eye would notice the dark ring adorning the 4th finger of his right hand. This was a space ring, a gift from Longbow the night before his departure. Along with a colossal sword, the ice formula, which had its cover torn off, a modest sum of gold coins, a sealed letter, and a couple of change of clothes. All these items were securely stored within the space ring. Space rings, while not uncommon, were certainly not cheap, and ordinary folk would seldom spend a fortune on one. Typically, such rings were owned by the affluent, nobles or mages, and particularly by warriors. Mages' staves and warriors' weapons were generally kept within these rings. As no one wished to carry cumbersome items like staves or weapons, let alone shields, all day long, the establishment Reg selected for his meal was far from opulent. Rather, it could be described as modest. Much like his own attire, but he ordered 3 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup. The prices were reasonable, and the portions were generous, much to Reg's satisfaction. With little desire for material wealth, he believed that as long as he could fill his stomach, that was a form of happiness. Reg was somewhat astonished that while Lou Wire enjoyed looking around, she never mentioned wanting to purchase anything. Moreover, upon entering this unpretentious little eatery, there was no trace of displeasure on her face. As they indulged in the most common fare, she appeared to relish it, causing Reg to question whether he had misheard her earlier words about offering him 100,000 gold coins if he saved her. The daughter of a prestigious warrior sect, who could freely promise such a sum, was now savoring these inexpensive dishes without a hint of disdain, which endeared her to Reg even more. Lu Wire's manner of eating was graceful, starkly contrasting with Reg's more ravenous approach that in this small restaurant. All eyes were drawn to her, for it was rare to encounter such beauty in such a setting. As a result, many patrons could not help but feel a pang of envy towards Reg, secretly speculating how this fortunate young man managed to dine with such a stunning beauty, particularly given the way she seemed so compliant in his presence. Chapter 12. Provocation. Sparks. Reg keenly observed the reactions of those around him, which heightened his sense of vigilance. However, until they finished their meal, no unexpected incidents occurred. After settling the bill, he escorted Lou Wire out of the restaurant, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He certainly did not wish for any troubles to arise on their journey, especially since he had promised Longbow to safely return Lou Wire to the Purple Moon Sword sect. When Reg and Lou Wire finally found a carriage rental and settled into their seats, gently swaying as they departed the city, Reg sat cross-legged in contemplation of what he would do after delivering Lou Wire home. Lu Wire seemed to ponder a similar question, tilting her head to glance at Reg, who had his eyes partially closed in a meditative state. Curiously, she asked Reg, "After you return me to Tsangming Mountain, where do you plan to go next?" "I don't know," Reg replied, keeping his eyes shut. This was his first venture away from Bari Island, and it was one from which he would not return. Longbow had given him no instructions, leaving Reg uncertain of his next course of action. Lu Wire's eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, "Then why not stay with us at the Purple Moon Sword sect?" Reg slightly opened his eyes, surprised by her suggestion, but soon closed them again, shaking his head in refusal. A look of disappointment washed over Lou Wire's face as she quietly inquired, "Why not? Didn't you say you didn't know where to go?" Reg shook his head again, offering no explanation. Although he was unsure of his destination, Reg was unwilling to remain at the Purple Moon Sword sect. He had never regarded himself as Lou Wire's savior. Rescuing her had been a matter of compulsion rather than a desire for gratitude. Longbow had mentioned that Lou Wire's grandfather, Gugu Lien, had once aided him, so he viewed his act of saving her as merely repaying an old favor, ensuring that he would have no further obligations. Lu Wire, accustomed to Reg's aloofness, felt disappointment at his rejection, but not displeasure. Instead, her interest in him only seemed to deepen. The Purple Moon Sword sect was renowned, and many aspired to join its ranks, viewing connections with its members as a mark of honor. Yet Reg appeared to fear any association with the sect, as though its members were ferocious beasts. As dusk approached, Reg opened his eyes, tapping lightly on the carriage door. "Find a place to stay for the night before we continue our journey." The driver called back, "Understood." Though the carriage traveled along well-trodden roads, these paths were not devoid of danger, particularly at night when the wilderness became the domain of magical beasts. Camping outdoors was perilous, even for the strongest individuals. Who would hesitate to sleep in the wild, as the darkness concealed unknown threats? Whether it be a pack of magical wolves, a horde of giant cannon frogs, or countless magical serpents, the risk of sudden attacks at night was a concern even for the most skilled fighters. Sleeping outdoors, especially in areas inhabited by magical creatures, was a source of great anxiety for adventurers. The world was vast, with most regions still untamed and teeming with magical beasts, the true rulers of these territories. Each time humans sought to expand their domain, they paid a heavy toll in lives lost. The carriage rolled into a roadside rest stop, a common sight throughout the Magic Moon continent, established along major thoroughfares for weary travelers to eat and rest. Surrounding the rest stop were tall wooden stakes, 6 to 7 meters high, sharpened at the top and firmly embedded in the ground, serving as a defense against magical beast attacks. Generally, magical beasts would not assault human rest stops, as they were often located in areas where such creatures were scarce, and humans did not interfere with their existence. However, this was not an absolute guarantee. Every year, some rest stops fell victim to beast attacks. Yet many new ones were also established. A.S. Reg's carriage slowly rolled through the open wooden gate of the rest stop. The gate promptly closed behind them, and the sky began to dim. Reg and Lou Wire disembarked, greeted by an elderly man holding a magic crystal lamp. He waved the lamp in front of them, and upon recognizing their faces, he smiled and said, "You're fortunate to have arrived at the rest stop. Otherwise, you would have had to camp in the wild, which is quite unsafe." Reg nodded and inquired simply, "Are there any rooms available?" The old man replied with a grin, "Yes, yes. How many rooms do you need?" Since the driver was familiar with the route, he would not dine or lodge with his employers. So Reg casually responded, "2 rooms," pleased that Lou Wire's eyes widened in surprise, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She seemed to want to say something but hesitated, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Unbeknownst to Lou Wire, Reg's mention of 2 rooms did not include the driver in his consideration. Having never ventured far from home, she was unaware of such customs, and hearing Reg's request made her heart race. What did he mean? Was he planning to share a room with the driver? Or with her? She longed to ask, yet shyness held her back, and she chose to remain silent, perhaps overthinking the situation. Reg turned his head, and upon noticing the expression on Lou Wire's face, couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. However, he quickly discerned her thoughts and suppressed a smirk, choosing to follow the old man into the rest station without offering any explanations. As they trailed behind the old man, Reg and Lou Wire entered the establishment, which surprisingly housed a considerable number of patrons. Upon their arrival, all eyes in the room gravitated towards them, and Reg's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. 4 tables were occupied. 2 appeared to be frequented by ordinary merchants, 1 by weary travelers, and the last by a group comprising fighters and mages, reminiscent of a mercenary band or an adventuring party. Perhaps due to Lou Wire's striking beauty, the patrons momentarily seemed entranced. Clearly unprepared to encounter such a lovely woman in this desolate setting, as for Reg, he was largely overlooked, his attire rendering him akin to Lou Wire's servant or escort. Reg approached a table nestled in the corner, seated himself, and quietly instructed the old man to bring them some food. Despite not feeling fatigue from their day's journey, hunger gnawed at him, and Lou Wire gracefully joined him. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the architecture of the room, and she asked with a smile, "Are all the rest stations in the Magic Moon continent like this?" Her voice was melodious and crisp, neither cloying nor overwhelming, instantly drawing hushed whispers from the other patrons, who were evidently captivated by her charm. Reg sat upright, furrowing his brow. He was not fond of being the center of attention. As a skilled hunter, he preferred to conceal himself in the safest, most secluded spots, waiting for his prey to fall into his trap. Yet accompanying Lou Wire ensured they would attract notice, even if Reg was often underestimated and envied. Indeed, there might be subtle differences, but the general pattern was largely the same. While Reg offered brief responses to Lou Wire, his gaze was fixated on the table occupied by the fighters and mages. Since their entrance, their attention had not wavered, and their stares were unabashedly lascivious. The most brazen of them was a man in his 30s, sporting a rather sullen expression, whose gaze lingered on Lou Wire's chest and thighs with a blatant disregard for modesty. Reg's cold stare met the man's gaze, and although it lacked the sharpness of a sword, it bore the unyielding hardness of stone. The man's attention momentarily shifted from Lou Wire to Reg, and their eyes locked in an unspoken confrontation. Reg remained motionless, his expression icy and tranquil. The man's originally provocative gaze faltered against Reg's, as if a sword had struck a rock, producing nothing but a few sparks without further effect. Eventually, the man seemed unable to withstand Reg's scrutiny, diverting his gaze, while Reg returned his attention to the table before him. Although their exchange lasted but a few seconds, a faint tension hung in the air between Reg and the man. Even Lou Wire seemed to sense the discord, quietly taking a seat beside Reg and whispering, "Reg, is something amiss?" Reg lifted his head, offering a faint smile. "It's nothing. Let us eat, that you've had a long day as well. After dinner, take a bath and rest early, that we have more traveling to do tomorrow." Lou Wire turned to glance at the group before nodding obediently. "All right, I understand." Reg had not solicited Lou Wire's opinion much, yet she surprisingly adhered to his words that if her grandfather, Greer, were present, he would likely be astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The meal was far from exquisite, but it sufficed to satiate their hunger. After Reg and Lou Wire quickly finished several plates of food, Reg stood up first, prompting the innkeeper to lead them to their sleeping quarters. As they traversed the corridor, Reg cast a casual glance at the sullen man's table, noticing the man's hand resting on the hilt of a knife. His fingers rhythmically tapping the table, a posture suggestive of an imminent threat. Chapter 13. Confrontation in the darkness. Reg gradually passed by their table, with Lou Wire closely following behind. She too sensed the heat and malevolence in the gazes of those around them and dared not look away as they walked straight through the passage. Once they ascended the staircase, Reg's wariness began to ease slightly. The table held 2 fighters and 1 mage. Their abilities were uncertain, and a confrontation in such a confined space could prove troublesome, especially since Lou Wire was merely an ordinary girl, devoid of magical or combative prowess. As they approached the upper corridor, Reg felt an instinctive urge to glance back at the table. The 3 men were watching him intently, particularly the gloomy one, who regarded him with a look of disdain. Notably, as Reg turned, the man made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand, drawing a sharp intake of breath from Reg, whose pupils constricted and fists clenched tightly. Just as he hesitated on how to respond, a gentle hand grasped his own. Reg turned to find Lou Wire holding his hand, softly imploring, "Please, don't engage them." He inhaled deeply, redirecting his attention from the man's provocative gaze. Nodding in acquiescence, "Yes, you should rest early tonight. Remember to secure the doors and windows." Lou Wire nodded obediently, and the 2 disregarded the various stairs behind them as they continued forward. The innkeeper sighed in relief. Having operated the establishment for quite some time, he possessed a keen insight. Although the young man appeared woefully unadorned, resembling a rustic peasant, his eyes and demeanor betrayed that he was far from ordinary. He bore a black ring, likely a spatial ring, suggesting he might be a fighter or a mage. Any skirmish here could easily wreak havoc upon his establishment. Upon reaching the door to their accommodations, Reg glanced around before inquiring, "Innkeeper, which room are those men staying in?" Understanding Reg's inquiry, the innkeeper pointed ahead. "It's the 2nd room after yours." Reg nodded, turning to Lou Wire. "You will sleep in that room." "I will take this one." Realizing her earlier concerns had been unwarranted, Lou Wire felt a flush of embarrassment. However, upon hearing Reg's instructions to the innkeeper and the room arrangements, she comprehended his intentions. Gratitude welled up in her eyes. Reg's choice of room positioning was evidently to ensure her protection. "Thank you," she murmured, although Lou Wire had come to terms with her inability to cultivate fighting spirit or magic. Reflections on her recent experiences stirred a tinge of bitterness within her. Reg remained oblivious to the sentiments swirling in Lou Wire's heart. He was preoccupied with the notion that the night might not unfold as peacefully as hoped. Some matters, no matter how much one might wish to endure them, could not simply be brushed aside. "There's no need for thanks. I promised Longbow that I would ensure your safety, and I shall see it through." Watching Lou Wire enter her room, Reg then retreated into his own. Shortly thereafter, the attendant delivered warm water. Reg took a quick bath, allowing the attendant to clear the water before settling cross-legged on the bed. He retrieved the massive sword gifted by Longbow from his spatial ring, placing it within easy reach before gently closing his eyes. From the adjacent room, the sound of water could be faintly heard, indicating Lou Wire was likely bathing as well. Downstairs, the clinking of cups and dishes persisted. Clearly, the revelers were still indulging, unlike Reg and Lou Wire, who had opted for an early retreat. Time passed gradually, with Reg remaining as still as a meditating monk. The din eventually subsided, and one by one, patrons returned to their rooms, restoring an atmosphere of profound tranquility to the rest station, uncertain of how long had elapsed. A soft creaking sound echoed as a door opened, followed by the gentle sound of footsteps in the hallway. The footsteps approached, halting at Reg's door. The figure seemed hesitant, retreating momentarily before ultimately advancing again to gently knock. Reg had already awakened at the sound of the door opening. Upon hearing the knock, a peculiar expression crossed his face. After a brief hesitation, he rose and approached the door, pulling it open. Standing there was not the sullen man he had feared, but rather a timid Lou Wire, her hands fidgeting together, exuding a palpable sense of unease. Reg furrowed his brow, softly inquiring, "Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" Lou Wire, her fingers entwined, replied anxiously, "I'm sorry. I can't sleep. May I come in?" Reg turned sideways, opening the door for Lou Wire, who entered the room with her gaze lowered, taking slow steps. Reg casually closed the door behind them and returned to the interior. Opting not to sit on the bed but rather on a chair within the room, that he inquired, "Do you need something from me?" Lou Wire's eyes lingered on the enormous sword by the bedside. The first time she had met Reg, it was this very sword that had claimed the lives of 12 individuals, thus transforming her peril into safety. Now, the sword reappeared, and Reg had not even removed his clothing. Lou Wire's complexion shifted slightly. "Reg, have I caused trouble again?" Reg observed the anxiety and fear in Lou Wire's gaze, and his previously indifferent expression softened slightly that he shook his head and replied, "This does not concern you, and my worries may not necessarily come to pass." That Lu Wire shook her head and murmured, "I understand. You do not wish for me to worry." Reg interrupted her self-reproachful words with a casual question. "Why can't you sleep? Are you afraid?" Lou Wire nodded, stating, "Yes. Lying alone in bed, tossing and turning, I cannot find rest, and my mind keeps replaying the scene from a few days ago when I was captured. That night, I too was alone in a hotel room, and in the dead of night, they suddenly burst in that I heard my maid's terrified screams, and as I was dragged out, I saw her collapsed in a pool of blood." Reg suddenly grasped the situation. It became clear that Lou Wire was haunted by past memories, her heart filled with dread, which was why she had been unable to sleep. That it was no wonder. For an ordinary girl had been seized from her bed by a group of thugs in the middle of the night. Such feelings of fear and helplessness would surely linger for some time, especially in similar surroundings which would evoke those memories. "Then you shall sleep in my bed tonight." "I have no intention of resting," Reg suggested after some contemplation, pointing to his bed as he addressed Lou Wire. "You are safe here with me. You will return safely to the ZUS Sword Sect." Lu Wire looked at Reg with a mix of unease and a slight blush. "Is that really acceptable?" Reg nodded, stood up, and retrieved the enormous sword resting against the headboard, placing it on the table within easy reach before returning to his chair and gently closing his eyes. Having traveled all day, Lou Wire was already fatigued, yet her fear prevented her from sleeping. However, seeing Reg by her side instilled an inexplicable sense of security within her. Grateful for his willingness to protect her, she lay down on the bed without undressing, simply pulling the blanket over herself. Stealing glances at Reg's resolute face across from her, her mind began to wander. As her fear dissipated and drowsiness took over, Lou Wire quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Hearing her soft and steady breaths, Reg did not open his eyes but continued to rest, akin to a monk in deep meditation. Time passed, and subtle sounds broke the stillness of the night. Reg's eyes snapped open. Under the dim light, they shone like cold stars in the dark, glimmering with a resilient and icy intensity. Quietly, he grasped the enormous sword from the table, opened the door without a sound, and stepped outside. At the end of the path stood the brooding man and his two companions, their faces adorned with cold smirks. However, upon witnessing Reg emerge silently like a specter, wielding the menacing sword, a hint of seriousness flickered in their eyes. Evidently, they had anticipated that their trio would undertake an action that night and had been waiting for quite some time. "Kid, if you don't want that beautiful lady to suffer, come with us." The brooding man spoke in a low voice, his eyes glinting with a venomous malice, before turning to exit, followed by his two companions who cast a glance back at Reg. Reg carefully closed the door behind him before hefting the sword and stepping outside. The innkeeper, who was dozing under a blanket, observed the trio departing and, having seen various events unfold, understood the situation all too well. "Young man, are you their match? Do not recklessly risk your life," the innkeeper warned as Reg was about to step out the door, his tone laden with evident concern and advice. Reg paused, turned, and offered a grateful smile to the innkeeper, replying, "I am unsure, but I will do my utmost to return alive." With that, Reg's figure vanished into the night, leaving the innkeeper with a hint of lamentation as he whispered something inaudible, for Reg had already stepped outside. The three men swiftly scaled the tall wooden fence, with Reg closely following, quickly distancing themselves from the resting station and venturing into the wilderness. The trio halted, aware that it was nighttime and unwilling to stray too far from the resting station, lest they risk being hunted down by beasts themselves before they could eliminate Reg. "You've got some guts, kid, daring to come out alone," the brooding man declared, standing at the forefront, his voice dark, while the other two bore expressions of mockery. Taking a deep breath, Reg tightened his grip on the enormous sword, coldly asking, "What do you want?" The brooding man laughed heartily. Nothing much, just a little lesson for you, you reckless youth. Reg offered no further response, merely bending slightly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as if he transformed into a glinting spear in an instant. Be cautious. This kid seems formidable. The middle-aged mage in a water-blue robe cautioned his companions in a hushed tone. As the water crystal atop his staff began to glow, shimmering like rippling waves, Reg lunged forward like a released arrow, embodying the principle that the first strike is decisive. Since he had to act, he would show no mercy. The adversary had 3 individuals, including a water mage capable of healing magic, that if he did not incapacitate them swiftly, their healing spells would restore their strength quickly. Hence, Reg resolved to eliminate the water mage first. Thinking of Lu Wire, who was asleep in the resting station, and the promise he made to Langbo, an unwavering determination shone in Reg's eyes. Regardless of the enemy's strength, this battle must be won. Defeat was not an option. Reg's proactive assault caught the trio off guard, but they quickly regained their composure. Blades glinted, and water magic surged forth as a sword, a knife, and a magical water orb simultaneously surged toward Reg. Their attacks were swift and synchronized, indicating their accustomed coordination in battle. Reg moved like a fish in water, swiftly dodging the knife and sword, yet his body appeared to falter as the magical water orb grazed his left arm. With such little skill, you dare to challenge us? The brooding man scoffed, his voice dripping with derision as the assaults from his comrades continued unabated. Reg cast a quick glance at his left arm, where the magical water orb had struck, and a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. There was no injury at all, just as he had been immune to fire magic. Could it be that his left arm was immune to water magic as well? What about other elemental types? The trio had no inkling that Reg was currently testing the extraordinary properties of his left arm. Had they known, they might have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The brooding man charged forward, his long knife radiating a faint red glow, indicating it was imbued with fire energy. Though his true strength was difficult to gauge, to estimate another's power requires a certain ability, perception. Perception is a gift possessed by both fighters and mages, yet varies significantly among individuals. Generally, the stronger one is, the sharper their perception. However, there are rare exceptions of individuals with high perception but lacking in strength. Though such cases are exceedingly rare, more commonly, individuals with high strength possess average perception. While perception can be honed through training, Reg had been preoccupied with cultivating his combat skills and techniques, leaving little time for developing his perceptive abilities. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped Reg, enhancing his cold demeanor. As the brooding man's knife descended, Reg could not ascertain his opponent's precise strength, but it appeared to surpass his own, at least judging by the intensity of the energy emanating from their weapons. In that fleeting moment when the brooding man swung his knife, Reg experienced an uncanny sensation that he could predict the trajectory of the weapon with astonishing clarity, even calculating the exact moment it would strike his shoulder. In half a blink, the knife would cleave into his flesh. Yet, with merely a quarter of a blink, he could evade the man's attack. As 2 pieces of data flashed through Reg's mind, his body instinctively surged forward, charging directly towards the man's long blade without the slightest hesitation. In that fleeting moment, Reg had faith in the first intuition that emerged within him. The long sword sliced down, narrowly grazing Reg's shoulder. By a hair's breadth, even the brooding man himself was astonished by Reg's audacity, never expecting him to charge headlong without attempting to parry. Fueled by speed, Reg surged ahead, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. This feeling was undoubtedly correct. Reg could not fathom the origin of this sensation, yet it was remarkably vivid, as if the entire battlefield, every instantaneous action, had imprinted itself upon his mind, allowing him to calculate various combat data in preparation. This sensation had also manifested during his initial attempt to save Lu Wire from a skirmish with several combatants. That it was an enigmatic feeling, defying logical explanation, yet undeniably real. Having surpassed the brooding man, Reg exhibited no hesitation, swinging his colossal sword with force that accurately collided with the second combatant's blade. The great sword and the long sword met with precision, Reg's weapon soaring high. The swordsman evidently possessed superior strength. And although Reg held an advantage in the weight of his sword, the encounter merely resulted in a stalemate. Once more, Reg surged forward. In the briefest of moments, he bypassed the brooding man's blade assault, and After a brief exchange with the swordsman, advanced towards the water mage. The mage, adept at range combat, was most vulnerable to enemies closing in, especially when his magical shield had been breached. Encountering an enemy at such proximity was akin to the arrival of death itself. The water mage, clearly seasoned in battle, had already cast a protective spell, the water shield, before the skirmish commenced. Despite the overwhelming odds against him that A.S. Reg approached, the water mage was taken aback, astonished by the audacity and ferocity of this young man. With a swift motion, he conjured a magical water projectile, realizing he lacked the time to summon a more powerful spell. Stronger spells required lengthy incantations that A.S. the mage launched the water projectile. He began to retreat. Knowing that if Reg could be momentarily delayed, he could escape safely and prepare a second magical attack. However, Reg did not flinch or evade. He charged directly forward. The only action taken was raising his left hand to shield his chest. The magical water projectile collided with Reg's left arm, exploding in a spray of water. Amidst the cascading droplets, Reg's colossal sword pierced through the scattered water, thrusting forward with tremendous force. To effectively breach the magical shield. Concentrating all force at a single point was paramount, whether through a thrust, a downward stab, or even a counter-thrust. Reg executed these maneuvers with the ease of breathing, and he could even deftly strike a fly in midair with that massive sword. In the mage's horrified gaze, the water shield before him shattered instantaneously, the sword striking like a venomous dragon, piercing directly into his throat. That in the midst of combat, death and injury often occur in the blink of an eye. Few would foolishly engage in a contest of stamina or magical prowess. Victory hinged on agility, speed, skill, and experience, all elements that must intertwine. Any minor error or flaw could lead to demise. The thin line between life and death is a precarious one, delineating the high from the low, the living from the dead. The water mage could not comprehend why his magical water projectile had struck Reg, yet elicited no sign of pain or reaction. As though the projectile had collided with a lifeless branch or a stone. Withdrawing his sword, Reg did not even glance at the fallen water mage, pivoting instead to strike again. The sword met its mark with unerring precision, just as Reg had calculated in his mind. The water mage, sprawled on the ground, felt blood gushing from his neck, his gaze fixed on Reg's left hand, filled with shock and disbelief. The entirety of his left sleeve lay in tatters from the magical water projectile's impact. Yet his arm bore not a single scratch. What could this mean? The water mage yearned to understand, but death swiftly claimed him down on the desolate battlefield. The number of standing figures dwindled from 4 to 3. A chill breeze swept through, creeping into the hearts of the brooding man and the swordsman. Before them stood a young man with his left arm bared, dragging a massive sword, exuding an aura of icy menace. Despite the brief exchange, Reg had already clashed with all three opponents, gaining insight into their respective strengths. All three appeared to possess greater power, likely of the low-level combatant or mage caliber, with the mage now deceased. There was no longer a concern for ranged assaults or healing. Reg could focus solely on the two remaining combatants. That Reg's silence undoubtedly instilled immense pressure in the brooding man and the swordsman. Although Reg looked scarcely over 20, his composure surpassed that of many in their 30s or 40s. That no words passed between them. Only when one side fell would this battle reach its conclusion. With a sudden flourish, the brooding man lunged forward, the swordsman closely following suit, preparing to attack Reg head dash on. In merely 3 exchanges, Reg had already sustained 2 wounds. Accustomed to working in tandem, the two combatant strikes complemented one another. Although gaps remained in their attacks, Reg's current strength rendered it impossible to exploit those fleeting moments for a counterattack. That a blade grazed his right shoulder blade, and another struck his thigh, leaving scorch marks where the blade had cut him. The searing pain noticeably slowed Reg's movements. That a triumphant smile appeared on the brooding man's face. Although Reg had unexpectedly slain the mage, exceeding his expectations, facing the dual onslaught now left Reg with no escape. The brooding man calculated that after 3 more strikes, they could inflict a fatal blow upon Reg. The glint of blades flashed, once more illuminating the air with their cold light as they attacked Reg from both sides. Reg glanced down at his thigh wound, realizing that if he did not swiftly incapacitate one of them, only death awaited him. The intense pain in his thigh and back did not dull his senses. Rather, they sharpened his focus. Suddenly, The movements of the two adversaries became painfully clear, each nuance of their actions vividly apparent. As if images were sliding before his eyes that in an instant, his mind processed the information. Evasion from their combined assault was impossible. The most rational course was to sidestep. However, doing so would leave him vulnerable to the long sword, which would surely carve another wound into his side. That a moment of resolve flashed in Reg's eyes as he abruptly veered to the right, forcibly creating distance from the brooding man, yet unwittingly placing himself directly in the path of the swordsman's blade, as though walking willingly into death's embrace. The swordsman's eyes sparkled with delight, thrusting his long sword with renewed urgency, aiming straight for Reg's chest. Surprisingly, Reg did not flinch or evade. Instead, he slightly shifted his body, and in the swordsman's astonished gaze, he crashed directly forward. Chapter 15. The astonishing crossbow bolt. The long sword pierced Reg's right shoulder, driving straight through and drawing forth a trail of blood. The excruciating pain drained the color from Reg's face. Yet at that very instant, his right hand surged upward, swinging the massive sword as if it were the harbinger of death itself. Sweeping across the swordsman's neck, the swordsman's head was severed, soaring into the air, his eyes wide with disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend that such a fierce individual would allow an adversary to pierce his flesh in exchange for a chance to strike back. Reg staggered, his right hand falling limply, the colossal sword poised to drop, but his left hand reached out, grasping the hilt. Leaping away from the ground, that a look of unmasked shock adorned the brooding man's visage, tinged with a hint of trepidation. This young man had managed to trap his comrade's sword with his own body, then sever the comrade's head with a single stroke, despite the agony coursing through him. Reg's expression remained pale, yet the fire of determination in his eyes blazed even brighter. His left hand gripped the massive sword tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, trembling slightly. "There's still you," Reg hissed through clenched teeth, coldly uttering those words brimming with murderous intent, his gaze sharp as a blade, aimed squarely at the brooding man. Beads of sweat formed on the brooding man's forehead. His throat dried. He had initially believed that three could effortlessly subdue a mere youth. Yet after only a few exchanges, two of his comrades lay dead, leaving him alone. His legs felt weak. Upon hearing Reg's chilling declaration, he prepared to flee, but then his gaze fell upon Reg's drooping right hand and the long sword still embedded in his shoulder. Suddenly, the brooding man's resolve solidified. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his aura of combat prowess surging to new heights. "You little brat, you almost had me fooled. Your right hand can barely move, and you bear multiple serious injuries. Let us see how you contend with me. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." Amidst the roar, the brooding man's long blade surged forward with fierce intent, cleaving the air as it swiftly approached Reg. This was a strike devoid of restraint, aimed at vanquishing Reg, the demon. Reg stood motionless, blood dripping from his wounds onto the ground, seemingly unable to move. As the blade descended upon him, he suddenly sprang into action. His left sword, wielded from an extraordinarily peculiar angle, arced upward with fierce defiance, colliding forcefully with the descending long blade. The long blade recoiled slightly. Yet Reg's massive sword darted forth like a venomous serpent from the underbrush, executing three uncanny and precise strikes that soared into the air, slicing through the brooding man's right arm. Amidst the splatter of blood, a severed arm, still clutching the long blade, soared skyward. The brooding man emitted a harrowing wail, his body darting sideways like a rabbit struck by an arrow, fleeing down the main road without a backward glance. He could never have anticipated that Reg's left sword not only possessed greater strength than the right, but also delivered strikes with greater ferocity and precision. Reg took a step to pursue, but pain surged through him, nearly causing him to collapse. Just as the brooding man was about to slip from his sight, a massive shadow suddenly appeared in the distance, leaping forth and landing upon the brooding man. "Ah!" The brooding man let out a brief, agonizing cry, and then fell silent. The air filled with the sounds of something being rapidly torn apart and bones being chewed. Reg was taken aback, though he could only vaguely discern the outline of the shadow. He deduced it was undoubtedly a beast, a creature far from ordinary. Not daring to linger, Reg gritted his teeth and hastened toward the entrance of the resting station, but perhaps his movements had startled the beast that was indulging in its feast. The creature raised its head, its enormous eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Thud, thud, thud. It seemed that Reg was more enticing than the corpse on the ground. The beast abandoned the brooding man's lifeless body and swiftly pursued him on all fours. Reg ran with great speed, yet the beast raced after him even faster, like a gust of wind. Just as Reg reached the outside of the resting station, he barely had time to scale the tall fence before the beast was upon him. Realizing escape was futile, he turned to face the beast, raising his massive sword to deliver a strike. The beast's claws swept across, and Reg felt an overwhelming force. He could no longer maintain his grip on the sword, which flew from his hands and embedded itself into the wooden fence with a thud. Now close to the resting station, illuminated by the magical crystal lamp at the entrance, Reg could finally discern the appearance of the beast before him. Standing at an imposing 2 meters tall, it bore the head of a lion and possessed a segmented tail reminiscent of a scorpion, with a long, sharp stinger at the end glinting ominously. The lion scorpion. Although no magical beast resided on Bali, Reg had heard tales of the ferocious lion scorpion from others. Beasts across the continent were categorized into tiers, likely to allow for comparison with human strength. Thus, their levels were divided into 11 ranks, mirroring the classification of fighters and mages. The lion scorpion was not skilled in magical attacks, but excelled in close combat. The venomous stinger at the end of its tail was lethal. An adult lion scorpion possessed combat prowess at the 4th tier, which might be negligible for experts like Grayan, Lou Wire's father. But for Reg, especially in his wounded state, it was akin to the arrival of death itself. Creak! The sound of the door opening pierced the night with an unsettling sharpness. Reg turned in astonishment to find the enormous wooden door ajar as the shopkeeper emerged, pushing a cart laden with several rectangular black boxes, each adorned with numerous circular holes. "Come quickly." The shopkeeper's voice was urgent as he set down the cart and grasped a metallic rod atop one of the boxes. Reg, disregarding questions about the boxes, swiftly leaped to the side of the door, then darted behind the shopkeeper. The lion scorpion turned its gaze towards the two at the entrance, unleashing a low, rumbling growl, its teeth and the fur around its mouth stained with blood. Eyes glinting with ferocity, exuding an aura of wickedness. The shopkeeper eyed the lion scorpion with trepidation, clutching the metallic rod tightly but remaining still. Reg stood beside him, both astonished and perplexed. Clearly, these black boxes were far from ordinary. Roar! The lion scorpion emitted another low growl, leaping towards the entrance. Reg's heart raced, and the shopkeeper fixated on the airborne beast, waiting until it was nearly upon them before yanking down the metallic rod. Buzz! A deep metallic hum resonated through the night, powerful and penetrating. The sound of something slicing through the air was so swift that Reg could scarcely perceive what had been released from the box. The lion scorpion, which had almost reached them, was sent flying back as if struck by a tremendous force that a crossbow bolt, crafted from pure steel. Reg's pupils contracted sharply as he beheld the lion scorpion, now riddled with 7 or 8 steel bolts, each deeply embedded into its flesh. Its tough skin providing no resistance. One bolt had pierced through its forehead, leaving only the fletching visible. The lion scorpion crashed heavily to the ground, attempting to rise but collapsing again. Lifeless, that a lethal strike. Reg's heart pounded fiercely as he gazed at the seemingly unremarkable black boxes, shock flooding his expression. These rectangular boxes were extraordinarily powerful. A 4th-tier beast like the lion scorpion could not withstand a single attack. The shopkeeper's expression relaxed, wiping the sweat from his brow that had accumulated from tension. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If we hadn't killed it, we would all have perished. Reg regained his composure, glancing at the boxes. These boxes are truly formidable. Do they only fire once? The shopkeeper nodded, his demeanor still tinged with anxiety. Indeed, while these bolts are powerful, their quantity is limited, and their firing angles lack flexibility that if we encountered a beast adept in long-range magical attacks, or one with agility, these would prove difficult to utilize. Noticing Reg's injuries and the blood at the corner of his mouth, the shopkeeper expressed concern. "You should hurry inside. Let me tend to your wounds," that he called out. And 2 shop assistants emerged, heading towards the fallen lion scorpion, while the shopkeeper pulled the seemingly unremarkable cart into the resting station. Reg summoned all his strength to retrieve his massive sword embedded in the wooden post, storing it in a spatial ring before unsteadily following the shopkeeper inside. "Come, young man, let me tend to your wounds." The shopkeeper approached his cabinet, rummaging through it before retrieving a wooden box filled with bandages. He patted a stool in front of him, inviting Reg to sit. Reg silently complied, sitting down, removing his shirt, and tearing open his pant leg to reveal his injuries. "You saved me." The shopkeeper smiled kindly. "It's nothing to it's not solely for your sake. It's also for the safety of the resting station. However, I must say, I'm quite surprised you managed to defeat those 3 by yourself." Before departing, the shopkeeper had advised Reg against venturing out, and now, at a critical moment, he had used the crossbow to slay the lion scorpion and was now kindly treating Reg's wounds. Reg felt immense gratitude but refrained from uttering excessive thanks. Instead, he etched the image of the kind-faced old man into his memory. "That you're quite injured. Bear the pain. I'll apply the medicine." After cleaning Reg's wounds with a clean gauze dipped in water, the old man began applying the ointment. Reg felt a cool sensation upon application, significantly alleviating the pain. Gritting his teeth, Reg allowed the old man to wrap his wounds tightly in gauze as he occasionally glanced up. He was startled to see Lu Wire standing at the second-floor corridor, gazing at him blankly. Lu Wire's face bore traces of lingering drowsiness, yet her eyes were reddened, brimming with tears, her lips pressed tightly together to stifle any sound. However, when their gazes met, the tears she had held back cascaded silently down her cheeks. Chapter 16. The Path of Solitude. Reg was not a fool. He knew precisely why Lu Wire was in tears and for whom she wept. Yet he remained still. The shopkeeper had finally tended to all of Reg's wounds, especially the troublesome one that pierced through his shoulder. The wounds on his thigh were superficial and posed no significant issue. "All bandaged up, but you'll need to take some medicine. Unfortunately, I lack a healing mage. Otherwise, this would be much simpler. You should go comfort your companion. Look at how distraught she is," the old man, with a beaming smile, glanced at Lu Wire on the second floor and playfully added, "If I were her, I would be deeply moved by your actions." Reg, feeling somewhat speechless, cast a sideways glance at the old man before rising slowly and ascending to the second floor, where he approached Lu Wire. Faced with the tearful Lu Wire, Reg found himself at a loss for words. His life had always been rather simple, and comforting a weeping girl was evidently not his forte. With a hint of helplessness, he scratched his head and murmured, "The ordeal has concluded. Let us return to rest, and no one shall disturb us further." Lu Wire looked at Reg, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and managed a somewhat forced smile as she reached for his arm. "That I'll support you." Reg shook his head, saying, "I am not yet at the point of requiring assistance." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Wire unceremoniously took hold of his left hand, draping it over her shoulder while she grasped his left hand with her left and supported his waist with her right. Seeing the resolute expression on Lu Wire's face, Reg ceased his resistance and allowed her to assist him back to the room, where he reclined on the bed. "You rest. I shall fetch you some medicine." Lu Wire hurried downstairs and, after an unknown duration, returned with a bowl of steaming concoction that exuded a potent medicinal aroma. "This is a remedy prepared by the shopkeeper. It will aid in your recovery. Drink it promptly." Reg did not hesitate. Despite the bitterness of the medicine, he consumed it in one go without so much as a grimace, returning the bowl to Lu Wire. "My injury is trivial. We shall continue our journey tomorrow. We are nearing the city of Holy Light." Lu Wire frowned and said, "Reg, why don't we rest here for a couple of days? Your injuries are not insignificant." Reg shook his head, replying, "We spend our days in the carriage. The wounds shall not be aggravated. Staying here may invite further complications. The rest stop is not as secure as the city. It is best we depart soon." After taking the medicine, Reg quickly fell asleep, his mind at ease. However, Lu Wire did not rush back to her room. Instead, she sat by the bed, gazing absently at the slumbering Reg from the moment she met him. This young man seemed akin to a hedgehog, cloaked in an impenetrable air of indifference, much like the spines of a hedgehog that shielded him from others. Now, witnessing him in a deep slumber, his face bore a hint of youthful innocence. Did this hedgehog-like youth possess a heart as tender as that of a hedgehog? Lu Wire pondered the moments shared between her and Reg over the past few days, lost in thought. Reg awoke at the break of dawn, a habit ingrained in him that prevented him from sleeping. As he turned to glance at the door, he was momentarily taken aback to find Lu Wire resting against his window, her posture suggesting discomfort, yet displaying a semblance of peace, that a faint smile graced her lips. one that spoke of unguarded joy. Was she dreaming of something that brought her happiness? Reg chose not to disturb her. Instead, he quietly slipped out of bed and draped a blanket over her. Perhaps it was exhaustion or simply the nature of her deep sleep, but the soft cover did not rouse her. Taking a deep breath, Reg began to assess his injuries, moving about slightly and touching the wound on his shoulder to his astonishment. He felt no pain whatsoever. Curiously, he unwrapped the bandaging and gently peeled off the ointment, only to discover that the sword wound he had sustained had miraculously healed, now scabbed over. It seemed that in a short while, the scar would vanish completely. What kind of miraculous medicine was this? Reg mused, recalling how swiftly his wounds had healed after rescuing Lou Wire a few days prior. Was it a result of his own body's peculiarities? He quickly dismissed further contemplation, quietly opening the door and heading downstairs. The shopkeeper was already at his post, and upon seeing Reg, expressed surprise. "Young man, you bear wounds. Why not rest a little longer?" Reg smiled at the shopkeeper and settled at the counter. "Boss, we are set to depart soon. Is there anything I can assist you with before we leave?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "You wish to repay me?" Reg nodded, smiling. "Indeed." The shopkeeper grinned widely. "Well, it seems you would feel uneasy if I did not assign you a task. You are headed to the city of Holy Light, correct?" Reg assented, and the shopkeeper rummaged through a drawer, producing a small parcel and placing it on the counter. "Here is a package. Please deliver it to the blacksmith shop in the southern part of the city of Holy Light, and hand it over to Ted Lin, the owner." Without hesitation, Reg replied, "Very well. I shall ensure it reaches its destination." After tying another knot around the parcel, Reg placed it into his spatial ring without inquiring about its contents. The shopkeeper chuckled again. "That be by the way, the iron chest I used last night was crafted by Ted Lin himself." That Reg's eyes brightened. It appeared that Ted Lin was indeed a skilled craftsman, a master of metallurgy. He looked forward to the opportunity to meet him. Lu Wire was roused from her slumber by the bustle of merchants preparing to depart. Upon feeling the blanket covering her, she experienced a fleeting moment of sweetness. Despite the perils of the journey, it seemed that these dangers paled in comparison. After tidying herself up, Lou Wire emerged on the first floor to find Reg already seated at the table, breakfast laid out before him. Seeing her, he gestured toward the opposite bench with a gentle smile. "Come, let us have breakfast. After that, we shall continue our journey." The once piled remains of the scorpion had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood. Reg suspected that the two companions who had ventured out last night were responsible for dismantling the massive creature. Even the 3 corpses in the distance had disappeared, presumably dealt with as well. Yet, Reg was not surprised. In this world, the death of a few individuals was a commonplace occurrence, despite the existence of laws within the human empire and other nations. These laws often had significant limitations, especially outside the city, where enforcement was nearly non-existent. Even within the city, as long as both parties consented to a duel, it fell beyond the realm of regulation. Death was, indeed, all too ordinary. As Reg and Lou Wire sat in the carriage, departing the rest stop en route to the city of Holy Light. Reg's injuries had nearly healed, and the jolting of the carriage no longer troubled him. With his eyes gently closed, he reflected on the battle from the previous night. When he witnessed the water mage casting the first water projectile aimed at him, Reg felt a sensation reminiscent of when flames had struck his hands. He knew that this water projectile posed no threat to him. And indeed, reality confirmed his intuition, filling him with delight. His left hand seemed to possess extraordinary capabilities, greater than his right, impervious to both fire and water magic. Could it be that his arm had achieved magical immunity? The thought was somewhat alarming. Yet having encountered the bizarre red crystal that fell from the sky and the perilous experience of the demon attempting to seize his body, Reg had grown somewhat desensitized. It seemed prudent to test other forms of magic whenever the opportunity arose, although it was regrettable that only his arm appeared to possess this immunity, perhaps also extending to his neck and head. The rest of his body, however, lacked this protective capability. Otherwise, would he not become an unparalleled force against magic, a bane to sorcerers? Lou Wire, seated across from Reg, observed him with closed eyes and suddenly spoke. "Reg, would you consider staying at the Purple Moonsword sect?" Reg opened his eyes, somewhat taken aback by her request. That Lu Wire's gaze held a hint of shyness, yet she bravely met his eyes. Awaiting his response, Reg lowered his gaze, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the window. I have other matters to attend to that I will escort you home, and once I fulfill Lambert's request, I shall take my leave." Disappointment flickered in Lou Wire's eyes as she lowered her head. Taking a moment before raising it again, her expression now calm. The carriage fell into a tranquil silence. Reg exhaled slowly. While he may not have comprehended fully the implications of Lou Wire's expression, he grasped enough to understand that, having saved her during a perilous moment and having faced danger together the previous night, it was only natural for her to harbor feelings for him. Perhaps even more than mere affection. Perhaps, as Lou Wire suggested, remaining at the Purple Moon Sword sect could yield much, but could Reg truly stay? Reg's character and the martial arts he practices will never allow him to agree to linger at the Purple Moon Sword sect. The origin of the martial arts you cultivate is formidable. Though I am uncertain whether it belongs to the divine, sacred, superior, medium, or inferior tier, I firmly believe it resides above the sacred level, possibly even within the exceedingly rare divine tier. You must not easily reveal your combat techniques, as they are the most telling indicators of this martial arts essence. Your path to cultivation is destined to be arduous. No one can assist you, not even the obscure and secretive families and sects, as they will merely seek to covet your martial arts. You must rely solely on yourself, for this is an inevitable journey of solitude and relentless self-improvement. These words were spoken by Lambert to Reg on the eve of his departure from Bali, and Reg deeply resonated with them, for the greed and malice inherent in human nature are unchanging. Chapter 17. Conflict. While there are indeed many good people in this world, there exist even more who are malevolent. How many powerful individuals inhabit this realm? The vastness of the world and the sheer number of strong practitioners exceed our wildest imaginations. Fighters, magicians abound, alongside countless unique cultivators with extraordinary methods. Strong individuals are ubiquitous. And aside from those commonly discussed, many hidden families and formidable entities akin to the 8 sacred lands conceal untold masters within their ranks. Even the reigning monarch is a superlative powerhouse. Is even His Majesty a superlative powerhouse? Undoubtedly, the power of monarchy is the most terrifying force in existence. Not only is the monarch himself formidable, but he is also surrounded by countless hidden masters. Even those extraordinarily powerful 8 sacred lands would be turned to dust at His Majesty's command. Moreover, the princes most likely to inherit the throne are also formidable warriors. At this moment, the winds of cultivation sweep across the land, with the people of the Sun Empire ardently practicing martial arts and magic. Even the relatively weaker neighboring nations surrounding the Sun Empire boast numerous strong individuals. Reg, be wary of being impulsive. Unless you can transcend the shackles of monarchy, never oppose it. Furthermore, never underestimate your opponents. Those who appear harmless may not pose a threat, while the truly dangerous ones lurk in the shadows. As their journey continued, both individuals carried their own thoughts. Traversing in silence the by evening, Reg and his companion finally arrived at the city of Holy Light. This city, the closest to the city of Sea Witches, is only slightly smaller in scale. Yet its history is far more profound. Legend has it that the city of Holy Light was built upon the ruins of a great battle, and its name derives from the most exceptional light mage, Shaluda, who reached the level of a magic emperor. During the pivotal moment of that battle, he cast the ultimate healing spell, the Mercy of Holy Light. The Holy Light enveloped the entire army, healing the wounds of all the battle-weary soldiers, restoring their combat effectiveness without decline, and they rallied to defeat their foes. Thus, the Holy Light heralded the rise of this city, which was subsequently named the City of Holy Light. In the central square of the city stands a towering statue, several meters high, depicting the moment when the magic emperor Shaluda unleashed the mercy of Holy Light. The City of Holy Light is an ancient city, yet its scale has expanded continuously throughout history. Its walls have been extended 3 times, each time constructed higher and more robustly. Today, the City of Holy Light stands as a veritable bastion. Reg and his companion made their way through the throng of people into the City of Holy Light, intending to find an inn for the night. Along the way, Reg inquired with the coachman and learned that the Tsangming Mountain, home to the Purple Moon Sword sect, lies not far to the east of the city. Should they ride out of the city, it would take merely half a day's journey. Reg let out a sigh of relief. Resting in the City of Holy Light for a day would allow him to escort Lou Wire back tomorrow, fulfilling his promise to Lambert and repaying his past kindness. thereby resolving the matter. Reg, it seems our Purple Moon Sword sect has a residence in the city of Holy Light, and there are usually guards stationed there. Lu Wire remarked. Reg was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied, that is even better. With your sect's people escorting you back, it will be much safer. Where is that residence located? Lu Wire pointed out the direction, indicating it was along the northern street of the city. The coachman then turned the carriage towards the north. As the carriage progressed, Lu Wire suddenly displayed a look of surprise, gazing excitedly at a woman not far from the carriage. Sister Yao Lin, she exclaimed. Reg turned his head in surprise, following her gaze to see a tall woman at a nearby stall turning her head. Lu Wire was the first to leap from the carriage, with Reg following suit. The woman named Yao Lin exclaimed in delight upon spotting Lu Wire. Lu Wire, what are you doing here? Without hesitation, she dropped what she was holding and rushed over. Upon seeing Reg standing beside Lu Wire, her expression shifted, and she quickly pulled Lu Wire behind her, drawing her long sword, its gleam sharp, aimed at Reg. You little thief. Who are you to dare abduct the granddaughter of our Purple Moon Sword sect's leader? She demanded fiercely. Reg furrowed his brow, eyeing the woman whom Lu Wire referred to as sister. Yao Lin appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in light warrior attire, wielding a long sword. She had a commendable figure and attractive features, exuding a certain grace. However, the unabashed pride in her eyes made her seem unapproachable. Yao Lin's unfounded hostility left Reg silent. He merely regarded her with caution. Wary of her unpredictable aggression, Lu Wire pulled behind Yao Lin, quickly interjected, Sister Yao Lin, don't misunderstand. He is my savior. Savior? Yao Lin paused momentarily, scrutinizing Reg from head to toe, seemingly doubtful of Lu Wire's words. Nonetheless, she sheathed her sword. Lu Wire, weren't you abducted by bandits? How did you end up with him? Who is he? Yao Lin inquired, her gaze still darting towards Reg, as if afraid he might flee. Lu Wire grasped Yao Lin's hand, hastily explaining, I was captured by the bandits and taken by water route to the city of Sea Witches, passing through Bali. Reg is a resident of Bali. I escaped by jumping into the water and encountered him. He killed the bandits, saved me, and brought me back. Yao Lin regarded Reg with growing suspicion. He killed the bandits and then brought you back. Seeing Lu Wire nod affirmatively, Yao Lin suddenly asked how many bandits were there. And what was their strength? Lu Wire, innocent and unthinking, failed to grasp the deeper implications of Yao Lin's question. However, Reg, standing opposite Yao Lin, understood all too well that she did not believe his account of defeating the bandits and rescuing Lu Wire. 12, one at the fighter level. The rest were warriors and magicians, varying in strength. Yao Lin scoffed, then asked, and what is his strength? Reg noted the increasing skepticism in Yao Lin's demeanor. Her unabashed pride and doubt displeased him. So he spoke, you are Lu Wire's sister, correct? Then I shall leave her in your care. Ignoring Yao Lin's reaction, Reg turned to Lu Wire, his gaze softening slightly. Lu Wire, return to Salming Mountain with your sister. When you see your grandfather, remember to tell him that a slang no longer owes him a debt. Having said this, Reg made to depart, but Lu Wire called out in haste Reg at the same time. Yao Lin extended her sword, blocking Reg's path, and coldly declared, you cannot leave until everything is clarified. Reg's gaze turned icy. As he looked at Yao Lin, his eyes became as sharp as blades, his expression chilling. Yao Lin felt an inexplicable chill at his demeanor, but quickly reminded herself that they were in the city of Holy Light, close to the Purple Moon Sword sect. Surely he would not dare to act against her. With this thought, her courage surged, and she coldly mocked Reg. What is this? The situation has been exposed, and now you wish to flee? Reg stared at Yao Lin, aware that her skepticism was deeply rooted. Disregarding even Lu Wire's explanation, that he knew further attempts at clarification would be futile, and he felt no fear towards Yao Lin simply because she was affiliated with the Purple Moon Sword sect. His right hand subtly reversed, fingers curling as if grasping a sword, as he prepared to retrieve his great sword from his spatial ring. Yet, before he could act, Lu Wire dashed forward, seizing Reg's right hand and exclaiming, Reg, don't. Though Lu Wire had only known Liege for a few days, it seemed as if she had become remarkably acquainted with him, that if he were to strike, it would undoubtedly be with ferocity and without mercy. Perhaps even senior sister Yao Lin's life would be at stake. While she was aware that senior sister Yao Lin possessed greater strength than Liege, she was nonetheless certain that should a confrontation ensue, it would be Yao Lin who would meet with defeat. Noticing the chilling gaze and impending movement of Liege, Lu Wire sprang forth to grasp his right hand, torn between her mentor and her savior. Unwilling to see either of them harmed, Liege furrowed his brow and turned to regard Lu Wire, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Disregarding any gender distinctions, Lu Wire clung to Liege's arm, her expression pleading as she implored Liege, "Senior sister, Yao Lin only spoke those words out of concern for me. For my sake, please do not be angry, all right?" Upon witnessing the earnest plea in Lu Wire's eyes, Liege gradually relaxed his previously tense grip. Sensing the shift, Lu Wire's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Liege, will you accompany me to Songming Mountain?" Across from them, Yao Lin's expression shifted, her face growing somewhat grim. Not only was Lu Wire being affectionate with this man, but she was also pleading on his behalf, as if her intercession was the only thing preventing a disaster. This ignited a growing fury within the proud Yao Lin. What manner of charm did this young man possess that inspired such trust and affection from Lu Wire? She even extended an invitation for him to visit the ZUS Sword Sect. The anticipation in her demeanor suggested an overwhelming hope for his agreement, almost as if she had developed feelings for him. Liege, however, paid no heed to Yao Lin and simply regarded the hopeful Lu Wire. He shook his head and said, "I have other matters to attend to. Now that you have encountered your senior sister, you should be safe. I shall not go." Upon seeing Lu Wire's expression dim with disappointment, Liege added, "Perhaps another time, when I have the opportunity, I will visit Songming Mountain." Instantly, Lu Wire's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joyfully asked, "You must not deceive me." Liege nodded affirmatively, "I will not deceive you. The ZUS Sword Sect and its third-level Dozun are certainly worth a visit." Chapter 18. Master Blacksmith. After bidding farewell to Lu Wire, Liege made his way directly towards the southern part of the city, in search of the Tatterlin blacksmith shop, eager to fulfill the request of the Rest Stop's proprietor as swiftly as possible. The bustling city of Holy Light was alive with the sounds of its many inhabitants, and Liege was blissfully unaware of the two bare-chested men stealthily trailing behind him. This was Liege's first venture into the world alone, and as he strolled down the street, marveling at the myriad of new and unfamiliar buildings and wares, he felt a thrill of excitement. The serene tranquility of Bali was absent here, but the vibrancy of life was something Bali could never hope to witness. As he passed through the central square of Holy Light City, Liege beheld a colossal statue clad in a magical robe, wielding a pearlescent staff aloft. Atop the staff, a milky white magic crystal radiated a brilliant light, resembling a small sun that illuminated the entirety of the square and beyond. The statue represented the Magic Emperor, Zaluda. Although Liege was not a magician himself, he stood before the magnificent effigy for quite some time. That it was merely a statue, yet the exquisite craftsmanship transported him back to a bygone era of bloody conflict, allowing him to appreciate Zaluda's selfless act of unleashing holy light to envelop his comrades in their moment of dire need. Despite the changes in dynasty and the fact that Zaluda was not regarded as a hero of the current Solar Empire, the spirit of valor emanating from the statue resonated deeply with Liege. "Such a simpleton, utterly captivated," one of the two men lurking in the shadows remarked, leaning against a distant wall as they observed the fervent young man. "Who would have thought that this Na'vi fool would attract the attention of a beauty from the ZUS Sword Sect?" The other man, eager for action, suggested, "Why not simply teach that kid a lesson? Do you think we might earn a reward for it?" The first man scoffed, "Do not overstep your bounds, that we were only instructed to follow him, not to engage. That if we mishandle this and provoke the ZUS Sword Sect, our heads may very well roll." Realizing the formidable reputation of the ZUS Sword Sect, the eager man nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall merely follow and observe where that young man intends to go." In the square, after a lengthy contemplation, Liege finally regained his composure and proceeded southward. After inquiring with a couple of passers-by, Liege eventually located the Tatterlin blacksmith shop, which at first glance appeared rather unremarkable, worn, and desolate. However, upon stepping through the dilapidated entrance, he discovered an entirely different scene. The modest space was bustling with multiple customers, all evidently affluent. Some accompanied by guards or personal attendants. At the entrance stood a counter, with an array of weapons and armor adorning the walls. Several shop assistants were vigorously demonstrating the gear and enthusiastically promoting their wares. Such trifles do not pique my interest. Has your master Tatterlin produced any new creations recently? A young man, dressed in finery and flanked by 2 guards, casually tossed aside a shimmering longsword, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the shop. The assistant, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Our master has recently taken a break and has no new products. However, a few of his apprentices do have some commendable items. Would you like me to fetch them for you?" The young man shook his head. "Their craftsmanship is decent, but I find it unworthy. Inform me when your master has new creations. I seek a quality sword, preferably a magic sword." Having said this, the young man departed with his guards, leaving the assistant to wipe the sweat from his brow. Noticing Liege, who stood at the entrance appraising the shop, the assistant was momentarily taken aback by Liege's simplicity, but approached him with a smile. "Sir, what can I assist you with? Weapons or armor?" Liege shook his head. "I wish to meet your master Tatterlin. I have something to deliver on behalf of another." After a moment's hesitation, the assistant gestured, "Please, follow me," that he led Liege through the shop and down a narrow corridor. Arriving at a spacious courtyard, the sound of hammering echoed from the surrounding buildings, indicating that this was indeed the heart of the blacksmith's operations. Standing in the courtyard, Liege surveyed the various forging rooms, while the assistant went to summon Tatterlin. Though it was his first visit, Liege felt certain that Tatterlin was a master blacksmith, having previously encountered Tatterlin's remarkable mechanical crossbow at the rest stop. He recalled the young man's words, suggesting that Tatterlin possessed the capability to forge magic swords. Magic swords, embedded with magic crystals, allowed their wielders to harness the powers contained within, enhancing their attacks. The higher the level of the crystal embedded in the sword, the greater the effects and abilities it would confer. Magic swords were coveted by every fighter, yet their creation was fraught with difficulty, particularly the embedding of the magic crystals, which had a high failure rate. Thus, the value of a magic sword was exceedingly high. Judging by the young man's remarks, it was evident that Tatterlin had indeed crafted magic swords. Otherwise, he would not have made such a comment. As Liege pondered the yet-to-be-met Tatterlin, an elderly man in his 50s emerged from the far end of the corridor, dressed simply in a cloth tunic with a strip of fabric tied around his waist, and his arms bare to reveal well-defined muscles. He approached Liege to "I am Tatterlin." The elder scrutinized Liege briefly before inquiring, "I hear you have something for me?" Liege nodded, taken aback by Tatterlin's gait, which suggested he was no ordinary individual, likely a fighter of considerable skill. "Yes, the proprietor of the Nightfall rest stop entrusted me with a package to deliver to you." Tatterlin's eyes brightened. Come, let us speak further inside." Liege followed Tatterlin into a room that appeared to be a reception area for guests. Once seated, Tatterlin regarded Liege with mild curiosity. "I do not believe I have seen you before. What is your connection to him?" Liege retrieved the neatly packaged bundle from his spatial ring and placed it on the table, offering a faint smile. "I am merely a traveler. He assisted me during my stay." Pausing briefly, Liege continued, "The mechanical crossbow arrows you crafted are truly formidable." Tatterlin lifted his gaze in surprise, fixating on Liege. "You have encountered the mechanical crossbow arrows? What transpired?" After Liege recounted the events, Tatterlin expressed astonishment. "You mean to say that the mechanical crossbow arrows were used to slay a 4th-tier magical beast? The lion scorpion? Fortune smiles upon us, yet the peril remains palpable. Although the crossbow bolts possess formidable power, their quantity is indeed limited, that a single miss could prove consequential." Reg nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, however, the lion scorpion is a melee beast." The shopkeeper waited until it drew near before unleashing a volley, ensuring not a single bolt went astray, resulting in the lion scorpion's immediate demise. Tatterlin also nodded, clearly well aware of the power and limitations of the crossbow bolts he had crafted. Extending his hand, Tatterlin unwrapped the package before Reg, revealing a letter atop a collection of assorted items that Reg's gaze was instantly drawn to a crystal the size of an egg, with a dull yellow hue. "Magic crystal!" Tatterlin exclaimed as he lifted the crystal, weighing it thoughtfully before scrutinizing it closely, that he then set it down with a sigh, remarking, "A magic crystal from a 4th-tier beast, quite valuable indeed." But he glanced at the other items, noting that they were all valuables taken from the lion scorpion, which had been sent to him. Shaking his head, Tatterlin picked up the letter, tore it open, and extracted the paper within, reading it swiftly. The page contained little text, and he finished it in no time. As he folded the letter, he inquired, "What is your name, young man?" Reg, without hesitation, replied. Reg Tedlin nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you for delivering this package. As a token of my appreciation, you may select any weapon or armor from my shop. Reg shook his head, replying, I already possess weapons and have no need for armor. I appreciate your kindness. The Tedlin's gaze fell upon the ring on Reg's right hand, recognizing it as a spatial ring. And he expressed mild astonishment. Ah, you bear a spatial ring. It seems you have quite the background. May I see your weapon? As a master blacksmith and a friend of the shopkeeper, Reg readily agreed and retrieved the giant sword that Longbow had given him. Upon seeing the giant sword, Tedlin's expression shifted, disbelief evident on his face. He took the sword from Reg, weighed it in his hands, and raised it to the light at the door, scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness. As if beholding a treasure, that he even swung the sword a few times in demonstration. After a considerable pause, Tedlin placed the sword on the table, exclaiming, I cannot believe your weapon is forged from superior cold iron. This material is worth a fortune, and I shudder to think of how much cold iron went into crafting such a sword. Alas, the blacksmith who forged it seems to have neglected the refinement process. Such a waste. Reg was momentarily taken aback. Longbow had never mentioned the sword's value, and he had never perceived it as anything more than a heavy blade. Master Tedlin, you consider my sword a treasure? Chapter 19. The stalker given Tedlin's accomplishments in blacksmithing, it seemed fitting for Reg to address him as master. Tedlin regarded Reg with some astonishment. Do you truly not know that your sword is made from the rarest grade of superior cold iron? Reg shook his head, genuinely unaware. It was given to me by an elder, who never elaborated on its significance. Tedlin's eyes lit up as he gently caressed the blade, his touch as tender as one would bestow upon a maiden's skin. Cold iron is a remarkably rare ore, renowned for its unparalleled hardness. Weapons forged from it are virtually indestructible, making it the finest material for crafting weapons and armor. Cold iron is classified into 3 grades: superior, medium, and inferior, with superior cold iron being the rarest. This giant sword of yours is forged from superior cold iron, worth an astonishing amount. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intent, you may attract misfortune. Reg was well aware of the saying, to possess a gem is to invite trouble, and nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your sage advice, Master. I just heard you mention that the sword's forging process was overlooked. Tedlin nodded, his gaze filled with regret as he regarded the sword. Indeed, while the material is exceptional, the forging technique is rudimentary. The cold iron has not been sufficiently purified of impurities, which compromises its quality. The method employed was a standard technique, lacking the optimal pleated forging method. The disparity in craftsmanship results in a significant difference in quality. Reg then comprehended why Tedlin had expressed such lament earlier. After a moment's thought, Reg suddenly asked, Master Tedlin, have you ever forged a magic sword? A glimmer of pride appeared on Tedlin's face as he nodded. Yes, I once forged a 4th-tier magic sword, which caused quite a stir throughout Holy Light City. The auction for that magic sword was unprecedented. Admiration flickered across Reg's visage, prompting him to ask, you mentioned that my sword suffers from improper forging and unrefined cold iron. Surely, Master Tedlin, you possess the skill to rectify this? Tedlin examined the giant sword, confidence radiating from him. Of course. While the pleated forging method is challenging, I could manage it with the right materials to assist in purifying the cold iron. Are you suggesting you wish for me to help you reforge this sword? Reg shook his head, his expression earnest. I would like to request that you teach me the art of sword forging. Tedlin appeared somewhat taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a request. Yet, observing Reg's gaze fixed on the giant sword, he suddenly understood and burst into hearty laughter. Reg, are you aspiring to personally reforge this sword? I can indeed teach you the art of forging. You seem to possess the innate qualities of a fighter and the foundational traits of a blacksmith. However, forging a sword, much like cultivating one's abilities, requires insight. It is not merely a matter of learning. Reg nodded earnestly. Yes, Master, I genuinely wish to reforge this sword with my own hands and learn the craft of sword forging from you. I aspire to transform my giant sword into a high-quality magic sword. A magic sword. Tedlin's eyes widened in surprise. You wish to learn to forge a magic sword? Reg affirmed with determination. I wonder if Master would be willing to teach me? This notion had unexpectedly flashed through Reg's mind, yet he found it entirely feasible. Longbow had sent him away from Bali Island for 2 reasons: to escort Weir home and to encourage his own journey of growth. had he not mentioned that Reg would have to navigate his own path moving forward. While venturing into the world, survival is paramount. Moreover, an essential consideration is that the frost ice technique requires an array of precious herbs for cultivation in its later stages. Though this accelerates the pace of one's training, it also signifies a need for considerable funds. Reg currently possessed only a handful of gold coins and needed to find a viable means of earning a living to secure his survival and fund the necessary herbs for future cultivation. Upon hearing that Ted Lin had once forged a magic sword, Reg's heart ignited with hope that if he could master the art of forging, he could not only reforge his giant sword into a magic sword, but also forge magic swords for sale. A fact well known for its lucrative potential. Balancing training with the pursuit of forging knowledge seemed an astute choice. Ted Lin scrutinized Reg with keen interest, and after a lengthy pause, he finally nodded, "Very well. In light of the commendations from my old friend regarding you, I shall teach you the art of forging. However, whether you can learn the technique for forging magic swords will depend on your own capabilities." Reg understood Ted Lin's implication and acknowledged that becoming a blacksmith was no simple feat. It required both talent and skill to excel, with the demands only increasing for those seeking to become outstanding blacksmiths. "Thank you, Master. I shall endeavor to learn and apply myself diligently," Reg expressed earnestly. Ted Lin was pleased with Reg's attitude, appreciating his diligence and commitment, which were fundamental qualities of a blacksmith. "Good. You may stay here from now on. Tomorrow, I shall officially begin your instruction." Ted Lin rose and called out, "Lofter, come here at his command." A robust man in his 30s swiftly entered the room. Addressing Ted Lin respectfully, "Master, what is your request?" Ted Lin gestured towards Reg. "This is Reg, please arrange a room for him. He shall learn the art of forging from me." That he then pointed to the sturdy man, saying to Reg, "This is Lofter, my senior apprentice. You may seek his guidance in your studies." Reg nodded, retrieved the giant sword from the table, and stood, offering a respectful nod to Lofter. "I look forward to your guidance." Lofter responded with a hearty smile, "Master, is this our junior apprentice?" Ted Lin shook his head, clarifying, "He is a special case I have taken under my wing, not officially my disciple. However, if he inquires about matters you are knowledgeable in, do share your insights with him without reservation." Reg furrowed his brow and interjected, "Master Ted Lin, if you are teaching me the art of forging, I should respectfully address you as my teacher." Ted Lin regarded Reg thoughtfully before breaking into a smile. "Very well, that if you can forge a weapon of comparable quality to those sold outside within a year, I shall accept you as my disciple." Lofter turned to Reg with an encouraging smile. "Reg, you must give it your all. Master is not one to easily accept disciples." Reg nodded thoughtfully. Although Ted Lin may not be a paragon of combat prowess, his mastery in the art of forging is undeniably profound. This is evidenced by his ability to craft intricate crossbow bolts and even magical swords, meriting a sense of pride. Loft led Reg out of the courtyard and into a row of connected rooms. He opened one door and said, "Reg, you shall reside here from now on. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. My room is the one at the very front, where I usually forge weapons during the day." Reg expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Loft, and I shall have many inquiries regarding forging in the future." Loft responded with a warm, earnest smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Indeed, as my teacher has stated, do not hesitate to ask any questions you may have. I will gladly share all that I know." After surveying the room, Loft scratched his head and remarked, "This place has been unoccupied for quite some time, so you will need to tidy it up. Alternatively, shall I take you around to familiarize yourself with the surroundings?" Reg, in agreement, nodded. "That would be much appreciated." Loft guided Reg on a thorough tour, explaining various locations: the dining area, the bathing facilities, the relaxation and discussion quarters, and the forging space. To be by the end of their tour, Reg had garnered a sufficient understanding of the Ted Lin Forge. Though the facade of the Ted Lin Forge appeared modest, its interior was quite spacious, a large courtyard dedicated to forging, supplemented by living quarters, a kitchen, and bathing facilities, all contributing to a considerable expanse that in total, the Ted Lin Forge, along with the kitchen staff and front office employees, comprised around 50 individuals, with approximately 30 engaged in the forging process, including Ted Lin's 4 apprentices and over a dozen skilled blacksmiths, all of whom had received Ted Lin's guidance and surpassed the average blacksmith in skill. After a thorough exploration, Reg returned to his room to commence the cleaning process. The absence of previous occupants had left the space cloaked in dust, and after an extended period of cleaning, it finally resembled a habitable dwelling. Loft returned with fresh bedding and other necessities, marking Reg's official establishment at the forge. Outside, two men who had been covertly trailing Reg, after waiting for an extended period, discreetly inquired about supplies and ultimately departed in astonishment. What? That kid has taken residence in the Tedlin Forge and intends to stay long-term? Yao Lin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she scrutinized the two men who returned with the news. What is his purpose in settling there? Does he plan to learn forging from Tedlin? After a moment of contemplation, Yao Lin fixed her gaze on the two men and instructed, continue to monitor him. Should he exhibit any notable activity, relay the information to Ellie at the Purple Moon Sword Sect in Holy Light City. With that, Yao Lin tossed a gold coin their way, exclaiming, if you perform well, greater rewards await you. The two men hastily reached for the coins, several spilling onto the ground, compelling them to bend down to retrieve them. Yao Lin's face displayed a hint of disdain as she turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something and turned back to say, this matter is not to be disclosed to anyone else. Otherwise, the two ruffians fell silent, as the Purple Moon Sword Sect held an imposing reputation in their minds that to provoke them would be tantamount to courting disaster. After Yao Lin's departure, she made her way to the entrance of a large residence along North Street. The estate spoken of by Lu Weier, which belonged to the Purple Moon Sword Sect. Given the sect's frequent business in Holy Light City, they had invested heavily in acquiring this grand estate, which was maintained by designated personnel. Members of the sect could stay here during their visits, providing them with a place to rest. Additionally, this estate served as a point of contact for outsiders seeking the Purple Moon Sword Sect, negating the need to venture all the way to Songming Mountain. Each sword sect must cultivate its financial resources. Even the mightiest warrior requires sustenance. The Purple Moon Sword Sect, of course, had its own avenues for generating income. Aside from collecting rent from numerous lands surrounding Songming Mountain, the sect also undertook various contracts for compensation, hunted magical beasts for sale, and received substantial contributions from outer disciples, who were required to submit a significant amount of gold coins annually. Wealthy patrons abound in this world. Once one gains renown and strength, acquiring riches becomes merely a matter of extending one's hand. However, the sect's most significant source of income stemmed from a mine located within Songming Mountain, known for producing high-quality or suitable for forging a variety of weapons and armor. This mine generated a considerable annual revenue for the Purple Moon Sword Sect upon returning to the estate. Yao Lin entered the room where Lu Weier resided. After a period of rest, Lu Weier, visibly rejuvenated, sat up in bed upon seeing Yao Lin enter and called out, Senior Sister Yao Lin, when shall we return? I fear my grandfather and parents must be terribly worried since my abduction. Yao Lin nodded. Indeed, the sect leader was furious and dispatched a significant number of personnel to rescue you. However, the cunning abductors took to the waterways. And our investigations have yielded no results. Do not fret. I have already sent word back to our master that we shall return by morning. Unbeknownst to Reg, who had settled comfortably at the Tedlin Forge, he was being monitored. Clang, clang, clang. Reg, bare-chested, gripped a glowing iron piece in his right hand while wielding a hefty hammer in his left, rhythmically striking the iron block on the anvil. Begin by striking the iron to hone your feel. Your hammer must become as nimble as your arm. Practice until your eyes, hammer, and heart are in sync. Even before your hammer descends, your heart should already comprehend the transformation it will invoke. Once Reg became familiar with the forge and its fundamental processes, he embarked on his formal training in forging, while Tedlin merely handed him a hammer and imparted those words of wisdom. Reg felt no discontent. His initial training with Lambert in swordsmanship and the Frostheart technique bore striking similarities to Tedlin's instruction, an endless repetition of swinging the sword, cutting, thrusting, and maneuvering, day in and day out, to the extent that even in slumber, he continued the motions of cutting, thrusting, and maneuvering in his dreams, and on the first day, Reg experimented with both his left and right hands, striking the heated iron. The results revealed that his left hand not only exhibited greater strength, but also increasing precision. The hammer in the hands of a blacksmith is akin to a weapon in the grasp of a warrior. During his time on the island, Reg had wielded a heavy greatsword, executing various complex maneuvers thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times. Now, wielding the relatively lighter hammer, made the task of striking the glowing iron block exceedingly effortless. While gripping the greatsword, Reg found that his left hand was more formidable and precise than his right. The same held true for the hammer. Residing at the forge, Reg continued to practice the frost heart technique daily, though it was no longer convenient to practice swordsmanship. Even if he had the means, time was now a constraint. However, Reg swiftly devised an alternative method. Quite simply, it was the task assigned by Master Ted Lin, hammering iron. The hammer in his hand replaced the greatsword. While the act of forging did not allow for the sweeping cuts and thrusts of a greatsword, each strike imparted force upon the iron block, causing subtle alterations in both impact and shape. This was a form of training that, if wielding the greatsword, previously served as a means of conditioning strength and combat skills, a macro-level training. Then striking the iron block represented a meticulous and detailed training regimen. The amalgamation of vision and strength, the refinement of estimation and calculation skills. Although he was not handling a sword, the efficacy of his training remained undiminished, even serving to complement his prior training with greater precision. Observing Reg wielding the hammer with his left hand, Ted Lin expressed mild surprise. "Are you left-handed?" Reg shook his head and replied, "I can use both hands. I just feel my left hand is a bit stronger." Ted Lin regarded Reg with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, exclaiming, "Well, you truly possess a remarkable skill. To be so proficient with both hands is quite impressive. Keep practicing. I am beginning to have some faith in you." Reg found himself at a loss for words. Although Tidlin had promised to teach him the art of forging, it was evident that he held no expectations for Reg in his heart. Engaging in the simple and monotonous task of hammering iron blocks, Reg persevered without a hint of difficulty. The surrounding blacksmiths had learned from Loth that this young man had the potential to become Tidlin's youngest disciple, and they harbored a mix of emotions towards Reg. Some envied him, others were jealous, and some awaited the spectacle of his failure, for it was well known that Tidlin was exceedingly stringent in selecting his apprentices. As for Tidlin's promise that within a year Reg could forge a weapon of comparable quality to those sold outside, the majority of blacksmiths were skeptical about Reg's ability to achieve such a feat. While those weapons were not considered exceptional masterpieces, the armaments produced at Tidlin's forge were of impeccable quality, undeniably genuine, and the forge's reputation was built over time, not merely through the crafting of a magical sword by Tidlin himself. Typically, it took a blacksmith 2 to 3 years to transition from novice to skilled artisan, and to forge a sword of decent quality might require 6 to 7 years of dedication. To create a weapon of comparable quality to those available for sale would necessitate at least a decade of foundational training that a year. Most believe this was merely Tidlin's way of dismissing Reg. Yet, Reg did not dwell on such thoughts. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the monotonous and seemingly tedious act of forging, striving to grasp the essence of Tidlin's philosophy, the convergence of sight, strike, and spirit. After finishing breakfast, Reg began to shape the heated iron blocks, molding them into various forms according to his vision, continuing until lunchtime. After a brief respite, he resumed hammering in the afternoon, persisting until dinner. While everyone else relaxed and enjoyed the evening, Reg had already returned to his work, to be by the end of the first day, aside from Loth's kind advice to take care of his health and avoid overexertion. Most onlookers merely stood by, some even whispering amongst themselves that, working so hard on the first day, trying to impress the master. Indeed, after dinner one should rest, yet he continues to toil that I wager he won't be able to rise in the morning. He'll probably find it impossible to sleep tonight. His arms must feel swollen like dumplings. Reg caught wind of some of these idle remarks, yet he couldn't be bothered to respond. Compared to the hellish training he had endured on Bali Island, this forging seemed almost playful. In terms of physical exertion, it presented no challenge whatsoever, to be why the next morning, Reg returned to his work with renewed vigor, his movements remaining harmonious and powerful. The rhythmic and crisp sounds of hammering silenced the gossiping crowd. On the third and fourth days, as the week progressed, the blacksmith's gazes towards Reg transformed entirely, shifting to expressions of astonishment and reverence. Even for those accustomed to the forge, witnessing Reg hammering continuously without pause was astounding. Yet he appeared unfazed, leading many to conclude that this young man was unlike anyone they had previously encountered. He must be a fighter. Otherwise, how could he possess such remarkable stamina? Someone cautiously speculated, only to be met with skepticism from another. If he were truly a fighter, would he abandon his training to learn the craft of blacksmithing? The initial theorist retorted, but isn't Master Tidlin also a fighter? On Songming Mountain, at the summit where the Ziyue sword sect resides, Lu Wire sat in a pavilion, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed into the distance. The Ziyue sword sect, perched atop the mountain, provided an exceptional view, allowing one to overlook the sprawling landscape of rivers and hills for miles around. However, in the presence of such beauty, Lu Wire's expression was devoid of joy. Instead, her brows knitted slightly, her gaze unfocused, clearly lost in thought. Behind her stood a young maid, approximately 20 years of age, dressed in a servant's attire with a short sword at her waist, with her head bowed and a compliant demeanor. She attentively observed Lu Wire's silhouette, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Her name was Fei Fei, an orphan taken in by Grelin, who had grown up within the Ziyue sword sect, trained in both combat techniques and martial arts by Grelin himself. She possessed considerable skill. Previously serving as a maid to Grelin's wife, she was now reassigned to be Lu Wire's personal attendant and protector, especially following the recent turmoil that had led to the death of Lu Wire's former maid. Among the 8 orphans raised by the Ziyue sword sect, 4 boys and 4 girls, Fei Fei had emerged as the most accomplished among the girls. With her intelligence and resourcefulness, she had garnered Grelin's favor. Had it not been for the need for her granddaughter's safety, Grelin would have been reluctant to allow Fei Fei to serve Lu Wire. Lu Wire was already familiar with her companions, so their new roles as mistress and maid posed no barrier. Furthermore, Lu Wire's unpretentious nature endeared her to Fei Fei. As footsteps approached, Fei Fei swiftly turned, glancing at the figure drawing near. She softly remarked, "Miss, this has arrived." Lu Wire, pulled from her reverie, slightly furrowed her brow and turned to see a handsome young man ascending the steps to the pavilion. A warm smile adorning his face and a bouquet of dew-kissed red roses in his arms. Lu Wire, I was away on business recently, and to my dismay, you were kidnapped. Thankfully, you have returned safely. These roses are freshly picked. I hope you will find them pleasing, the young man stated, approaching Lu Wire with a calm demeanor, bowing slightly as he offered her the vibrant flowers. His genial smile, coupled with his striking features, indeed made him quite the charming figure. Yet, Lu Wire did not extend her hand to accept them, instead replying with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Dis. How did you know I would be here?" Dis, noticing her hesitation, displayed no signs of awkwardness. With a gentle smile, he handed the roses to Fei Fei, who stole a glance at Lu Wire before accepting them. "I know you tend to seek solace in this place when you are upset or angry, so I surmised you would be here." This explained that at T26, he stood out among the second-generation disciples of the Ziyue sword sect, excelling in both strength and demeanor. He had become a leading figure among his peers. Dis's affection for Lu Wire was well known within the sect, yet she seemed indifferent towards this dashing young man, treating him no differently than others. Many, particularly the younger disciples, speculated whether Dis would succeed in winning Lu Wire's heart and become the grandson-in-law of Grelin. The sect's leader, Lu Wire, shook her head politely, saying, "I appreciate your concern, Senior Brother. I simply overexerted myself a few days ago and have not yet recovered my sleep." Dis nodded, retrieving a small box from his robe and presenting it to Lu Wire. "This is a fragrance made from ghost orchid grass that I purchased while on my errand. Light it before bed. It should aid your sleep." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Wire accepted the box, rising to her feet. "Thank you. I feel a bit tired. I shall return for a rest. Fei Fei, let us go to as Lu Wire," and Fei Fei slowly departed. A look of unwavering confidence lit up Dis's eyes, accompanied by a subtle smile. "One day, I shall breach the walls around your heart." Upon returning to her room, Lu Wire did not succumb to sleep, but instead settled into a chair, picking up a book. She flipped through a few pages, yet it was evident she struggled to concentrate, ultimately setting the book aside. "Miss, are you thinking of that person?" Fei Fei inquired softly, observing Lu Wire's distracted demeanor. Lu Wire turned her gaze, offering a resigned smile. "What of it? Even when I invited him to Songming Mountain, he refused to come. Perhaps he truly only helped me return to repay a debt of gratitude owed to my father." Fei Fei blinked, offering comfort. "Though you describe him as having a heart of iron, I believe he possesses principles, repaying kindness and vengeance alike, unmoved by fame or beauty. Such individuals are indeed rare." Lu Wire was acutely aware that Fei Fei referred to Reed's earlier refusal of her generous offer. choosing not to rescue her, yet ultimately agreeing without hesitation to escort her back, even at great peril to himself. With a sigh, Lou Wire gazed out the window, pondering, "I wonder when I will see him again." Lou Wire was completely unaware that Liege had settled in the blacksmith shop of Tadalin in the southern part of the Holy Light City. Were she to learn of this, she would undoubtedly have hastened back to the Holy Light City without a moment's hesitation. Unfortunately, she remained oblivious, and Yao Lin, who was aware of Liege's whereabouts, chose not to inform Lou Wire. Instead, she conveyed the details of her encounter with Liege and his stay at the blacksmith shop to Dis. In Yao Lin's estimation, Dis, by any measure, surpassed the ragged Liege, whose complexion resembled that of a stubborn stone, and not by a trivial margin. What? Lou Wire might have feelings for that person? Dis inquired, astonished by Yao Lin's words. That individual refuses to come to the ZUS Sword sect. Yao Lin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, when I saw Lou Wire clinging to his arm with such an affectionate demeanor, I sensed she might be somewhat enamored with him. I simply cannot fathom what it is about him that captivates her. Dis took a deep breath, a knowing smile gracing his features that I suspected as much. She appeared quite distracted. It seems I must seize the opportunity to meet him and discern what manner of man could earn Lou Wire's admiration. Liege, of course, remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly captured the attention of a stranger. He was presently seeking out Tadalin to request an assessment, for only upon passing this evaluation could he advance to the next stage of his forging education. Tadalin stood within the forge, surveying Liege with satisfaction, while a throng of blacksmiths encircled them, eagerly awaiting Tadalin's judgment on Liege. Liege had been at Tadalin's shop for a month, during which he had repetitively engaged in the same monotonous tasks, adhering to an exceedingly regimented routine, without venturing outside even once. Most ordinary blacksmiths would unwind after a day's labor by visiting a tavern for drinks and camaraderie to relieve the fatigue of their toil. Yet, despite the passage of a month, Liege had not even crossed the threshold of Tadalin's forge. Such dedication had garnered him the admiration, if not respect, of all the blacksmiths. Tadalin regarded Liege, who stood quietly beside the anvil, with an appreciative gaze. The 1-year period set for Liege was not intended to impose hardship, but rather considered the fact that Liege was a fighter, a combatant. He possessed greater strength and precision than the average person, and with the aid of battle energy, he was more likely to produce remarkable works in forging as long as Liege remained diligent and possessed a modicum of talent. Creating a weapon of comparable quality to those sold outside within a year was not overly ambitious. However, Tadalin was genuinely astonished by Liege's level of diligence, which transcended mere industriousness and bordered on obsession. Even Tadalin, who had devoted his life to forging, found it remarkable that such a monotonous task could hold such allure. Compelling Liege to remain indoors for an entire month, tirelessly repeating the same motions of hammering. "Master, please present the examination method," Liege requested, gazing at Tadalin, who was observing him with an unusual intensity, though puzzled. He calmly sought the commencement of the assessment. Tadalin snapped back to attention, contemplating briefly before establishing the examination criteria that he approached the blazing furnace, casually grasped a pair of tongs, and extracted a glowing red iron ingot. Placing it upon the anvil in half an hour, transformed this ingot into a perfect cube. The more precise, the better. Having issued his directive, Tadalin stepped aside, and someone promptly produced an hourglass to commence the timing. Liege nodded in acknowledgement, without a word, and advanced to the anvil. Gripping the ingot with the tongs in his right hand while wielding a hammer with his left, he began to strike. The iron ingot would cool rapidly after being removed from the furnace, and once cooled, it would become unsuitable for forging. Its malleability would diminish significantly compared to its heated state, hence blacksmiths typically forge while intermittently reheating the metal in the furnace, with only half an hour remaining. And considering the time needed for reheating, the window for transforming the uneven, irregular ingot into a cube was exceedingly narrow. Upon hearing Tadalin's examination task, the surrounding blacksmiths could not help but frown. While they believed shaping such a large ingot into a cube was within their capabilities, the half-hour time frame was indeed quite constricted. Tadalin, hands clasped behind his back, had devised this task on a whim. Although it appeared simple at first glance, it would rigorously test the forger's vision, judgment, and calculation skills. Tadalin did not expect Liege to complete it within the allotted time. He merely wished to observe how Liege would approach an impossible task. The process often reveals more than the outcome, although the result is typically of greater significance. Just as various thoughts swirled in the minds of the onlookers, Liege's hammer had already risen and struck the glowing ingot with a resounding clang. When their gazes fell upon the ingot, everyone was momentarily taken aback. That single strike had expanded the entire ingot by half, reducing its thickness dramatically. What immense strength! The sound of the hammer's descent was not hurried. Yet each impact sent a jolt through the onlookers. The force reverberated within every blacksmith present. Though they wielded hammers daily, they could not fathom such audacious strikes. All eyes gravitated toward Liege, whose physique was not particularly robust, and whose arm muscles did not bulge prominently. With his lips pressed tightly together and his gaze fixed intently on the glowing ingot, it seemed as if the entirety of existence had narrowed down to that single piece of metal. Nothing else mattered. No one else existed. In a state of complete immersion, Tadalin was not particularly startled by Liege's strength, as he was already aware of his identity as a fighter. However, witnessing Liege deliver strike after strike without a moment's pause or hesitation, and the ingot constantly shifting under the force of his blows, did elicit a flicker of surprise from him that Liege's right hand was equally engaged, adeptly maneuvering the ingot's position and orientation with precision. The tongs released and grasped the ingot with seamless fluidity, perfectly synchronizing with the rhythmic strikes of his left hand, devoid of any signs of hesitation or awkwardness that as soon as the ingot was positioned, the hammer would fall, and as it was repositioned, the hammer would descend yet again. When the ingot met the cool air and rapidly turned black, it had already begun to take on a vague cubic shape due to Liege's relentless hammering. Although its edges were not yet defined, and its corners lacked sharpness, a semblance of form had undeniably emerged. Liege returned the cooled ingot to the furnace, his mind racing with thoughts about his next course of action. After a month of relentless hammering, Liege's vision, strength, and calculation skills had significantly improved, allowing him to fully grasp Tadalin's principle of eye to hammer, heart to hammer. Even before the hammer fell, Liege could anticipate the outcome of his strikes. Though this was not a battle, but merely a simple act of forging, Liege discovered that the wondrous sensations he experienced during combat, his remarkable ability to calculate, could likewise be applied to his daily life and forging endeavors. This extraordinary aptitude for calculation enabled Liege to operate and control with greater accuracy. The onlookers, including Tadalin, remained silent, simply observing and occasionally glancing at the hourglass. Estimating the remaining time, at last, the ingot was once again glowing red. Liege extracted it from the furnace and resumed his hammering. But this time, it was not with heavy, forceful blows. Rather, it was a continuous, rapid succession of strikes. The sound of the hammer was crisp and melodious. An unbroken rhythm that, if one were attentive, would reveal perfectly timed intervals between each blow. As Liege's relentless hammering continued, sharp edges began to emerge, and corners began to take shape. When the final grain of sand fell from the hourglass, Liege simultaneously ceased his hammering. All eyes were fixated on the anvil, where the once shapeless ingot had now transformed into a perfectly cubic block of iron. Though the surface was not entirely smooth, it bore uniform hammer marks, resembling a pattern of fish scales, meticulously aligned and incredibly pleasing to the eye. Tadalin's expression was one of astonishment and delight. He had not anticipated that Liege could indeed complete the forging of a cube within half an hour. After all, a cube has 6 faces and 12 edges, and striking any one side of a solid block invariably affects the others. While repeated forging and adjustments could yield results, Liege had accomplished it in a single attempt within the stringent time constraint. Tadalin, without needing a ruler, could visually ascertain that each edge of the cube was of equal length as a master forger. This skill was beyond question, yet it left Tadalin utterly astonished. How had Liege managed to achieve such precision in a single, uninterrupted forging session within such a brief span? Tadalin was utterly astonished, and it goes without saying that the surrounding blacksmiths were equally flabbergasted, their eyes bulging like those of cattle, some even gasping in disbelief. Each one of them was left dumbfounded by Reg's remarkable skill. Yet, Reg remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary feat he had accomplished, gazing at the fish scale-like hammer marks adorning the surface of the cube. He turned to Tadalin and humbly remarked, "Master, I was unable to make this surface entirely smooth, so I could only hammer it into this state. Would you deem this acceptable?" The expressions on the faces of the onlookers became increasingly peculiar. Could it be that this lad genuinely did not recognize that he had achieved what others could not accomplish in the same time frame? Not a single blacksmith among the crowd dared to boast that they possessed skills comparable to Reg's. Suddenly, Taidlin burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Acceptable? Of course it is, Reg. You have astonished us all. Your diligence and innate talent have left each of us in awe that I firmly believe that it won't be long before you craft weapons and armor of even greater quality than those outside." Loft walked over, grinning as he patted Reg on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations on passing your assessment. At this rate, I shall soon be addressing you as my junior apprentice." Reg responded to Loft's kind gesture with a smile. "This is all thanks to the guidance you have provided me." Loft scratched his head, chuckling amiably. "Guidance is one thing, but the key lies in your own hard work and effort. None of us can compare to you. It truly puts us to shame." Taidlin approached Reg and said, "Now that your fundamentals are so solid, starting tomorrow, you shall begin learning the art of weapon and armor forging under Loft. Familiarize yourself with the common issues that may arise and how to address them. Once you feel confident, you may attempt to forge on your own." For the next 2 weeks, Reg diligently followed Loft, assisting him while absorbing the intricacies of weapon and armor forging, all the while seeking Loft's counsel regarding any queries he had. Loft was a good-natured man, yet his forging skills were formidable. He treated Reg with warmth, sharing knowledge without reservation and proactively instructing him on aspects to pay attention to, including the mastery of heat, time control, and various techniques of tempering and hammering. Reg, perhaps truly gifted in forging, retained everything Loft taught him with remarkable clarity that to facilitate Reg's understanding. Loft meticulously selected different types of weapons and armor for forging, allowing Reg to comprehend the application of various forging methods through diverse examples. After a fortnight, Reg was finally ready to take the reins himself, preparing to forge his own weapon, while Loft temporarily assumed the role of mentor, offering guidance. Perhaps due to Reg's fundamentals having reached a level that left Loft and others in awe, with such a solid foundation, applying various forging techniques no longer seemed daunting to forge a weapon or armor. One must first possess a clear understanding of what they intend to create. Each minute detail must be crystal clear in one's mind, although the weapon or armor has yet to be forged. In your heart, it already exists as a complete product. Only when this clarity resides in your mind can your forging proceed without hesitation, as you are acutely aware of the gap between your creation and your goal, and you know precisely how to forge it. While blueprints for weapons or armor can be visually represented, they must be internalized in your mind to be executed with finesse, much like a sculptor who envisions the final piece long before it takes form. Each stroke of the chisel is merely an embodiment of the image ingrained in their thoughts. This is an essential ability that a successful forger must possess, followed by the application of various forging techniques, which can be trained, but this innate understanding must be cultivated. Loft's words resonated deeply within Reg as he picked up a completed longsword nearby, meticulously examining and feeling it. Reg resolved to use this sword as his blueprint for his inaugural creation. As he observed and caressed the sword, its essence gradually seeped into his consciousness. For half a day, Reg scrutinized the sword repeatedly, the sensation of its coldness extending through his fingers, even with his eyes closed. He could vividly envision the sword's appearance from any angle, along with its various specifications. The blade measuring 3 feet and 1 inch in length, 1 inch in width, and the height of the blade's spine. As Reg wielded his hammer, striking the glowing iron, a flurry of data coursed through his mind, as if the sword itself had come to life, presenting an extraordinarily clear image. Initially, Reg's hammer strikes were somewhat hesitant, but as time passed, the frequency of his strikes increased, and his movements became increasingly fluid, shedding any semblance of hesitation. Beside him, Loft was wide-eyed, watching Reg as he hammered away with the vigor of a torrential downpour. Observing the iron gradually elongate and thin into the nascent shape of a sword, filled with astonishment. "Reg, is this truly your first attempt at sword forging?" Although Loft still needed to continually guide Reg through the upcoming processes. He noted that Reg was an exceptionally quick learner. In a matter of hours, Reg had become adept at a new forging technique. After just a couple of days, his proficiency left Loft astounded, with his impeccable precision and control of force eclipsing Loft's own skills. "Teacher, Reg is undoubtedly a forging prodigy." In a room filled with excitement, Loft eagerly reported the recent progress to Taidlin, expressing heartfelt admiration. I believe it won't be long before his skills surpass mine. With a bit more forging experience, he will undoubtedly become a new generation of master forgers. The Taidlin's eyes reflected both surprise and delight as he raised his cup of tea and drank it in one gulp, wiping his mouth and sighing. If what you say is true, I suspect he will soon master all the forging techniques and methods. He is indeed a genius, Loft replied with a cheerful smile. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring another outstanding disciple. With his presence, our blacksmith shop's reputation will undoubtedly soar. Taidlin shook his head, chuckling softly. Reg possesses talent. That much is certain, but he will inevitably depart from here. He does not belong in this place. He remains here solely to learn the art of forging magical swords from me. Loft was taken aback. Reg stays here to learn how to forge magical swords. Will you teach him, Master? Taidlin smiled. Of course I will teach him. Even if he may leave this place eventually, if he can learn to forge magical swords and perhaps even surpass my abilities, that would not be a bad outcome. Glancing at Loft, Taidlin shook his head. Do you know why I have yet to teach you the art of forging magical swords? Loft shook his head. I do not know, Master. Taidlin looked at Loft with a mix of pride and regret. Although his eldest disciple worked diligently and had made considerable progress in forging, he lacked the most crucial ability required for crafting magical swords: timing and calculation. Taidlin sighed. Forging a magical sword is not an overly complex process. Even the intricate pleated forging method can be mastered with hard work and practice. However, the most critical moment in forging a magical sword is not the forging itself, but the embedding of the magic crystal. Only at the right moment, in the most precise position, can the magic crystal be embedded and swiftly fused with the sword using secret forging techniques. This is essential for creating a powerful magical sword. Yet grasping this timing is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, once the magic crystal is embedded, it cools rapidly, and completing the secret forging within that brief window demands exceptional precision and control. There can be no room for error. A single mistake would render the entire magical sword a failure. Even when I successfully forged a magical sword, it came at a great cost, and I was fortunate to achieve success even once. Considering the element of chance involved, Taidlin gazed at Loft with paternal warmth. All of you are my disciples. I regard you as my children, that if you could all reach the realm of forging magical swords, would I not gladly share this knowledge with you? Loft looked at Taidlin with respect, his eyes betraying a depth of emotion. Master, we are well aware of your kindness towards us. We harbor no jealousy. Rather, we are overjoyed that in my estimation, Reg possesses advantages in timing, precise calculation, and control of force that we cannot match. Moreover, when he forges swords, as evidenced in the recent assessment with the cube, he seems to calculate everything in his mind, executing each hammer strike without hesitation or pause, effortlessly achieving his goals. Perhaps he truly possesses the requisite conditions for forging magical swords, regardless of who it may be, as long as they belong to Taidlin's blacksmith shop. We would all be elated to witness the forging of a magical sword. Taidlin nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. I too am eager to witness whether he can surpass me and become a master craftsman capable of forging the magical sword. Chapter 23. Entering the realm of mastery, Reg remained as immersed as ever in the forging chamber. Even when all others had ceased their labor to rest, Reg tirelessly hammered away at the anvil, diligently studying various forging techniques. Fully devoted to his craft, Reg practiced the techniques of combat energy morning and evening. Yet he found that the intensity of his energy grew more potent with each passing day. Surrounded by the searing heat of the forge, with the roaring flames of the furnace and the glowing iron pieces radiating oppressive warmth, Reg sought to forge with greater fluidity, that he continuously channeled the icy energy of his technique, which not only enhanced the striking power of his hammer, but also enveloped him in a gentle chill, rendering the unbearable heat far more tolerable. That a peculiar phenomenon emerged within the forge. While others perspired profusely, their bodies reddened by the scorching temperatures, Reg remained remarkably dry, his complexion normal, unblemished by the relentless hammering and heat. His skin appeared as smooth as jade, exuding a soothing warmth that even Norfit, when standing beside him to offer guidance, felt a refreshing coolness emanating from Reg on this day. As Reg wielded his massive hammer, striking an iron sword, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy coursing through him. It erupted from his core, sweeping through his meridians before cascading back to settle once more. Reg felt no discomfort from this surge. Rather, he experienced a newfound clarity, and in that fleeting moment, joy flooded his heart. This was undoubtedly a sign of advancement in strength. He had unknowingly ascended from a level 3 warrior to a level 4 warrior. Excitement bubbled within Reg. With just one more level of advancement, he would attain the pinnacle of warrior status and acquire the first combat technique recorded in the IC technique. While a warrior is defined by their mastery of energy, true warriors are distinguished by their combat techniques. The energy technique cultivates the energy itself, while combat techniques fuse energy with various battle skills to unleash greater power. The energy technique accumulates energy, whereas combat techniques deplete it. Each warrior must discover a suitable energy technique that aligns with their inherent attributes. Yet combat techniques can vary widely as long as they share the same attribute. IT is akin to possessing a certain amount of currency that can be spent in myriad ways, each method yielding different results. Typically, a warrior must not only seek a fitting energy technique, but also find combat techniques that suit them. However, within the IC technique bestowed upon Reg by Langbo, there were several combat techniques included. Though few in number, they filled Reg with great anticipation. You mean to say that Reg has spent the past 4 months cooped up in the blacksmith shop without stepping outside? In a small pavilion of the ZUS sword sect, Dis furrowed his brow, incredulous after hearing Yaolin's words. Yaolin gazed at Dis, her eyes soft. Indeed, the reports from those I sent to guard him indicate that he has not once left the shop in 4 months. They inquired and discovered that the impoverished lad has been tirelessly hammering away, forging and smithing. It is said that his skills have improved considerably. Dis scoffed disdainfully. I must admit, I have underestimated him. As a warrior, how can he squander for months on such endeavors instead of honing his skills? I wonder what Ruier sees in him. It is a pity she refuses to divulge the details of their encounters, merely informing the sect leader. Otherwise, we might have been able to address the situation more effectively. Yaolin, captivated by Dis's handsome visage, lowered her gaze and inquired softly, Must you truly pursue Ruier to the bitter end? Dis glanced at Yaolin, who had bowed her head and replied in a low voice. Yaolin, I am well aware of your feelings for me, but no need to say more. Yaolin suddenly raised her head, interrupting Dis, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I understand, I truly do, and I will do my utmost to assist you. As she spoke, the redness around her eyes deepened, and unable to bear looking at Dis any longer, she turned and hurriedly fled down a flower-laden path. Dis stood in the pavilion, watching Yaolin depart, his gaze devoid of any compassion. Turning away, he looked down the mountain, determination flashing in his eyes. Ruier, I will have you, and anyone who stands in my way shall not escape unscathed. At the Taidlin blacksmith's shop in the city of Holy Light, Taidlin led Reg into a large room at the far end of the courtyard. Under the envious gazes of all the blacksmiths, Reg had been here for 4 months and understood that this room was Taidlin's private domain. It was within this very space that Taidlin had forged the magical sword that brought him great renown. Even his few disciples seldom entered this room, let alone forge within it. Now, Taidlin had personally taken Reg inside, a gesture that spoke volumes. Clearly, Taidlin regarded Reg as his favorite apprentice and was quite pleased with him. Reg, you have been here for 4 months, and your accomplishments have far exceeded my expectations. That I once stated that if you could forge weapons of comparable quality to those sold outside within a year, I would take you as my disciple. Yet in merely 4 months, the weapons and armor you have produced already surpass their quality. Though they may not yet be extraordinary, they are certainly of exquisite quality. Upon hearing Taidlin's words, Reg, usually composed, could not help but reveal a glimmer of joy. So, may I now address you as my master? To Reg's surprise, Taidlin shook his head. No, your talent is extraordinary. What others may take years or even a decade to master, you have achieved in just 4 months. You have already become a master craftsman, your techniques rivaling my own, while I have imparted much knowledge to you. I no longer consider myself your teacher. The Taidlin's eyes sparkled with both pride and astonishment as he regarded Reg as if he were a rare treasure. You are the best friend of my acquaintance. You may consider yourself my junior. There is no need for formalities. If you wish, simply call me Uncle Taidlin. Seeing Taidlin's insistence, Reg chose not to argue further, that he bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Uncle Taidlin, for your guidance over these past months. May I now learn to forge the magical sword?" Tatelin shook his head and sighed. "You, my boy, have spent 4 months within these walls, never leaving the blacksmith shop, neglecting to purchase new clothes or pay attention to your meals, consumed only by the desire to forge the magical sword. Truly, if it were not for your determination and character, how could you have reached such heights in such a short time? Very well, from this day forth, I shall teach you how to forge the magical sword. However, whether you succeed will depend on your understanding and talent, for the materials required to create a magical sword are quite costly, and I cannot provide you with an abundance of magical crystals and quality iron for training." After expressing his thoughts, Tatelin finally uttered the words Reg had longed to hear. The prospect of learning to forge the magical sword filled Reg with an indescribable excitement. Tatelin did not rush to begin working. Instead, he seated himself beside Reg in the forge and began to explain. A magical sword is essentially a sword embedded with magical crystals, a simple definition that is easy to grasp. Of course, there are other magical weapons, but swords are the most commonly employed by warriors. The principles governing the creation of magical swords and the staffs used by mages are quite similar, though crafting a staff is considerably simpler. Aside from the high-end magical crystals that only a select few can embed, most staff manufacturers can forge basic low-level staffs. The challenge in crafting a magical sword lies in the embedding process. It is not merely a matter of placing the magical crystal into an unfinished sword. The key lies in embedding the crystal at the precise moment. Too early or too late will not suffice. Moreover, even after successful embedding, one must complete the remaining forging processes before cooling. That I will teach you these intricacies in due time. Your ability to forge a magical sword will depend on your timing and your capacity to swiftly complete the forging process. Observing your adeptness in forging cubes, I am filled with confidence that you may indeed be capable of creating a magical sword." Reg nodded, refraining from unnecessary words. "I will do my best." Tatelin was pleased with Reg's earnest attitude and smiled. "I believe that with your talent and dedication, it will not be long before you can forge a magical sword that will leave others envious. However, before we proceed, I must first teach you the pleated forging technique. Come." Bare-armed, Tatelin extracted a blazing hot iron block from the roaring furnace and began to wield a hammer 3 times larger than those typically used by blacksmiths. Striking with seamless fluidity that as he worked, Tatelin explained the techniques and skills of the pleated forging technique, as well as the potential challenges and solutions. Reg stood by, eyes wide, rapidly committing Tatelin's instructions to memory. "Now, give it a try." After Tatelin demonstrated the technique, he handed the hammer to Reg, standing by with eager anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Reg accepted the hammer that Tatelin had passed to him and retrieved a glowing piece of iron from the forge, beginning to strike it according to the pleated forging method that Tatelin had taught him. Initially, Reg's movements appeared rather clumsy, with his coordination between hands still quite stiff. After all, the pleated forging method demands a high level of dexterity and harmony between the left and right hands. Tatelin, observing from the side, refrained from offering any commentary, recognizing that Reg's execution on his first attempt at the pleated forging method was commendable. The essence of this technique lies in the repetitive striking, folding, fusing, and overlapping of the iron until it has been done 100 times. Naturally, the difficulty escalates with each fold, as precision and uniformity become increasingly critical. Tatelin estimated that Reg might manage to achieve around 10 folds at best. However, Tatelin's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed that Reg's initially awkward strikes began to develop a visible rhythm and finesse, his hands gradually working in concert. 0.5 folds, 10 folds, 20 folds. Time passed, and Tedlin's astonishment grew, his eyes widening with disbelief, but more so with sheer delight. Chapter 24. The Forging of the Enchanted Sword. When Reg finally paused, furrowing his brow, Tedlin's eyes were as wide as saucers. He had been silently counting his astonishment. Reg had completed an incredible 42 folds on his very first attempt at the pleated forging method. This was particularly remarkable considering that Reg's initial work had not been flawless. Each fold in the pleated forging method must be executed perfectly, especially at the outset. Any errors in the initial stages significantly affect subsequent forging, potentially leading to total failure. Tatelin was utterly amazed. Typically, it is commendable for a novice to achieve 3 or 4 folds, while even seasoned blacksmiths might only manage 20. To those with natural talent, after diligent practice, might reach 50 or 60 folds, but to successfully execute the pleated forging method is a feat reserved for the truly exceptional, which explains why it is regarded as the pinnacle of forging techniques, mastered by so few. Each individual who has mastered this method is unquestionably a forging master, even if Reg does not craft an enchanted sword. The weapons he produces will undoubtedly be of unparalleled quality, coveted by many. While Tedlin's fame stems from his creation of a singular enchanted sword, it is primarily built upon the exquisite weapons and armors he has forged using the pleated forging method. Just as Tedlin was about to express his admiration, he noticed that Reg was already shaking his head, placing aside the completed 42 folds of flawed product, and once again retrieved a glowing piece of iron from the forge to place upon the anvil. The rhythmic sound of hammering filled the room once more. Tedlin closed his mouth, unable to contain his curiosity about the heights to which Reg could ascend that as time passed with Reg's hammering. Noon quickly approached that Tedlin's stomach grumbled, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes widened in wonder, perhaps even threatening to pop from their sockets. Reg showed no sign of pausing at 40 folds, his strikes continuing without hesitation. At 60 folds, his pace remained steady. At 80 folds, it was the same. And finally, at 100 folds, Tedlin felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, watching Reg successfully complete the final stages of the process. As Reg wiped the sweat from his brow, a joyful smile gracing his face, Tedlin felt a rush of breathlessness. Teo learned the pleated forging method, and, on just the second attempt, achieved perfection was nothing short of a miracle. In the annals of the forging history of the Magic Moon continent, this feat stands as an unequivocal marvel. Tedlin believed that no one before or after would surpass Reg's record. A genius. A genius among geniuses. Tedlin suddenly felt fortunate to have such a prodigious apprentice. Although he had previously requested that Reg refrain from calling him master, the overwhelming sense of accomplishment from nurturing a forging prodigy brought a lump to Tedlin's throat. Threatening tears. Without the need to wait for the future, Tedlin was now confident that Reg's achievements would undoubtedly eclipse those of any master blacksmith. Of course, this master blacksmith had not yet considered the crafting of enchanted swords, as the requirements for such an endeavor are exceedingly high. However, witnessing Reg's remarkable talent, Tedlin increasingly believed that Reg could indeed master the art of enchanted sword forging. Tedlin found himself at a loss for words. Instead, he firmly clapped Reg on the shoulder and declared, "Come, let us eat. Reflect on today's work, for tomorrow I shall teach you the art of forging enchanted swords." Reg nodded enthusiastically, suddenly aware of his ravenous hunger. Glancing outside, he realized that it was already evening. Their forging endeavors had consumed an entire day. Tedlin's forging chamber was off-limits to others, a rule he had established to prevent disruptions, as focusing entirely on the craft is crucial. Any sudden interruption could transform a masterpiece into a mere trinket. Exiting the forging room, Tedlin and Reg made their way to the dining area, where they encountered others already preparing for dinner. Each ladled out a bowl of rice, eating heartily with bare arms, devoid of any semblance of decorum. Tedlin had always considered his own eating habits rather wild, but by the time he had only a small portion of food left, Reg had already set down his bowl and chugged 2 large bowls of water, patting his belly and rising to declare, "Uncle, I shall go practice again." Tedlin stared in astonishment, nodding in agreement, yet suddenly recalling something. He called out to Reg's retreating figure, "Just finished eating. Take a moment to rest. Do not rush into forging. It may harm your health." Reg sat in the forging room, not rushing to begin, but instead held the 2 pieces he had forged that day, gently caressing them as though he wished to absorb their textures. Point 1 was a successful masterpiece, the other a failed attempt. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he raised his hand, gazing at it in a daze. Tedlin could not fathom Reg's sensations, yet Reg distinctly felt that during his first attempt at the pleated forging method, each strike of the hammer, each fold, triggered a profound reaction in his mind, as if he were engaged in a complex calculation to achieve the optimal result. The initial imperfections had led to the failure of the first product. However, from that failure, Reg had gleaned ample experience. And upon beginning the second piece, he clearly understood how to strike, how to apply force, and how to fold to maintain continuity. Reg sensed a remarkable enhancement in his cognitive abilities, as if his calculating prowess had grown sharper. To forge an enchanted sword, one must first employ the pleated forging method to construct the blade, followed by embedding the magical crystal at the hilt they asked for the specific method of embedding. The following morning, Reg and Tedlin re-entered the exclusive forging chamber, where Tedlin began to elucidate the process of crafting enchanted swords. After a comprehensive explanation, he produced a magical crystal from a first-tier magical beast, stating higher-tier magical crystals are too precious, so we shall practice with lower-tier ones first. Once you have honed your skills, we will transition to higher-quality crystals and superior materials for forging. Reg nodded in understanding. High-tier magical crystals were indeed quite valuable. Should they be used for forging an enchanted sword along with premium materials, a failure would result in significant financial loss. Conversely, first-tier magical crystals were readily available in the market at a reasonable price, making them suitable for practice, albeit the resulting enchanted sword would lack substantial significance. However, regardless of whether it was a high-tier or low-tier magical crystal, the forging technique remained identical. Yet, the higher the tier of the magical crystal, the lower the likelihood of successfully forging an enchanted sword. Tedlin commenced the forging of the enchanted sword, utilizing standard materials since it was a demonstration that he opted to forge a short dagger, as this would be more time-efficient, given that the pleated forging method requires considerable time and effort. Perhaps inspired by Reg's stellar performance the previous day, Tedlin was particularly meticulous in his forging. The thought of failing in front of Reg was somewhat embarrassing. Before long, the short dagger was successfully completed using the pleated forging method. After a series of finishing touches, it entered the crucial phase of embedding the magical crystal. If this step succeeded, subsequent aesthetic enhancements would yield a magical dagger. Tedlin watched with a mix of anticipation and anxiety as the completed short dagger turned glowing red in the fire, while the magical crystal, submerged in a special solution, began to soften. The necessary azure grass juice for the embedding process had been prepared, awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, Tedlin swiftly withdrew the short dagger from the flames, placing it upon the anvil, while his other hand grasped the softened magical crystal, instantly positioning it into the pre-prepared embedding slot that a faint glow shimmered from the magical crystal, enveloping it in a delicate sheen. Tedlin exclaimed with delight, "Excellent! The embedding time is just right. Next, we shall activate the energy within the crystal and connect it to the sword and hilt." With words flowing from his lips, Tedlin's hands remained unwavering, his right hand deftly wielding a small hammer, striking with remarkable speed. The angles were minuscule, and both the hammer's movement and force demanded utmost precision. Reg fixated on Tedlin's actions, memories of the forging sequence Tedlin had imparted to him flooding his mind, along with the rationale behind each step. The motions unfolding before him gradually aligned with the teachings etched in his thoughts, and Reg began to mentally forge the magical sword as Tedlin's hammer descended. Reg's mind jolted. It seemed the strike had been overly forceful, causing a slight deformation in the embedded magic crystal's position. Though it was but a minor flaw, it struck Tedlin like a bolt from the blue, making him drop the hammer in despair. Alas, yet another failure, Reg remarked, observing the deformed area. Although this strike was too strong, resulting in a slight distortion, it should still be salvageable. Tedlin shook his head, sighing, "Indeed, it can be repaired, but it will consume considerable time. The interval between embedding and completion is quite brief. Any misstep could lead to failure. Why don't you give it a try?" Tedlin, seemingly disheartened, left the room without further ado. Reg, undeterred, commenced the forging process, meticulously adhering to Tedlin's steps that he had grown quite adept at the pleated forging technique for crafting swords. Each action appeared to be the product of careful calculation, each strike executed with an almost programmatic precision. No extraneous movements, no wasted moments. Having shaped the sword's body, Reg prepared to embed the magic crystal, which had been thoroughly soaked, while the sky-blue grass juice awaited as the final step. Reg lamented that Tedlin had faltered before reaching this crucial phase. The first attempt at embedding ended in failure, as the timing was premature. The second attempt failed again, this time due to tardiness. The third attempt, too, was unsuccessful for the same reason. Chapter 25. Success at last upon returning after a brief respite. Tedlin surveyed Reg's failed creation without uttering a word. After all, mastering the timing was critical. Being too early or too late would not suffice. Tedlin's success in embedding had been the culmination of countless failures, and even he wouldn't dare claim a perfect success rate. Observing Reg, who was wholly engrossed in his forging endeavor, Tedlin felt a profound sense of pride. Reg was the most gifted and industrious individual he had encountered. Even his most diligent apprentice, Norfit, paled in comparison. Reg's dedication had transcended mere diligence. It had become an obsession. Despite repeated failures, Reg remained undaunted, drawing lessons from each setback as he gradually approached the optimal moment for embedding. On his seventh attempt, the magic crystal finally emitted a faint glow, signifying a successful embedding. Reg's heart soared. He had pinpointed the precise moment for embedding. After numerous trials, his mind had been recalibrating the timing, and he had finally triumphed. His hammer moved with rapidity as he struck with fervor. Having mentally rehearsed the forging process during Ted Lin's earlier work, Reg's movements were fluid, without a hint of hesitation. Just as completion was within reach, the light upon the magic crystal suddenly dimmed and vanished. Reg froze, halted by the realization that Ted Lin had warned him. The forging must be completed before the crystal's light extinguished, followed by the application of the sky blue grass juice for success. Yet again, failure loomed. Reg had maximized his speed, without a single misstep, yet time had slipped away that he began to comprehend why Ted Lin, despite his understanding of the art of forging magic swords, had only managed to create one through sheer luck. Skill, speed, strength, and precision, all were indispensable. Reg had nearly perfected his technique, strength, and precision, but speed continued to elude him. Reg clutched the glowing iron piece, refraining from striking, his gaze drawn to his left hand. The fiery metal radiated an intense heat as Reg slowly extended his left hand toward it. He inched closer until finally, his hand made contact with the scorching iron. A flicker of joy crossed Reg's face as he summoned his fighting spirit, delivering a powerful punch that dented the iron. A confident smile graced his features, with his right hand grasping the glowing iron. He wielded the hammer with his left, resuming his rapid strikes. Reg had discovered a method to transcend the time constraint. Time was fixed, and the only solution was to enhance the forging speed. While he had found it challenging to further accelerate with the hammer, could he not use his hand in the final moments? His left hand, impervious to flames and high temperatures, with a strength rivaling that of the hammer, could deliver strikes with unmatched agility. Replacing the hammer with his hand during the embedding of the magic crystal would significantly boost his forging speed. When Ted Lin entered the room, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed Reg thrusting his left hand into the inferno of the forge. Grasping the glowing short sword and retrieving it unscathed, he then took the prepared magic crystal in hand and embedded it with a swift motion. The crystal flickered brightly, emanating a soft glow, a sign of successful embedding. Ted Lin stared at Reg in astonishment. Could this truly be a human? And scathed after plunging his hand into the flames, before he could marvel at Reg's success in embedding the magic crystal. He noticed that Reg had forsaken the hammer, opting instead to use his hand, which glimmered with a faint aura, a manifestation of his gathered fighting spirit. Reg had replaced the hammer with his left fist. Ted Lin had witnessed many strange occurrences, but this surpassed them all. Unaware of Ted Lin's presence, Reg was entirely absorbed in the transcendent realm of forging. Each strike and press of his left hand was executed with unparalleled dexterity, surpassing the hammer's speed by at least double. The crystal's glow persisted as Reg's hand swiftly navigated all necessary positions, striking, hammering, pressing, and pinching, completing the forging process almost magically. Without a moment's hesitation, Reg released the short sword and reached for the sky blue grass juice, evenly drizzling it over the crystal and its surroundings. The crystal's light flashed once more before settling into tranquility, yet it seemed to shimmer with newfound iridescence, as if imbued with life. Success in forging. Reg inhaled deeply, feeling his heartbeat resume its vigor, thumping violently as if it had been dormant until that exhilarating moment. In that instant, he had forgotten everything, his heart momentarily stilled, utterly immersed in the act of creation. Ted Lin stood motionless at the door, his expression a tapestry of shock, joy, and disbelief, creating an oddly animated visage. Reg flexed his arms, weary from a day of forging, and turned to see Ted Lin at the entrance, momentarily taken aback before joyfully pointing to the successfully forged short dagger, exclaiming, "Uncle, I have finally succeeded in forging." Ted Lin snapped back to reality, rushing over to grasp Reg's left hand, inspecting it closely. There were no signs of burns, merely a bit of dirt. "How is it that your hand is unafraid of flames and high temperatures?" Understanding the implication of Tedlin's question, Reg explained without hesitation, I had a peculiar experience once. Since then, my left hand seems immune to flames and high temperatures, as if it were shielded from fire magic. Tedlin marveled, exclaiming, This is truly astounding. You have transitioned from learning to forge to crafting a magic sword in just over 4 months. He then picked up the newly forged dagger, examining it closely. The pleated forging technique is flawless, and the embedding is perfect. Alas, had I known, I would have utilized superior materials and higher-grade magic crystals for your forging. Reg chuckled, Fear not, Uncle, that I have now grasped the secrets to forging magic swords. Future successes will be assured, and I can forge again. Tedlin slapped his forehead, laughing, Indeed, with this secret, how could you not forge even better magic swords? He then patted Reg's shoulder, saying, Well done, my boy. By the way, next month in the City of Holy Light, there will be a weapon auction. All the smiths will submit fine weapons or armor for bidding. Forge a weapon to sell, and you will surely gain fame far and wide. As Reg's gaze shifted, he realized that achieving fame was not his current aspiration. His pursuit of the art of forging magical swords was primarily driven by a desire to reforge his colossal sword, originally crafted by Longbow, into a magical blade. Additionally, he sought to create several magical swords for auction. As his cultivation progressed, and he increasingly required expensive potions to aid his growth as a penniless youth. The lack of a means to generate wealth was a disheartening predicament. While Reg did not harbor a profound desire for riches, the pursuit of greater strength and accelerated cultivation necessitated certain sacrifices. Very well, my dear uncle, I shall diligently forge a weapon. However, at present, I lack the funds to procure materials, Reg stated. With a hearty laugh, Tydlin responded, I possess the materials and magical crystals. You may use them for your forging. Although your achievements will undoubtedly surpass my own, you are nonetheless a product of my teachings, and your renown will reflect positively upon me. Reg pondered for a moment before nodding and proposing. Uncle, how about this? I will forge the magical sword, and when the time comes to participate in the auction, you can enter under your name, claiming the sword as your creation. Tydlin gave Reg a peculiar look and then shook his head. Somewhat displeased. That won't do. How could I sell a magical sword forged by you? Do you think I am one to covet fame and profit? Realizing Tydlin's misunderstanding, Reg quickly clarified, Uncle, please do not misconstrue my intentions. My primary concern is avoiding the limelight, that I have no desire for notoriety and do not plan to become a blacksmith, that my studies in sword forging are merely to craft my colossal sword and to create an additional avenue for income. As my cultivation demands increasingly rare and costly potions. Let us do this. Uncle, I will forge 2 swords. After the auction, you may keep one sword's worth, while the other will cover the costs. Does that sound agreeable? Tydlin regarded Reg for a long moment before shaking his head, chuckling softly. How curious it is that while everyone else strives for fame, you seem to dread it. I understand your intentions. But I cannot acquiesce. Teaching you the art of forging magical swords is my own pleasure. Your success is a testament to your effort and talent, that I recognize your desire to repay me. But while I may guide you, I cannot take advantage of your achievements, that if you truly wish to remain inconspicuous, then auction the swords in secret. The auction house will protect the seller's identity. Seeing Tydlin's resolute demeanor left Reg with no alternative, that he indeed wished to avoid notoriety, while also seeking to express gratitude to Tydlin, that in light of this, he would need to find another means of showing his appreciation. Thank you, Uncle, that I appreciate your willingness to prepare the materials and magical crystals for me, that I aim to commence forging soon and participate in this weapon auction. Chapter 26. Celestial Moon. Shattered Star. The raw materials prepared by Tydlin for Reg included high-grade blue, iron, ore, and 2 level 4 magical crystals. Reg, if you are confident and intend to forge 2 magical swords, I have a suggestion. Create them as a pair, Tydlin proposed. When Tydlin handed over the materials, he kindly offered this constructive advice. Reg, slightly puzzled, inquired, a pair. What do you mean by that? Tydlin chuckled, a pair indeed. 2 swords designed for male and female use, yet they must appear as a harmonious duo, unique in their own right, in simple terms. They would be a pair of male and female magical swords. This would undoubtedly create a greater stir than 2 individual magical swords at auction, especially considering the presence of many female warriors in this world, some of whom are quite formidable. Reg understood and replied with a smile, I see. However, I must first prepare the blueprints. The forging can wait until everything is ready that I am confident I can forge them successfully. Tideland responded, I have a blueprint here. Would you like to see if it suits your vision? He retrieved a scroll from his belongings. Unfurling it before our it was evident that Tideland had prepared this in advance. The scroll depicted two swords, one long and one short, clearly indicating their intended gender use. The aesthetic design of the two magical swords was remarkably complementary, resembling a couple, irrefutably a pair. Reg glanced at Tideland with astonishment. The scroll appeared aged, suggesting it had been created long ago. Raising his gaze to Tideland, Reg asked, This design is beautiful, but it seems to have been drawn quite some time ago. Tideland nodded, letting out a wistful sigh. Indeed, nearly 30 years have passed. You must be wondering why I wish for you to forge these twin swords and why I possess an old blueprint. Reg shook his head, observing the sudden melancholy in Tideland's eyes. He spoke softly, I believe you have your reasons, uncle. Tideland gazed at the illustration with a depth of emotion Reg had never seen before. I have not always been a bachelor. These swords represent a dream shared with the woman I loved most dearly. Sadly, that dream remains unfulfilled, as she departed this world before it could be realized. Reg noticed a slight reddening in Tideland's eyes, which shifted his perception of the man. Until now, he had assumed Tideland was indifferent to marriage, unaware of the heartache that lingered within him. After her passing, I have longed to complete the forging of these two swords as a means of fulfilling her final wish. Reg, can you help me realize this aspiration? Without hesitation, Reg affirmed, Absolutely. I will do my utmost that if these swords are successfully forged, you may keep them to no. Tideland interjected, shaking his head. Completing the forging of these swords is merely to fulfill a wish. She is no longer here. There is no need to keep them. When the time comes, you may lend me the swords for a day. Tideland handed the blueprint to Reg and elaborated on various intricate details. Reg scrutinized the designs of the two magical swords, contemplating them repeatedly and posing questions, to which Tideland provided detailed answers. Having long been familiar with the swords he yearned to forge, as the grand auction in Holy Light City approached, only half a month remained. During this time, Reg and Tideland frequently secluded themselves in a workshop, shrouded in secrecy. The rhythmic sounds of forging echoed from dawn till dusk, occasionally interrupted by Tideland emerging to bring in various materials. The other blacksmiths in the workshop were filled with curiosity about what Tideland and Reg were up to. One inquisitive blacksmith had once inquired, but Reg merely smiled and stated he was learning the craft of sword forging under Tideland's guidance. As the half-month period drew to a close, the twin swords were finally completed, one named Celestial Moon and the other Shattered Star. Tideland gazed at the two swords resting side by side, gently caressing their forms, his eyes brimming with profound sorrow. Reg quietly withdrew, sensing that Tideland might need some solitude. Before long, Reg observed Tideland hastily departing the forge, clutching a box that it was not until the following morning that Tideland returned. His eyes slightly puffy and his demeanor weary, as if he had not slept the night before. Reg, come with me, Tideland called, bypassing greetings with others and leading Reg to his quarters. Here are Celestial Moon and Shattered Star. Take them. Additionally, this is for you, Tideland stated, gesturing toward two boxes on the table. Reg curiously examined the two boxes, a long one likely containing the swords and a smaller, square box. Tideland encouraged him to open it, revealing a dark fruit at the center, covered in small beads, reminiscent of lychee, though Reg had never encountered it before. Beside the fruit was a small vial of blue liquid. This is a demon fruit. Since you wish to conceal your identity, peel the outer layer and immerse the flesh in a small cup of water. The flesh will dissolve rapidly, and within moments, you can apply the thick paste to your face. It will dry and resemble real skin, allowing you to alter your appearance swiftly. When you no longer need it, mix a bit of that blue liquid with water to wash your face, and the demon fruit paste will wash away. You can store the excess for repeated use. Reg, astonished, remarked, Is this little fruit truly so marvelous? Tideland chuckled. The world is full of wonders that a guest once gifted this to me. Take it and use it as you see fit. Reg, recognizing the utility of this gift, nodded appreciatively. Thank you, uncle. Tideland replied, Your desire to remain inconspicuous is wise. Otherwise, it may attract endless troubles. After all, Your ability to forge magical swords with such precision is remarkable. Not only would masters take notice, but even the Radiant Sun Empire might become aware of you. Reg lifted the box containing the swords and declared, "Tonight, I shall deliver these 2 swords to the Mia auction house." Since entering the Tedlin Forge, Reg had ventured out through the door for the first time, finding himself in a narrow alley that he retrieved a cup from his spatial ring, filled it with water, and submerged a demon fruit within. In a short while, the fruit began to dissolve, its flesh oozing water until it transformed into a paste-like consistency. Reg had already practiced this technique in front of a mirror dozens of times during the day. So even in the absence of a mirror now, he executed the process with remarkable fluidity. In just a matter of breaths, he had applied the demon fruit's viscous pulp to his face and neck. Reg's visage soon became unfamiliar. His cheekbones appeared slightly elevated, his complexion took on a yellowish hue, his nose seemed somewhat larger, and there was a hint of ruggedness in his jawline, though his appearance bore a close resemblance to his original self. The overall demeanor felt as though he were a different person entirely. With a calm gaze, Reg now appeared to be in his 30s. Even when he glanced at himself in the mirror, he felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, wondering if this unfamiliar man could indeed be himself. Swiftly shedding his outer garments and donning a new outfit, he stowed away the remaining items in his spatial ring and quietly merged into the crowd. Making his way toward the Mia auction house. The Mia auction house, the largest in Holy Light City, was the property of the Rhett family, a prominent commercial dynasty with a formidable reputation not only in Holy Light City, but throughout the entire southern region of the Sunfire Empire. The founder of the Rhett family, Zidal, was a legendary figure. In his youth, he endured poverty and roamed the streets until a benevolent cobbler took him in, imparting the craft of shoemaking. Originally destined for an unremarkable existence, Zidal's exceptional business acumen propelled him to achieve remarkable returns on minimal investments. His wealth grew exponentially, akin to a snowball effect, eventually establishing him as a commercial tycoon. With ample resources at his disposal, Zidal expanded his ventures across multiple industries, reaping substantial profits. In Holy Light City alone, the Zidal Corporation engaged in at least 10 different sectors, with the Mia auction house being one of them. If one must do something, one must strive for the best and the biggest, was Zidal's motto. This principle solidified his status as a key figure in every industry he entered. Though the Mia auction house was not particularly large, its clientele comprised the affluent, nobles, and the wealthy. The mere entrance ticket to the auction hall cost 100 gold coins, signifying that those who gained entry were indeed the true elites of society. Standing at the entrance of the Mia auction house, Reg approached a side passage reserved for individuals like himself, where dedicated personnel received items for auction and facilitated the signing of contracts. The auction house retained a 10% commission, a somewhat steep rate, yet it was through this platform that many items could genuinely reflect their worth. As Reg entered the reception area, a staff member from the auction house approached him, smiling and inquiring, "How may I assist you, sir?" Reg scanned the room before responding, "I wish to consign an item for the upcoming auction of weapons and armor." The staff member, still smiling, replied, "Very well, please follow me." "May I inquire what item you wish to sell?" Reg turned his gaze back and quietly responded, "A magic sword." The staff member's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the Mia auction house had auctioned several magic swords before, each auction had been a lively affair, often fetching exorbitant prices. The man before her appeared rather ordinary, yet he claimed to possess a magic sword for sale. Despite her surprise, the staff member maintained her professionalism, bowing slightly and saying, "Sir, please follow me. Due to the value of your item, I will fetch our auction house's manager to discuss matters with you personally." Reg was promptly escorted to a separate room that resembled a VIP lounge. No sooner had he taken a seat than a charming maid served him pastries and tea, providing impeccable service. Reg sat comfortably on a soft padded chair. He waited quietly. Soon, a stern-looking elder and a woman adorned with a black veil entered, followed closely by 2 middle-aged men. The 2 men exuded an air of vigilance, their every move brimming with latent power, suggesting they were ever on guard. Clearly, they were skilled protectors, and though Reg could not gauge their strength accurately, they likely belonged to the rank of berserk fighters. The presence of such formidable guards indicated that the veiled woman must hold a significant status. Who could she be? The veil obscured her features, but her youthful eyes betrayed a depth of composure that belied her age. It was evident that she was no ordinary young lady, for few could possess such a serene and collected gaze. The elder approached Reg with a smile, saying, "I hear you have a magic sword to consign for auction. I am Harvey, the manager of the Mia auction house, and this is our esteemed lady." Esteemed lady, Reg thought, recognizing that only someone from the Rhett family would warrant such a title from the auction house's manager. From Uncle Tedlin's brief introduction, Reg had gleaned some understanding of the current state of the Rhett family. After Zeidel's advancing years, he had gradually relinquished power within the family. However, Zeidel, a business prodigy, had offspring who were largely inept, most of whom preferred indulgence over enterprise, a situation that troubled Zeidel greatly. Yet, perhaps by divine providence, one of his grandchildren emerged as a commercial genius, his granddaughter, Anna. Zeidel had entrusted the family's business affairs to Anna, who had not only maintained but expanded their ventures, much to Zeidel's satisfaction, allowing him to retire and enjoy his later years. While other family members expressed discontent over Zeidel's decision to bestow all authority upon Anna, they recognized their own lack of capability and thus acquiesced. Could the veiled woman before him indeed be Anna, the current head of the Rhett family? As Reg pondered this, the woman gently spoke, "May I see the magic sword you wish to auction?" Reg smiled slightly, retrieving a box containing 2 magic swords from his spatial ring. He placed his hand on the box, pausing momentarily before dramatically opening it in the expectant gaze of those present. 2 magic swords. Tian Yu and Sui Xing lay quietly within their box. 2 level 4 magical crystals that had melded seamlessly with their respective magic swords, quietly radiating a captivating luminescence. The 2 swords were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also practical, distinctly embodying the yin and yang of weaponry. When placed side by side, they resembled a couple nestled together, their hilts adorned with 2 names of an ancient charm, further enhancing their enchanting aura. At the tail end of each sword was the inscription L.F., a detail imparted to Reg by Tedlin. Although he currently shunned the limelight, he aimed to cultivate his reputation, and this L.F. signified Reg, with L being the first letter of his given name and F the initial of his surname. Tedlin had informed Reg that many blacksmiths inscribed their unique marks on their creations, typically in unobtrusive locations that do not detract from the item's beauty, with many such marks being quite decorative. Akin to embellishments, Anna's elegant and serene eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the 2 swords within the box, as if the mere blink of an eye would cause them to sprout wings and take flight. Harvey, the auction house's overseer, also stared wide-eyed. He was acutely aware of the immense value these 2 magic swords possessed. While a single sword might cause a stir, the presence of a paired set, especially one embodying both masculine and feminine aspects, rendered them even more precious. Harvey's gaze ignited with fervor. Thus far, the auction house had received an array of exquisite weapons and armor, including a single magic sword of only level 3, which bore some flaws. However, the 2 swords before him were beyond reproach in terms of craftsmanship, aesthetics, and practical value, that he was certain that their presence would incite considerable excitement at the auction, envisioning that this pair would fetch an astronomical price. Wealth abounds in the world, yet acquiring a magic sword is not merely a matter of desire, especially for such a unique set. The 2 guards standing behind Anna were equally captivated by the swords, their breaths growing rapid with anticipation. Possessing these level 4 magical swords would significantly enhance their combat prowess. The quality of a magic sword is contingent upon the craftsmanship and the level of the magical crystal used, as well as the compatibility between the crystal and the blade. The classification of magic swords is evident in 3 distinct stages: those utilizing level 1 to 3 magical crystals, those with level 4 to 6, and finally, those exceeding level 7. Reg's 2 swords were forged with level 4 magical crystals, having just entered the 2nd tier, yet they could already channel fighting energy through the blades. This was a stark contrast to the level 3 sword, which, despite enhancing the wielder's fighting energy, could not manifest it outwardly. These are entirely different concepts. Moreover, the success rate for forging 2nd-tier magic swords is significantly lower than that of the 1st tier. And here lay not 1, but 2, indeed a pair. The 4 individuals in the room were momentarily struck dumb by the sight of the 2 swords. After a while, Anna regained her composure and gently extended her delicate hands to lift Tian Yu from the box. Examining it meticulously before switching to Sui Xing after a moment, she exhaled deeply, her gaze shifting back to Reg, now brimming with curiosity. How had these two swords come to be? She felt as if she had never heard of them before. Reg offered a faint smile, choosing not to divulge the origins of the swords, merely stating, "It seems that Mia Auction House is responsible for the auctioning, not the tracing of the item's origins. However, to put your minds at ease, do you see the L.F. engraved upon them?" Anna smiled softly, her voice imbued with a refreshing warmth, as if she were conversing with an old friend rather than a stranger. "That I see it. That must be the name of the blacksmith." "Is it you?" Reg shook his head. "Certainly not. You should be able to discern that I am a fighter, not a blacksmith, that I merely accepted a commission from L.F. to deliver this pair of swords for auction. Upon completion, I shall receive a reward of 500 gold coins." That Anna's eyes bore into Reg's, unblinking, as if trying to perceive the truth behind his words. Reg, undaunted, maintained eye contact with her. Her irises were dark, tinged with a hint of amber. They held each other's gaze for several breaths until Anna, unable to withstand Reg's steady stare, looked down and remarked, "I hadn't expected such a remarkable blacksmith to emerge." "Are you aware of our auction house's rules?" Anna inquired. Reg responded with a calm smile. "A 10% commission, but you must also keep our clients' secrets. Maintaining confidentiality for our clients is, of course, our duty. However, I am quite intrigued by this blacksmith, that if you could introduce me, I would offer you an additional 500 gold coins." That Anna's gaze was fixed on Reg as she made this not insignificant promise. Sensing a potential misunderstanding, she continued, "Rest assured, my interest in meeting the blacksmith is solely for the purpose of pursuing further collaboration. Nothing more. That a craftsman capable of producing such exquisite magic swords could undoubtedly forge many more. Perhaps we at Mia Auction House could establish a partnership with him." Reg shook his head. "That I apologize, but I am unable to assist you with that matter. He currently prefers to remain anonymous. Perhaps he will seek you out when he is ready to change his mind." Anna furrowed her brow, but did not express disappointment. Instead, she smiled and said, "In that case, please convey to him that if he has any new works in need of auctioning, we at Mia Auction House would like to be the first considered. Let the 500 gold coins be a token of your efforts. 500 gold coins for merely delivering a message." Anna was indeed generous. Reg would not decline, as he was currently acting as L.F. S representative. "Very well, I shall certainly deliver your message." With Reg's agreement, Anna turned to Harvey and instructed, "Harvey, please finalize the paperwork for him." Harvey bowed and swiftly completed all necessary formalities. After Reg reviewed the contract and found no issues, he affixed his seal. Harvey then presented him with a copy of the contract, a VIP ticket, and a crystal card containing 1,000 gold coins. "This is your contract, and this is your entry ticket. You may attend the auction with this VIP pass and access the VIP area on the second floor." Reg accepted the contract but returned the VIP ticket, saying, "Could you exchange it for a standard ticket? I only wish to observe from the general area." Harvey glanced at Anna, who nodded in understanding, and he quickly departed to accommodate Reg's request. Anna smiled at Reg, observing, "It seems you prefer to avoid drawing attention." Reg replied with a subtle smile, "As a pauper with no more than 2 coins to my name, sitting in the VIP area would be rather embarrassing. Hence, I find the common area more comfortable. I was even contemplating that if you hadn't provided me with an entry pass, I might have been forced to wait outside until the auction concluded." Chapter 28. The auction extravaganza. Anna regarded Reg with keen interest. "You won't participate personally? Aren't you concerned that we might inflate the auction prices?" Reg, unfazed, smiled calmly as he met Anna's gaze, setting aside the multitude of participants. "This auction is a significant event. The auction price cannot possibly be concealed. Even if it could, with the prestige of the Raitt family and the reputation of Mia Auction House, would you really resort to such tactics?" Anna chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing clear. "That of course not. I was merely jesting with you. It appears you have considerable trust in our Raitt family, which gives me confidence in our future collaborations." Harvey soon returned with a standard ticket, which Reg accepted before carefully placing the contract and other documents into a spatial ring, then rose to take his leave. Harvey offered to escort Reg out, but Reg politely declined. Yes, he walked away. Anna's gaze returned to the 2 magic swords, and she quietly asked, "Harvey, what are your thoughts on this individual?" Listening to Anna's query, Harvey respectfully replied, "Based on his attire and demeanor, he indeed seems to be living in modest circumstances, just as he claimed. Yet during our conversation, I found him to be remarkably composed. Composed? How so?" Anna inquired, closing the box containing the magic swords and turning her attention to Harvey with keen interest. Despite appearing quite impoverished, he possesses a spatial ring that he remained neither obsequious nor arrogant in our dealings. And when you mentioned offering him an additional 500 gold coins, his eyes did not betray even a flicker of excitement. He requested a standard ticket instead of a VIP one that, after a moment's contemplation, Harvey concluded, this individual is exceptionally composed and remarkably unassuming. I believe he is certainly not an ordinary person. Anna nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. Regardless, we now possess this pair of magic swords, which will serve as the centerpiece of our auction. Please dispatch word of these swords far and wide, particularly to nearby martial arts factions such as the ZUS Sword Sect and others. I'm certain they will be interested. Reg exited the Mio auction house and swiftly entered a narrow alleyway, one he had already surveyed upon his arrival. With remarkable speed, he utilized a potion to scrub away the demon fruit residue from his face, shed his outer garments, and donned his original attire. The entire process transpired within merely a few breaths to be why the time Reg emerged from another alley, he had regained his true appearance, stepping onto the main street where he quickly merged into the bustling crowd, making his way toward the Tedlin smithy. Unbeknownst to Reg, Anna and Harvey were evaluating him after his departure, yet he remained indifferent to others' opinions of him. He was in desperate need of money, but solely for the pursuit of his martial path, not to indulge in a life of luxury. Reg maintained a tranquil mindset, which allowed him to remain unfazed by monetary temptations, whether it be the substantial reward promised by Louier or Anna's current attempts to court him. Free from desire, he remained resolute and unyielding. Upon returning to the Tedlin smithy, Reg relayed the events that had transpired at the auction house to Uncle Tedlin. Chuckling, Uncle Tedlin remarked, "Let us all attend this auction together. I shall contribute a few items for sale as well, though they shall pale in comparison to your magical sword. And we can simply pretend we do not know each other. I am quite eager to see how much your magical sword fetches." Reg pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What sort of individuals typically attend auctions for weapons or armor?" Uncle Tedlin replied with a smile, "The attendees are quite varied, encompassing the wealthy, nobility, fighters, and mages, along with representatives from various sword sects, magic academies, and even the mage and fighter associations." That Reg's eyes widened in surprise. So many people. Uncle Tedlin laughed heartily. Indeed, regardless of whether one is a fighter or a mage, if they find a weapon or armor that suits them, their combat prowess can be greatly enhanced. Many individuals go their entire lives without discovering a weapon that satisfies them. Given such an opportunity, how could they possibly pass it up? Do weapon and armor auctions also feature items for mages? Reg asked. That of course. Uncle Tedlin responded matter-of-factly. While mages don their robes, they also utilize magical staffs, rings, and other items that will be available at this auction. Reg felt a flicker of excitement within his calm demeanor. It seems there will be quite a number of skilled individuals attending. I look forward to witnessing their prowess. Uncle Tedlin patted Reg on the shoulder and said, "Make sure to get some rest. I anticipate that it will be a fierce competition, bustling with activity." The auction house is not merely a place where the wealthy prevail. It is also a contest of power and influence. Nodding in understanding, Reg departed from Uncle Tedlin's abode. He comprehended the implications of Uncle Tedlin's words. The bidding at the auction house was not solely determined by wealth. One could easily offend others and invite peril upon themselves. Some individuals, despite lacking riches, were more than willing to eliminate a few rivals for the chance to acquire exceptional equipment. In the grand hall of the Purple Moon Sword Sect, the leader, Gren, occupied a prominent seat, surveying the gathered disciples, including his direct disciples and second-generation disciples like Dis. Among those present were the most esteemed and powerful members of the sect. "Liani, you will lead them to the auction. That we have just received word that a pair of magical swords embedded with level 4 magic crystals will be auctioned. Regardless of the cost, we must secure them." A woman in her 40s, exuding competence, rose and bowed slightly to Gren. "Yes, Master." To Gren's gaze swept across the disciples once more before he added, "You all shall accompany her to broaden your horizons, but you must heed Liani's commands." The disciples promptly bowed in unison, acknowledging his words. That moment, a young woman in a red dress dashed in, joyfully exclaiming, "Grandfather, I want to go too." The girl was none other than Louier. Gren frowned slightly upon seeing his granddaughter. Louier quickly reassured him, "Grandfather, do not worry that I will be with so many elders. Besides, it's in Saint Light City. Nothing will happen." Perhaps due to Luoyer's inability to cultivate martial skills, Gren had always doted on her. Looking at her with a hint of indulgence, after a moment's consideration, he lifted his gaze and fixed it on Liani. Liani, I entrust Luoyer to you. Liani understood the significance of Gren's words and promptly bowed. Rest assured, master, I will ensure Luoyer remains safe. Gren nodded, reaching out to gently pat Luoyer's head. Go, but be obedient. Return after the auction concludes. Simultaneously, from various sword sects, magic academies, the Mage Association, the Fighter Association, and the numerous nobles and wealthy individuals, as well as mercenaries mingling in the Mercenary Guild. News spread of the upcoming auction featuring 3 magical swords, including 2 paired magical swords embedded with level 4 magic crystals. All those with interest flocked to the Mia auction house. In a room within the Mia auction house, Anna of the Rhett family sat, listening to reports from her subordinates, her fingers lightly tapping the table, softly stating, Harvey, you will personally oversee this auction. There must not be a single error. This will undoubtedly be another grand event for St. Light City and an opportunity for the Mio auction house to further enhance its reputation. When the time arrived for the Mio auction house to open its doors, Reg had completed his transformation, once again adopting the appearance he had when meeting Anna, and slowly entered the auction house. Having practiced extensively, Reg could now flawlessly execute several facial transformations without needing a mirror. His hands moved with precision, ensuring no mistakes. Tedlin also attended the auction. However, he did not accompany Reg, as Reg was currently playing the role of a mysterious individual, a secret seller, and must not allow any connection to Tedlin to be discovered. Otherwise, a slight investigation might reveal the truth. Each ticket bore a specific number, and Reg located his assigned seat in a rather secluded corner, but he was quite pleased, as it was evident that Harvey had taken care to secure a discreet spot. Reg was aware that once he settled in, Harvey, Anna, and the others would undoubtedly take notice of him, that a myriad of characters streamed into the auction house, from elegantly dressed nobles with restrained smiles to wealthy merchants. Mages clad in robes wielding staffs and fighters bearing weapons. The auction house's numerous seats filled rapidly, with many attendees also gathering on the second floor. Reg sat quietly in his corner, observing it all. As Reg scrutinized the crowd, Anna peered through a cleverly positioned small window in the auction house, her gaze landing on Reg, a faint smile gracing her lips that he has arrived. The auction's overseer, the elderly Harvey, stood beside Anna, noticing Reg seated below, and remarked with a subtle smile, Miss, are you curious about him? Anna replied with a faint smile, Indeed, I hold a measure of curiosity about him, but I am far more intrigued by the forge master behind him. Pausing for a moment, Anna scanned the room before turning to ask, Have all the participants arrived? Harvey bowed and responded, Nearly. The Mage Association's St. Light City branch, the Fighter Association's St. Light City branch, and representatives from the Purple Moon Sword Sect, Earth Dragon Sword Sect, Flame Magic Gate, and Earth Dragon Magic Gate have all arrived. The invited nobles and wealthy individuals are also mostly present, and I just learned that the city lord and his wife have come as well. Anna nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Those who should be here are all present. You may go and prepare for the auction. I will head to the second floor to meet the city lord. Reg sat in the corner, observing the prominent figures of Holy Light City as they appeared one after another, his heart as still as a tranquil pond. He had come here merely to witness the grandeur of the auction and to personally behold the bidding situation of his 2 magical swords. Suddenly, individuals from the Purple Moon Sword sect arrived that a group of fighters ahead of Reg turned their heads towards the entrance, prompting him to glance over in mild surprise, just in time to see Lu Yanni entering with a few companions. Chapter 29. The frenzy of bidding the attire of the men and women from the Purple Moon Sword sect was quite ethereal, with an emblem of the rising purple moon emblazoned upon the chests of each fighter's garments. As Reg's gaze swept past Lu Yanni, he momentarily froze upon noticing the only girl in red trailing behind her. Lu Weir. He hadn't expected her to be here as well, though she would not recognize him in her current state. Since she belonged to the same sect, Reg found himself stealing a few more glances. There were 6 individuals in total, 3 fighters in their 40s, along with Lu Weir and 2 young men and women. The male among them was strikingly handsome, while the female was notably graceful. It was none other than Yao Lin, whom Reg had encountered once before. The male was undoubtedly Dis, the most accomplished disciple among the second generation. The Purple Moon Sword sect evidently held considerable status in Holy Light City, as their arrival elicited gasps from numerous onlookers, even drawing the attention of several individuals in the VIP area on the second floor. The six of them made their way to the front of the auction hall and took their seats. Soon after, several other fighters from various sects and magical academies arrived, leaving Reg internally astonished at the sheer number of formidable figures gathered for this auction in Holy Light City. Since it was an auction, most of the VIPs on the second floor were there to observe or prepare to make purchases, resulting in a rather low-key atmosphere. Harvey ascended the stage and briefly outlined the auction rules before announcing the commencement of the bidding. The auction rules were quite simple. Essentially, it was a cash bidding process involving individuals of considerable standing, who typically would not stoop to the antics of shouting bids without intention to pay. The auction house retained the right to scrutinize bidders' financial capabilities, though such instances were rare, that if no one continued to bid after 3 calls, the hammer would fall, and the highest bidder would secure the item. With no further alterations permitted. The strategy behind the 3-call bidding was, however, quite intricate. Before long, the first auction item was presented, a finely crafted longsword. Though viewed from a distance, Reg gleaned from Harvey's introduction and demonstration that this steel longsword was indeed of good quality. Though it fell short of being a masterpiece, that it was customary for auction houses to reserve the finest items for last, and with the longsword being the first item up for bidding. It was anticipated that the subsequent offerings would be increasingly remarkable. Not many participants raised their bids for the longsword, indicating that the majority of attendees were focused on the more coveted items slated for later. The bidding for the longsword concluded swiftly, followed by the presentation of various weapons and armors, with prices steadily climbing. Reg noted that the members of the Purple Moonsword sect had yet to make a bid. While several other sects had successfully acquired a few items, as the auction approached its climax, weapon prices surged at a broadsword, and a shield consigned by Uncle Tedlin incited a fervor of bidding. Given that Tedlin had previously forged a magical sword, and his blacksmith shop was renowned in Holy Light City. Ultimately, the broadsword and shield sold for 8,000 gold coins, a substantial sum. Reg glanced over at Tedlin, who displayed no signs of excitement on his face. This outcome must have been within his expectations to be why this point. The auction had been underway for nearly 2 hours. Harvey, however, showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, his enthusiasm seemed to intensify as he declared, "Next up for bidding is the highlight of today, the first of the 3 magical swords, embedded with 3rd-tier magical crystals. This sword is forged using a water-cooling technique, measuring 1 foot and 3 inches in length, and weighing 5 pounds and 4 ounces. Harvey raised the 3rd-tier magical sword high, his face aglow with excitement as he introduced it. Even preparing a fighter to demonstrate its prowess against a pre-prepared slab of granite, showcasing the stark difference between wielding the sword and not. Upon completing the introductions, Harvey set down the magical sword, surveyed the audience, and proclaimed, "The starting bid for this magical sword is 3,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid increasing by at least 500 gold coins." Reg finally witnessed Luyani, the leader of the Purple Moonsword sect, raise her hand. This marked the first time he had seen the sect participate in the bidding, though he soon realized that they were not the only ones to make their initial move. Indeed, magical swords were coveted treasures desired by all fighters. 3,500 gold coins. 4,000, 5,000. Bids cascaded one after another, indicating that many had come specifically for these final 3 magical swords. Although there had been previous excitement over high-grade magical staffs, the fervor paled in comparison to that surrounding the magical swords. As the bidding continued, the price escalated to 30,000 gold coins, a staggering amount. The most fervent competitor was a noble seated on the second floor, who stood at the edge with a glass of rum in hand, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if the figures tumbling from his mouth were mere trifles rather than vast sums of money. Luyani of the Purple Moonsword sect cast a wary glance at the young noble on the second floor, furrowing her brow. She recognized him as Baron Cania of Holy Light City, a man not only of title, but also of substantial wealth and connections with the upper echelons of the Sun Empire. Even the Lord of Holy Light City would hold him in high regard. Baron Cania was a fighter of considerable talent, and it was evident that he was intent on acquiring this magical sword. The Purple Moonsword sect aimed to secure the last 2 magical swords. It would be unwise to provoke animosity with Cania over this one sword. The Luyani inclined her head slightly towards Cania, returning to her seat and relinquishing her bid, with even the most powerful and affluent Purple Moonsword sect backing down. The others naturally dared not challenge Kania's bid. The magical sword was ultimately secured for the high price of 30,000 gold coins. Kania smiled and nodded towards Lu Yanni below, raising his glass in a toast. Now up for auction was the final item of the day. Although it consisted of two magical swords, they were inherently a pair and could not be separated, thus being auctioned as a single item, the dual magical swords. Tianshang and Suisheng. When Tianshang and Suisheng were unveiled before the audience, the auction hall erupted with excitement. All eyes fixated on the two swords, filled with intense longing. These second-tier magical swords not only enhanced the power of one's fighting spirit, but also allowed the spirit to manifest and detach, significantly augmenting combat capabilities. Even an ordinary fighter wielding a second-tier magical sword could stand a chance against higher-level opponents. That Harvey's eyes sparkled as he elaborated on the details of the two magical swords, highlighting their pleated forging techniques and the fourth-tier magical crystal inlays. Enough to drive fighters into a frenzy. That a fighter ascended the auction stage, and at Harvey's signal, he channeled all his energy, grasping Tianshang. He leaped into the air, executing a spin, and with a powerful swing, unleashed a torrent of white energy akin to a blade, which struck the granite testing stone with a thunderous impact. The granite shattered, the cut remarkably smooth. Switching to Suisheng, the granite suffered yet another assault. Witnessing the demonstration, the attendees began to buzz with excitement. Harvey, equally animated, raised his auction hammer, declaring, "The two magical swords will be auctioned as one item, starting at 50,000 gold coins with a minimum increase of 1,000 gold coins per bid." The bidding commenced with fervor. 51,000, 55,000, 60,000. The dual magical swords ignited a bidding frenzy, with offers escalating rapidly to 90,000 gold coins. That I bid 100,000. Reg looked up to see a portly middle-aged man from the VIP section, adorned with multiple gold rings, exuding an air of affluence, leaning over the railing with a predatory gaze fixed on the stage. Though Reg did not know the identity of this man, he could deduce that he was a wealthy magnate of Holy Light City. 100,000 gold coins was a staggering sum, one that few could afford. 110,000. Once again, it was Lu Yanni from the Purple Moon Sword sect who responded, her voice calm, yet resolute, devoid of hesitation. Despite their limited business dealings, the Purple Moon Sword sect controlled a precious metal mine, yielding an astronomical annual income. That I bid 120,000. The speaker is a young man seated amidst the crowd at the Fighters Association branch in the city of Holy Light. His demeanor exudes a certain languor, yet his gaze is piercingly sharp, directed provocatively towards Ria, but he pays no heed to the rotund, middle-aged man above, seemingly dismissing any notion that the latter possesses the strength to contend with him. The expression of the middle-aged man fluctuates, and after a moment's hesitation, he raises his bid. "I offer 150,000. This is already the extent of his limits, rather than incrementally increasing his bid. He prefers to make a bold move. 160,000. Once again, it is Rio and I who speaks, determined to acquire these two magical swords, as commanded by the sect leader, Grin. That on her arrival, Rio and I brought with her a total of 250,000 gold coins. If she exceeds this threshold and still cannot secure the magical swords, she would be at a loss. That as Rio and I calls out her bid, the color drains from the face of the rotund man above. He strikes the railing heavily, muttering a curse under his breath, and angrily takes a swig from the goblet before him. The surrounding nobles frown slightly, their expressions revealing a hint of disdain, clearly unimpressed by the man's crudeness. At this juncture, the young man within the Fighters Association casts a glance at the rotund man above, his gaze filled with contempt before returning to Rio and I, declaring, 180,000. A gasp reverberates through the hall, as both the first and second floors fix their attention upon this young man. Clearly, someone who can call out 180,000 gold coins without flinching must possess a notable background. Who indeed could he be? Chapter 30. A reunion. All eyes are riveted on this grand auction. Even Harvey, the auctioneer, wears an expression of excitement. After all, it has been a long time since such a substantial transaction. Exceeding 100,000 gold coins has occurred, and it seems poised to surpass 200,000. Although this is a pair of magical swords, each valued at 100,000 gold coins, it is still a staggering amount, especially considering that the first-tier magical crystal sword had previously auctioned for 30,000 gold coins. That I asked the auctioneer, Extracting a 10% service fee guarantees a handsome profit, and the reputation of the Mia auction house will undoubtedly soar. This auction is likely to be recorded in their annals. Ria and I turns to regard the young man, her mind racing to deduce his identity, yet her resolve remains unshaken as she raises her hand once more. 200,000 gold coins. The threshold of 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins marks a significant psychological barrier. The difference feels immense. Ria and I remains utterly composed, having made the first bid of 200,000, thereby shifting the challenge to the young man opposite her. At this point, all competitors have resigned, watching the captivating struggle with a sense of regret. The Purple Moon Sword sect is indeed wealthy and powerful. But what is the origin of this young man? He appears to bid with even greater fervor than Ria and I herself. Anna, positioned on the second floor, is beside the esteemed Lord Soter, the mayor of the city of Holy Light. Dressed in casual attire alongside his wife and guarded by several skilled protectors, he observes the auction below with great interest. Find out about that young man's background. Soter instructs one of his skilled guards. Sensing that this youth is no ordinary individual, especially given his seating within the Fighters Association, indicating a significant lineage. Anna, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this bidding war? Anna turns her head, offering a slight smile as she respectfully responds, My lord, this bidding is indeed fierce. The Purple Moon Sword sect boasts not only Gren, a formidable fighter, but also possesses a lucrative mine, rendering them quite powerful. Although I am uncertain of the young man's origins, his presence among the fighters suggests he may belong to the main association, albeit not to the local branch, judging by the attitude of the branch members towards him. It is likely he hails from the headquarters. Soter chuckles, Your analysis is astute. With your keen insight and analytical prowess, it is no wonder your grandfather entrusted the family business to you. Anna smiles in response. I am but a humble woman, and I may occasionally falter in my endeavors. I hope the esteemed mayor will extend his guidance. Soter laughs heartily, of course. Your grandfather has contributed significantly to the construction and prosperity of the city of Holy Light. And on principle, I shall certainly provide you with additional support. Grateful, Anna thanks Soter and turns her gaze, which inadvertently drifts towards the unassuming corner where Reg is standing, the one who brought the swords for auction. As the bids escalate, Reg is visibly astonished. Though he maintains a calm exterior, exhibiting no signs of excitement, he remains unaware that Anna is discreetly observing him. That Anna's curiosity about Reg intensifies, as Harvey mentioned. This young man must be impoverished given his attire. Yet in the face of such a substantial auction, he reveals no signs of elation. Is it possible that regardless of the auction's outcome, he is only entitled to his fixed remuneration, thus remaining indifferent? 210,000. Just as Anna contemplates Reg, the young man from the Fighters Association boldly raises his bid once more, casting a teasing glance at Ria and I. Ria and I furrows her brow slightly. The young man's unwavering confidence in offering 210,000 suggests he is equally determined to secure the magical swords, indicating that she may not fulfill the mission assigned by the sect leader. With a calculated glance, Ria and I focuses on the young man and raises her bid again. 250,000. This is Ria Ni's final limit. Yet her exterior reveals no signs of agitation or tension, as though this bid of 250,000 is merely a formality. Should anyone counter, she is more than capable of raising her bid to 300,000 or beyond. The hall erupts in astonishment, all eyes shifting to the young man, eager to see if he will respond once more. The young man meets Ria Ni's somewhat imposing gaze, a sunny smile gracing his face as he raises his hand to speak. However, just as he is about to declare his bid, a middle-aged man seated beside him gently tugs at his sleeve and whispers something into his ear. The young man's expression momentarily falters, but he quickly regains his composure, standing to acknowledge Ria and I with a slight bow. Your audacity is commendable. Alas, I find myself lacking sufficient funds and concede defeat. Despite his concession, the young man's demeanor remains remarkably composed, exuding an air of grace, in stark contrast to the earlier defeated rotund man. Relief floods Ria Ni's heart. Upon witnessing the young man's gesture, she realizes she had no hope of outbidding him. Yet this unexpected twist reveals that he too likely possesses a cash reserve similar to her OWBY, preemptively bidding 250,000. She has triumphed due to his insufficient funds, nodding towards the young man. Ria and I smiles and replies, your magnanimity is truly admirable. I am merely fortunate to have prevailed. 250,000 gold coins sold. Congratulations. You have successfully bid for the pair of male and female magical swords. With the conclusion of the auction, Reg quietly rises and slips out, opting to retrieve his earnings later when the excitement surrounding the swords has subsided. As for Lu Wei'er, it is not an opportune moment for them to meet. Anna, having noticed Reg's departure, observes him as he strides out of the auction hall without a hint of nostalgia. Her curiosity about him deepens. Anna even contemplates having someone follow Reg to uncover his connections and the identity of the mysterious blacksmith. Ultimately, she refrains from doing so. While curiosity is natural, tracking every noteworthy guest could jeopardize the auction house's business. Moreover, should their actions be discovered, it could tarnish the auction house's reputation and jeopardize future collaborations. In a secluded alley, Reg swiftly changes his attire before returning to the main street, making his way back to the blacksmith shop. Taidlin soon returns, his face aglow with joy. Clearly, Reg's swords have fetched an astounding price. And Taidlin's excitement is palpable as he beckons Reg into his chamber. Once the door is closed, Taidlin exclaims, "This is marvelous. You managed to auction them for 250,000 gold coins. I would have been thrilled if they had sold for 150,000. Reg chuckles. That was only because the young man happened to clash with the Purple Moonsword sect. Otherwise, the price would not have soared so high. Taidlin laughs heartily, slapping his thigh in delight. That's the nature of auctions. Even the most trivial item can fetch an exorbitant price if two individuals are intent on acquiring it. I wonder where that young man originated from, to challenge the Purple Moonsword sect so boldly. Reg smiles, but, feeling a tinge of curiosity, inquires, is the Purple Moonsword sect held in high regard within the city of Holy Light? Taidlin nodded without hesitation. Of course, within the Empire of the Blazing Sun, the Sword Sect and the Magic Academy flourish abundantly. Many prominent Sword Sect members hold positions within the Empire, and even His Majesty has conferred titles upon two major protective sections. It is only natural that His Majesty himself is a formidable fighter. Thus, the Sword Sect and the Magic Academy hold significant sway throughout the Empire. Although the Purple Moonsword sect may not be considered a powerful sect on a national scale, it undeniably reigns supreme in the vicinity of Radiant Light City. The sect master, Gryan, shares a close bond with Lord Sot, the city lord, and members of the Purple Moonsword sect also hold military positions within Radiant Light City, making their influence quite substantial. Reg nodded in understanding, realizing why the members of the Purple Moonsword sect acted so brazenly under the city lord's nose. It was indeed a matter of wealth and power. However, given the Purple Moonsword sect's relatively modest standing within the Empire, it seemed that Lambert's assertion was correct. In this vast world, there are countless formidable individuals, while Taidlin and Reg were musing in the room. The members of the Purple Moonsword sect, under the leadership of Lu Yanni, had completed their handover with the auction house and returned to their grand residence in Radiant Light City. Wielding the newly acquired dual magic swords to Lu Wei'er, I just received some news that let's go out for a stroll. I want to introduce you to someone you will surely be eager to meet. Just as Lu Wei'er was preparing to retreat to her room for rest, Dis suddenly approached her with a smile, his expression imbued with a hint of mystery, yet his eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to a needle. As Reg exited Uncle Taidlin's room, he contemplated whether to retrieve the money tonight or postpone it to another day. Just then, a shop assistant burst in, unable to conceal his excitement. "Reg, there's someone outside looking for you." Reg stood up in surprise, questioning, "Looking for me? Who would that be?" The shop assistant nodded affirmatively. "Yes, they are indeed looking for you. It's someone from the Purple Moonsword sect." "Reg, when did you become acquainted with them?" The mention of the Purple Moonsword sect startled Reg. How had they found him? He had only ventured out of Radiant Light City twice during his few months of residence, once to deliver swords to the auction house and once to attend the auction. Had they discovered so swiftly that the dual magic swords, Moonshatter and Starfall, were crafted by him? How many of them were there, and what could they possibly want with him, given that the visitors had come to seek him out? Reg felt compelled to meet them, yet he remained eager to ascertain their intentions. The shop assistant shook his head, gazing at Reg with admiration. 3 women and 1 man. The women are all quite beautiful, and the man is quite handsome as well. However, they did not disclose their purpose for visiting you. "Reg, you're impressive, knowing members of the Purple Moonsword sect," he remarked. Reg offered a faint smile, but refrained from responding, stepping outside instead. His apprehension lessened somewhat upon spotting the four individuals standing in the center of the room, as he recognized Lu Weier. Chapter 31. Disdain and Arrogance. The trio of women and one man, excluding Lu Weier, comprised one familiar face. Yao Lin, the fiery woman he had encountered previously, and another demure figure standing behind Lu Weier, likely her maid, though she too bore a sword. The lone man, whom Reg had not met before, stood beside Lu Weier, possessing striking features, a tall, handsome visage, fair complexion, and eyes that sparkled like cold stars. Truly a rare beauty, that in truth, this was not their first encounter. Reg had already laid eyes on this young man in the corner of Mia's auction house. Reg, Lu Weier exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, brimming with joy as she gazed at him, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. What are you doing here? As if realizing something, Lu Weier turned to the young man, exclaiming, Dis, you said you were bringing me to meet someone. Was it Reg? Dis smiled softly, appraising Reg with a thorough gaze before nodding. Indeed, I learned by chance that your savior was still in Radiant Light City, at Tedlin's blacksmith shop. So I brought you here to find him. That haven't you been longing to see him? Lu Weier looked at Dis with gratitude. Thank you, brother. Dis shook his head with a smile, then addressed Reg with a clear voice. My name is Dis, a second-generation disciple of the Purple Moon Sword sect. It is a pleasure to meet you. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in saving our sect master's granddaughter. Reg furrowed his brow, regarding Dis with curiosity. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, but I've been at Tedlin's blacksmith shop, rarely venturing out. How did you know I was here? Dis chuckled. The Purple Moon Sword sect holds some influence in Radiant Light City. And when Yao Lin mentioned you, I had someone look for you to see if you were still around. Reg replied, I see that I'm currently at Tedlin's blacksmith shop, studying the craft of forging that Lu Weier rushed over. Disregarding the dirt on Reg's clothes, and grasped his hand. Reg, so you've been in Radiant Light City all along. I thought you had left. You promised to come visit me at the Purple Moon Sword sect. Yet it's been months since you've come. Reg glanced at Lu Weier's delicate hand holding his wrist, subtly withdrawing his hand from her grasp. I've been at the blacksmith shop, hardly going out. Why aren't you at the sect? Why come down the mountain? Suddenly, a sense of vigilance arose within Reg. Not towards Lu Weier, but towards the smiling man. Dis as Lu Weier held his hand, Reg distinctly observed the differing reactions of the three others. Yao Lin's face displayed surprise and dissatisfaction, her gaze instinctively flicking towards Dis. Although Dis maintained his cheerful demeanor, a fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through his eyes. The maid-like girl, however, regarded Reg with curiosity, as if she were witnessing something novel. From Yao Lin's reaction, it seemed that Dis harbored feelings for Lu Weier. Yet why had he brought her to meet Reg? A wave of confusion washed over Reg's mind. Lu Weier, oblivious to the undercurrents, remained focused on Reg, her face alight with joy as she responded to his inquiry. Isn't there a weapons and armor auction taking place in Radiant Light City? Our Purple Moon Sword sect is participating, and I came along for fun. That I'm so glad to see you. Dis interjected with a smile. Didn't Team Master Tedlin also send a set of weapons and armor to the auction? I heard it fetched a commendable price. Reg, with such a grand event, didn't you go to take a look? Reg shook his head. I took a stroll, but the ticket was too expensive, so I didn't attend. Reg spoke cautiously. Since they had managed to find him, it was likely that they were also aware of his movements. Thus, he volunteered that he had merely gone for a walk, while cleverly omitting the truth regarding his whereabouts. Dis chuckled. 100 gold coins is indeed steep, but for such an occasion, one ought to witness it firsthand. Dis's tone conveyed no hint of condescension. On the contrary, he spoke warmly and courteously, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman. Yet Reg couldn't shake the feeling that Dis was not as simple as he appeared. If it were true that Dis had feelings for Lu Weier, then he was indeed a complex individual. Bringing Lu Weier to meet him and observing her friendly demeanor towards Reg without any sign of irritation or anger, while engaging him in pleasant conversation, indicated a level of sophistication that Reg found concerning. Yao Lin observed Lu Weier's affectionate demeanor towards Reg, feeling perplexed by Dis's intentions. Why would he bring Lu Weier to meet Reg, who could be considered a rival? If it were a chance encounter, a rivalry might be expected, yet Dis appeared cheerful, as if he wished to befriend Reg, which incited Yao Lin's ire. This sentiment left Yao Lin feeling quite vexed, and her gaze towards Reg grew increasingly unfriendly. Noticing that their conversation showed no signs of abating, she finally couldn't contain herself, saying, Lu Weier, we should return. Teacher Lu Yani is waiting for you, Lu Weier turned. We just arrived. Why the rush? Didn't we inform Teacher Lu Yani that we were coming out? Yao Lin shot a glare at Reg. Teacher plans to take the 2 magic swords back to the mountain and may not stay long, so we should return as soon as possible. Lu Weier hesitated for a moment, glancing at Dis. Brother Dis, why don't you all head back first and let Teacher Lu Yani know? I'll play for a couple more days and then return. You needn't worry about my safety. I'll be staying at the Sect's residence tonight. Absolutely not. Yao Lin interjected firmly before Dis could respond. Lu Weier, you worried us sick last time you encountered danger. This time the Sect Master entrusted your safety to us that if anything were to happen again. Lu Weier shook her head, smiling. We're in Radiant Light City. There is no way anything could happen, especially with Reg and Fei Fei by my side. Reg? Yao Lin cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Reg, tauntingly remarking, if you were to encounter a villain, how would you protect yourself? You can't even defeat me. Do you think the wicked would simply allow themselves to be hammered like those glowing pieces of iron? Her words were laced with a palpable aggression, yet Reg seemed unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. His lack of fondness for this woman was evident, especially given their previous encounter. He believed it would not be surprising if more caustic words slipped from her lips. Dis furrowed his brow, but remained silent, while Lu Weier pouted in dissatisfaction and remarked, Yao Lin, what are you saying? If it weren't for Reg, I wouldn't even be able to return home, being the beloved granddaughter of the sect leader. Yao Lin refrained from further retorts, but her contempt for Reg knew no bounds. She fixed her gaze on him and continued, what does a fighter know about forging? Do you truly believe you can craft a magic sword and become a master blacksmith? Rather than feeling angered, Reg experienced a sense of amusement, thinking to himself that he was indeed not merely aspiring to forge. He had already crafted a magic sword, one that had cost your group a staggering 250,000 gold coins to acquire. The corners of Reg's mouth involuntarily curled into a slight smile, a smirk of sorts. Observing Reg's reaction, Dis suddenly realized that he was not as simple as he had initially perceived. Perhaps his strength was far inferior to Dis's own, given that he could sense Reg's abilities still resided in the fighter stage. However, Reg remained remarkably composed, not allowing Yao Lin's derision to provoke him. Yao Lin, how can you speak in such a manner? Reg is Lu Weier's savior, and it's not unheard of for fighters to forge swords. Master Ted Lin is also a fighter, is he not? Dis finally interjected, his tone tinged with authority and a hint of reprimand. Yao Lin turned to meet Dis's gaze, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her, and her resentment towards Reg deepened further. With Yao Lin's outburst, the atmosphere turned decidedly awkward. Although Reg held no animosity toward Lu Weier, he had no desire to waste time entangled with the clearly hostile Yao Lin and the somewhat inscrutable Dis. Thus, he stated, I appreciate your visit, but I have matters to attend to. You may take your leave. The shop assistant, though some distance away, had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing that Reg was the savior of the granddaughter of the Zhua Sword sect, he was taken aback. When Reg then asked them to leave after just a few words, the assistant could hardly believe the audacity of the situation. Reg was indeed impressive, having visitors come specifically to see him, only for him to usher them away. Lu Weier clearly did not wish to depart, but found herself at a loss for a reason to stay. Feeling somewhat aggrieved as she softly inquired, Reg, will you be staying here for a while? Reg smiled gently and replied, at least for the short term, I should be at Lu Weier brightened immediately. That's wonderful. I'll come to see you again. All right? Reg nodded. You are always welcome, but if certain individuals would prefer not to see me, they need not come. You. Yao Lin abruptly lifted her head, her furious gaze slicing through Reg. She understood perfectly well that his words referred to her, and her hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of her sword, ready to act. Yao Lin, since Reg is busy, we should take our leave, Dis intervened, placing a hand gently on Yao Lin's to prevent her from unsheathing her sword. Turning back to Reg, he smiled. Then we shall take our leave for now. Reg offered Dis a faint smile. Very well, no need to see us off. Chapter 32. A grand shopping spree. Dis nodded and glanced at Lu Weier, saying, come on, after all, Reg mentioned he would be here for the time being. You can visit him any time. Lu Weier agreed, realizing that after Yao Lin's outburst, there was little joy left in staying. She resolved to return secretly with Fei Fei next time. With determination, she turned to Reg and said, "Reg, I'm leaving now, but I'll come back to see you. You mustn't rush me away next time." Reg chuckled and nodded, and with that Lu Weier followed Dis out of the blacksmith shop. Lu Weier's maid, Fei Fei, cast one last curious glance at Reg before trailing behind her mistress as they exited the forge. That evening, Reg decided to retrieve the gold from the auction. Under the cover of night, when Reg stealthily arrived at the Mia auction house, he found not only the auction house manager, Harvey, but also the young lady, Anna, both seemingly awaiting his arrival. "You have finally come. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon seeing Reg enter, Anna rose and smiled, gesturing for him to take a seat. Reg, not one to stand on ceremony, sat directly opposite Anna, stating, "I am here to collect the auction proceeds." Anna nodded with a smile and gestured to Harvey, who presented a crystal card. Anna delicately pinched the card between her slender fingers and slid it across the table toward Reg. The auction price was 250,000 gold coins. After deducting the contractually agreed 10% fee, which amounts to 25,000 gold coins, you are left with 225,000 gold coins. All contained within this card. Please verify it. Reg picked up the crystal card and tested it with a prepared crystal card tester beside him. 225,000 gold coins, not a single coin less. Reg put the card away, nodding in satisfaction. "The amount is correct. Thank you for your assistance." Anna smiled softly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. With such a substantial sum of wealth, does the mysterious F. Blacksmith not fear absconding with it? Reg replied coolly, "If he sought me out, it is because he trusts me that if I were to flee with the funds, it would only reflect poorly on his judgment and his inability to discern friend from foe." "Ah, you are indeed amusing. However, I am more concerned about whether we still have opportunities for collaboration." Anna gazed intently into Reg's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation evident in her gaze. "You witnessed the fervor of the magic sword auction. Our collaboration would be mutually beneficial." Reg pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Does the Mia auction house only auction valuable items? Do you also acquire goods?" Anna's eyes sparkled as she nodded. "Indeed, an auction house cannot solely rely on assisting others with sales. We must also engage in our own business. When we encounter valuable items with profit potential, we naturally acquire them for a later auction at a favorable price." "What about various precious herbs?" Anna looked at Reg in surprise. "Certainly, we have those as well. Even if we do not have them in stock, we can set prices with the Mercenary Association for renowned herbs as long as the price is reasonable. Mercenaries will certainly procure them for you." Reg smiled. "Yes, I wish to purchase herbs, but not for myself. Rather, it is for that." Anna nodded. "Could you share which herbs you seek?" Reg retrieved a pre-prepared list from his spatial ring. "Might you have these herbs in stock? Ice grass, cold ghost lotus, water blue fruit." Anna's eyes widened in astonishment. "These items are all of a chilling nature and exceedingly rare. What do you intend to do with them?" Reg smiled but offered no response. Anna seemed to realize she had overstepped and hurriedly clarified, "I was merely curious. Please do not take offense. Some of these items we have in stock, while others are not yet complete and will require time to locate." Reg nodded. "Then please provide me with what you have in stock first." Regarding the price, Reg paused, raising his gaze to meet Anna's eyes, awaiting her response. Anna's gaze fell upon the list, her fingers gently tapping the table. After a while, she looked up and smiled. "Rest assured, our auction house conducts business fairly and will not inflate prices. Additionally, out of respect for the F. Blacksmith, I will offer a 10% discount." Reg understood Anna's overtures were aimed at securing more magic sword auctions. Though he had no intention of making this his livelihood, he was not prepared to sever this avenue either, but he nodded. "Thank you, Miss Anna. I believe that if he decides to sell more magic swords, he will certainly choose the Mia auction house first." Anna nodded in satisfaction. "Might I inquire whether the esteemed blacksmith F. is planning to forge more magic swords in the near future?" Reg shook his head. "I am not certain at the moment, but I suspect it may take some time, as gathering materials requires a considerable amount of time." "Materials?" Anna smiled and said, "Our auction house also possesses high-grade magic crystals and top-quality ores. I wonder if you might be interested in purchasing some. Of course, this is merely a suggestion." Reg considered this. Acquiring materials would indeed be beneficial. He could not continually rely on Uncle Tedlin to supply him with materials. Thus, he nodded. That would be good. What levels of magic crystals do you have? Anna turned her head and gestured to Harvey, who replied with a smile. Currently, the highest grade we possess is a 5th level magic crystal. We have quite a few 4th level magic crystals, but the 5th level one was obtained by hunting a 5th level magic fire wolf.as for the ores. We have not only the Black Iron ore from the Blue Moon Mountain range controlled by the ZUS Sword Sect, but also the Black Iron ore from the Soul Severing Mountain range in the Chica province. Reg's expression shifted slightly. Having forged alongside Uncle Ted Lin for an extended period, he had gained considerable knowledge about the quality of ores from various regions. The ore from the Blue Moon Mountain range was already of exceptional quality, while the Black Iron ore from the Soul Severing Mountain range was even superior, resulting in weapons of remarkable durability and resilience. Harvey looked at Reg with a smile, saying, for convenience in transport or auction, these ores have been refined into standard-sized iron ingots. Your Excellency has a spatial ring, making it quite easy to carry them away. Standard-sized iron ingots, you say? Reg pondered the quantity he needed and finally stated, please prepare 20 standard-sized black iron ingots for me, along with that 5th level magic crystal and 2 4th level magic crystals. Additionally, bring me the potions I currently have, and let's calculate the total cost. Harvey nodded, walked to the door, issued a few instructions, and returned to Reg, speaking in a tone of negotiation. The potions you require are indeed quite precious. And the black iron ore is a rare find as well. As for the 5th level magic crystal, Reg waved his hand to stop Harvey from continuing, smiling as he interjected, I am well aware of their value. Simply tell me the total price. Harvey smiled and replied, very well, Your Excellency is indeed straightforward. The 5th level magic crystal is 30,000 gold coins. The 2 4th level magic crystals total 10,000 gold coins. And the 20 black iron ingots come to 30,000 gold coins. Among the potions you requested, we currently have stock of 4 types, totaling 50,000 gold coins. The items still needed will depend on the acquisition price at that time. Reg nodded. So that amounts to a total of 120,000 gold coins? Anna smiled and replied, yes, at the original price. It is 120,000 gold coins. As I mentioned earlier. All prices will be discounted by 10%, bringing the total to 108,000 gold coins. Reg pushed the still warm crystal card back towards Anna with a smile, saying, good, then deducted from this. Harvey took the crystal card and went to process it, while Anna squinted at Reg, seemingly attempting to see through him. Are the items you are purchasing all from Master LF? You appeared remarkably calm during the auction. Yet now you are spending over 100,000 gold coins without a hint of hesitation. Truly impressive. Reg felt a slight shock in his heart, realizing Anna had begun to suspect him. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, his disguise rendered any suspicion futile. Haha, indeed, they are for him. This money isn't my own, so spending it doesn't pain me. Moreover, with the purchase of the magic crystal and black iron ingots, should luck be on his side, he could forge an exceptional magic sword. There truly a worry about the expenditure. Anna nodded with a smile. Indeed, 20 black iron ingots are sufficient to forge numerous swords. 1 5th level magic crystal and 2 4th level magic crystals. Even if only one sword is successfully crafted, it would still yield a substantial profit. The success of forging a magic sword is inversely related to its level. The higher the level, the lower the success rate. Anna understood this principle, hence her assumption, for few blacksmiths would dare to forge high-grade magic swords, as the material costs alone would be prohibitive. Soon, everything was prepared. After Reg meticulously checked each item, he stored them all in his spatial ring. Harvey returned Reg's crystal card, and after Reg verified the remaining balance of gold coins, he stood to bid farewell to Anna. She also rose and inquired, if we find the other potions you require, how shall we notify you? Reg smiled faintly, replying, if you find them, simply keep them aside that I will come to collect them myself. Is there a need to pay a deposit? Anna shook her head. There is no need for that. The potions you listed are exceptionally rare. Even if you decide against taking them later, we can auction them off, thus presenting no risk. Therefore, a deposit is unnecessary. Reg nodded in agreement. Anna was correct. Each potion on the list was indeed of great value, and even if he chose not to take them, there would be ample demand from others. Quietly leaving the Mia auction house once more, Reg swiftly completed his modifications in the dark alley before silently returning to Ted Lin's blacksmith shop. Ted Lin awaited Reg's return, and upon seeing him, smiled. Did everything go smoothly? Did you manage to get the money? Reg nodded, smiling. Yes, I did, though I have already spent a portion of it. As he spoke, Reg pushed a crystal card towards Ted Lin, saying, Uncle, please accept this. Chapter 33. The Ice Dragon Breaks. Ted Lin looked with surprise at the crystal card on the table. What is this for? Reg gazed at Ted Lin with gratitude, saying, You taught me how to forge, and you provided the materials for these 2 magic swords. Please accept this money as compensation for the materials. Ted Lin smiled. I am already quite pleased to have taught such a talented blacksmith as you, and you have helped me accomplish something I could never complete, fulfilling my long-held wish that I should be the one expressing gratitude. Reg shook his head firmly, insisting, You must accept this money. Uncle, that I cannot follow your example, using your materials to forge the magic swords, sell them, and pocket the profits. Ted Lin regarded Reg's resolute demeanor, lifted the crystal card, and chuckled. Very well, I shall accept it. Otherwise, I fear you would not relent. Reg gazed at Ted Lin as he accepted the crystal card, letting out a sigh of relief. The card contained a sum of 100,000 gold coins. Precisely the substantial card that Reg had received from Anna. The card was crafted with exceptional artistry, a veritable masterpiece of its time. Issued uniformly by the state, it eliminated the need for individuals to carry large quantities of gold coins. One could simply possess the crystal card. This card allowed for the withdrawal of gold coins at every merchant association, and transactions could be conducted by linking 2 cards for transfers. The crystal card was impossible to counterfeit, facilitating storage and thus becoming the most convenient assistant for the wealthy. The crystal card indicated an auction price of 225,000 gold coins for the magical sword, after accounting for various purchases totaling 108,000 gold coins. Reg was left with 117,000 gold coins that he transferred 17,000 gold coins onto the 500 gold coin card that Anna had given him. Consequently, Reg's initial sum of over 220,000 gold coins dwindled to just over 10,000. Excluding the 100,000 gold coins given to Uncle Ted Lin, Reg had spent more than 100,000 gold coins in a matter of moments. A staggering outflow, perhaps too rapid to be adequately described. Upon returning to his room, Reg retrieved the Ice Technique scroll, which Lambert had given him, from his spatial ring. That as he perused it, he discovered that the scroll contained a wealth of information, including handwritten annotations that seemed to serve as explanations. This left Reg both enlightened and curious about how Lambert had come into possession of such a valuable tome. The Ice Technique was a water-attribute martial skill, belonging to the cold category. The scroll detailed numerous methods and substances that could aid in cultivation, each more precious than the last. The few tens of thousands of gold coins worth of potions that Reg had initially purchased were merely the most rudimentary aids to cultivation. While many of the later entries were beyond his prior knowledge, Reg found himself questioning whether he would ever acquire such rare items as the millennium-old ice from the extreme North Glacier or the gall of a sea demon. However, these were merely supplementary methods. Even without them, normal cultivation was still attainable, albeit without shortcuts. Yet, human life is finite. Most people only live for 60 to 70 years, and while cultivators may enjoy slightly longer lifespans, they typically only extend their lives by an additional 10 to 20 years that in this limited time frame. Achieving the higher stages, or even the pinnacle of cultivation, is virtually impossible. The realms of Do Wong and Mo Wong become a dividing line, a stage that all cultivators aspire to reach. Upon attaining the Do Wong or Mo Wong stage, one's body undergoes a dramatic transformation, greatly extending life, potentially by a century, thereby granting individuals ample time to cultivate and reach even greater heights. However, achieving the Do Wong stage within a lifetime is an exceedingly arduous task. Many Do Zone cultivators find themselves perpetually stuck at the brink, forever unable to break through to the next level. After a meticulous examination, Reg carefully returned the Ice Technique scroll to his spatial ring that he then dashed to the kitchen, fetched a bucket of scalding hot water, and grasped 3 of the 4 newly purchased potions, the Ice Dragon Fruit, Earth Dragon Heart, and Cold Ghost Lotus, in his hands. With a firm squeeze, the 3 substances were instantly crushed into a fine powder. Reg poured the pulverized potions into the bucket, transforming the water into a pale blue hue. Stripping himself of his garments, he immersed his body into the still slightly scorching water, sitting cross-legged as he began to circulate the Ice Technique. As the technique activated, a chill emanated from Reg, causing the temperature of the hot water to plummet significantly. Yet, the blue tint in the water gradually faded, as if it were wholly absorbed into Reg's body. when Reg reopened his eyes. The water in the bucket had turned completely clear, devoid of any trace of blue. To his astonishment, numerous ice shards now floated around him, as the once steaming hot water had transformed into an icy bath. Rising from the bucket, Reg was filled with wonder. The cultivation method recorded in the scroll was indeed effective. After just a brief session, he could distinctly feel that his icy do-chi had intensified considerably. Becoming more refined in quality, it appeared that he must make frequent use of these supplementary cultivation aids. The following day, Reg prepared to forge the magical sword he intended to wield. The black iron ingots he had purchased were of superior quality. Yet the materials for his great sword were to be even more exceptional. Reg resolved to melt down his great sword and reforge it into a longsword as Uncle Ted Lin advised. The impurities must be removed and magic crystals embedded to create a sword of unparalleled quality. Additionally, Reg planned to slightly reduce the sword size and weight, for while the great sword was heavy and possessed certain advantages in combat, a lightweight sword wielded with precision and speed would be far more difficult to defend against. Although Lambert had not explicitly stated anything, since the great sword had been gifted to Reg, he held complete authority over it, that if he could eliminate the impurities and forge a new magic sword, Lambert would surely be pleased. With the furnace roaring, Reg's great sword was undergoing a meticulous reworking. The forge contained a special liquid that, after the swords had been tempered, would allow them to be re-dipped and thus attain the same quality as newly forged materials. Reg utilized the method taught by Ted Lin to eliminate the impurities from the great sword. Practicing in the potion barrel each night, then on the 5th day, while seated in the wooden barrel, Reg suddenly felt his do-chi surge from his dantian, rushing through his body like a torrential river. With eyes wide in astonishment, Reg realized he had advanced in rank. As a level 5 fighter, he was now capable of practicing the first do skill, Ice Dragon Break. Streams of icy blue do-chi erupted from Reg, swiftly enveloping the longsword and forming a dragon of do-chi at its tip, causing the surrounding air to drop in temperature dramatically. With a powerful swing, the swirling icy blue do-chi erupted from the blade, crashing like a flood against a massive stone standing half a meter tall. The stone shattered violently, and the icy blue do-chi not only obliterated the stone, but also left countless needle-like holes in its surface. Reg picked up a fragment of the broken stone, observing it for a moment, and felt a surge of awe. After mastering Ice Dragon Break, he had ventured out to test its power in a secluded area, and the results were immensely satisfying. The explosive force was impressive, considering the countless tiny holes resembling needle pricks. If the target had been a person rather than a stone, it would likely have turned them into a sieve. Moreover, Reg had wielded merely an ordinary longsword. While of good quality, it was not a magic sword, and thus he could not direct his do-chi outward. The distinction between being able to release do-chi and not being able to do so was monumental. If he had possessed a magic sword, even a novice fighter could project do-chi, whereas relying solely on his own strength to release do-chi required reaching the do-zun level. Akin to the prowess of Louvier's grandfather, Grian. Had Reg been wielding Tianyu or Sui Xing at that moment, he could undoubtedly project do-chi from 3 meters away to strike the stone, and its power would have been even greater. Returning to the blacksmith shop, Reg continued purifying his great sword. Yet he encountered a dilemma. No matter his efforts, he could not entirely eliminate the impurities within the great sword. Although it was far superior to its initial state, it still fell short of Reg's desired quality. "Uncle, no matter what I do, the impurities inside just won't clear out. Are there any other auxiliary methods?" Reg inquired, frowning at the massive iron block that had transformed from the great sword before him, while Ted Lin stood beside him, equally displeased with the outcome. "Perhaps we could try using the blood of a fire demon lizard. It might help eliminate the impurities in the cold iron. However, such blood is not available on the market," Ted Lin suggested. "The blood of a fire demon lizard?" Reg frowned and replied, "Their level isn't particularly high. I believe I could slay them, that I just don't know where to find any." Ted Lin raised his gaze to Reg. "If you intend to seek out a fire demon lizard for its blood, it may prove to be somewhat perilous, as they inhabit the geothermal region surrounding the Magic Mountain, which is home to numerous formidable magical beasts, one of the 7 forbidden zones of the world." Reg expressed mild surprise. "Is there truly no other place where fire demon lizards can be found?" Ted Lin shook his head. "There are many types of magic lizards, but those of the fire attribute are quite rare. I've only heard of them living near the Magic Mountain, and only their blood can effectively eliminate the impurities. Reg pondered for a moment, saying, then I shall go look for them. After all, I won't be delving deep into the Magic Mountain itself. The magical beasts around its periphery aren't particularly strong, and there are plenty of adventurers around, so it shouldn't pose a significant problem. Tedlin hesitated before suggesting, why not post a task at the Mercenary Guild to have someone assist you in locating the blood of the fire demon lizard? Reg considered this, but shook his head that I'd prefer to go myself, that I wish to venture out and experience the world. Chapter 34. The ambush, though they had only spent a few months together. And Reg was typically quiet and reserved. Tedlin was acutely aware that once Reg made a decision, it was immutable. His resolve was unwavering. Indeed, a stroll might be beneficial that if you truly intend to venture out. Craft yourself a magical sword for self-defense. Additionally, the nearest location to the Demon Mountain is Farleo City. You could first journey there and then seek out a mercenary guild that undertakes tasks around the Demon Mountain. This would enhance your safety. Farleo City is home to numerous mercenary groups that engage in relatively low-level missions in the vicinity of the mountain, he added. Moreover, refrain from displaying your magical sword unless absolutely necessary, as it may attract unwanted attention, even prompting covert attacks against you. Reg nodded, considering Tedlin's advice prudent. Joining a team would significantly increase his safety while also allowing him to achieve his objectives. By the way, Reg, remember to gather some blood grass along the way. It grows in areas frequented by fire demonic lizards, and the juice from blood grass enhances the fusion of magical crystals with swords, allowing for a more perfect manifestation of the crystal's energy. Tedlin proceeded to describe the appearance of blood grass, which was quite easy to identify. Its leaves were tripartite and blood red, growing in clusters that were not too scarce. Having agreed upon this, Reg began forging a magical sword. He currently possessed 2 4th-level magical crystals and 1 5th-level crystal, the latter of which he intended to reserve for reforging his great sword. For now, he would craft a sword using the 4th-level crystal to suffice. That in the following days, Reg immersed himself in sword crafting, while Lu Wire, for reasons unknown, remained in Holy Light City, visiting Tedlin's blacksmith shop daily to seek out Reg, often accompanied by Yao Lin. However, Yao Lin refrained from conversing with Reg, fully aware that while he did not engage in arguments, his words could be piercingly sharp. After all, Reg had once stated in Yao Lin's presence that if certain individuals wished not to see him, they should simply stay away. Yet Lu Wire was remarkably obedient. Whenever Reg was in the forge, knowing that no one was allowed in Tedlin's room, she patiently waited outside, displaying not the slightest impatience, but rather an air of keen interest. Reg could only spare some time to converse with her, and whenever they shared laughter, Yao Lin would sulkily turn her gaze away, yet she remained close to Lu Wire, seemingly fearful of being abandoned by Reg. At last, on the 6th day, Reg completed the forging of his 4th-level magical sword. That was a notably nimble blade, not particularly aesthetically pleasing, but rather exuding a sense of rustic charm. Lu Wire, I must depart tomorrow for a while. I may be away for some time, he informed her. Surprised, Lu Wire asked, you are leaving Holy Light City. Where are you going? Meanwhile, Yao Lin, who had been turning her head away, slightly turned back, her curiosity piqued. Reg smiled. I am headed to Farleo City to attend to some matters. That Lu Wire merely acknowledged with a soft "oh," lowering her head and falling silent. Yao Lin quietly averted her gaze, though her eyes betrayed a hint of delight. Early the next morning, Reg left Tedlin's blacksmith shop and made his way to the horse market in the Western District. That he aimed to select a fine steed and procure a saddle and other essentials. Having a swift horse would help him avoid missing rest stops, as camping outdoors at night posed significant dangers. One could never know when a magical beast might appear unexpectedly and deliver a lethal bite. As Reg was still selecting horses, 2 swift steeds burst forth from Holy Light City, racing toward Farleo City. Once he had gathered his essentials into his spatial ring, Reg mounted a large black horse and set off from Holy Light City in the direction of Farleo City. Farleo City lay approximately 600 miles east of Holy Light City, an ancient settlement flanked by several small towns along the main road between the 2 cities, each modest in size. Reg had resolved to rest at an inn midway before continuing his journey the next day. The day's travel was rather uneventful, free from encounters with magical beasts, as such creatures typically avoided main thoroughfares. Preferring the desolate areas where danger lurked, after resting for the night, Reg resumed his journey, estimating he would reach Farleo City by noon, giving him time to visit the mercenary guild to scout for suitable teams. However, as Reg traversed a narrow path through a thicket, two flying spears suddenly emerged from the trees, darting through the air with lightning speed. One aimed at Reg, and the other at the galloping steed beneath him. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Reg instinctively leapt from his horse, evading the spear that narrowly missed his chest, brushing past his nose with a rush of wind that sent his hair flying. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat cascaded down his back. While Reg managed to dodge the spear, his noble steed was not so fortunate, impaled by the 2-meter-long projectile, which lodged firmly into the ground. Pinning the horse down, the creature let out a pained whinny, collapsing to the ground and foaming at the mouth with blood. With his left hand hitting the ground, Reg executed a backward roll, landing against a large tree by the roadside, his energy surging as he scanned the forest for any signs of movement. Two figures burst forth from the underbrush, swiftly positioning themselves on the road, effectively blocking his escape. Reg cast a cold glance at them and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Both men were masked, their faces obscured save for their eyes, which glimmered with a mocking glint, akin to cats watching a mouse's final struggles. The man on the left waved his long sword and declared, "We are here to rob you. Hand over everything from your spatial ring." Robbers? Reg's heart sank, realizing his misfortune in encountering bandits, especially since these two seemed to have been waiting for him, fully aware of the spatial ring he possessed. Had they been monitoring him since the inn? Reg's mind raced as he assessed the strength of his assailants. Their ferocious attack indicated a lethal intent to eliminate him and seize his belongings. Even if he surrendered all his valuables, they would likely not spare his life. Killing him to silence him was the simplest and most effective means to ensure their safety. In an instant, Reg pivoted sharply, darting into the trees beside the road. The two men exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback by Reg's decision to flee without a word, neither pleading for mercy nor retaliating. They tightened their grips on their weapons and swiftly pursued him, their speed surpassing Reg's escape, suggesting they were at least at the level of combat masters. The man on the right quickly closed the distance, eyes glinting with malice, just as he raised his sword to strike. Reg abruptly halted in an unusual stance, akin to a speeding train suddenly screeching to a stop. The pursuer's eyes narrowed, sensing something was amiss, just as Reg, now stationary, spun around and lunged back at him with even greater speed than before. A long sword had inexplicably appeared in Reg's left hand, its blade aglow with a radiant light, pulsating with icy blue energy, resembling a fierce dragon ready to strike. The magical sword. The man's pupils dilated in disbelief as panic swept over him, his once composed swordplay devolving into chaotic flailing as he desperately attempted to evade Reg's onslaught. However, Reg's strike was charged with unparalleled force, embodying not only his own strength, but also the energy of the 4th-level magical crystal embedded within the sword named Frostbite. This blow transcended the limits of his current capabilities. Frostbite cleaved through the man's disordered defense without hesitation, striking him as if struck by lightning. Gripping his sword for dear life, the man understood that should he lose it, his life would surely follow. Yet the energy from Reg's sword suddenly detached, striking him directly and rendering him helpless. Blood gushed forth violently, the man's eyes bulging in horror as his body transformed into a grotesque mass, akin to a hornet's nest, drenched in torrents of crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, Reg's form surged forward, his mind operating like a finely tuned instrument, calculating every possible outcome as he barreled past this unfortunate soul, charging towards the second man. The second man, taken aback by Reg's sudden halt, found himself reeling in confusion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a spray of scarlet blood stung his eyes as Reg's enchanted sword, imbued with fierce fighting spirit, lunged towards him. The man wielded a long sword that radiated with potent energy, momentarily harnessing the full extent of his second-tier swordsman prowess. Yet, Reg's left-handed sword struck like a viper from the underbrush, relentless as crashing waves, leaving no room for defense, swift as a tempest, fierce as a serpent, and brutal as a dragon. Within merely 3 moves, Reg's magical sword effortlessly deflected the man's long sword and pierced straight into his heart. Chapter 35. The magical image. The man crumpled to the ground, the force of Reg's sword, charged with overwhelming energy, obliterating his heart that I end his final moments. He could not fathom how a mere youth, a swordsman, could possess such formidable techniques and wield an exceptionally powerful magical sword, his combat prowess escalating exponentially. Yet, why had they received no hint of this in their reports? This question, now rendered moot, would follow them to the realm of death. Reg sheathed his magical sword back into his spatial ring, instinctively aware that the two men before him lay lifeless, one seemingly pierced by 1,000 needles, the other with a heart shattered beyond salvation. Beyond even divine intervention, he approached the corpses, meticulously searching for any artifacts, only to uncover an unexpected find. Aside from a few gold coins, there was a single magical image. The magical image, a unique concoction of special powders infused with magical crystal energy, depicted a vividly realistic scene on a specific scroll. While its production cost was minimal, it served various purposes, from task descriptions to specimen collections or character portrayals. On this particular image, however, only one figure was captured with striking clarity. Reg himself, that Reg's brows furrowed slightly. Why did these self-proclaimed bandits possess an image of him? As he removed the masks from their faces, he found two completely unfamiliar visages, affirming that he had never encountered them before. Could it be that they were not mere bandits, but rather had targeted him specifically? A chill ran through Reg's mind. Only Uncle Tedlin knew of his possession of the magical sword Frost. Others were oblivious, so it was evident that these men hadn't come to kill him for the sword. Who could harbor such deep-seated animosity against him? Was it Lu Weier, who knew of his journey to Feilio City? Yao Lin? Yao Lin. Reg's gaze turned icy, that he did not believe Yao Lin orchestrated this attempt on his life, but rather he suddenly recalled another individual, Lu Weier's elder brother. Dis, the perpetually calm, handsome youth, could it be him? Pondering these thoughts, Reg returned to his horse, which lay moaning, still alive but grievously wounded by a spear that had pierced its body, robbing it of vitality. As Reg approached, the horse seemed to muster the strength to rise, yet the spear remained firmly lodged in the ground, holding it down. Reg embraced the horse's head, halting its struggles, and gently caressed its mane. Then, gathering the chilling energy of icy fighting spirit in his right hand, he struck down upon the horse's head. The black steed emitted no cry of anguish as it collapsed, this decisive blow granting it a merciful end to its suffering. Grasping the spear, Reg yanked it free, digging a deep hole nearby to lay the horse to rest, burying it there. As for the two men who had sought to end his life, they would likely end up as prey for the beasts of the wild. Reg retrieved another spear, storing it within his spatial ring, and obscured the blood on the ground, ensuring the road appeared undisturbed. With a final pat of his hands, he resumed his journey towards Feilio City. Regardless of who had sent those two men, he anticipated no further issues. However, he feared that returning to Holy Light City would once again place him in peril. With his head held high, Reg strode along the road, devoid of fear, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. And no matter who his adversary may be, they would pay the price for their actions. Without a horse to ride, Reg's pace inevitably slowed. Yet he was not anxious. After all, time was not of the essence. Furthermore, this route from Holy Light City to Feilio City was frequented by many carriages, so he could easily find a ride, perhaps offering a small fee in return. A lavish carriage approached from behind, flanked by 4 knights, each holding reins in one hand and swords in the other, projecting an air of protection that it was evident that the occupants within were not ordinary individuals. As Reg hesitated to signal for a ride, the curtains of the carriage were drawn back, revealing the heads of a man and a woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, while the man had a rather unappealing appearance, resembling a weasel. The man's gaze first surveyed the scenery outside before landing on Reg, his face twisting into a mocking grin as he leaned toward the woman beside him. Look at this bumpkin. Walking instead of riding, that he probably can't even afford a fare. The woman giggled lightly, teasing, "What, do you plan to play the Good Samaritan and give him a lift?" The man chuckled, his eyes widening as he feigned seriousness. "Do I look like a good person to you? He is not a beauty. Why would I offer him a ride and risk dirtying my carriage? Besides, you're not even wearing pants right now." The woman shot him a playful glare, her tone coy. "Would you really let others see me like this?" The man grinned mischievously. "Honestly, I wouldn't mind that I might even add some excitement when I'm with you. Why not lean out the window, and I'll be right behind you." Before he could finish his sentence, The woman blushed, playfully swatting him before collapsing into his arms, her face alight with joy. Seemingly unbothered by his banter, the curtains fell again. The carriage passed right beside Reg, who had taken a small step back, having overheard their conversation quite clearly. After moving a bit further, another carriage approached, driven by an elderly man. Spotting Reg, the kind-faced old man halted and smiled warmly. "Young man, would you like a lift?" Reg smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude before leaping onto the carriage and taking a seat beside the elderly driver. The old man was quite talkative, filling the journey with a plethora of curious anecdotes, while Reg listened intently, finding the tales thoroughly engaging. The carriage, laden with ordinary goods, moved at a leisurely pace, but by the afternoon, they arrived at Farleo City. Reg was grateful for the old man's assistance and discreetly placed a handful of gold coins on the seat before departing, vanishing from sight before the old man could notice. After a light meal at an inn, Reg inquired about the location of the mercenary guild and proceeded towards it. Although it was still early, he wished to see if there were any mercenary teams undertaking missions near the Demon Mountain, as having companions would enhance safety. Reg did not consider himself adequately prepared to confront the Demon Mountain, even its outskirts, which were rife with peril. The Fighter Guild, the Mage Guild, and the Mercenary Guild constituted the three most formidable organizations in the world. The Fighter Guild was headquartered in the Holy Land City, while the Mage Guild resided in Miami City. Both guilds were governed by a supreme leader and an elder council, which consisted of 8 esteemed members, each a powerful fighter or mage whose prowess commanded respect from the vast majority of the populace. The fighter and mage guilds resembled two mighty fortresses, colossal entities engaged in an ongoing rivalry. Whereas the Mercenary Guild was entirely distinct, founded by the legendary Dragon Knight, Leorid, who was revered as the king of mercenaries, the guild quickly rose to prominence due to his illustrious reputation. Leorid was also known as the king of adventurers, reputed for his fearlessness in traversing even the most treacherous terrains that he once wagered to explore one of the 7 forbidden places, the Holy Dragon Cliff, and not only succeeded in entering, but emerged victorious after taming a fierce dragon, thus earning his title as a Dragon Knight. His glory overshadowed even the most powerful beings among the 8 sacred places. Subsequently, Leorid established the Mercenary Guild, which swiftly ascended to become the 3rd largest organization after the Fighter and Mage Guilds. Distinguished by its lack of factional bias, the guild welcomed fighters, mages, and even those of unique professions that served a diverse clientele, from royal nobles to common folk, handling tasks that range from engaging in warfare to locating lost livestock. The Mercenary Guild operated like a service organization, with the vast majority of fighters and mages joining as mercenaries. They formed teams to undertake various missions and challenges, earning honor and rewards, as well as guild-issued certificates that acknowledged their accomplishments. Branches of the Fighter Guild, Mage Guild, and Mercenary Guild could be found in towns across the realm, albeit with varying scales of operation. For instance, the Fighter Guild in Holy Light City boasted at least 200 resident fighters responsible for various guild affairs, while smaller towns might have only a single, down-on-their-luck fighter handling simple tasks that if one sought to undertake more formidable challenges, they would need to venture to larger cities. The Mercenary Guild was intricately woven into every sector of society, charging a modest 5% fee on task remuneration, which rendered it exceedingly affluent. The current president of the Mercenary Guild, Alexander, commanded immense wealth with a mere gesture, and his prowess inspired reverence among all. Farleo City was a modest urban center, neither overly prosperous nor inadequate. The Mercenary Guild's premises were spacious and well-appointed, in the expansive hall. Various mercenaries engaged in lively conversation or perused posted mission boards, contemplating which tasks suited their capabilities. That Reg's entrance garnered little attention, as countless individuals frequented the guild daily, most being mages or fighters, with many like Reg blending into the crowd. After scanning the room, Reg approached the guild clerk. A bright-eyed young woman looked up with a gentle smile, revealing her pearly teeth. "How may I assist you today?" Reg nodded. "I would like to inquire if there are any mercenary teams undertaking missions around the Demon Mountain in the next few days." The girl nodded, jotting notes in her ledger. "Currently, there are 2 missions near the Demon Mountain. Point 1 has already been claimed by the Flame Mercenary Group and is en route. The other is a task issued by a mage seeking a fighter to hunt down wind beasts in the vicinity of the Demon Mountain. The mage's level is a 5th-tier water mage. Wind beasts?" Reg mused. That task doesn't seem too challenging. While their attacks are not particularly high, their speed could pose a problem for a mage. However, if a fighter collaborates with the mage, it should simplify matters significantly. Are there any other missions? Reg inquired. The girl shook her head, smiling. The mage's task has attracted considerable interest, but due to the low bounty, it remains unclaimed. Reg furrowed his brow. He wasn't motivated by the reward alone, but the task's solitary mage meant that, while their combined combat effectiveness would be enhanced, venturing to the Demon Mountain's edge still carried risks. Yet, with no other missions or mercenary teams available, it appeared to be the sole option. After a brief moment of hesitation, Reg asked, "Is that mage still here? I also need to gather some items around the Demon Mountain. Perhaps we could join forces." The girl smiled and suggested, "The mage mentioned they would arrive tomorrow morning, that if someone accepts the mission, you can meet here then. However, if you require assistance, you could also post a task in the Mercenary Guild to seek aid." Reg blinked, realizing the practicality of posting a task to recruit help, which would ensure greater safety and fulfill his goal of exploration, allowing him to locate fire lizards and bloodgrass. "All right, please create a task for me. I'm looking to recruit 4 individuals, with a reward of 400 gold coins. The task is to escort me to the high-temperature area at the Demon Mountain's edge to slay a fire lizard and gather some bloodgrass." The girl was taken aback, looking at Reg with surprise. Despite his humble appearance, his generosity was evident. 500 gold coins was a considerable sum, undoubtedly attracting many mercenaries eager to accept the task. In comparison, the mage's offering seemed rather paltry. Reg produced a crystal card, prepaying the task's reward, with mercenaries collecting their remuneration from the guild upon completion, minus processing fees. Indeed, as soon as Reg's task was posted, it immediately drew the attention of numerous mercenaries present. Upon seeing the details, several mercenaries leapt to their feet, eagerly crowding around, clamoring to accept the mission. Such recruitment tasks required the employer to select their team. And soon Reg found himself surrounded by more than 10 individuals. He stifled a wry smile, preparing to choose the best candidates when a burly man pushed his way forward, stating in a deep voice, "Sir, you seek 4 individuals? We, the Wolf Mercenary Group, have precisely 4 members. I am an offensive fighter, and the other 3 include a light-type healing mage, a defensive shield fighter, and an archer that we have collaborated for years. And I believe we can meet your expectations." Reg assessed the robust man before him and, foregoing small talk, directly inquired, "What are your strengths?" The man replied earnestly, "I am a 5th-tier fighter, while the other 2 fighters are 4th tier. And the mage is a 3rd-tier sorcerer. His level is slightly lower, but he primarily focuses on healing and providing support." Reg nodded. Their strength was not insignificant, and the well-distributed roles within the Wolf Mercenary Group, offense, defense, ranged, and healing, would undoubtedly enhance their combat effectiveness. Even those of higher skill levels might struggle against their cohesive teamwork. Observing the reactions of the other mercenaries around them, Reg noted their disappointed expressions upon hearing the group's name. Although a few among them were formidable fighters, none could rival the collaborative prowess of this well-acquainted team. "All right, you're hired," Reg affirmed. "I am Reg. The hour is late. Let us reconvene here tomorrow morning and set off together." The man's face revealed a hint of joy, for the reward for this task was quite substantial, and the difficulty was minimal, that he promptly introduced himself. "Good day, sir. My name is Afar. Please feel free to assign me any tasks you may have." Reg smiled and nodded, thus solidifying their arrangement. The man produced his mercenary badge and proceeded to the front desk to complete the task assignment procedures. It was essential to record the details of every mercenary task, including the list of individuals undertaking the tasks and their respective strengths, that a job well done would elevate a mercenary's rank, while poor performance or irresponsibility during the mission, especially if it involved harboring ill intentions towards the employer, could result in demotion or even death at the hands of the Mercenary Association. The Mercenary Association, as an intermediary organization, held responsibility towards all employers of bidding tasks. Should a mercenary act with greed or fail to adhere to the stipulated mission guidelines, the association would impose certain penalties, the most severe being a death sentence. Furthermore, the association would bear no responsibility whatsoever, as every fighter or mage must sign a mercenary agreement before becoming part of this world, detailing various clauses to address potential issues. Naturally, if one abides by the rules and performs their duties, these clauses would seem irrelevant. However, Any transgression would transform them into the basis for punishment, potentially leading to fatal consequences. After completing the necessary formalities, Reg and Afar agreed on a time to meet the following day. Reg then exited the mercenary association alone, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With 5 capable individuals assisting him, he believed that slaying the fire lizard and collecting the blood herb would be a safe endeavor. With some time left before dusk, Reg began to meander through Ferio City. Known for its plethora of famous delicacies and peculiar curiosities, the city attracted numerous visitors that as Reg strolled along the bustling streets. He marveled at the stark contrast of the scenery compared to St. Light City, gaining a fresh perspective. For someone like Reg, who had lived on a remote island, each city presented a unique experience. The Empire of the Blazing Sun stretched vast and wide, boasting dozens of grand cities akin to St. Light City, and at least 100 towns like Ferio. Beyond the Empire's borders lay numerous nations, both large and small, albeit situated in more desolate and inhospitable regions, rendering them incomparable to the Empire. Among these nations, some had populations exceeding 1 million, while others dwindled to a mere few thousand. Reg, however, was indifferent to these matters. His curiosity lay with the practitioners of various disciplines, warrior schools, magical academies, and an array of unique professions, including reclusive families of hermits and the exalted 8 holy lands, which permeated every corner of this vast world. That it was a realm of immense scale, that in this world, strength commanded respect. This was an undeniable truth that as long as one possessed sufficient power, even the king of the Empire of the Blazing Sun would treat them with deference. The king himself was a formidable warrior, and as the sovereign, he could summon any advanced martial arts techniques or elixirs with a mere word. Such cultivation would elevate even a pig to remarkable prowess. Not only did the king himself cultivate his strength, but he also designated the Hongmeng Sword Sect and the Fire Spirit Sect as the national protectorate martial and magical academies, with countless experts in both sects. Who would dare defy their authority? As Reg wandered, he reflected on the grand tales recounted by Lambert, his heart swelling with ambition. Lambert had spoken of the ice technique with an air of reverence, suggesting it was an exceptionally powerful martial arts technique. Though the specifics of its rank remained unclear to Reg, Lambert himself seemed only partially informed. While Lambert recognized the might of this martial arts technique, he was uncertain of its exact level, thus repeatedly advising Reg to exercise caution during his training and to remain vigilant against potential threats. As Reg contemplated these thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd ahead. A figure darted through the throng, moving with the agility of a fish, pursued closely by several armed men. Among these pursuers was a young man, breathless and visibly anxious, exclaiming, "Whoever helps me catch that thief will be generously rewarded." Reg squinted, suppressing a chuckle. Indeed, it was a small world, as the young man was none other than the one he had encountered on his journey to Ferio, riding in a carriage. Observing the young man's anxious and irate expression, Reg found the situation amusing, curious as to what had been stolen. Just as Reg was about to sidle closer to the street, the fleeing individual, in a desperate sprint, stumbled and collided with Reg. Instinctively, Reg reached out to steady the person by grasping their shoulders. Utilizing Reg's support, the individual regained their balance and quickly glanced up at him, murmuring a soft, "Thank you" to AT. That moment, Reg had a clearer view of the individual. A hat adorned their head, and their face was smudged with some sort of dirt. Yet their eyes were strikingly clear. As Reg released his grip, the person darted past him, disappearing into the throng behind. Reg, momentarily taken aback, withdrew his hands, rubbing his fingers together and furrowing his brow, that he had felt an unusual softness when he grasped the person's shoulders, and in that fleeting moment when they looked up, he noticed the smoothness of their neck, devoid of an Adam's apple. Could it be that the thief was a woman? Chapter 37. The body of the demon. The young man, panting heavily, caught up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Reg, clearly recognizing him as the rustic fool he had mocked on the road earlier. However, at that moment, he had no time for jesting, nor did he bother to inquire why Reg had not intervened to stop the thief. He rushed straight towards the distant street. Whatever had incited such urgency must be something of considerable value, Reg mused internally, yet he had no desire to pursue the commotion and continued on his predetermined path. Not long after, Reg suddenly sensed something unusual within his bosom. Frowning slightly, He paused and reached into his clothing, only to discover an unexpected object nestled there. Upon retrieving it, he found a small, exquisite box. Reed was momentarily taken aback, recalling that this must have been slipped into his possession during the earlier collision. The skill with which it had been done, without his awareness, was indeed impressive. Weighing the delicate box in his hand, Reed glanced around before opening it. Contrary to his expectations of gold or jewels, inside lay a green fruit, somewhat resembling a kiwi, yet distinctly different. The moment he lifted the lid, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth. It appeared to be a valuable medicinal herb. Otherwise, it would not have been encased in such an evidently precious box. Reed tucked the box back into his clothing, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed likely that the thief would return to seek him out, though he wondered how long it would take. After wandering for a while, he chose a nearby inn not far from the mercenary guild. Facilitating his meeting with Afar and others the following morning, that in the dead of night, Reed was abruptly awakened by a faint sound. Startled, he felt a chill of realization. Indeed, they had come to him. He speculated whether it was the thief or an accomplice. Rather than springing into action, he swiftly assumed a position ready for an explosive response, curious to see the intruder's intentions. The door was quietly nudged open, though the clumsiness of the intruder's movements suggested a lack of experience, causing Reed to chuckle inwardly. This was not the method of a seasoned thief. Their approach seemed rather unskilled. Had they merely become accustomed to pilfering from others? Despite their impressive daytime performance, the door silently swung ajar, and Reed squinted slightly, peering through the narrow crack. The figure at the threshold regarded him, seemingly unaware that he was observing them, convinced instead that he was soundly asleep. As evidenced by his steady and rhythmic breathing, the person stood silently for a moment, not entering immediately. Reed, still feigning slumber, remained patient. After a while, the figure cautiously stepped into the room. The intruder's face was obscured by a black scarf. Yet in the moonlight, Reed could discern their distinctive, striking eyes. Those of the young man who had pretended to stumble and had stealthily placed the box into Reed's possession earlier. Or perhaps it was a woman. The individual moved with care, scanning the room swiftly before their gaze settled upon Reggie. It was evident that the box remained with him. In truth, Reed had already concealed the box within his spatial ring. The thief had initially acted in a panic, indiscriminately stuffing the object into a stranger's clothing, only to later recognize Reed as a fighter with a spatial ring, an unfortunate twist for the thief. As Reed contemplated the thief's next move, they surprised him with an unexpected action that nearly made him leap from his bed. The thief abruptly waved a hand, conjuring a shimmering blue barrier around themselves, resembling a cocoon, enveloping them entirely. A water mage. The revelation that this thief was a water mage astonished Reed, filling him with both curiosity and wariness. During their earlier encounter, he had sensed no remarkable power and had assumed them to be an ordinary person. Who would have guessed they possessed magical abilities? Oblivious to Reed's vigilant scrutiny, the thief advanced cautiously, drawing a dagger, but a mage wielding a dagger. How intriguing, although Reed recognized the individual as a water mage. He felt no alarm. He had a distinct advantage over water mages, and in the confines of such a small room, victory was assured. Just as the dagger neared Reed's throat, he suddenly opened his eyes. Uncertain whether the thief intended to subdue or assassinate him, he was unwilling to gamble with his life. The mage gasped at the sight of Reed's suddenly alert eyes, and before she could react, his right hand seized her wrist, pinning the dagger, while his left hand swiftly encircled her throat. Her eyes widened in shock as she witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. Reed's left hand pierced through her magical shield as if it were mere vapor. With a surge of strength, Reed propelled himself upright from the bed, forcing the unfortunate mage against the wall. A slight pressure from his right hand caused a low grunt to escape her lips, and the dagger fell to the floor. Reed promptly kicked it away and turned his gaze upon the masked intruder, speaking coolly. "I never expected a mage would resort to thievery. You seek to reclaim that box, do you not?" Reed released his grip on her throat and tore away the mask obscuring her face. As her cascade of dark hair tumbled down, he could no longer doubt that this thief and mage was indeed a young woman. The female mage bit her lip, gazing at the composed man before her, who bore a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Yes, I am here to retrieve the box. Will you return it to me?" Despite the peril of her situation, her expression held a stubborn defiance. Reed retrieved the box from his spatial ring, opened it, and fixed his gaze upon the mage. What is this item? Her eyes flickered with hesitation as she considered her response. It's a Jinlan fruit. Jinlan fruit? Reed regarded the miraculous fruit with astonishment. Was this indeed the legendary Jinlan fruit, said to be priceless and unattainable? As he observed the mage's expression of regret and unwillingness, he realized the fruit's value and feared for his own life. It might very well seal her fate here. The Jinlan fruit was a rare treasure, coveted by every mage, as it could enhance their magical prowess. Its scarcity and inability to be cultivated artificially rendered it immensely costly in the marketplace. You stole this Jinlan fruit from that young man in daylight. Reed scrutinized the extraordinary fruit while casually inquiring, his grip on her throat remaining unyielding. Do you intend to use it to augment your magical abilities? The mage met his gaze, her eyes resolute, remaining silent for a time before finally responding. Yes, I possess a demon body. Without special training, my power will forever stagnate at the level of a fifth-tier mage, with no hope of further advancement. That a demon body? Reed was momentarily taken aback. What does that imply? The mage regarded him with surprise, as if astonished by his ignorance. Those with a demon body find their magical potential stifled upon becoming a mage, and no matter how much they train, they can never exceed the fifth-tier mage level. This limitation only becomes apparent after one embarks on the path of magic. It is undetectable beforehand. Reed, intrigued, queried, if your body is a demon body, why do you still seek the Jinlan fruit? As he spoke, a thought struck him regarding the mage's mention of special training, prompting him to ask in astonishment, do you have a means to overcome this demon body? The mage met his gaze defiantly, asking, will you spare me if I reveal the truth? Reed smiled faintly, loosening his grip on her throat. You claim to be merely a thief. What reason would I have to kill you? The female sorceress gently touched her neck, casting a dubious glance at Rhaegar before eventually speaking. Indeed, there exists a method to transcend the demonic physique, and once this transformation is achieved, the rate at which one cultivates magical energy within the demonic form will significantly accelerate, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. The golden blue fruit is among the essential items required for this breakthrough, though additional components are also necessary. Rhaegar responded with a nonchalant "oh," closing the box containing the golden blue fruit and casually tossing it to the sorceress. Startled, the sorceress gazed at Rhaegar in disbelief and asked, what do you mean by this? Rhaegar replied coolly, you came here in the dead of night to pry open the door. Did you not intend to take it back? I am merely returning it to you. With wide eyes filled with surprise, the sorceress exclaimed, You are giving the golden blue fruit back to me. Chapter 38. The Pursuit. What do you intend to do? Rhaegar furrowed his brow and remarked, What, do you not want it? If you don't, then just leave it behind. The sorceress shook her head vigorously, hastily concealing the box behind her back, as if fearing Rhaegar might snatch it away once more. Her actions bore a hint of adorability as she declared, Of course I want it. It originally belongs to me. Under the penetrating gaze of Rhaegar, who seemed to see through her very essence, the sorceress's voice faltered, dropping to a whisper as she confessed, I went to great lengths to steal it back. I was merely curious as to why you, having subdued me, would return it. Rhaegar shrugged indifferently, saying, the golden blue fruit holds no utility for me apart from its monetary value. I would rather return it to you and see if you can indeed transcend that demonic physique. After all, the individual you pilfered it from appears to be nothing more than a debauched scion, and I would relish witnessing such an outcome. Upon hearing Rhaegar's words, the sorceress finally believed him. Observing his plain attire, she inquisitively inquired, even if it is of no use to you as a fighter, selling it at an auction would surely yield at least several thousand gold coins. Do you not covet wealth at all? Furrowing his brow, Rhaegar fixed his gaze upon the sorceress and said, Why are you so curious? Hurry and leave me be. Do not disturb my sleep if you do not depart soon. I may take action. The sorceress bit her lip, initially wishing to ask why Rhaegar was able to reach through her water magic barrier. But upon hearing his words, she feared that pressing further might provoke his ire. Like a startled fawn, she darted outside, standing at the door and gazing at Rhaegar with a newfound curiosity. Thank you. May I ask your name? I am Aishali. Rhaegar was taken aback by the loquaciousness of this sorceress. who seemed to possess an insatiable curiosity, that he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I am Rhaegar." Aishali nodded, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before she suddenly declared, "You are a good person. And I will remember you, that am I truly a good person." Rhaegar mused with a self-deprecating smile as he stepped forward to close the door, returning to his room where he lay down, pondering whether, had the item in question been a fighter or one of the precious materials he required, he would have seized it. Rhaegar held little desire for wealth itself. His need for gold was solely to facilitate his training. Having recently learned the art of forging magic swords, he had acquired a skill akin to a hen laying golden eggs, temporarily alleviating his financial predicament. With the funds he amassed, he procured numerous medicinal materials, successfully advancing his alchemical skills. The requirements for various stages of alchemical advancement differed, and it was not solely about rare materials. Many natural treasures were also essential. The efficacy of the concoctions from earlier stages diminished significantly in later stages, rendering them nearly useless. The potions Rhaegar currently utilized were only applicable during the fighter and master stages. Regarding the sorceress named Aishali, Rhaegar initially thought her merely a fleeting figure in his life, someone he would not encounter again. Yet unexpectedly, their paths would cross once more. Within the mercenary guild, Rhaegar's eyes widened as he beheld Aishali, now adorned in a magical robe with lustrous black hair. "What are you doing here?" Yesterday, Aishali had dressed like a boy, but today she appeared as a vibrant young sorceress. Had Rhaegar not lifted her hat and seen her true visage, he would never have believed that this enchanting sorceress was the very thief he had encountered. Aishali looked equally astonished as she regarded Rhaegar. What are you doing here? Have you regretted it and come to find me?" Rhaegar shook his head. "I am here to meet with the mercenary group I hired, preparing for departure. What about you?" Aishali breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Rhaegar had returned to reclaim the golden blue fruit. "I too have posted a request for assistance to hunt the Gale beast on Magic Mountain. But perhaps due to the low reward, no one has yet responded." Observing Aishali's troubled expression, Rhaegar was taken aback and, unable to suppress a chuckle, asked, "Are you the one who posted the request to hunt the Gale beast as a level 5 water mage?" Aishali looked at him curiously, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Could you be the other one who took the task of hunting the fire lizard on Magic Mountain?" Rhaegar nodded. "Yesterday, I contemplated teaming up with you, but ultimately decided that 2 individuals might be too perilous, so I hired a mercenary group instead." And no sooner had Rhaegar finished speaking than Afar approached with his 3 companions, nodding respectfully at Rhaegar. "Sir, are we ready to depart?" Rhaegar gestured to Aishali and turned to Afar, saying, "Yes, if you are prepared, we can set off." As Rhaegar and Afar made their way toward the guild's entrance, Aishali bit her lip, seemingly hesitating. Just as Rhaegar was about to step through the door, Aishali suddenly called out, "Wait!" Rhaegar turned, surprised, as Aishali hurried over, glancing at him with a determined expression as she bit her lip. "The Gale beast is of utmost importance to me. May I join you in your expedition to Magic Mountain?" Rhaegar faced Aishali, furrowing his brow and asking, "You wish to accompany us?" Aishali nodded, her eyes bright with anticipation. "Gale beasts can be found in the vicinity of Magic Mountain. I will not hinder your quest for the fire lizard and blood grass. That I merely ask for your assistance should we encounter a Gale beast." Rhaegar pondered whether he should acquiesce, momentarily at a loss for words. Aishali, misinterpreting his silence as reluctance, softly murmured, "You need not feel pressured." Snapping back to reality, Rhaegar regarded the resolute Aishali, a smile gracing his lips as he stated, "You may join us, but you must heed my commands." Aishali's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Very well, I will certainly listen to you." With the addition of Aishali, the number of individuals in the entire team swelled to six in terms of strength. Rhaegar was the weakest. However, when it came to combat, he was certainly not the most feeble. Even though Afar and the others were a level above him, Rhaegar firmly believed he had a fighting chance. The Demon Mountain was not merely a mountain, but rather a sprawling range of towering peaks, teeming with countless ferocious magical beasts that could be deemed a forbidden zone for humanity, thus earning its place as one of the 7 great forbidden lands. It is said that only a select few formidable warriors dare to venture deep into the Demon Mountain, with the majority of others opting to remain in its vicinity. That high-level magical beasts typically do not linger at the edges of the mountain. The Demon Mountain was not far from Farleo City. If one rode a swift steed, it would take approximately half a day. should the group manage to reach the Demon Mountain today to hunt Gale beasts. Fire demonic lizards and gather bloodgrass, they should be able to depart from the mountain before nightfall. Camping in the wilderness was inherently perilous, and the risks associated with staying overnight in the Demon Mountain were significantly greater. Although there were not many high-level magical beasts at the mountain's edge, numerous pack beasts, such as demon wolves and demon snakes, posed a formidable threat. Thus, Rhaegar planned to gallop swiftly to the area where the fire demonic lizards were active, complete their tasks promptly, and then make a hasty retreat. Afar and the others had their own horses, while Rhaegar had purchased 2 steeds, one for himself and one for Aishali. Aishali insisted on giving Rhaegar the money for the horses, and he graciously accepted it without hesitation. Just as the group rode swiftly out of Farleo City for about 30 to 40 miles, over a dozen galloping horses swiftly approached from behind. Blocking their path, Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback. A glance at the crowd revealed the reason for their arrival. Behind them stood the debauched youth he had encountered twice before, glaring at Rhaegar with evident fury. "You little brat, so you are in cahoots with that thief, and no wonder you showed up so conveniently last time," he sneered. Afar, and the others wore solemn expressions, drawing their weapons, but their gazes were fixed on Rhaegar. Clearly, the situation that had unfolded surpassed the scope of Rhaegar's initial assignment. Confronting the fire demonic lizards was one thing. Facing the more than 10 fighters and mages before him was an entirely different matter. While battling the fire demonic lizards posed no mortal danger, the likelihood of death against this mixed group of fighters and mages was alarmingly high. Aishali glanced at Rhaegar, then stepped forward, gripping her staff tightly. Fixing her gaze on the youth, she proclaimed, "I'm the one who stole the golden blue fruit. It has nothing to do with him, that I merely traveled with him, that if you seek retribution, direct it towards me. I will return the golden blue fruit to you." Though Aishali exhibited signs of trepidation, she resolutely distanced herself from Rhaegar, which took him by surprise. Given Aishali's capabilities, it was evident that she stood no chance against the individuals before them. Even her odds of escape were effectively zero. The youth's eyes lit up at the sight of the striking Aishali, and a sinister glint flickered in his gaze. "Ha! I never imagined that the thief was also a beautiful sorceress. Little girl, do you think returning the golden blue fruit will absolve you of this? If you wish to save your life, come back with me, that if you obediently serve me as my woman, I might just return the golden blue fruit to you." Aishali's face flushed crimson, and indignation sparked in her eyes. "Shut your mouth." The youth paid no heed to Aishali's admonition, his gaze lingering on her face for several seconds before turning back to Rhaegar. "You little brat, you won't be able to escape today." Rhaegar furrowed his brow. "What do you want?" Chapter 39. No mercy. Rhaegar's expression suddenly transformed, becoming as sharp as a dagger. The once calm sheep within him seemed to awaken as a lion. And without the slightest forewarning, he charged forth, like a released arrow. Rhaegar surged toward the youth, despite the presence of 4 or 5 fighters in his path, that he propelled himself directly towards the cluster of fighters. As if swimming upstream against the current, the fighters were taken aback. Though their strength was not particularly high, their numbers provided a significant advantage. They had not anticipated that Rhaegar would attack them head-on, especially alone. While each of them reacted swiftly, Rhaegar's sudden explosion of speed was astonishing, and a brilliant light erupted from his hand. The magic sword materialized in Rhaegar's grip like a ghost, and the aura of his martial energy coalesced into a dragon of fighting spirit. Coiling around the sword, with a thunderous force, the magic sword descended with ferocity. The fighters in front of the youth reacted quickly, drawing their weapons and frantically raising them in defense. However, the speed at which Rhaegar's magic sword descended was astonishing. Clang! The magic sword struck the first longsword, and the dragon of fighting spirit surged forth with a vengeance. Ice Dragon Break. The 4 or 5 fighters before Rhaegar were utterly unprepared for the fact that he wielded a second-tier magic sword. Nor could they fathom the terrifying power of his martial technique. The strength behind it was staggering, and against the icy cold energy that pierced through the air like needles, they had no time to execute any effective defensive maneuvers. The fighter at the forefront bore the brunt of the attack, his body instantly riddled with wounds, his face a grotesque sight. The 2 fighters beside him were also caught in the wave of martial energy. Sustaining numerous injuries, 3 bodies toppled from their horses, and aside from the one who perished instantly, the other 2 still clung to a thread of life. However, under such grievous injuries, even divine intervention would be unable to save them. The two fighters closest to the youth turned pale, their eyes filled with terror, as they both retreated, wildly swinging their long swords. That Rhaegar's strike was simply too shocking. With the divine power of his left hand, coupled with Ice Dragon Break and the enhanced efficacy of the magic sword, along with the explosive release of his martial energy, Rhaegar's attack brimmed with ferocious might. The three fighters who lay on the ground, all possessing the strength of martial artists, had been utterly obliterated by Rhaegar's single blow. Rhaegar himself was astounded. During his assault, he felt acutely aware of the formidable power emanating from his left hand. At least double the strength of the same technique executed with his right. Not only was it faster, but it was also more ferocious. Rhaegar charged once more towards the youth, barreling toward the last two fighters standing before him. At that moment, the surrounding fighters and mages began to react, converging toward this scene, with mages raising their staffs, preparing to cast spells that in an instant. Rhaegar reached the two terrified fighters, his long sword imbued with icy martial energy, unleashing a flurry of strikes so swift they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The two fighters gazed in disbelief at the gaping wounds on their chests, collapsing to the ground. Until their dying moments, they could not comprehend how Rhaegar's sword had been so fast. So fast that while they managed to defend against the first strike, they could not guard against the second. The training he underwent in the ocean had honed his swordsmanship to perfection. That in the water, wielding a heavy cold iron sword, faced considerable resistance, yet Rhaegar had still been able to maneuver it with the grace of a fish flicking its tail. Now, wielding a lighter magic sword, how could he not be swift? In terms of raw strength, Rhaegar was no match for these fighters, but in terms of overall combat capability and explosive power, he was remarkably formidable. Before the reinforcements could reach him, Rhaegar's magic sword was already pressed against the youth's throat. Without needing to utter a word, everyone instantly halted in their tracks. The mages ceased their incantations. They were all mercenaries. And the youth was their employer. That it was clear that if they continued their assault, the youth would perish in an instant. Shocked, Aishali, afar, and the others stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. From the moment the opposing party appeared, Rhaegar had only asked a single question, and his sudden strike had been like a tempest. Without a moment's pause, he had dispatched 5 fighters and subdued the youth in the blink of an eye. All eyes were now fixed on the magic sword in Rhaegar's hand, astonishment etched on every face. They had never anticipated that this seemingly humble young man would wield a magic sword. And judging by the size of the magic crystal, it appeared to be a second-tier magic sword, a weapon that even many noble families could not possess had manifested in the hands of this young man. Who was he truly? A tall fighter glared at Rhaegar, his voice low and commanding. "Release him, and we will let you go." Rhaegar surveyed the surrounding individuals, coldly replying, "There are 6 of us now, and you number only 2 or 3 more. You hold no advantage here. What is your relationship with him? Are you his guards or mercenaries he has employed?" The towering fighter replied in a hushed tone, "We are mercenaries employed by him. He is our employer, and we must ensure his safety." Rhaegar cast a cold glance at him before turning to the pallid youth, stating, "If you wish to take my hands, you must be prepared to pay with your life." The youth seemed on the verge of collapsing, yet with his sword pressed against his throat, he dared not relent, forcing his body to remain upright, though it trembled uncontrollably. "Do you know who I am? Do you dare to treat me this way, without fear of being hunted down?" The youth exclaimed, his bravado failing to mask the fear glimmering in his eyes. Rhaegar disregarded the youth's outcry. Addressing the fighter, "You may leave. This matter no longer concerns you." The fighter's expression shifted slightly. "You intend to kill him? He is Hammer, the son of Garrick from Farleo City, that if you take his life, his father will not let you off so easily." "Garrick?" Rhaegar inquired nonchalantly. "Who is he?" The fighter explained, "Garrick is a wealthy magnate in Farleo City, well connected with officials and a person of considerable influence." Hammer quickly chimed in, "Indeed, my father is Garrick. Spare me, and I shall not pursue this matter." That a cruel smile flickered across Rhaegar's face. "That I'm afraid not. I never show mercy to those who seek my life." Both Hammer and the fighter turned pale, the latter gripping his sword tightly, ready to charge. That Rhaegar's gaze remained icy as his enchanted sword effortlessly pierced Hammer's throat. That Hammer's eyes bulged in shock as he staggered backward, clutching his throat with both hands. Within mere breaths, he crumpled to the ground like a fish out of water. The fighter halted abruptly, his eyes wide with horror. "You truly killed him," Rhaegar replied coldly. You may now leave or choose to confront me. However, I believe your employer is already dead, and you have no reason to fight that for his father. Whether you kill me or not, the outcome will be the same." The fighter furrowed his brow in contemplation, then sighed heavily. "Take their bodies. We shall depart." The mercenaries arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, leaving the stunned Afar and his companions with a flick of his hand. Rhaegar sent the blood from his sword flying, resembling droplets of water on a lotus leaf. This enchanted sword was hastily forged, and Rhaegar had not even crafted a sheath for it. He simply stored it in his spatial ring, ready for battle without the hassle of unsheathing it. After returning the sword to the ring, Rhaegar turned back to his steed, saying little, merely glancing at the group before smiling slightly. "Let us continue our journey." Afar and the others exchanged glances before mounting their horses. Aishali, astonished, gazed at Rhaegar. "Rhaegar, you are incredible. You possess a second-tier enchanted sword." Rhaegar smiled but offered no reply, instead addressing Afar. "You need not worry, even if Garrick seeks vengeance. It will be directed at me alone. You are merely mercenaries temporarily hired for this task. This matter does not concern you." Afar fell silent for a moment, his expression complex as he asked, "Can we withdraw from this mission?" Rhaegar frowned slightly, though his face showed no surprise, nodding. "Are you all working in Farleo City?" Afar somewhat awkwardly replied, "Yes. It is precisely because our families are in Farleo City that we can face ferocious beasts. Yet we cannot avoid the treachery of these despicable men that I fear Garrick may retaliate against our families. He is a vile person." Rhaegar nodded. "I understand. It is only right to protect your loved ones. You may go." Before Afar could speak, a man standing behind him furrowed his brow and protested. "Afar, Silence." Afar turned sharply, admonishing the man. If Rhaegar had not killed Hammer, none of this would have happened. But now Hammer is dead, and Garrick will not let this slide. "Do you wish for your sister to come to harm?" The man's expression changed, and though he still bore some resentment, he understood that Afar, as the leader of their mercenary group, was acting in the best interest of everyone and their families. That Afar's face was ashen, yet he remained courteous as he addressed Rhaegar. "Mr. Rhaegar, upon our withdrawal, we will automatically report to the Mercenary Guild that we have failed the mission. As for you, it is best if you do not return to Farleo City. While Garrick is powerful, once you leave Farleo City, it will be difficult for him to pursue you." Rhaegar regarded Afar with some admiration. He was undoubtedly a leader who prioritized the safety of his comrades and their families over personal pride. "Thank you for your advice. However, you need not report a failed mission to the guild. I have no intention of returning to Farleo City, so you may directly claim your gold. As long as the mission period passes without my declaring it unfulfilled, it will be counted as complete," Rhaegar stated, not waiting for Afar's response as he spurred his horse forward. Aishali glanced back at Afar and the others before swiftly following Rhaegar. Afar stood still, watching Rhaegar and Aishali's figures fade into the distance. After a long moment, he sighed with a sense of melancholy, turning to say, "Let us return to Farleo City." The archer-fighter muttered, "This man seems cold, yet possesses a kind heart that I hope he does not return to Farleo City, especially since only the two of them are headed toward the Demon Mountain." Afar replied solemnly. His apparent strength may be modest, yet his combat prowess is remarkably fierce. With a single strike, he took down 3 fighters. "Even in a one-on-one encounter, we may not be his match. As long as we do not encounter formidable beasts, it should suffice to slay the fire lizard and the swift-wind beast." After speaking, Afar appeared somewhat helpless, opening his mouth as if to say more, but ultimately remained silent, turning to mount his horse and retracing their steps. Aishali caught up with the galloping Rhaegar, carefully scrutinizing his expression. As Rhaegar rode at a breakneck pace, he turned to her and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Aishali cautiously inquired, "Aren't you angry?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow. "Angry about what?" Aishali, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, "This trouble arose because of me. Hammer came after me and drew you into this mess. Yet Afar and the others dared not stay with you and chose to leave." Rhaegar smiled faintly. "Everyone has the right to choose that I chose to kill Hammer and am unafraid of the consequences. Besides, I wander from place to place. Garrick would find it difficult to track me down, even if he sought revenge." Aishali, seeking reassurance, asked again, "You don't blame me?" Rhaegar replied lightly, "Let go of the past. It is just the two of us now, and we must be more cautious as we approach the Demon Mountain." Aishali, seeing that Rhaegar genuinely seemed unperturbed. Felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sitting up straight in her saddle, she declared, "Rest assured, the areas around the Demon Mountain are filled with minor beasts that as long as we avoid encounters with pack beasts. We will surely complete the mission safely. If it weren't for the Swiftwind beast speed, it would be quite manageable for me to hunt it down alone." Rhaegar shot a sidelong glance at Aishali. "You possess quite the courage. This Swiftwind beast is also essential for your breakthrough into the demonic form, is it not? How many more materials do you require?" Aishali, her face alight with anticipation, replied, "Aside from the Swiftwind beast, I only need one more material. The Tian Chao Jun. This item can be purchased at the auction house, but it is quite expensive. Once I gather everything, I can immediately break through to the demonic form, and my future training speed will surpass that of others." Rhaegar responded, "That sounds promising. After we find the Swiftwind beast, you will be able to break through to—" Aishali's expression dimmed as she shook her head. "Not yet. I must work hard to earn money for the Tian Chao Jun. That material is quite costly, but I have already acquired the most expensive Jinlan Gua, so it's only a matter of time before I can buy the Tian Chao Jun." Initially, Aishali sounded somewhat despondent, but by the end of her statement, her confidence surged, brimming with hope for the future. Rhaegar, curious, asked, "How much does the Tian Chao Jun cost? How much do you have?" Aisha's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "I have inquired, and the cheapest Tian Chao Jun is approximately 18,000 gold coins. Currently, I possess 8,000 gold coins, leaving me short by 10,000 that if I continuously accept tasks and earn 10 gold coins a day. It would take me about 3 years to gather this amount. However, if fortune favors me with rewarding tasks, the time could be considerably shortened." Reg's gaze revealed a hint of amusement. No wonder she offered such a meager reward when posting tasks. She was desperately amassing wealth to purchase the Tian Chao Jun, yet the fact that she had already saved up 8,000 gold coins was no small feat. Observing the glimmer in Aisha's eyes, reminiscent of gold coins glistening, Reg couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Perhaps it was due to her unique physical constitution, which compelled her to seek vast fortunes, giving her a somewhat frugal demeanor. Enough pondering. Let us hasten our journey, lest we encounter trouble if night falls before we reach the Demon Mountain. The two fell silent, focusing on their travel. However, Aisha's gaze frequently drifted to Reg's face, her heart brimming with curiosity about this man. Did he truly harbor no resentment towards her actions? He unconditionally returned the Jinlan fruit to her, inciting significant trouble that could even lead to perilous consequences, yet he bore no trace of blame. What kind of person was he? A bleeding heart? Absolutely not. This thought flickered in Aisha's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished by the memory of Reg's cold expression as he gripped her neck. Why then did he choose to bestow the Jinlan fruit upon her, without compensation, while holding the upper hand? Did he not wish to make things difficult for her after she had caused such a considerable mess? Was it due to her beauty? Aisha was quite pleased with her appearance, her delicate features often igniting fervent gazes from men. Yet, facing this perpetually composed and aloof young man, she felt uncertain about her assumption. She vividly recalled how Reg had seized her by the neck, tearing away her veil and hood without so much as a glance at her beauty. Reg remained focused on the road, oblivious to the woman beside him who was deeply contemplating his character. Had he been aware, he might have found it quite amusing. The pair traveled swiftly, pausing only briefly at noon to allow their horses to regain strength. While they consumed some provisions, once their steeds were rested, they resumed their journey and finally arrived at the outskirts of the Demon Mountain in the afternoon. The Demon Mountain refers to a vast range of mountains inhabited by a myriad of magical beasts, those that soar through the skies, scurry across the ground, swim in the waters, and even burrow underground. These peculiar creatures boast an array of bizarre and formidable attack methods, rendering these lands nearly off-limits to humans. Before their arrival, Reg had already inquired about the general area where the fire demon lizard thrived. They needed to reach the end of a particular path and then traverse right for over 10 miles, where the surface temperature was significantly higher, making it a favorite habitat for the fire demon lizard. As Reg and Aisha swiftly navigated along the edge of the outer mountain range, they occasionally encountered some low-level magical beasts, which posed no hindrance to their advance. Their speed was remarkable, and as a fighter and a mage, they were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Wind Beast. Just as they approached the area where the fire demon lizard thrived, Aisha suddenly exclaimed in surprise, sharply reining in her horse. Reg quickly followed suit, also halting his steed, and turned to follow Aisha's gaze that a magical beast, roughly the size of a hound, leaped from the adjacent woods, its eyes glinting with malice as it fixated on Reg and Aisha. The wind beast bore a resemblance to a dog but sported two long ears akin to a rabbit's. With four powerful legs, it was a wind-type magical beast known for its agility and ability to unleash low-level wind magic. When it sprinted at full speed, it was incredibly swift. Reg appraised the wind beast for a moment before turning to Aisha with a smile. "You are in luck. You've encountered one, even on the way." Aisha's eyes were fixed on the wind beast, brimming with excitement. She had already grasped a water-blue magic wand in her right hand. The wand was rather petite, adorned with ancient patterns, and at its tip rested a water magic crystal, exuding a faint, watery glow, likely a second-tier magic crystal. Before my arrival, I researched the habits of the wind beast at the library in Farleo City. They are quite bold. If they encounter an attack, they retaliate swiftly. Their speed is remarkable, and their weapons include sharp claws, teeth, and wind magic. Reg, when that wind beast approaches, you must help me fend it off. Reg unfurled his hand to reveal his magic sword, resolutely replying, "Understood." Aisha raised her wand, casting a water shield around herself, an essential preliminary step for any mage before engaging in battle, unless they were certain their magic could completely overpower the opponent, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Mages, unlike fighters, lacked robust physiques. In fact, their bodies often grew weaker from daily meditation and magical training. Nonetheless, their adeptness in utilizing elemental forces to cast spells granted them formidable combat abilities, making them figures of fear for many. Ice Arrow. A pale blue ice arrow abruptly formed at the tip of Aisha's wand and shot towards the wind beast like a dart, moving swiftly. The wind beast, already filled with hostility towards Reg and Aisha, reacted instinctively to Aisha's preemptive strike. With its front claws digging into the ground, it crouched slightly before launching itself into the air, narrowly evading the ice arrow, which instead struck a small tree behind it, snapping it in half. As the wind beast propelled itself forward, it emitted a low sound that resembled a growl, accompanied by faint, swirling white light enveloping its body, signaling an increase in speed that it has cast wind technique on itself. Aisha exclaimed softly, her wand dancing as she unleashed several ice arrows in quick succession. However, as only a magical apprentice, Aisha could only cast low-level spells. The wind beast darted about, its movements erratic and zigzagging, causing Aisha's ice arrows to miss their mark as the beast's predatory gaze locked onto her. Reg pivoted slightly, placing himself protectively in front of Aisha, his magic sword glowing with an icy blue aura. With a swift series of horizontal slashes, he unleashed a barrage of fierce energy blasts. The fourth-tier magic crystal embedded in his sword amplified the power of his energy release, far surpassing the potency of Aisha's ice arrows. Caught between the concentrated assault of ice arrows and energy blasts, the wind beast faltered momentarily and was struck by one of Reg's energy blasts. Blood gushed from the wind beast's foreleg as it turned to flee, its speed astonishing. "It's escaping. Pursue it." The two swiftly mounted their horses, chasing after the wind beast. Though it was fast, it could not outpace their galloping steeds. They caught up to it shortly after it had leaped towards the mountains. With ice arrows and energy blasts soaring through the air, the wind beast attempted to evade, but sustained further injuries. Realizing escape was futile, it suddenly lunged, leaping towards Aisha's face. Several wind blades shot forth, cutting through the in a desperate move. The wind beast effectively breached Aisha's water shield, with its jaws agape, revealing teeth sharper than a hound's. It aimed for Aisha's neck. Aisha found herself paralyzed with fear as the beast's teeth drew perilously closer, her expression paling in despair. Just as hope seemed lost, a powerful energy blast hurtled through the air, striking the wind beast squarely in the neck. The creature's body was sent sprawling, akin to a baseball struck by a bat, and blood splattered, some droplets even landing on Aisha's fair face as she beheld the lifeless wind beast on the ground. Aisha finally regained her senses, exhaling a long sigh of relief. She turned to Reg, saying, "You saved me once again." Reg shook his head slightly, gesturing for Aisha to dispose of the corpse of the wind beast on the ground. While he himself surveyed the surroundings, Reg's gaze swept over a nearby cliff. It suddenly halted. Emerging from a crevice in the rock was a ghostly mushroom, approximately 20 centimeters tall, its cap spread wide, nearly the size of a hand. The ghostly mushroom was a rare medicinal herb of considerable value, typically growing on sheer cliffs. When combined with other herbs, it could enhance one's physical resilience and, to some extent, accelerate the cultivation of fighting spirit or magical power, making it a coveted remedy for warriors and mages alike. Reg's heart leaped with joy, unexpectedly, while assisting Aisha in hunting the wind beast. He had stumbled upon this ghostly mushroom, which appeared to be quite aged and undoubtedly potent. Dismounting, Reg stowed his magic sword back into his spatial ring and approached the cliff, climbing up through the crevice. After Aisha finished dealing with the wind beast's remains, she looked up at Reg, who was clinging to the cliff, somewhat puzzled. Upon raising her gaze and spotting the ghostly mushroom, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "The ghostly mushroom! Wow! Our luck is truly remarkable." Reg turned back with a smile, but his expression suddenly hardened as he noticed a large group of knights swiftly approaching them. It seemed they were headed directly for the two of them. Reg quickened his ascent, but the knights were even faster. Just as he reached the ghostly mushroom, the knights charged in, fanning out in a semicircle and surrounding Aisha. "Ha! The ghostly mushroom! Our luck is indeed splendid," laughed the bearded knight at the forefront, echoing Aisha's earlier cheer. However, to Reg's ears, the sound sent a chill through his heart. These individuals were clearly not of benevolent nature and had already laid claim to the mushroom as their own. The bearded knight waved his hand, and several archers within the group ignited their fighting spirit, knocking arrows aimed directly at Reg on the cliff. A few mages also lit their wands, ready to unleash spells. With Reg as their target, Reg's hand, which had been grasping the ghostly mushroom, froze suddenly. Yet he refrained from any rash actions, slowly pulling the mushroom from the crevice before turning to face the crowd below. "What do you intend to do?" Aisha shouted angrily at the group, her eyes ablaze. "We found that ghostly mushroom first." The bearded man chuckled ominously. "We don't intend to do anything, kid. Hand over the ghostly mushroom in your possession, or we won't hesitate to be unfriendly." Reg scanned the tense faces of the warriors and mages below, furrowing his brow. He casually tossed the ghostly mushroom to the foremost bearded knight. There were about 15 or 16 of them, each adorned with a tiger emblem on their chests, indicating they were likely members of the same mercenary group. They seemed to possess considerable strength, and in their current poised state, it would be a simple matter for them to eliminate Reg, a mere 5th-level fighter. The bearded knight expertly caught the mushroom midair, inspected it with satisfaction, and after securing it, turned to glance at the furious Aisha and the composed Reg, laughing heartily. "You were quite astute. I won't let you leave empty-handed." That he then produced a gold coin from his pocket, tossing it casually to the ground beneath his horse, and with a mocking gaze at Reg, declared, "Consider it my purchase of the ghostly mushroom." "Ha ha, we're off!" With laughter echoing in the air, the bearded knight turned his horse and galloped away into the distance, followed closely by the other mercenaries, their triumphant laughter lingering in the wind. Reg slid down the cliff and approached the furious Aisha, picking up the gold coin and saying, "Stop looking. We should leave." Aisha, filled with indignation, retorted, "These bandits, are we just going to let them take the ghostly mushroom? It could be worth tens of thousands of gold coins." Reg glanced distantly and replied calmly, "Their strength is formidable. If we had refused to surrender the mushroom, they would have certainly killed us without hesitation. The mushroom is indeed precious, but our lives are far more so." Aisha understood this logic all too well, yet the sight of the ghostly mushroom they had discovered being seized by others left her feeling deeply frustrated. "Is this how it ends?" Reg observed her and said, "They bear a tiger emblem. They are likely from a mercenary group. That a simple inquiry at the mercenary guild should yield information about them based on that insignia. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you can achieve anything." Aisha's eyes sparkled with realization as she gazed at Reg in astonishment. "I didn't even notice the tiger emblem. You're truly remarkable. Huh. Now that we know their origins. Once I grow stronger, I will surely seek them out to avenge today's humiliation." Reg looked at the gold coin in his hand and smiled slightly. "As long as we are alive, there will always be opportunities. They seem to be on a mission in the Magic Mountain as well. We may very well encounter them again." This coin will eventually find its way back to them. Aisha nodded, suddenly recalling something. She placed a hand over her heart, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Thank goodness you put away the magic sword earlier. Otherwise, they might have taken it along with the mushroom. Reg chuckled lightly. Indeed, it seems we haven't suffered a total misfortune. Come now, at least you obtained the wind beast, so it's not a complete loss. With a resigned sigh, Aisha mounted her horse. Yes, let's go find the fire lizard. Once we find it, we can leave this perilous magic mountain. Reg nodded. It's not far from here. We still have ample time. Reg and Aisha rode swiftly, soon arriving at the area where the fire lizard was known to roam. That it was a small valley. Rather peculiar, as the ground within constantly emitted a rising heat. Standing upon it, one could feel the warmth radiating from the earth, accompanied by the swirling hot air. Several small water pits dotted the valley, bubbling like boiling cauldrons, a thin veil of steam enveloping the surfaces. That in the midst of these pits lounged a few fire lizards, their skin of vivid crimson, comfortably soaking in the water. This must be geothermal activity. Aisha exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the valley. That I've heard tales of places where hot water bubbles up from below the ground, maintaining high temperatures year-round. Today, I finally witnessed this marvel. Reg also marveled at the surreal landscape, a stark contrast to the outside world. It was indeed his first encounter with such an extraordinary sight. After a long moment, Reg's attention finally shifted back to the fire lizards. They seemed to be gathered together. We'll have to lure one out. Aisha nodded. Yes, if several fire lizards charge at us, we certainly wouldn't stand a chance. Reg pointed to the outermost fire lizard, stay mounted, and launch a magical attack on it to draw it out. If a swarm comes, we'll flee. If only one approaches, I will confront it while you provide magical support from behind. Aisha agreed and cast a water shield spell for both herself and Reg before firing an ice arrow at the outermost fire lizard. With a splashing sound, the fire lizard leaped from the water, unleashing a massive fireball that collided with the ice arrow. It then charged out of the pit, pursuing the two of them. Not just one, but several. Reg exclaimed as they realized the situation was turning dire. They spurred their horses and fled. Though the fire lizards moved quickly, they could not match the speed of the galloping horses. And within a few breaths, they had left them far behind. Reg glanced back, noting that the fire lizards, unable to catch up, returned to the water. He halted his horse with a wry smile. These beasts truly stick together. Aisha smiled sweetly, seemingly charmed by Reg's unexpected humor. Let's try again. We will eventually succeed. The two turned back, charging towards the center where the fire lizards were. Aisha fired another ice arrow at the fire lizard. The fire lizards once again surged forth in a frenzy. Once, twice, by the fifth attempt, the fire lizards appeared to grow weary of the chase, ignoring Reg and Aisha entirely, save for the one that had been attacked, which continued to chase them with great determination. Joy flickered across Reg's face as he and Aisha galloped away, but they did not push their speed too hard. When the pursuing fire lizard had distanced itself from the others, Reg called out, "Stop here." Rhaegar gracefully dismounted from his steed as the fire demon lizard charged towards him, unleashing a colossal fireball in his direction. That Rhaegar's enchanted sword was already in his left hand, infused with potent fighting spirit, as he swiftly executed a decisive strike. Simultaneously, Aishali descended from her mount, launching an ice arrow towards the fire demon lizard. The fire demon lizard, a low-tier magical beast clad in minute scales, possessed minimal defenses against both fighting spirit and magic. Its attack methods consisted of basic fire-based spells and biting. Faced with the combined might of Rhaegar and Aishali, it was no match for them. With little effort expended, Rhaegar even refraining from utilizing his left hand's unique immunity to fire magic. He surged forward, empowered by his sword and divine might, and with Aishali's cover, he plunged his sword into the creature's neck. Pinning it to the ground, Rhaegar retrieved a prepared vial, collecting the blood that flowed from the fire demon lizard's neck. The creature was relatively large, yielding an abundant supply of blood. Rhaegar's curiosity. There was a faint, acrid scent emanating from both the beast and its blood, the origin of which remained a mystery to him. Perhaps it was linked to the peculiar environment in which the fire demon lizard resided. Rhaegar dismissed such thoughts, focusing solely on gathering the creature's blood rather than pondering why it thrived in this location or how the geothermal phenomena occurred, by the time the blood had fully drained. Rhaegar had filled 3 small vials to the brim, ample for his sword-forging needs. Carefully sealing the vials, he placed them within his spatial ring. After securing the magical crystal from the fire demon lizard's brain, Rhaegar raised his gaze to Aishali and smiled, saying, "Excellent. Now we only need to locate the blood herb. Let us search diligently. It should be nearby." Aishali glanced at the sky and remarked, "It is still early. If we find the blood herb, we should be able to leave the demon mountain without delay." Rhaegar nodded in agreement. "Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly." The duo mounted their horses once more, traversing the perimeter of the small valley. True to Tedlin's words, blood herbs indeed flourished in proximity to the fire demon lizard's habitat. Having meticulously described the herb's appearance, Tedlin's detailed account enabled Rhaegar to recognize it immediately. The blood herbs were abundant, growing in clusters upon the ground. After carefully gathering a sufficient quantity, Rhaegar expressed his delight. "Splendid. Our task is complete. Let us depart this place." Aishali nodded, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "I found the swift-wind beast, and you located the fire demon lizard and the blood herbs. What a tremendous success. It is unfortunate that the phantom mushroom was stolen. Otherwise, we would have returned laden with treasures." Rhaegar merely nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. The two mounted their horses and exited the valley, riding towards a nearby path. Perhaps it was the relief of achieving their objective that made Aishali particularly exuberant. She was now but a single item away from breaking through her demonic form. Finally liberated from the constraints of the 5th rank, a stage often scorned by other spellcasters, Aishali animatedly recounted her previous missions experiences. Rhaegar suddenly reined in his horse, gesturing for her to halt, and whispered silence. Aishali was taken aback, quickly pulling on the reins. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "What is happening?" Rhaegar's gaze was fixed ahead, and without responding to Aishali, she followed his line of sight. All she could see was a small valley formed by the convergence of 2 peaks, appearing ordinary. To encounter them here. What a twist of fate, Rhaegar murmured to himself. "Let us investigate." Twist of fate? Aishali was momentarily puzzled before realization dawned upon her. "Did you spot the mercenaries who stole our phantom mushroom?" Rhaegar nodded, affirming, "Yes, I see them, excited yet anxious as they enter this valley. I wonder what transpired. We should follow them. If anything seems amiss, we will retreat immediately." Aishali nodded in agreement, and the two of them gently approached the valley on horseback. As they neared, they dismounted and concealed themselves behind a large rock at the valley's entrance, cautiously peering out. Within the valley, a large group had gathered, led by the bearded knight who had taken Rhaegar's phantom mushroom. He brandished a gleaming silver lance, excitement and tension evident on his face as he addressed his comrades. "Everyone be cautious. It is said that a 6th-level frosty luminous fox guards the divine fruit. None of us can match its strength, so it is imperative that you all heed my commands." Rhaegar and Aishali, hidden behind the rock, widened their eyes in unison, turning to gaze at each other, both reflecting shock. The divine fruit. There exists a divine fruit within this valley, originally known as the golden leaf blue fruit. It is famed for its extraordinary properties that enhance the strength of its consumers, whether they are fighters or spellcasters. Consuming a single golden leaf blue fruit can significantly amplify one's power, earning it the moniker of miraculous fruit, abbreviated to divine fruit. In this vast world, countless wondrous items exist, both known and unknown, all capable of aiding practitioners in elevating their prowess. Among them, the golden leaf blue fruit stands out as the pinnacle, an object coveted by all. Such treasures can be deemed heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and people often risk their lives to seize them. Cultivation is a torturous and protracted endeavor. Who does not yearn for a meteoric rise in power? Rhaegar pondered how this group had discovered the whereabouts of a divine fruit tree. Though he had yet to lay eyes on it, the expressions of the gathered mercenaries indicated they possessed concrete evidence. Moreover, they were aware that the magical beast guarding the divine fruit tree was a 6th-level frosty luminous fox. A 6th-level magical beast, the frosty luminous fox. Just hearing its name sent a shiver through Rhaegar. Such formidable creatures are notoriously vicious. He and Aishali likely would not suffice to contend with the frosty luminous fox, even with a few attempts. Rhaegar scrutinized the mercenaries, pondering the enigma they presented. Despite their seemingly formidable strength, especially the bearded knight, who appeared to be at least a formidable fighter. Along with the presence of a magic tutor among them, they still seemed inadequate to confront a 6th-level magical beast like the Frosty Luminous Fox. The 6th-level Frosty Luminous Fox could wield advanced water magic, and its power would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of the assembled mercenaries. Furthermore, the term luminous in its name alluded to its lightning-fast movements and razor-sharp claws, which could inflict grievous harm on anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in its grasp. Beside him, Aishali appeared equally perplexed. Leaning in closer to Rhaegar, she whispered, "Do you think this group possesses the strength to slay the Frosty Luminous Fox?" Evidently cautious of being overheard by the mercenaries, Aishali spoke softly, her breath warm against Rhaegar's ear. Unconsciously, she leaned closer, allowing Rhaegar to catch a hint of the delicate fragrance unique to women. As Rhaegar turned his head, their faces nearly brushed, prompting him to instinctively retreat slightly while redirecting his focus to the mercenaries within the valley. Indeed, given their strength, although they are numerous, they are unlikely to overcome the 6th-level Frosty Luminous Fox. I suspect they may have some other means at their disposal. Aishali turned to face the intensely focused Rhaegar, asking, "What shall we do?" Rhaegar replied without hesitation, "We shall do nothing. Let us follow them and observe." Aishali responded with a soft "oh," her expression tinged with anticipation, "that I truly hope that the Frosty Luminous Fox annihilates that detestable group of mercenaries." Rhaegar smiled faintly, remaining silent as he remained fixated on the mercenaries not far within the valley. Chapter 43. The Frosty Luminous Fox, the Bearded Knight, produced 2 magical scrolls from his spatial ring, shaking them before addressing all the mercenaries. These 2 magical scrolls were purchased at a high price. Crafted by the esteemed Mage Anderson. One is a slow spell, the other a fiery Inferno Strike. Our keys to victory today. Once the Frosty Luminous Fox appears, we will employ the slow spell to ensnare it, followed by the fiery Inferno Strike to attack. Everyone must exert their utmost effort. The most challenging aspect of the Frosty Luminous Fox is its incredible speed. If we can restrain it, even if its power surpasses ours, the fiery Inferno Strike will surely inflict severe damage. At that point, we can launch a combined assault, and perhaps we could defeat it in one fell swoop. Even if we cannot, it will be gravely wounded, allowing us to finish it off together. Upon hearing this, Aishali gasped in awe. So they possess 2 advanced magical scrolls. Anderson is a mage of the Demon Lord level. The magical energy contained in these scrolls must be extraordinary. Although Rhaegar had not previously heard of Anderson, it was evident that these individuals would not dare to use them against a 6th-level magical beast like the Frosty Luminous Fox without a substantial background. Now, learning from Aishali that Anderson was indeed a formidable mage, Rhaegar grasped the immense power contained within these scrolls. After all, how could an ordinary practitioner hope to ensnare the Frosty Luminous Fox with a slow spell? They were indeed well prepared. However, the situation was somewhat perilous. Should the magical scroll malfunction or fail to synchronize properly, the outcome could have been utterly reversed. Reg contemplated for a moment, but ultimately adhered to his initial decision. Let us observe for now and refrain from acting hastily. Neither these mercenaries nor that Frosty Luminous Fox are our match. Aishali nodded in agreement. That moment, the Bearded Knight in the valley had already assigned roles to everyone. The combatants tasked with defense led the formation, followed by the attackers, while archers and mages positioned themselves further back, revealing their disciplined training as a mercenary group. The valley was overgrown with weeds and brush. Reg and Aishali stealthily emerged from behind a large rock, concealing themselves amidst the foliage and quietly trailing behind the mercenaries. The Bearded Knight remained entirely focused on the path ahead, oblivious to the 2 individuals following closely behind them. After advancing for approximately 1,000 meters, the front line suddenly halted, and several exclamations erupted from within the ranks. Divine fruit! Reg peeked from behind a tree, and upon seeing what lay ahead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There before the group was a modest cave entrance, and at its threshold, a small tree, about half a person tall, was adorned with a dozen or so golden fruits the size of peaches. These golden fruits were undoubtedly the coveted divine fruits, which could drive any practitioner to madness. Although consuming a second fruit would diminish its effectiveness to nearly nothing, it did not detract from its immense value. The mere presence of these golden divine fruits was sufficient to elevate an obscure sect to prominence overnight. Each fruit could fetch a staggering price at auction. The sight of so many divine fruits hanging from what appeared to be an unremarkable tree was enough to incite frenzy among onlookers. The mercenaries, including the bearded knight, had their eyes wide with astonishment, their faces betraying expressions of ecstasy and greed. The bearded knight exclaimed with delight. The information was indeed accurate. Everyone, be cautious. The level 6 frosty luminous fox must be inside the cave. Prepare for battle. The mercenaries ignited their fighting spirit or magical auras. Archers drew their bows. Weapons were unsheathed, and magic wands were brandished, presenting a formidable front that Aishali's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the small tree. Although it appeared inconspicuous, its worth likely surpassed that of a tree crafted from pure gold. Her eyes shimmered with an unmistakable longing and fervor. Turning to Reg, she whispered in awe, "So many divine fruits. If only we could seize them." Reg nodded, urging softly, "Let us observe before acting." The mercenaries cautiously approached the tree bearing the divine fruits, yet the anticipated frosty luminous fox did not emerge that a hint of confusion flickered in the bearded knight's eyes as he stood still for a moment. He gestured to a nearby swordsman, signaling him to approach the tree and collect the divine fruits. The swordsman, filled with both joy and trepidation, cautiously advanced toward the tree. Initially, his steps were slow, but as he closed the distance to about 5 or 6 meters, he could no longer contain his excitement and surged forward. Just as his hand was about to graze the divine fruit tree, the bearded knight's expression abruptly shifted, and he shouted urgently, "Beware!" The swordsman, startled, turned sharply, only to witness a massive shadow erupting from the cave with lightning speed. Reacting instinctively, he swung his sword, but felt a tremendous force collide with his blade before he could discern the nature of the shadow. In an instant, a sharp, translucent eye spear materialized and pierced his neck, penetrating deeply. The swordsman's body was flung back as if struck by a sledgehammer, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his wounds. His legs twitched feebly for a moment, but he was already lifeless. Reg, observing from a distance, was taken aback. The level 6 beast was indeed formidable. The frosty luminous fox had dispatched a practitioner of notable strength with a single strike, revealing its ruthless nature. The frosty luminous fox was not particularly large, resembling a hound in size, with a slender body and a bushy tail swaying gently in the air. Its fur was a brilliant blue, and its narrow, fox-like face was marked by a glint of ferocity in its elongated eyes. The sharp teeth, slightly bared, radiated an unsettling chill. Fixing its gaze on the startled mercenary group, the frosty luminous fox exuded an air of mockery. As if ridiculing their audacity, the bearded leader, eyeing the fallen swordsman's corpse, wore an expression of grave concern. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and commanded in a low voice, "Fall back and prepare to attack. But do not harm the divine fruit tree." The leader's concern was evidently warranted. The divine fruit tree stood at the cave's entrance, and the frosty luminous fox was now just a few meters away. An attack that combined the blazing flames of the fire and the encirclement of the mercenaries could potentially annihilate both the tree and the beast. The group retreated cautiously, while the frosty luminous fox gracefully advanced toward the bearded leader and his companions, seemingly reluctant to engage in battle. Fearing damage to the sacred tree and its fruits, that as the two parties maneuvered away from the divine fruit tree, Reg's eyes suddenly lit up that he leaned toward Aishali and whispered, "You must quietly exit, riding your horse and leading mine. Prepare to assist me, and ensure that all the horses left outside the valley are either killed or dispersed." Startled, Aishali quickly deduced Reg's intentions and whispered in astonishment, "You plan to seize the divine fruits?" Reg nodded affirmatively, stating, "They are now distant from the tree, and perhaps I may have an opportunity. Though it is perilous, it is worth the risk. When you hear me call for you, ride over to assist me." Aishali gazed at Reg with concern, biting her lip as she cautioned, "You must be careful. Even without the divine fruits, do not risk your life." Feeling the warmth of Aishali's concern, Reg nodded reassuringly, "I understand. Go now. I am not reckless." Aishali stealthily crouched and began to retreat toward the valley's edge. Reg, on the other hand, quietly withdrew a magical sword from his spatial ring, though he was currently the weakest party. He was also the most concealed. The bearded leader, observing the distance between the mercenaries and the divine fruit tree, signaled for everyone to halt their retreat and commanded in a deep voice. Attack! At his command, several spells and arrows surged toward the frosty luminous fox simultaneously. The bearded knight grasped the slow scroll tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the beast. The frosty luminous fox, however, appeared unfazed by the oncoming assault. It emitted a low growl from its throat, conjuring an ice shield that materialized before it, absorbing the impact of the spells and arrows. Ice shards flew from the shield, yet it remained unbroken. The familiar glint of mockery returned to the frosty luminous fox's eyes. Just then, the bearded leader sprang into action. The slow scroll burst forth like an arrow, yet the frosty luminous fox showed no intention of evading. It accurately sensed that these individuals posed no threat to it. Regrettably, while the frosty luminous fox was indeed cunning, it could not match human strategy. The slow scroll erupted in the air, unleashing a powerful spell of slowing upon the beast. A look of surprise and fury crossed the frosty luminous fox's narrow eyes, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. Its body suddenly felt unbearably heavy, as if burdened by 1,000-pound weight. The bearded knight's expression brightened, and he shouted, "Firestorm strike, attack! Everyone, unleash your assault!" A nearby mage, hearing the command, wasted no time in casting the Firestorm strike scroll. Others followed suit, unleashing their most potent ranged attacks. The Firestorm strike scroll detonated, flames erupting, and the temperature in the air surged dramatically, making it feel as though they were engulfed in an oven. Countless fire elements converged into an overwhelming inferno, descending upon the frosty luminous fox. Chapter 44. The relentless assault. Originally, Reach had emerged from his concealment, poised to seize the moment and charge forth while the others were preoccupied with dispatching the frosty Linglong fox. However, upon witnessing the fox's maneuver, he abruptly halted. In that fleeting instant, Reed's mind swiftly deduced a critical conclusion. The fiery flame kill, coupled with the collective assault, would not be sufficient to vanquish the frosty Linglong fox. The flames erupted. Arrows flew, and wind blades struck simultaneously against the thick, unyielding ice enveloping the fox. The ice melted and shattered instantaneously, sending splinters flying, while the flames obscured the vision of all present, engulfing an area of approximately 10 meters in intense fire. The potency of the fiery flame kill was astonishing. Every individual in attendance stood in awe of its ferocity, each contemplating the dire fate they would face if subjected to such a potent magical onslaught. Surely, they would be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. The mercenaries' expressions shifted from shock to exhilaration. With such a formidable attack, even the frosty Linglong fox, no matter how powerful, would likely struggle to withstand it, perhaps already charred beyond recognition. Just as this thought flickered through their minds, a sharp, crystalline sound of ice shattering resonated amidst the raging flames. Suddenly, the frosty Linglong fox burst forth from the inferno like a specter, charging towards the mercenaries. Its once stunning blue fur was now marred and singed, revealing several severe burn wounds from which blood flowed profusely. Point 1. I was bloodied and seemingly blinded, yet the fury and murderous intent emanating from its remaining eye was enough to instill terror in all who beheld it. The bearded leader gasped in astonishment, realizing that such a fierce attack had failed to eliminate the frosty Linglong fox. However, the creature's appearance clearly indicated it was gravely injured. He bellowed, "Fear not. It is severely wounded. If we take it down, we shall reap the rewards." The allure of monetary gain forever drives humanity, and as the mercenaries laid eyes on the frosty Linglong fox, a flicker of trepidation passed through them, momentarily recalling the fate of the first mercenary who had tragically perished. Yet upon hearing the leader's rallying cry, their resolve solidified, and with eager determination, they surged toward the frosty Linglong fox, despite its grievous wounds. The enraged frosty Linglong fox unleashed a ferocious onslaught, and the mercenaries found themselves utterly unable to withstand its wrath. The fox was akin to a tiger unleashed upon a flock of sheep, rampaging with unrestrained fury. Do not confront it head-on. Distract it. It bleeds continuously and cannot endure much longer, the bearded leader shouted. Yet in mere moments, 2 fighters had already succumbed, one with a gaping wound across his chest, the other pierced by icy shards. The enraged frosty Linglong fox embodied the essence of death itself, its wrath casting a shadow of dread over the onlookers, igniting a sense of panic within their hearts. At that moment, Reach sprang into action, darting forth like a swift leopard. The chaos of battle had consumed everyone's attention, fixated solely on the frosty Linglong fox, leaving them oblivious to their surroundings to be by the time the bearded leader sensed something amiss. Reach had already leaped from the thicket nearest the divine fruit tree, lunging toward it. "Someone is after the divine fruit," the leader exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he rushed toward Reach. However, before he could take a single step, the frosty Linglong fox lunged violently at him, compelling the leader to devote all his energy to defense, retreating to avoid the creature's ferocity, and no one could withstand the frosty Linglong fox's direct assault. And perhaps consumed by rage, the fox failed to register Reach's actions that in that fleeting moment, Reach reached the divine fruit tree, acting without hesitation. With a decisive sweep of his sword, he severed the tree in half, grasped the upper portion, and swiftly turned to stow it within his spatial ring, propelling himself upward. The fluidity of his movements, from charging to striking the tree to pivoting and fleeing, was executed with remarkable grace. Each trajectory and action a product of meticulous calculation in his mind, reminiscent of a fish swimming gracefully or a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. In this scenario, Reach embodied the role of the cunning bird. Having captured the divine fruit tree, he made no pause, but rather dashed toward the valley's exit, abandoning all pretense of concealment in favor of rapid advancement. The bearded leader, having narrowly evaded the frosty Linglong fox's pursuit, turned to chase after Reach, shouting, "Pursue that man! He has stolen the divine fruit." The frosty Linglong fox seemed to regain its senses, realizing that the divine fruit tree it had vigilantly guarded had been stolen. It emitted a feral roar and surged forward. The mercenaries positioned in its path remained oblivious to the fact that the fox sought to pursue Reach, mistakenly believing it aimed to attack them. In their panic, they both evaded and retaliated, inadvertently hindering the fox's advance. Reach, without a backward glance, sprinted onward, and by the time the frosty Linglong fox and the mercenaries ceased their conflict and turned their combined fury toward him, Reach had already reached the mouth of the valley. "I shall come," Reach called out, and in response to his voice, two swift horses galloped alongside the cliff, one ridden by Aishali, who held tightly to the reins of Reach's steed, having thoughtfully positioned it on the inner side for Reach's swift mounting. Reach leaped onto the horse's back in a single bound, grasped the reins from Aishali's hands, and urged, "Let us go." Aishali, witnessing the pursuing frosty Linglong fox and the throng of mercenaries closely behind, felt a mixture of exhilaration and dread that it was evident that Reach had succeeded, yet the multitude chasing him instilled a fear that if they were caught, both their lives would be forfeit. Even if they did not perish at the jaws of the frosty Linglong fox, they would surely fall to the hands of the mercenaries. The two horses galloped away with great speed, racing into the distance, while the frosty Linglong fox, its eyes ablaze with fury, relentlessly pursued them. The mercenaries, upon exiting the valley, sought their mounts, only to discover that not a single horse remained. "Leader, they've let our horses escape," exclaimed a mercenary, the bearded leader's face darkening with rage, that he recognized the thief of the divine fruit tree and the woman aiding him as the same adventurers they had encountered previously, from whom they had taken a ghost mushroom, and now they had lost the divine fruit tree to them. "Pursue them, memorize their appearances, and notify everyone in the group. We must capture them." Having arrived with 15 or 16 members, they had already lost 5 or 6, and the remaining ones were all severely injured. Such losses yielded no rewards, driving the bearded leader to the brink of fury. The fact that Reach, who had stolen the divine fruit tree, was vastly inferior in strength only fueled the leader's descent into a near-manic state. Without horses, the group could only pursue on foot in the direction Reach had fled. Their curses echoing throughout the chase, Reach and Aishali raced onward, and as they distanced themselves from their pursuers, Aishali's face radiated with uncontainable excitement. Her gaze toward Reach was filled with admiration. After all, he had managed to seize the divine fruit tree amidst such peril, showcasing remarkable courage, judgment, and decisiveness. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, drenching them instantly. "Though we must find shelter," Reach exclaimed, noting that the rain rendered further progress impossible. Observing the horses panting heavily, Reach glanced back and realized they had already left the magic mountain far behind, with no sign of their pursuers in sight. Wiping the rain from his face, he called out to Aishali, who was wringing out her clothes. Reed scanned the surroundings and spotted a massive cave to the right of the cliff. Without hesitation, he dashed toward it. Upon entering the cave, both were soaked to the skin, resembling individuals pulled from a river. As Reed surveyed the expansive cave, he was surprised to find evidence of previous habitation. The cave was not deep, merely featuring a slight bend. And in one corner were piles of dry twigs and leaves, while in the center lay remnants of ashes, suggesting someone had once kindled a fire to spend the night. This rain shows no signs of stopping. "Let us rest here for now," Reed remarked, observing the misty woods, the overcast sky, and the relentless downpour. Turning to Aishali, who was still wringing out her clothes, he added, "Gather the remaining twigs and leaves in the center." From his spatial ring, Reed produced flint to ignite a fire. He swiftly changed into a set of dry clothes tucked away in the cave's corner and, thinking ahead, retrieved another outfit, emerging to present it to Aishali, who trembled by the fire. "You are soaked through. This is my spare, clean clothing. Please change into it to avoid falling ill." Chapter 45. The Return of the Beast. Aishali sat before the fire, cradling her hands, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the clothes Reg had set down, that a hint of shyness and hesitation crept onto her face. After all, while there was a bend in the cave, it offered no real concealment. If she were to change clothes, and Reg were to suddenly turn around. Reg, however, said little as he walked straight to the fire at the entrance, seated himself cross-legged with his back to the cave, his gaze fixed outside. Aishali bit her lip, ultimately gathering the courage to pick up Reg's clothes and retreat to the corner of the cave. She was drenched, and she feared that if she stayed by the fire too long, the cold would seep into her body, making her susceptible to illness. As for Reg, if he truly wished to harm her, she knew she would be utterly defenseless. She wondered why she felt a strange trust in his character. Swiftly shedding her wet attire, she donned Reg's clothing, wringing out the moisture before wiping her hair with the damp fabric. Blushing, she returned to the fire, holding the wet garments. "That I've changed," Aishali's voice was low, laced with shyness and gratitude. "Thank you for your clothes." Only then did Reg turn to face her, taking in the sight of Aishali, her hair still damp yet clad in his attire, that he couldn't help but think of another person. Lou Wire. When Lou Wire had leapt into the sea to escape, she too had changed into his clothes upon arriving at his abode, standing before him with her wet garments in hand. "It's nothing, just a trivial matter," Reg replied, shaking off the fleeting distraction. That he offered a calm smile and added, "Come, let us eat something first." As twilight descended, Aishali's stomach grumbled from their relentless run. She accepted the prepared food Reg offered without hesitation, though her manner of eating remained graceful, in stark contrast to Reg's voracious pace. After their meal, warmed by the fire, Aishali looked out at the dark, rainy evening and sighed. "This weather makes travel impossible. It seems we shall have to spend the night here. I wonder if there are any formidable beasts nearby. This area is close to the main road, and there aren't any dense forests nearby. We are also far from the Demon Mountain, so there shouldn't be any dangerous beasts around. Even if there are some lower-tier beasts, we have no reason to fear them," Reg assessed, glancing at the dry twigs in the cave corner. "If we conserve our resources, we should be able to survive the night. It's a case of the past generation planting trees for the future generation to enjoy." Aishali couldn't help but smile. Indeed, had it not been for the kindness of those before us, we would have no means to start a fire today. Reg nodded but fell silent, and a moment of quiet enveloped them. Eventually, Aishali spoke again. "Reg, you must have infuriated those mercenaries when you seized the divine fruit tree. Just thinking about their faces when they try to snatch our ghost mushrooms brings me such satisfaction." Reg frowned slightly. "This heavy rain has altered the situation. They might send someone to brave the storm and notify the others to intercept us." Aishali gasped, a wave of concern washing over her. "What should we do? If they catch up to us, they will undoubtedly kill us without hesitation." Reg nodded, contemplating. "Since we must stay here the whole night, I might as well eat a divine fruit now and see how much power I can gain. Your demonic form has yet to be broken. Eating the fruit would be pointless for you at this moment." Aishali's eyes widened in disbelief. "That you're going to give me a divine fruit." Reg smiled gently. "The divine fruits are not singular in number. Besides, the first fruit has the most significant effect. Later ones are less potent. You played a part in obtaining the divine fruit today. So why wouldn't I give you one from a spatial ring? Reg retrieved the severed divine fruit tree and plucked 2 golden fruits, handing one to her. This one is for you. You can eat it once you've broken through your demonic form. Aishali accepted the divine fruit with delight, carefully stowing it away before looking at Reg with sincerity. You truly are a good person. Reg shook his head, that I'm only giving you one out of many. How can you call me a good person? Aishali countered. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have never dared to seize the divine fruit tree. I am already overjoyed to receive this one. A single fruit is enough for me. Everything I do is merely to break through my demonic form, and I never expected to gain such a windfall during this quest for the Gale Beast. Reg observed Aishali, her joy evident, and he felt his fondness for her deepen, that he resolved that upon returning to the city, he would assist her in procuring the remaining necessary herbs, enabling her to rapidly enhance her strength. All right, I will eat the divine fruit now to increase my power. Be careful, and if anything happens, call for me loudly, he instructed. Aishali nodded, enviously watching Reg, aware that he was about to elevate his strength while she would have to wait until she broke through her demonic form. Reg prepared the remaining divine fruits and placed the golden one into his mouth, gently biting down that a wave of fragrant sweetness flowed down his throat, and within moments, a fiery warmth surged from his stomach. Racing towards his meridians, that Reg's heart soared with joy. The divine fruit was indeed potent. He quickly began to channel his ice art, attempting to absorb the rising energy. With each circuit of the ice art's energy through his body, he grew stronger, his power skyrocketing at an unprecedented pace. The energy surged from his dantian, akin to a roaring river, flooding throughout his body. Reg was ecstatic. This was a clear sign of ascension. He had reached the rank of fighter. The surge did not cease. Periodically, Reg's energy erupted from his dantian, flooding his body, and he could distinctly feel his power advancing another level. Fighter level 2 to fighter level 3. Aishali, seated by the fire, watched in awe as Reg's energy surged and subsided. Then surged again, fluctuating repeatedly, filling her with astonishment. Each surge indicated a level up for Reg, though only he was ascending at that moment. Aishali felt immense excitement because she understood that what was happening to him would soon occur to her as well. Just as Aishali sat, enviously admiring Reg, she suddenly heard a rapid rustling from behind, as if something were racing through the rain. She turned, perplexed, wondering if there were indeed others braving the storm to travel. The sound grew closer, and unease washed over her, causing her to grip her magic staff tightly, the crystal at its tip gleaming brightly. Without hesitation, she cast a water shield around herself, eyes widened with apprehension as she focused on the cave entrance. Suddenly, a bluish figure burst through the curtain of rain and dashed into the cave. As Aishali recognized the uninvited guest, her heart skipped a beat, dread creeping into her gaze. The Frostling Fox. This unexpected intruder, breaking through the rain, was none other than the Frostling Fox that had guarded the divine fruit. Blood flowed from its body, mingling with the rainwater, creating a peculiar reddish hue on the ground, and its eyes glinted with a chilling malice. Aishali stared in horror at the pursuing Frostling Fox, her mind racing. She had no idea how it had followed them through the storm or how it had found them hiding in the cave. What would it do? Would it shred them to pieces? Aishali's fingers, gripping the magic staff, turned pale from exertion as she faced the merciless beast before her. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her trembling body, striving to quell the fear that threatened to overtake her. The frosty, exquisite fox sniffed the air delicately, its gaze swiftly shifting past Aishali to fixate on Reg sitting in the cave, enveloped in an alluring scent that Aishali recognized all too well as that of the divine fruit. Though Aishali too bore a divine fruit, its fragrance paled in comparison to the intoxicating aroma emanating from Reg, who was rapidly circulating his energy to absorb the essence of the fruit, causing its scent to become even more pervasive. The frosty, exquisite fox finally took its first step, an action that sent chills racing through Aishali's spine, as a torrent of thoughts surged within her mind, ultimately coalescing into 2 stark choices: to flee recklessly or to stand resolutely before Reg and confront the monstrous creature. Although the fox's eyes flickered towards Aishali momentarily, it soon returned its focus upon Reg, perceiving Aishali merely as a feeble human, easily dispatched, while its true target remained the young man who had seized the divine fruit. the frosty, exquisite fox. Fierce yet cunning, was acutely aware of its injuries. Its singular desire to survive hinged upon consuming the divine fruit, which not only promised to enhance one's power, but also boasted remarkable healing properties. Despite having cast a healing spell upon itself, the magnitude of its wounds, compounded by the storm's relentless assault and substantial blood loss, rendered complete recovery unattainable. Drawn by the enticing fragrance wafting from Reg, the fox found its feet moving involuntarily towards him, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chapter 46. An intimate encounter. Reg sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly absorbing the energy of the divine fruit, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Just as the frosty, exquisite fox prepared to leap at him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Reg with her right hand firmly gripping the magic staff, and her left swiftly extracting a flaming branch from the fire pit. Aishali stood determinedly. Aishali's complexion had turned ashen. Facing a 6th-level magical beast was a scenario she had never envisioned. Instinctively, her will to survive urged her to flee the perilous cave. Yet, despite the danger, her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move as she stared at the motionless Reg in a moment of desperation as the frosty, exquisite fox lunged towards Reg. Courage surged within Aishali, and she dashed forward to shield him. The fox halted mid-leap, shifting its gaze from Reg to Aishali, its eyes radiating a palpable fury and bloodlust. Aishali trembled slightly, but her resolve slowly solidified as she met the fox's gaze with unwavering determination. Shouting, Reg, get up! The frosty, exquisite fox is coming." The fox seemed to recognize Aishali's warning to Reg, baring its razor-sharp teeth and lunging ferociously at her. It was intent on eliminating anyone who dared to obstruct its path to reclaim the divine fruit, especially this woman who was allied with its target. Aishali's heart raced as the magic staff in her right hand flickered to life, launching an ice arrow towards the fox's gaping maw, while her left hand swung the burning branch at it. Though the frosty, exquisite fox was a water element 6th-level beast, gravely injured and weakened from blood loss, it was still far beyond Aishali's capacity to defeat. The ice arrow was effortlessly deflected, merely slowing the fox's advance, while the flaming branch collided with its body, only to be swatted away by a single paw. The fox then struck Aishali. But thanks to the water shield she had cast, the deadly claw merely grazed her, sparing her from dismemberment. However, the shield shattered upon impact, leaving her vulnerable. After swatting away the flaming branch, the fox lunged once more, aiming for Aishali's throat, its sharp teeth glinting with a chilling menace. Its eyes filled with the madness of impending slaughter. As the frosty, exquisite fox drew closer, Aishali found herself engulfed in a tempest of fear and regret. Memories flashing before her eyes like a film reel, culminating in the haunting image of Reg, cold and unyielding, gripping her throat and tearing away her veil. Locking eyes with her, strangely, she pondered why she had overcome her fear to stand before Reg, like a mere insect daring to halt a great beast. This perplexing question lingered in her mind, yet she found no answer. The fox was now mere moments away, and instinctively, Aishali closed her eyes. Yet just before darkness enveloped her, a dazzling flash of sword light illuminated her vision. A gleaming magic sword, imbued with potent energy, surged forth from behind Aishali, slicing through the air and plunging directly into the open maw of the frosty, exquisite fox. The energy coursing through the sword detonated violently, erupting into countless shards of energy that engulfed the fox's mouth and body. The impact was catastrophic. The frosty, exquisite fox's form seemed to explode, countless wounds appearing as if struck by a colossal hammer, sending it crashing to the ground. Despite the grievous wound, the fox was not yet dead. It struggled to rise, bloodied and battered. However, Reg, wielding the magic sword, showed no signs of mercy, continuing his relentless assault. Aishali, her heart still racing, opened her eyes to witness Reg, cloaked in a fierce aura, darting past her like a tempest. With precision, he drove the sword cleanly into the fox's throat, twisting it savagely before withdrawing it. Blood pouring forth. One of the fox's eyes had exploded from the force of the energy, leaving only a bulging, unseeing orb. It had never anticipated that the seemingly passive human would strike so swiftly, accurately, and lethally, particularly at the moment it had aimed to kill Aishali. though it fought against its fate, having sustained 2 fatal blows. Even the mightiest of beasts could not escape death. As the frosty, exquisite fox lay lifeless on the ground. Aishali's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that a 6th-level magical beast had perished at Reg's hands. As she stood in stunned silence, Reg turned to her, warmth flickering in his gaze. He appraised her carefully before asking, Aishali, are you all right? Snapping back to reality, Aishali stared at Reg's smiling face, pointing at the fallen fox with a quiver in her voice. Did you really just kill it? Reg smiled. Of course, if I hadn't wouldn't it have killed both of us? Aisha suddenly extended her hands to cover her chest, as if fearing her heart might leap out. We actually survived. How wonderful! You have vanquished the Frost Linglong fox. You are truly remarkable. As her excitement grew, Aisha's voice transformed into a jubilant cheer, and she leapt into the air, joyfully embracing Reg's head and exclaiming, I can't believe I'm still alive. Taken aback by Aisha's sudden exuberance, Reg instinctively reached out to support her as she hung from him. In that moment, Aisha clung to Reg's neck like a koala, while he steadied her lower half. Abruptly, Aisha ceased her celebration, her face flushing crimson in an instant, as if she were about to drip with embarrassment. She quickly shut her eyes, unable to bear looking into Reg's gaze, fearing that a mere glance would overwhelm her with shyness. Though clad in Reg's clothing, Aisha emanated an undeniable feminine fragrance that wafted into Reg's senses. Typically composed, Reg found himself momentarily flustered, caught off guard by the unexpected intimacy. Several seconds passed before Reg finally regained his bearings, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he realized that holding Aisha in such a manner was inappropriate, but he hastily set her down, stealing a glance at her face, only to see her tightly shut eyes, biting her lip, her complexion a deep shade of red. The sight of her blushing visage provoked an irresistible impulse within him to gently nip at her cheek. Reg quickly averted his gaze, while Aisha, upon touching the ground, recoiled as if electrified, releasing her grip around Reg's neck and retreating a couple of steps. Their brief separation, however, was unfortunate, as Aisha unwittingly backed up toward the smoldering embers of a fire. Panicking, she stepped onto the flames, the searing pain causing her to lurch forward, crashing once more into Reg's embrace. Perhaps due to the pain, Aisha's momentum was considerable, and Reg, caught off guard, was toppled to the ground. Once again entangled with her, his lips collided painfully, yet fortuitously, with the corner of Aisha's cheek. The softness of the contact left Reg momentarily stunned, as if he had turned to stone. Aisha reflexively sprang up from Reg, her hand instinctively touching her own stinging face, where a small bruise had formed, her mind racing at the sensation of their bodies having briefly intertwined, lost in the warmth of Reg's presence. She was at a loss for how to respond to the astonishment, shyness, and slight indignation reflected in her eyes that it was an accident, a most unexpected turn of events. Reg mused silently, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Just as he contemplated how to navigate this situation, Aisha let out a shriek, akin to stepping on a snake, and abruptly leapt away from him, covering her flushed face as she dashed into the depths of the cave. Reg's mind was in disarray. Even when confronting the Frost Linglong fox, he had never felt this flustered. Having had little interaction with women throughout his life, this was truly his first intimate encounter. His heart raced, and confusion swirled within him. After a considerable time, Reg managed to calm the tumult in his mind, rising to his feet with the intention of following Aisha. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, pondering what he could possibly say to her. Should he utter something like, "Oh, that was merely a coincidence. Let us pretend it never happened"? Did that even make sense? Chapter 47. A major breakthrough. Reg scratched his forehead thoughtfully, choosing to temporarily set the incident aside as he turned his attention to the lifeless form of the Frost Linglong fox, that a 6th-level magical beast. It was a treasure trove of riches, particularly its magical crystal, which was extraordinarily valuable. Its blood possessed numerous applications, and even its flesh and hide could fetch a handsome price, for 6th-level beasts were notoriously fierce. Had it not been for the crippling blow inflicted by the advanced magic of the blazing flame, coupled with Reg's unexpected attack, he would never have slain the Frost Linglong fox. His fate would have been to become its prey. Moreover, a significant factor in this victory was the remarkable enhancement of Reg's own strength. Prior to consuming the divine fruit, Reg's power was that of a fifth-level fighter. However, after partaking of the fruit, his prowess surged dramatically, and by the time he rose to confront the beast, he had surpassed the fifth-level threshold of the fighter class, advancing directly to the second level of the Frenzied Fighter. The Frenzied Fighter ranked as the fourth level within the 11th tier of fighters, an impressive feat that would undoubtedly draw attention, as the majority of fighters spent their entire lives remaining within the ranks of fighters or fighters of lower levels. The combination of the Frenzied Fighter's energy, the enhancement of a fourth-level magical crystal, and the explosive power of the Ice Dragon breaking technique, executed with an element of surprise, had instantaneously obliterated the Frost Linglong Fox, which had been poised to tear into Aisha's throat to be by the time the Frost Linglong Fox arrived. Reg had already absorbed most of the Divine Fruit's energy, teetering on the brink of breaking through to the Frenzied Fighter stage. Although Reg sensed the beast's approach immediately, he could not afford to abandon his energy absorption midway and remained steadfast. As he observed the Frost Linglong Fox glaring intently at him, advancing with purpose, Reg felt an unusual sense of relaxation. With his newfound strength and the assistance of his magical sword, he believed he had a fighting chance against the wounded beast. Deep down, he merely wished that Aisha would take the opportunity to flee while he battled the creature. To his surprise, despite Aisha visibly trembling in fear, appearing as if she might faint at any moment, she resolutely positioned herself in front of him. Reg understood that Aisha was protecting him, a gesture that filled him with astonishment. They had known each other for such a short time. Why would she risk her life for him? Was it merely because he had helped her defeat the Wind Beast and provided her with the Divine Fruit? After Reg had meticulously dealt with the corpse of the Frost Linglong Fox, he stored its valuable components in his spatial ring and discarded the remains outside the cave before returning to the fire. Just as he settled down, he noticed Aisha emerging from within. Her cheeks still slightly flushed, yet her demeanor had mostly returned to normal, albeit she dared not meet Reg's eyes. "Reg, how has your strength changed?" Aisha inquired, refraining from mentioning the previous awkwardness, her curiosity piqued by his apparent enhancement. "You seem much stronger than before." Reg, understanding her intent, offered a slight smile and nodded. "I have now attained the rank of Frenzied Fighter, second level." Aisha gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Reg's face. "You have directly surpassed the fighter rank and entered the Frenzied Fighter tier. This Divine Fruit is truly extraordinary." Reg chuckled softly. "Once you break through to the demon body, you may find yourself in a similar position, perhaps even surpassing my advancement. Did you not mention that the demon body is easier to cultivate?" Aisha nodded eagerly. "Yes, I am very much looking forward to it, that I have lingered at the fifth-level mage for far too long." Reg smiled and nodded, lowering his gaze to the flickering flames. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, "Why didn't you escape?" Aisha hesitated, then slowly shook her head. "I don't know, I just felt that if I fled alone, regardless of what happened afterward, I would undoubtedly regret it. To abandon my companion in the face of danger." Companions? A warmth spread through Reg's heart, yet he remained silent, refraining from further comment. Though the fire was small, it imbued the cave with a sense of warmth. Outside, the relentless downpour brought a chilling atmosphere, yet within the cave, the warmth enveloped them, perhaps a reflection of Reg's own sentiments to at dawn on the following day. The rain finally ceased. Aisha's magical robe had dried, yet she felt too bashful to change again within the cave. Instead, she donned her robe over her clothing, and after sharing a light meal, they prepared to leave the cave that had been both terrifying and filled with enchanting memories. Once back on the main road, Aisha gazed into the distance, her brow furrowing in concern. "Last time, because of me, you killed that arrogant young master. His family is likely hunting for you everywhere now." Reg nodded. "Indeed, I shall return directly to Holy Light City. And you, I fear you cannot go to Falyu City either." Aisha knitted her brows tightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the reins of her horse. After a moment, she replied, "However, I do not wish to return home just yet. Perhaps I could accompany you to Holy Light City. There, I can also take on tasks to earn money and procure what I need." Reg, unfazed, nodded in agreement. "Very well. You may accompany me to Holy Light City, that we can simply bypass Falyu City." Aisha, evidently more familiar with the surroundings than Reg, looked pleased at his acquiescence. "There is a fork in the road about 20 miles from Falyu City that can circumvent it. leading directly to the official road toward Holy Light City, that we can take that route. Liege nodded thoughtfully, yet his mind lingered on the mercenaries from the previous day. Where could they possibly be now? Had word of his acquisition of the divine fruit spread? While Liege held no fear of being hunted by these mercenaries, he was apprehensive about the rapid dissemination of this news, as it would likely render him an enemy to all. Nearly 20 divine fruits were enough to drive any practitioner into madness. An innocent man burdened by the guilt of possessing treasure. A.S. Liege and his companions reached the intersection mentioned by Aishali. 3 feathered arrows suddenly shot forth from the nearby thicket. Point 2 were aimed at Liege, while one targeted Aishali, swift as the wind. With keen eyes and quick reflexes, Liege summoned his enchanted sword, that in a split second. He deflected the arrow aimed at Aishali with a horizontal swipe, but was forced to lean back as the 2 arrows grazed his cheeks. With a fierce command, Liege urged his steed onward. Aishali, equally quick to react, lowered her body to minimize her profile while raising her staff to cast a water shield spell for both herself and Liege. That a throng of individuals surged from the woods, encircling Liege and his companions. Approximately 20 in number, they were led by the bearded chief from the previous day. Each of these individuals bore a tiger insignia on their chests, indicating their affiliation with a mercenary group, likely summoned by the chief to regroup after being informed of the situation. Little brat, I anticipated your passage through here. Hand over the divine fruit willingly. Liege pressed forward, oblivious to the horse snare lying on the ground. His galloping steed stumbled, throwing Liege forward. He quickly performed an acrobatic maneuver, landing in a crouch and kicking up a cloud of dust. Aishali, however, was less fortunate than A.S.A. mage. Her physical prowess and reflexes could not rival Liege's. She tumbled from her horse, and as Liege landed, he noticed her fall. He sprang into action, catching her waist and sliding back a couple of steps to regain his balance. In that brief moment, the bearded chief and his men had encircled them. A smug smile plastered across the chief's face, reveling in his cunning. Liege surveyed his surroundings. The road was flanked by a cliff on one side and a thicket on the other, from which the chief's men had charged. With their backs to the cliff, Liege and Aishali found themselves with no escape. The chief and his men slowly advanced, and Liege leaned closer to Aishali, whispering, in the chaos of battle, "You won't stand a chance. There's a small step up ahead that I will create an opening. You must follow closely behind me and flee as soon as the path is clear." Aishali glanced at Liege with concern, but offered no argument, nodding in agreement. Having spent the past few days with him, she recognized Liege's calm demeanor in the face of adversity, a trait that belied his youthful appearance. Aishali was acutely aware of her own limitations and understood that she could not aid Liege. Her best option was to distance herself from the battlefield, allowing Liege to leverage his superior agility. In essence, she felt like a burden in that moment, a bittersweet realization that her own strength was insufficient. Liege, too preoccupied to ponder Aishali's thoughts, focused entirely on the encroaching adversaries, that he was somewhat reassured to note that their combat prowess was not overly formidable. Among the 20 or so individuals, aside from the chief, who was likely a master fighter, and a mage by his side, most were mere sorcerers or fighters. After assessing the situation, Liege determined that the right path leading to Holy Light City would be their point of escape. Without waiting for the enemies to close in, he whispered with urgency, "Move." Liege was not the type to wait for others to strike before he acted. He preferred to eliminate threats preemptively and was ruthless in confrontation. As he uttered his command, Liege charged to the right, his enchanted sword shimmering with energy, enveloped in an icy aura. Chapter 48. The tiger unleashed. The ice blade technique radiated an intense chill. And though Liege was merely at the level of a master fighter, his energy was already imbued with a frosty essence, making him resemble a being from the frigid northern realms. With his sword drawn in his right hand, he faced overwhelming numbers. However, aware of the inferiority of those on his right, Liege conserved some strength while employing the same technique with his left hand, which had grown significantly stronger since he had elevated his abilities. In the bearded chief's memory, this young man was merely a fighter. Surely, a couple of his men could easily subdue him. However, as Liege's overwhelming energy surged, the chief's expression shifted to one of alarm. The Liege before him was drastically different from the one he had encountered previously. His power had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer resembling the small fighter who had been forced to steal the ghost mushroom. Liege charged forth like a tiger unleashed from its confines, his second-tier enchanted sword radiating formidable might as he plunged into the fray. Aishali, quick to adapt, followed closely behind him, racing toward the exit. The first few adversaries were caught off guard. Initially, they had reveled in surrounding Liege, plotting how to torment the audacious youth who had dared to seize their divine fruit tree. Yet, this seemingly harmless opponent had transformed into a fearsome predator. Liege struck without mercy, his sword slicing through the air with unparalleled speed, penetrating the defenses of the foremost fighter. In an instant, the terrified look in his eyes mirrored the horror of his impending demise as Liege's blade found its mark in his throat. With seamless precision, Liege executed a series of slashes, thrusts, and cuts, weaving through the ranks of his foes. The 4 or 5 who had dared to obstruct his path, all of whom were fighters or sorcerers, stood no chance against Liege, who wielded a second-tier enchanted sword and possessed superior strength. Blood sprayed forth, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through their encirclement, leaving a trail of fallen adversaries in his wake. Aishali, trailing behind Liege, witnessed his swift and brutal assault. The sight of her companions collapsing in agony startled her, yet she pressed on, sprinting down the newly opened path. Once outside, Aishali called back softly, "I'll wait for you ahead." With that, she gripped her staff tightly and sprinted forward without looking back, while Liege suddenly turned, positioning himself in the center of the road, his sword dripping with blood. His gaze was icy, exuding an aura of defiance. The bearded chief's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the enchanted sword in Liege's hand, an enchanted sword. For the moment, Liege had not unleashed his energy, so the mercenaries could not discern the sword's true tier. Had they known it was a 4th-tier enchanted crystal, their astonishment would have escalated further. Liege regarded the chief with a cold, mocking expression. "Do you regret not seizing my enchanted sword last time?" The chief's eyes glinted with greed. After all, an enchanted sword could significantly enhance a fighter's combat capabilities. Such weapons were often invaluable, not easily obtainable even with wealth, given their rarity and the limited number of masters capable of forging them, coupled with the high costs and risks of failure. However, as the chief's gaze shifted back to the fallen mercenaries, he became cautious, fixing his stare on Liege. "You have consumed the divine fruit and enhanced your strength." Liege replied with a nonchalant tone. "What do you think?" The chief's eyes burned with intensity. The last time he had encountered Liege, he had been a mere nobody. Yet in just one day, he had transformed into a force to be reckoned with. A testament to the divine fruit's potency. The chief's resolve to reclaim the divine fruit intensified, and he waved his hand, signaling his men to close in once more. "Hand over the divine fruit and the enchanted sword, and I shall let you go, erasing our grievances. Otherwise, you shall forfeit everything, including your life." Regard disdainfully scoffed at the bearded man, his body already surging forward towards the group, which comprised archers, mages, and combatants. Even without considering the bearded man and that magical instructor, the others, when cooperating, possessed formidable combat prowess both at close and long range. Reg would not allow them the luxury of forming a stable formation to confront him. Reg's sudden charge threw the mercenary band into disarray. His strength was inherently superior to theirs, and with a magical sword in hand, the melee fighters were utterly unable to halt his advance. Once he penetrated their ranks and chaos ensued, the mages and archers found themselves severely constrained. Shadows flitted about, as they dared not unleash spells or arrows for fear of injuring their own. Reg was akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, inflicting wounds with alarming frequency. The bearded leader, witnessing Reg inflict grievous injuries upon 2 of his subordinates, could no longer contain his rage that he unsheathed his long knife with a surge of fighting spirit and charged at Reg, attempting to intercept him. Others, seeing him engage, hastily retreated, wishing to distance themselves from Reg, the embodiment of death. Yet, Reg showed no interest in entangling himself with the bearded leader. Instead, he glided through the throng like a specter, his magical sword striking with the swiftness of the wind, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 more fell. The scene was one of utter chaos. The mercenaries were gripped by terror, as it seemed they were no longer the hunters, but rather the hunted, with Reg relentlessly targeting his foes, charging forth to deliver crushing blows or to slay them outright. Though the combatants and berserkers were merely 1 rank apart, their combat capacities varied greatly. After all, Even among combatants of the same level, the difference between a third-tier and a fourth-tier fighter was substantial, let alone a full rank. Moreover, Reg wielded a second-tier magical sword. Its icy aura exuding a chilling energy that these combatants could not withstand, and no one among them could match Reg in a one-on-one confrontation. As for the mages, their plight was even direr. Unable to maintain distance, they were now vulnerable to close-range assaults from the combatants, and thus they found themselves incapable of fending off Reg's attacks. The bearded leader, nearly apoplectic with fury, bellowed, "Everyone, get out of the way!" At the sound of the leader's command, all scrambled to retreat, none wishing to face the young man who resembled a harbinger of death. Though their lives were at stake, Reg's calm navigation through the crowd, akin to a reaper harvesting souls, instilled dread in every heart. With a glint in his eye and a cold snort, Reg launched himself directly at the bearded leader, without a moment's hesitation. The true enemies here were the bearded leader and the water mage wielding a magical staff not far off. In terms of power, Reg, the bearded leader, and the water mage stood at the same level. However, while the mage was a second-tier magical instructor, the bearded leader was a fourth-tier berserker, stronger than Reg. Reg now faced the daunting challenge of contending against two. For he had clearly noticed the glow emanating from the water mage's staff, and no one dared to engage Reg in a one-on-one duel. Their collective objective was clear. Eliminate Reg, the magical sword and divine fruit would become their own, ensuring a meteoric rise in strength, transforming dreams of wealth into tangible reality, promising a life of luxury and abundance. But Reg's sword clashed violently with the bearded leader's knife, forcing him to stagger backward to absorb the impact. Yet he swiftly transformed into a ghostly figure, darting towards the water mage positioned behind the bearded leader. The water mage had been charging a mid-tier spell, the Water Dragon Break, but was unable to unleash it due to Reg's persistent entanglement with the mercenaries. Now, seeing Reg barreling towards him, he released it without a moment's hesitation. The Water Dragon, gathering tremendous energy, suddenly manifested in the air, diving swiftly towards Reg. Faced with the Water Dragon's assault, Reg's mind became astonishingly clear. And that profound sensation returned with striking clarity. Every movement around him seemed to unfold within his mind, and he discerned the precise timing of the Water Dragon's approach that in an unexpected twist. Reg's body, like an arrow released from a bow, suddenly veered to one side, deftly evading the Water Dragon. Before it could pursue, he executed another swift maneuver, utilizing his forward momentum to dodge the Water Dragon entirely. The Water Dragon crashed heavily into the ground, producing a dull thud, sending debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos of dust and rubble, Reg lunged towards the water mage, delivering a powerful punch. The water mage, witnessing Reg's uncanny speed and ability to evade the Water Dragon's onslaught, was filled with dread that if Reg, brimming with fighting spirit, were to strike, could his energy shield withstand such an attack? However, upon seeing Reg approach with a fist instead of his sword, and using his left hand, the water mage felt a glimmer of hope. His water magic shield would surely protect him, even if the punch shattered the shield. He was confident he could cast his next spell before Reg's next strike, that as long as he maintained control over the rhythm of battle, all would be well. Just as the water mage prepared to unleash his swiftest ice arrow to fend off Reg, an astonishing event occurred. Reg's left fist penetrated his water magic shield as if it were a mere soap bubble, landing a crushing blow to his chest. The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed as Reg's powerful strike, imbued with fierce fighting spirit, overwhelmed the frail body of the mage. How could a mere mage withstand such a blow, especially from Reg's left hand? Since that peculiar incident, Reg's left hand had demonstrated extraordinary strength, capable of delivering devastating force. With a single punch, even a bull would likely be obliterated, let alone a mage whose focus lay in cultivating magical energy. The water mage's chest caved inwards, several of his ribs piercing through his skin. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how Reg had so bizarrely breached his energy shield. Blood erupted from his mouth, and life slipped away as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Shockwaves rippled through the onlookers. Reg had single-handedly felled the second most powerful water mage in the mercenary band with a single, lethal strike. The surrounding mercenaries could hardly believe their eyes, for they knew the water mage was no novice. His combat experience was considerable, yet he had been unable to withstand Reg's onslaught, Fear and astonishment etched upon their faces. They regarded Reg as if he were a monster. The bearded leader was both astonished and enraged. They had not witnessed the moment Reg's hand pierced through the water mage's magical shield. They had only seen Reg's silhouette and the fatal punch that brought the mage down. Was this the power bestowed by the divine fruit? Overnight, an ordinary fighter had transformed into a formidable foe. The bearded leader's gaze burned with fervor. The desire to eliminate Reg and seize the magical sword and divine fruit intensified within him. He understood that his strength had now risen to that of a berserker, and once he consumed the divine fruit, he would swiftly ascend to the ranks of a magical combatant, perhaps even a combat master. Kill, eliminate Reg. The bearded leader's fighting spirit surged, becoming ever more potent. Yet before he could launch his attack, Reg charged forward. As the bearded leader swung his long knife, his eyes widened in shock. He beheld Reg performing an unexpected maneuver, transferring the magical sword from his right hand to his left. The bearded leader was taken aback. Could Reg's left hand possess the same agility as his right? As Reg's left hand unleashed the ice dragon break upon the bearded leader. Disbelief filled the latter's eyes that Reg's left hand was not only equal to his right, but was even quicker, fiercer, and more relentless. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Reg's magical sword forcefully breached the bearded leader's defenses. Plunging into his abdomen, the fighting spirit imbued within the sword detonated upon impact, creating a bloody gash in his midsection. The bearded leader collapsed to the ground, his heart racing with terror. It was clear that Reg's power was far beyond his own. Yet he had been unable to withstand it. Reg's body turned without a moment's hesitation, directing his fury towards the other mercenaries. Having already revealed himself, he understood that eliminating witnesses was now imperative. Should news of the divine fruit escape, it would undoubtedly summon an avalanche of troubles. Like a descending tiger from the mountains, he reaped the lives of the mercenaries with unrelenting ferocity, devoid of any compassion or mercy. Were it not for his enhanced strength, his second-tier magic sword, and the astonishing power of his left arm, he might well have been the one lying lifeless on the ground that I end this world. It is only through possessing immense strength that one gains the authority to dictate the fates of others. That Rage swung his sword. The aura of battle surged forth, striking down a mercenary, fleeing towards the woods from behind. The last remaining mercenary, a mage, fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, spare me. Do not take my life." Rage coldly withdrew his gaze from the corpse of the fallen mercenary in the thicket and fixated on the terrified mage, asking icily, "On what grounds?" The mage, confronted by Rage's youthful, yet frigid visage, felt a chilling dread envelop his heart. The overwhelming prowess of Rage had already extinguished any hope of fighting back, that if even a second-tier magic tutor had been effortlessly slain. He, as a mere third-tier mage, was akin to a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate. That I have only recently joined this mercenary group. This is my first outing with them. I had no intention of opposing you. I didn't even cast a spell at you. Please, let me go. I swear, I will not speak of today's events. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of Ray's lips, his face marked by clear mockery. You didn't engage me? A fireball and a barrage of fireballs hardly constitute an action. The mage's complexion paled as he struggled to comprehend how amidst such chaos, Rage could so precisely recall his attacks. Even identifying them as a fireball and a barrage of fireballs, that in a sudden panic, he leapt, pointing his staff to conjure a fireball that surged towards Rage, while he turned to flee. Yet, before he could take another step, Rage's magic sword cleaved through the fireball and pierced his heart from behind. Rage calmly withdrew his sword, surveying the fallen mercenaries scattered about. Contemplating, he began to approach each one, searching for any valuables. Ready to deliver another blow should he find any still clinging to life, that if he was to silence them, it must be done thoroughly. The leader of the mercenaries, a bearded fighter, clutched his abdomen in terror as he watched Rage's actions. In his eyes, Rage had become a grim reaper, exuding a calm, yet ruthless air of slaughter that rendered him terrifying. The bearded fighter understood that his demise was inevitable, that he had initially considered begging for mercy. But upon witnessing Rage's cold execution of the pleading mage, despair consumed him entirely. Especially chilling was Rage's cold inquiry, "On what grounds?" Coupled with his recollection of the mage's attack methods, the bearded fighter's heart sank further into despair. This young man was meticulous and certainly not one to suffer indignities. Under the relentless gaze of the bearded fighter, Rage completed his grim task and approached him at last, meeting Rage's calm yet detached gaze. The bearded fighter released his hands from his abdomen, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, and lamented, "Who would have thought that after a lifetime of struggle, I would meet my end at the hands of a youth no older than 20? Rage retrieved a gleaming gold coin from his pocket and lightly tossed it to the bearded fighter. "This is what you once gave me. I now return it." Without further words, everything was understood. The catastrophe had stemmed from a single ghost mushroom. Had they not bullied the weaker party and seized the ghost mushroom, perhaps the ensuing events would have unfolded differently. They might have secured the divine fruit and greatly augmented their power. Alas, in this world, while elixirs and treasures abound, there exists no remedy for regret. The Rage's magic sword gracefully severed the bearded fighter's neck, extinguishing his life as the sole member of the mercenary group bearing a spatial ring. Rage had no qualms in confiscating it. He did not immediately inspect the contents, but placed the ring within his own spatial ring. Once he confirmed that all had perished, Rage led forth two unremarkable horses from the woods, mounting one while guiding the other onward. Not long into their journey, he heard a bright exclamation. Rage halted his horse, turning to see Aisali emerging from the nearby thicket, her face alight with joy. "Are you unharmed? What became of the mercenaries?" Aisali scrutinized Rage from head to toe, her eyes wide with astonishment, for not a scratch marred his form. "Did they not trouble you? Did you hand over the divine fruit to them?" Before Rage could respond, Aisali, filled with a sense of relief, patted her chest, saying, "Well, as long as you are safe. I was terribly worried." Seeing the expression on Aisali's face, Rage could not suppress a smile, the shadow of his recent slaughter lifting considerably. "Mount up. The divine fruit is still with me." Aisali, surprised, took the reins from Rage, her eyes widening with curiosity. "Still with you? How could they have let you leave? Are they pursuing you?" Aisali even glanced back, finding no signs of pursuit, and noted that Rage had not moved with the urgency of one fleeing for their life. Rage smiled lightly. "Did I kill them all?" Aisali struggled to mount her horse. She nearly fell off in shock, her mouth agape as she stared at Rage. "You killed them all?" Rage nodded. Aisali appeared ready to faint. "That I saw many formidable individuals among that mercenary group. You emerged completely unscathed. Yet you single-handedly defeated them all? Are you even human?" Rage shrugged. "They sought to kill me. Naturally, I would not show them mercy. Though I did take advantage of circumstances. The water magic tutor and the bearded fighter were indeed formidable, while the others were merely fighters or mages. Nothing too daunting. I can only be grateful that I consumed the divine fruit last night. Otherwise, we might not be standing here today." Chapter 50. The Triumph of Return. Only then did Aisali come to believe that Rage had genuinely eradicated the entire mercenary group. Her gaze towards him now brimmed with admiration. Previously, her sole wish had been for Rage to escape unscathed, even if it meant relinquishing the divine fruit and magic sword. Yet, the reality of his triumph stood in stark contrast to her expectations. Reflecting on the peril of the situation, Aisali felt a shudder of fear. Had Rage not consumed the divine fruit and dramatically increased his strength, they might have met their doom today, and she could have faced fates worse than death. A beautiful woman destined for slaughter might have found herself subjected to unspeakable horrors in the presence of men. Yet, despite her lingering dread, Aisali felt a surge of fervent desire that if Rage could ascend to the rank of a fierce fighter through a single divine fruit, surely she too could seize such an opportunity if she overcame her demonic form. "Since you have vanquished them all, this news should not leak, right? Even if it does, the others likely have not seen us. We should be safe." Rage smiled gently, nudging his horse forward. "That should be the case, especially since we are heading straight back to Holy Light City. How could they possibly find us?" Aisali's worries eased, a smile blossoming on her face as they rode forth together. Glancing at Rage's calm demeanor, she felt a sudden curiosity. "What do you do in Holy Light City? Is your home there?" Rage shook his head. He felt an unusual trust towards Aisali, perhaps due to her willingness to stand before him, even when she knew she was no match for the frosty Linglong Fox, shielding him as he absorbed the potion's power. This act warmed Rage's heart, for it is often in moments of life and death that one's true nature is revealed. "That my home is not in Holy Light City. I am merely studying forging under a master craftsman." Aisali looked at him in astonishment. "You are a forger?" Rage smiled at her. What, do I not seem like one? Aishali shook her head, exclaiming, I am simply surprised. A forger and a fighter. Are the fire magic lizard blood and blood grass you sought for your forging endeavors? Rage smiled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, I seek to forge a weapon for myself. Aishali, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Do you not already possess a magical sword? That is a weapon others can only dream of. Reg regarded Aishali with a casual shrug. This magical sword is merely a temporary substitute I am using. Aishali's mouth fell agape, staring at Reg as if he were a specter, a substitute. Are you suggesting that the weapon you intend to forge is even more formidable than this magical sword? You can forge magical swords? Reg nodded, smiling. Indeed. Uncle Tidlin, who taught me the craft, is also capable of forging magical swords. The one I am currently using is one I forged myself for temporary use. My goodness! Aishali gazed at the smiling Reg in sheer astonishment. Her eyes filled with incredulity. You are not yet 20, and you can already forge a second-tier magical sword. This is nothing short of a miracle. Did you begin learning the art of forging from a young age? Reg shook his head. I started learning just a few months ago. Prior to that, I lived on a remote island. Aishali rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. For the average person, even with years of forging experience, being able to create a magical sword in their 20s would signify extraordinary talent. Yet, Reg, having only studied for a few months, could forge a second-tier magical sword. Reg observed Aishali, whose expression was a mix of shock and bewilderment, and chuckled. Aside from Uncle Tidlin, no one else knows. Please keep it a secret for me. Aishali paused, her eyes wide with disbelief. So aside from Uncle Tidlin, I am the first to know about this. Reg nodded nonchalantly. I dislike trouble. Aishali quickly nodded, a wave of inexplicable joy surging within her. The fact that he chose to share his secret with her clearly indicated a deep trust. What does he truly think of me? Aishali couldn't help but recall the awkward yet enchanting events of the previous night. Her gaze suddenly tinged with shyness as she lowered her head, fearful that Reg might notice the blush on her cheeks. Reg, observing Aishali's sudden silence, paid no heed and began contemplating the matters awaiting him upon his return, with the blood of the fire magic lizard and the essence of blood grass. He would be able to forge the magical sword he desired. Moreover, he had fortuitously obtained a magic crystal from a 6th-tier magical beast, the Frost-Glimmering Fox, which was indeed a remarkable acquisition. After all, a 6th-tier magical beast power could rival that of a duelist or a mage, while he was still merely a fighter. The 6th-tier magic crystal would significantly enhance the power of his magical sword. Coupled with his current prowess now reaching the realm of the Berserker, to achieve such a status before the age of 20 was indeed rare. Few could claim such an accomplishment, even disregarding age. A Berserker commands profound respect, as many warriors spend their entire lives only advancing to the ranks of apprentice or fighter, with the number of those who achieve the title of fighter drastically dwindling. Reflecting on the ambush he had encountered earlier on his journey, Reg felt a heightened sense of vigilance. Those two individuals were clearly not ordinary bandits. He pondered their true intentions. That it appeared he must exercise even greater caution upon his return. The subsequent journey was uneventful, and Reg and Aishali safely returned to the Tidlin blacksmith shop in Holy Light City. Aishali, following Reg with curiosity, stepped into the Tidlin blacksmith shop, having traveled extensively and even visited Holy Light City. She had heard much about the most renowned blacksmith shop there, yet she had not anticipated that Reg was also associated with it. Seeing Reg return, Tidlin was filled with joy and rushed over. "Haha, Reg, you're back. How was your journey?" Reg, filled with respect for his selfless uncle who had imparted his skills to him, smiled gently. "Yes, there were some challenges along the way, but fortunately, I managed to acquire the blood of the fire magic lizard and the essence of bloodgrass." Tidlin laughed heartily. "Excellent. With these two items, we can start working immediately. I am quite excited to know. Is this young sorceress your friend?" Reg nodded, introducing Aishali to Tidlin. "Aishali is a friend I met during my journey to the Magic Mountain." "Friend, you say?" Tidlin regarded Aishali, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, with a peculiar look, chuckling. "Friends are wonderful. All relationships begin with friendship." Reg rolled his eyes, disregarding Tidlin's teasing, and led Aishali to a room, as the blacksmith shop had ample resting quarters. As the host, Reg naturally intended to arrange for Aishali's accommodations. "For the time being, you may stay here until we find a new place." Aisha nodded, feeling an immense joy at the prospect of having a place to stay for free while being together with Reach. She was only one ingredient away from achieving her goal, the heaven grass fungus. Once she acquired this elusive herb, she would be able to transcend her demonic form and restore herself to normalcy, perhaps even surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary individual. After ensuring Aisha was well taken care of, Reed returned to his own chamber. Once the door was securely closed, he began to examine the items he had confiscated from the bearded mercenary leader. Drawn from his spatial ring, most of the treasures he retrieved from the mercenaries consisted of assorted valuables, but one particular tome, a spellbook belonging to a second-tier mage, caught Reed's eye and sparked his interest. This spellbook was specifically designed for water mages and was classified as a mid-grade text. With a mid-tier ranking in the realm of combat techniques and magical practices, there are 5 tiers: Divine, Sacred, Superior, Mid, and Inferior. Each tier further divides into upper, middle, and lower subtiers. Given the vast array of combat techniques and magical practices existing in the world, even among mid-grade texts, there can be significant disparities. Typically, the combat techniques and magical practices available to the public are of inferior grade. While mid-grade texts are exceedingly rare and highly sought after, the superior grade texts are usually reserved for prestigious clans and hidden families, while divine grade texts are mere myths, never to be found in the world. According to Longbow, the average warrior or mage might encounter only a mere fraction of the world's knowledge throughout their lifetime. The paths of mages and warriors diverge significantly. Mages have the flexibility to switch between numerous spellbooks, as these tomes encompass various methods of channeling magical energy and understanding, while warriors are bound to a singular combat technique. Even within the same category, each technique's application and operation differ, making it nearly impossible to adopt a new technique without abandoning all previous training. The value of this mid-grade spellbook was already considerable, and Reach couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this mage possessed such a treasure that if he were to auction it off, it could fetch a handsome sum of around 10,000 gold coins. Chapter 51. Frostfist, a proficient spellbook, can significantly enhance a mage's training efficiency. Moreover, any mage of the same elemental affinity can utilize it. However, spellbooks cannot be copied or replicated. They are crafted through a unique process wherein a mage seals their magical energy within the pages. Once a mage reaches a certain level of mastery, they can channel their energy to interact with the spellbook, allowing its contents to imprint upon their mind. This form of mental communion is safeguarded by magical energy. Those of differing elemental affinities or insufficient strength cannot comprehend the spellbook's teachings, making transcription impossible. While some aspects of this mental exchange can be articulated, much remains ineffable, rooted in personal insight. Furthermore, each reading of a spellbook diminishes its potency, and after 3 to 5 readings, the knowledge contained within begins to fade. This unique characteristic severely limits the dissemination and utilization of spellbooks, enhancing their rarity. As a warrior, Reed found the spellbook of no use to him. He had already mastered the Ice Blade technique, and other combat techniques held no relevance unless he were to forsake everything and start anew. In terms of training, he required various combat techniques to complement his energy to harness the power of his energy. One must employ combat techniques, each serving different purposes, diverse and eclectic in nature. Ordinary techniques are typically found in books or scrolls, allowing for repeated study, while special techniques are crafted through unique means and are consumable scrolls, often the most valuable and coveted. Considering Aisha was a water mage, Reach decided to gift her the mid-grade spellbook, viewing it as a spoils of war rather than a commodity to be sold. Finally, Reach picked up the spatial ring he had seized from the bearded leader and poured its contents onto the floor, revealing a plethora of items. Had he not prepared himself, he might have been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of goods. Among the contents were various everyday items. As the leader of the mercenary group, the bearded man was the sole individual with a spatial ring. Thus, all provisions for the group were stored within it. After painstakingly sorting through the multitude of mundane items, Reach focused on the remaining few treasures: a rather ancient book, 2 scrolls, a weathered map fragment, a dagger, several magic crystals of varying levels, and the ghost mushroom he had personally harvested. The first item Reach picked up was the book, its cover emblazoned with bold characters: Lion's Fire Technique. After perusing its contents twice, he closed the tome. The Lion's Fire Technique was an inferior mid-grade combat technique of the fire attribute. which held no utility for Reach. However, he was somewhat surprised that this mercenary group had managed to acquire 2 mid-grade techniques, a valuable asset indeed. After setting aside the Lion's Fire technique, Reach reached for the first scroll. Upon unrolling it, he discovered it detailed a wind-based combat technique called Wind Blade Spin Slash. This technique allowed the wielder to infuse their weapon with wind energy, spinning it like a windmill to unleash a devastating strike upon their adversaries. To Reach's dismay, this wind-based technique was also classified as mid-grade, albeit a lower tier, and thus held no relevance to him given his specialization in the Ice Blade technique. With a hint of regret, Reach rolled up the Wind Technique scroll and turned his attention to the second scroll. As he unfurled it, his eyes lit up with excitement. It contained a water-based technique that he could indeed master. The water technique, classified as an upper inferior grade, was known as Frost Fist. It allowed the practitioner to gather water energy into their fist and unleash it instantaneously, generating a chilling combat force. Those struck by the Frost Fist would be assailed by a frigid aura, with the most unfortunate victims becoming completely encased in ice, since every warrior could learn multiple techniques of the same elemental affinity. Reach eagerly decided to train in the Frost Fist. Although it might not be the most formidable technique, it offered a solid means of channeling energy in unarmed combat, while his Ice Blade technique already included several combat techniques. They were primarily sword techniques and lethal strikes, aligning with a one-hit kill style. However, he lacked techniques suitable for unarmed combat or supportive techniques, making the Frost Fist a valuable addition. Reach understood that techniques like the Frost Fist could grow in power as the practitioner's strength increased, with the key to their effectiveness lying in the adept manipulation of energy. After scrutinizing the Frost Fist scroll for a considerable time, he grasped its essence that he placed the scroll on the table within his room and stepped back, preparing to channel his energy as instructed. The icy energy swiftly coalesced around his right fist. With a slight pivot, he unleashed his right fist with explosive force, akin to a coiled spring, surging forward like a striking rattlesnake. A faint tearing sound echoed through the air as Reach felt the raw power coursing through his muscles, a surge that left him momentarily astounded. This punch, fueled by his strength as a second-tier warrior, was indeed remarkable. Though the punch was merely aimed at the air, the chilling aura it emitted, coupled with the rapid sound of displacement and the powerful muscle contractions, made Reach acutely aware of its potential. Drawing back his hand, he gazed at his still, icy-cold fist, a sense of trepidation washing over him that if this lower-tier technique possessed such potency, one could only imagine the devastation that a superior or even a sacred-grade technique might unleash. Reg picked up the Ice Fist combat technique scroll once more, meticulously verifying that there were no oversights or areas of confusion. After throwing a few punches in the empty space of the room and feeling a slight fatigue, he finally stored both combat technique scrolls into his spatial ring and shifted his gaze to the remaining items. First, Reg grasped the dagger, drawing it from its sheath and feeling an intense chill emanate from it. It was exceptionally sharp. Having attained the status of a master craftsman himself, he did not consider this dagger particularly formidable, yet it could undoubtedly be classified as a top-tier dagger among the ordinary. While it may not slice through iron effortlessly, it was still incredibly sharp, making it suitable for self-defense. Indeed, it would serve well for field dressing game, far better than wielding a second-tier magic sword for such tasks. The levels of the magic crystals were not particularly high, mostly being second and third-tier crystals. Although they held considerable value, they failed to ignite any excitement in Reg's heart, especially since he had previously acquired a 5th-tier magic crystal and 2 4th-tier ones. This journey had also yielded a 6th-tier water magic crystal. Holding the once-lost ghost mushroom in his hand, a faint smile curved at the corners of Reg's lips, seemingly reflecting on the magnitude of change he had undergone. Within the span of a day, he had progressed from a fighter to a berserker, entering the ranks of the elite. A truly miraculous transformation, and oh wonder the entire Ice Fist technique manual emphasized the necessity of various resources to cultivate the technique to its pinnacle, including rare treasures and elixirs crafted by alchemists, not to mention some peculiar items. Relying solely on mere practice would likely lead one to a lifetime of fruitless endeavor, unable to reach the realm of a battle king. However, many of those resources were either exorbitantly priced, scarce, difficult to locate, or challenging to concoct. Reg's path to cultivation was destined to be fraught with challenges and peculiarities, as merely gathering such an array of items was already a legendary tale in itself. Only as Reg gradually immersed himself in this world and comprehended the intricacies inscribed within could he truly grasp the difficulty that Lumbo had alluded to regarding the cultivation of this combat technique. It could be said that the Ice Fist technique was exceedingly cunning yet profoundly domineering. Possessing the requisite resources would facilitate rapid cultivation, while lacking them would render a lifetime of diligent practice insufficient for achieving significant accomplishments. After placing the ghost mushroom into a spatial ring, Reg finally picked up the fragment of a map. The map fragment was engraved with remarkable clarity, yet it appeared to be merely a small section of a complete map. As Reg observed neatly cut edges along its perimeter, what sort of map was this? Could it possibly be a treasure map? Reg pondered as he examined the map fragment. Had it not been for its exquisite craftsmanship, he might have considered discarding it. However, the meticulous detail and the use of special purple gold ink indicated it was of considerable value. Could such a map truly be worthless? Yet, after flipping the fragment over several times, Reg still could not discern what location it indicated. It vaguely resembled a valley, with a modest character inscribed in the central cutout. Qing. Chapter 52. The mysterious blacksmith. Reg could not fathom what the character Qing referred to. So he decided to place the map fragment into his spatial ring for the time being and set it aside. After resting for a while, Reg contemplated and decided to visit the auction house. Firstly, he was curious whether the herbs he had commissioned them to find had been located, and secondly, he wished to see if there were any Tian Chao mushrooms available. The Tian Chao mushrooms were not for Reg himself, but rather for Aishali, who was still short on funds that if he waited for her to complete her tasks and earn 1,000 gold coins, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. Since Reg had no trouble acquiring money, he might as well lend her a hand. For trustworthy friends, Reg was never one to be stingy. As evening approached, Reg quietly departed from the Tedlin blacksmith shop. In a secluded area, he donned a black cloak and rapidly melted the demon fruit before applying it to his face. Reg instantly transformed into an inconspicuous man in his 30s, entering and exiting the Mio auction house. Upon his arrival at the Mio auction house, Anna happened to be present. Upon learning that the seller of the magic sword had arrived, she quickly appeared before Reg. Anna was still veiled in black gauze, but she wore a slightly revealing black silk corset gown that added an element of allure. It was then that Reg seemed to notice that this woman possessed not only a keen intellect, but also an extraordinarily enchanting figure. Reg's eyes swept over Anna, and although he felt a twinge of admiration, his gaze naturally lingered on her eyes. That Anna's eyes curved slightly, seemingly observing Reg's reaction to her presence. The reason Anna concealed her face with a veil was not due to any lack of beauty. On the contrary, her appearance was exceedingly captivating, and her voluptuous figure could ensnare the gaze of any man. Today, she had deliberately dressed to enhance this allure. Sometimes, the subtlety of suggestion could be more enticing than complete nudity. Having long been accustomed to the demands of the family business and dealing with a multitude of individuals, Anna had become exceptionally skilled in social interactions, fully aware of how to capture attention. However, when Anna beheld Reg's calm demeanor, a flicker of surprise and astonishment appeared in her gaze, as if the man before her was unnaturally composed. My lord, it has been quite some time since you last visited our auction house. I had thought you had forgotten about the potions you commissioned, Anna said softly, her tone casual, as if addressing a close friend rather than a guest who had only visited twice. Reg offered a slight smile. I have been occupied with certain matters lately. May I inquire if the potions I requested are ready? Anna evidently remembered Reg's order for potions. Upon hearing his question, she promptly replied, I have been personally overseeing this matter. The 5 potions you requested have been fully prepared, though their prices are rather steep. Reg nodded. He currently possessed only a limited amount of gold coins, but did not appear anxious. That he calmly asked, Does the Mio auction house have any Tian Chao mushrooms for sale? Anna paused for a moment, then clapped her hands, summoning a servant from the auction house. Please check if we have any Tian Chao mushrooms in stock and report back as soon as you have the information. The servant quickly departed, leaving Reg to sit comfortably in his chair, sipping the tea that had been served to him in a leisurely manner. Anna gazed at Reg and remarked, It has been a long time since your last visit. I wonder if your blacksmith friend has any new creations. Reg noticed the unmasked anticipation in Anna's eyes and felt a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought for a moment. Eventually, he produced several items and placed them on the table. Could you assist me in auctioning these? Anna's eyes lit up at once as she examined the items on the table. There was a manual, 2 scrolls, and upon careful review, she noted a mid-tier fire combat technique, a mid-tier wind combat technique scroll, and a low-tier water combat technique. 3 different types of combat techniques or techniques. While they may not be exceedingly precious, I am sure they can fetch a decent price. Reg nodded. That I wonder if the proceeds from these auctions will suffice to cover the cost of the potions? Anna hesitated for a moment. While the combat techniques were not of poor quality, the auction prices would depend on the strength of the competition at that time. Even a mere feather could fetch a lofty price if faced with competition, while the absence of bidders could result in a significantly low sale price. Observing Anna's expression, Reg retrieved the second-tier magic sword he had crafted from his spatial ring, gently placing it on the table while locking eyes with Anna, whose pupils widened in surprise. Then let us auction this as well. That a look of astonishment crossed Anna's face. Another second-tier magic sword. A wave of excitement surged through her as she realized that there were indeed many master craftsmen capable of forging magic swords. But they could not simply produce them at will. The lower the tier of the magic sword, the higher the chances of successful creation. Yet, the seemingly aloof youth before her had produced 2 magic swords not long ago. And now he presented yet another second-tier magic sword. The time between these creations had been remarkably short, indicating that this mysterious LF blacksmith possessed profound skill, able to forge second-tier magic swords in rapid succession. Reg felt no reluctance. After all, he intended to begin crafting his own cold iron magic sword upon his return, so selling this substitute sword posed no issue, as it was of no further use to him. Anna's gaze towards Reg was now tinged with heightened curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder if this enigmatic elf could, indeed, be the 30-something man before her. Tio casually cast aside the second-grade magic sword without a trace of reluctance raises profound questions. Is this truly an act of loyalty? Or if it is indeed an act of fidelity, why did he not present the sword from the outset? Instead, he chose to reveal it only when he hesitated due to a lack of funds, suggesting he possesses considerable control over the sword. You must be the enigmatic master craftsman, L.F. Am I correct? Anna suddenly interjected, her gaze unwavering and piercing as she locked eyes with Reg. He was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise igniting within him, and instinctively squinted as he replied, Why do you ask? Did I not mention that I merely facilitate transactions on his behalf? Observing Reg's reaction, Anna responded with a charming smile. Slightly bowing her head, I did not anticipate that you are indeed the illustrious L.F. master. I apologize for my earlier presumptions, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Reg was uncertain as to how Anna had discerned his identity. Yet he refrained from hastily denying it, merely grumbling, If you choose to believe that, I cannot change your mind. Anna, with a radiant smile, remarked, The magic sword you forged is truly exquisite. I am certain it will create quite a stir. I shall organize an auction at the earliest opportunity. Just then, the maid who had stepped out quickly returned and whispered something into Anna's ear that a glimmer of joy illuminated her face as she turned to Reg. Congratulations, sir. The sky grass fungus you inquired about. Coincidentally, we have one available. Would you like to purchase it? Reg felt a surge of happiness and nodded, saying yes, deduct the total from my auction proceeds. Anna nodded with a smile, noting that while these potions were indeed precious, their value paled in comparison to that of the magic sword. Soon, all the potions were brought forth, and after Anna completed the necessary procedures for the auction items, Reg gathered his belongings, exchanged farewells with Anna, and exited the Mia auction house. As Anna watched Reg's retreating figure, a hint of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. She had distinctly observed his hands, remarkably clean and delicate, not at all resembling those of a robust man in his 30s. Furthermore, he wore an oddly shaped black spatial ring on his finger, undeniably marking him as a mysterious individual. Reg returned to the Tedlin blacksmith shop and made his way directly to Aishali's room, gently knocking on the door. Who is it? Aishali's voice, tinged with surprise, broke the silence. Realizing it was nearly midnight and she was likely asleep, Reg chuckled to himself and replied, It's me, Reg. You must be asleep. I can come back tomorrow. Wait a moment, Aishali's voice came, followed by the sound of soft movements within. Soon, the door opened quietly, revealing Aishali, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Reg. Reg, what is it? Noticing that Aishali had donned a robe, Reej felt no need for further formality, as some matters were not suited for discussion at the door, but he inquired directly, "May I come in to talk?" Aishali hesitated for a moment, her gaze betraying a hint of shyness, but she gracefully opened the door wider. "Yes, please come in." Reej entered without ceremony and seated himself at the small table in the center of the room. Once Aishali closed the door and returned, he produced from his spatial ring a box containing the sky grass fungus and a tome on magic cultivation, placing them on the table. Chapter 53. Soul Refinement Magic Cultivation Technique. "What is this?" Aishali asked, her curiosity piqued as she observed the items Reej had brought forth, realizing he had genuine business with her rather than the fanciful thoughts that had previously crossed her mind. A faint blush crept on her face as she looked at the items. Reej smiled faintly. "You may take a look for yourself. They are all for you." Aishali's eyes widened in surprise as she approached the table and picked up the magic cultivation tome. Glancing through it with astonishment, a mid-tier magic cultivation technique. "This is for me?" Reej nodded affirmatively. "I am unaware of the technique you currently practice. If you possess a superior one, then this may not be necessary." Aishali examined the tome with a look of intrigue. Nodding, "This magic cultivation technique holds significant value." Reej gently interrupted her. "That is splendid. Then please accept it. After all, I acquired it without expending a single coin from the Mercenary Guild." Aishali hesitated, her expression reflecting uncertainty. Observing her demeanor, Reej encouraged, "Why not take a look at the contents of the box? Surely that is what you truly require." With a hint of doubt, Aishali glanced at Reej before carefully opening the box. Upon seeing the pristine and well-preserved sky grass fungus within, her eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "Sky grass fungus." Reej nodded slightly, smiling. "Did you not mention that you needed only the sky grass fungus to complete your recipe? I happened to acquire one during my visit to the auction, so I brought it back for you. Hurry and prepare your potion. I hope you can soon transcend your demonic form." Aishali's gaze lifted from the box and met Reej's beaming face. Yet she awkwardly remarked, "Reej, how much did this sky grass fungus cost?" "I currently have only." "You need not worry about the cost. This is a gift from me to you," Reej replied casually, with a gentle smile. Aishali bit her lip, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. The sky grass fungus and the mid-tier magic cultivation technique were both exceedingly valuable items. It was unlikely that an ordinary person could afford them in a lifetime. Yet Reej had so nonchalantly offered them to her. However, Reej did not appear to be a wealthy individual. He wore ordinary clothing and consumed simple meals. How could he possess such wealth? Without allowing Aishali to continue her thoughts, Reej rose with a smile. "It is getting late. I shall retire for the night. I hope you achieve your breakthrough soon." As Reej departed, Aishali stood in a daze by the table, gazing at the sky grass fungus and the magic cultivation tome. A wave of inexplicable shyness washing over her. Could it be that Reej's gift was motivated by the bond they had shared in the cave? Aishali suddenly realized her cheeks felt flushed.